Hello. Wait, I didn't even turn my music off. I'm not that smart. Hi, it's me. I'm reading a fanfic, but this one is a little bit longer than the others. This one is 97,000 words, while the other ones were only like 30-ish thousand. So this is gonna take a while. I'm gonna try not to split it up into several parts. I want it to just be one really long video, which you can probably check. Hopefully I will be able to do like the chapters thing if I ever want to listen to this again. So we are reading Ruler from Another Realm by Cybersearcher on AO3. This one, as I mentioned, it's 97,000 words. So hopefully this will be at least 7 hours. I could get a full night's sleep and listen to this, and it'd still be going. So this is about the Neverrealm, which there's going to be characters from it, which I'll pause and explain and give a little bit of detail into. But mostly, I'll just give a description of it in the in the description, or just be yeah, this is who Asphyra is, this is Vex. Oh, it'll be the thing at the end of books sometimes, where it gives short descriptions of characters. Yeah, that'll be fun. I've actually started reading this one a few times. I've started being oh yeah, let me reread this, but I've only ever gotten to chapter 3 or 4 before stopping, and I don't know why. I might have just gotten bored or something. But when I read it for the first time, I was a mess. So yeah, I don't know why I've been stalling for 2 minutes. That's jeez me. Okay, chapter 1. Free falling into the unknown. Above and around the dusted sky, the ice fishers watched the clouds, not for anything in particular, content to watch the shapes floating in the distance. Sitting on a short pier made of frost-covered planks, a pair of fishers sat with their line sticking up from a small hole cut into the frozen surface of the lake. Behind them was a small basket filled with only a handful of trout, each of them holding steaming ceramic teacups. Ceramic? I don't know. Why did we decide to fish on this side of the lake? I told you that they congregate facing away from the sun. Utah grumbled into his cup. Boma rolled his eyes. No, I told you that. He paused. I'm at least mostly sure I said that. Then why haven't we caught anything yet? The older man pinched his nose. Why did we even wake up this early? The sun is hardly up yet. Early fisher always bites, young punk, Boma said. Look, the sun's coming up right now. From the sky, a bright flash erupted. A bright magenta light burst into their vision, and they could almost see something dropping down from it and falling out of their sight. The confident expression on the older ice fishers quickly turned skeptical. Is that what you call the sun? Utah criticized. No, of course not, Boma snapped. What was that thing? Probably just lightning. It's a stormy season after all. Great, just what we needed. I knew I should have listened to your voice. Excuse me. The pair were too busy bickering between one another to see the second flash of light just moments after the first. A much smaller, and much closer, speck began to fall in their direction. It tumbled down the snowy slope of the mountainside, flew upward as it hit a bump, and slid across the frozen lake. A loud metallic thud followed as the figure came to a stop, a dozen feet away from the two men, which quickly ended their bickering. It looked human. At first glance, it seemed to be wearing some sort of strange armor. Something was clutched in its hand. An ornate spear. The two men looked to one another, then back to the lake, then back to one another. Well, Boma said, slowly. Well, what? What do you think we should do? Utah exclaimed. Some weird suit of armor dropped from the sky, and you think we should get closer? I never said that. But you were thinking it. Across the ice, there was a sound of tiny pops of lightning as the armor's hand began to twitch. Both Utah and Boma glanced at each other one last time before nodding. Boma grabbed his rod to use as a makeshift weapon, carefully descending the short ladder and stepping onto the ice. They began to crawl across on their stomachs. The ice would hold their weight. If they were careful, it would hold their weight if they were careful. It never thawed, but but patches would grow thin in the brighter months. The figure twitched again. Boma stuck his hand out to keep the other man from getting closer, then suddenly shot up into a sitting position, gasping for air. It stood, leaning heavily on the staff. As it began to turn its head, two shining, unnaturally bright eyes met them, brighter than even the eternal fire. Neither of them expected the raspy breathing from the suit of armor, nor did they expect it to speak. "Hello?" it said. "Who are you? Where am I?" At the moment, both men were too stunned to speak. They remained locked onto each other, the occasional odd spark flying off the metal man. Suddenly, a low growl came from their left, and both fishers turned to see a pack of ice wolves had made their way across the lake. Two of them hunched low as they bared their teeth, ready to strike. Boma had just enough time to shove Utog out of the way and raise his fishing rod to try to block the wolf's fangs. He flinched, closing his eyes and waiting for the blazing pain of teeth against bone. A rigid chill blew across his face, and when no pain followed, he cracked one eye. He jumped back, the wolf only inches from his face. Its hind legs were frozen to the lake as it snapped its jaws fruitlessly, scrambling away and grabbing Utog. He turned back and nearly froze again in shock. The armored man spirit was locked in combat with the remaining four wolves who had joined the first on the lake. Its head was alight with blue flames, and its eyes blazed cold fury. Backflipping over a lunge, it shot a beam of pale energy in a sweeping motion and froze two more wolves to the ground. "Behind you!" Boma yelled. It turned a moment too late as one wolf had begun to circle it and bit down on its free arm. The entity yelled in pain, but instead of watching the ice turn red with blood, the wolf released its grip and began to whimper. Now the wolf that had attacked Boma had broken free and joined its pack, circling the stranger. Okay. They looked more worried now as they struggled to keep track of the beasts. Boma and Utog were a safe distance away now. "We've got to do something," he insisted. "He just saved your life, and now he's going to get torn apart for it." Utog didn't argue. He simply nodded. Before the wolf could bite, a snowball slammed into the side of its face. The metal figure went wide-eyed before twisting out of another attempt to be grappled. "Run!" it yelled. "Get away or you'll be hurt." "What about you?" Boma yelled, a pile of snowballs at their feet. "Don't worry about me." It slammed both of its hands into the ground, and a wave of ice spread out from the impact. But two of the wolves leapt over the barrier and continued to circle the metal man. Spinning and deflecting bites and scratches, it caught sight of the small bucket on the pier. Throw the fish to them! It dashed out, dashing to the edge of the lake. "What good is that supposed to do?" Utog cried. One of the wolves managed to swipe its paw at the armor's left, knocking it to the ground as the second one pinned him down. It forced the spear between the fangs, saliva dripping past its face. "Do it!" Boma didn't hesitate. Grabbing what little they had caught, he hurled it across the ice and let it slice across the frozen lake. The figure finally managed to kick the wolf off, but it didn't try to attack again. All of the other wolves began to congregate. Why is that a word that it just keeps using? Hang on. Congregate. Is that like pile, surround? Gather into a crowd.
Congregate.
Great. Congregate around the pile of fish, feasting and seemingly impassive to the metal man's presence. Utog and Boma watched in awe as the stranger walked up to the wolf he had first frozen to the ground and knelt before it. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you," it said, looking to its back paws. Reaching out, Boma thought it was going to lose its hand until the wolf pressed against its nuzzle into his palm. It wasn't long after that the wolves slunk back into the wilderness, the figure waving them off before turning to collect the bucket. But the ice had been under far too much stress during the battle. A cry of shock just came before the man fell under the surface. Boma and Utog didn't hesitate this time to run out into the lake. Oh my gosh. The younger man stripped off of his jacket and quickly dove under the waves. Ignoring the cold, he thrashed his arms around to try and find where the metal figure had fallen. In the dark, he could see two pinpricks of blue light and a silver outline trying to climb its way upwards. He swam forwards, reaching for its hand. He was so much heavier than he expected, and began kicking frantically to make it back to the surface. Utog had quickly called for the rest of the village to bring out blankets, new clothes, and more tea for the reckless duo. When the metal man and Boma's head reappeared, they were hastily put pulled up onto stretchers lined with furs and quilts. Whoever was in that armor, they took the freezing way better than Boma did. His teeth wouldn't stop chittering, and he immediately curled in on himself to thaw out his numb limbs. Other than the dripping clothes, Utah could see the spear. The spear had dripping scroll near its tip. Odd, the metal entity looked to be in perfect condition. The figure even refused the quilt pushed in his direction, instead stacking it up on top of the other man. The villagers kept a wide berth around the stranger. Upon closer inspection, Utah could see clear scratches, dents, and what looked to be odd-looking string poking out from its metal plating. His eyes were like the clearest glass and shone like miniature stars. He swallowed down his awe. "Thank you. You saved both of us." "It is of no issue. I just wish your companion didn't endanger himself." It looked down with sympathy at the shivering man. Two of the villagers went to hoist up the stretcher, slowly carrying him away from the ice. Hundreds of questions were waiting to jump from his tongue, but he decided to let the stranger rest and settled on asking the most pressing. "What should we call you, great warrior?" "I am called Zane." Utah realized that even Zane's voice sounded unnatural. It had an echo, but not like that of someone speaking through a helmet. It was also fuzzy, misty, like someone yelling through a snowdrift. Behind him, villagers whispered "spirit" and "warrior" in reverent tones. He blinked and made an effort not to stare too hard. "Forgive me for being intrusive, but what are you?" Zane took that with a tight-lipped expression. He tilted his head towards the sky for no reason the older man could guess. After a beat, he simply said, "I am just a stranger who wishes to protect. Nothing more." Woo! First chapter! Alright, that's the first one. Yeah. That's... Man. It's a good fanfic. So I've realized, I remembered part of it. From what I remember, okay, there are very few things that I remember from this fanfic. One, I'm pretty sure Akita is a lesbian. You don't know who that is, but that's okay. Akita is a lesbian. I think Sorla dies in the last chapter. But the last chapter, where everyone's, like, that's fine. Sorla, what else? Oh yeah, Vex turns into a spider or something. There's a volcano at some point. And I think the majority of this is just Zane walking around. But that's okay, because I think it's described, like, pretty cool, so. Chapter 2. New places, new faces, and old memories. Making his way into the little village, Zane couldn't help but be reminded of Styx. Minus the frozen rivers and ever-present snowfall, he wondered if the place would look similar in the winter months. But the memories of Ninjago, even the sight of such a harsh battle, sent shards into his heart, so he focused on the present. Part of him wondered where the mech fell when it was struck by the staff. Zane could triangulate its location, but in his current state, he'd have a difficult time moving it without the staff. He'd leave it where it was for now. When his brothers find him, they'd figure something out together. But after he repaired himself, he'd at least try to find it in the morning. He insisted to the other villagers that he could help carry the ice fisher. Boma, he learned was his name, after a very angry man berated him for being a reckless idiot of a friend, back to their elder's hut. A small fire pit rested in the center of a wooden building, and an older woman in a blue coat had her back turned, preparing something Zane could guess was tea. Boma had regained enough energy to sit upright, keeping the layers of quilts and fur pressed tight against his form. You should take a quilt, he shivered. "Take that armor off, too." "Thank you, but it is not necessary. I do not require the warmth." Zane quietly dismissed, reaching forward to tuck the blankets tighter around the man. Looking down to the staff, Zane blinked when he saw muddy black smudges leaking through the old scroll. Unfurling it, whatever was written was completely unreadable, carefully letting his hands curl around it. No chilling rush of elemental power flowed through his body. He gave a disappointed sigh. The power he felt during his duel with Asphira was a rush of pure adrenaline. But that sort of strength flowing through him reminded the nindroid faintly of the moments before his first death. All of that golden energy channeled through his body, ice exploding out from his core. It was for the best he didn't taste it again. Boma waited before taking small sips of the hot drink. Then after a beat, he curled back into a ball and began to snore. Most of the other villagers had funneled out and returned to their tasks. He was glad for the lessened attention. Too many of them stared too hard at his metal skin and the hints of wires under his gi. It was foolishly hopeful to think that his cloaking program would be repaired soon. Not after that fall. "You are certainly a strange man." Something warm was floating across his vision. Zane blinked and found a small ceramic cup of tea standing in front of his lap. Taking a brisk sip, the taste reminded him of Wu's chamomile teas. The first nights at the monastery, he'd shared a cup with him. He cut off the rest of that memory. Zane focused on the heat of the tea. A touch too hot, but still drinkable. "I do not blame you for seeing me as such." "I am glad you do not take offense. I am Sorla." The elder crossed her legs on a small cushion, setting the clay teapot to the side. "And you are called Zane?" "Yes," he nodded. Taking another sip, he placed the cup on the ground. "I hope you don't mind my prodding, but where did you come from?" she asked. "You are certainly not an ice fisher, and your vestments are not of those who serve the king." Zane traced the edges of his teeth with his tongue. He was unsure on how much to say about his home. Knowledge of other realms was an existential fact. He'd have trouble believing it himself if his life didn't consist of ridiculousness wrapped in oddities. His own identity was something else. Zane did not have to worry. Zane did not have to worry. Blah blah blah. Zane did not worry about for his own sake, but more so for the villagers' reactions. He resolved to be honest. "I doubt there is a name for what I am called in these lands, but I am known as a nindroid, a mechanical being. I am composed of metal, but I know I have a heart. I have been loved in the many forms it presents itself, and I have a family I would gladly die for." Sorla took this in with the calm expression Zane found most of the elders in his life possessed. "With what you did for those two on the lake, I could never doubt you were as human as any one of us. Do you wish for me to keep this private?" "I am content with who and what I am," he said simply, "but I do not wish for others to fear me. You may tell them, and if they request that I leave, then I will not resist." "Oh, don't worry about that. The people here are not the suspicious type. Even so, they are strong enough not to stand in the way of a being who can defeat a pack of ice wolves." "I did not defeat them," Zane corrected. "They attacked me because they were hungry. I asked Boma to throw them their fish. But I can gather more for you to compensate." "Like I said, no need to worry about that." Oh, I feel like Sorla's voice is going to get annoying very quick. But she's old. She's an old woman. She's like a grandma. So, I kind of gotta go with that. She reached out and poured more tea into Zane's cup. He took another sip before he continued. "I am also not of this realm. My home is known as Ninjago. Do you know any way to travel between realms? Unfortunately, I do not have the methods to return the way I came." He glanced over again to the staff, propped up against the stone of the fireplace. Sadness filled him for a moment, but it was easy enough to shake off. "Oh, sorry, I yawned. It's like 12 in the morning." Please give me a moment." Sorla set down her cup and walked towards a short rack of scrolls, pulling one out that was moth-eaten and faded. She rolled it open across the floor. The ink paintings were odd and depicted a single tree wreathed in light, atop the peak of a mountain and shrouded with clouds and snow. The bottom of the mountain had a small valley of trees bare of snow, but any other details were eaten away by time. "There is a myth among the ice fishers, known as the traveler's tree. They say that all who are lost should go to that tree. I, myself, never understood the meaning of that myth until now. Unfortunately, its location was lost to my people. There are stories of those who live in an oasis at the foot of the mountain. Those who are blessed to walk with beasts, who are said to guard this tree. But even I have no faith in these legends." Zane's expression grew faint, staring down at this teacup and watching the drills swirl in the firelight. "I'm sorry," Sorla whispered. "I wish I knew more." He shook his head. "It is not your fault. My brothers will come for me." "I am certain they will." Standing, she walked back to the small kitchen and set away her cup into a small sink. "Until then, consider yourself a guest of my people. You may stay with me as we wait for your brothers to find you. Thank you, Miss Sorla. Zane stood and gave a low bow. The older woman couldn't help but smile at how humble this stranger called a nindroid was. Perhaps you should get to know the townsfolk. I know many are curious about you, she recommended. I can stay here to tend to Boma, if you are comfortable with that, of course. It would be good to ease any concerns the people may have, he mused. Oh, may I make a request? Is there a blacksmith in this village? Yes, he should be further south of the village, she explained. Do you need to repair yourself? I'm sure they'd be willing to offer their service. That, and something else, Zane said. Thank you once again, Miss Sorla. Please give my well wishes to Boma when he wakes. Outside, people work like it's just another day. Many carry poles of frozen fish in pairs. Some work hammering roofs or stoking fires. Zane made an attempt to walk casually down the permafrost paths, but it was only a matter of time before people began to take notice. Some would pause for a moment and gesture to a friend. A pair of children stared wide-eyed at him before running off. There was no malice in their eyes, more like innocent curiosity, but it made him feel standoffish. With others, they were often so loud or had such strong personalities that the titanium ninja didn't draw much attention. But now it was just him. It was just Zane. Dang. Okay. Are you Zane? Oh gosh, my voice is dying. It's dying. It's like, this is it. Hang on, let me take a drink of water. I bet I won't be able to talk for like a very long time afterwards. Nope, don't even worry about that. Don't worry about that. Oh, a Discord notification. Oh, oopsies. Oh, wait. Hang on, I messed up. Oops, I accidentally started another recording. Don't worry about that, alright? Okay. Are you Zane? Glancing down, he could see the fur-trimmed hood of a child looking up at him. What hair he could see was a ruddy brown, and the blush from the cold hid most of her freckles. Clutched in the little girl's hand was a ball stitched from dark leathers. He knelt down and cleared his throat, even if that wouldn't fix the damaged echo in his voice. So she didn't need to crane her head. Yes, that is my name. Who are you? My name is Anya. She picked up the stitching, frequently breaking eye contact with the nindroid. Me and my friends wanted to ask, are you a spirit? Behind her, two other children climbed over a snowdrift and jogged to her side, both with their hoods down. Both young boys. One with long black hair and a ponytail, and another with messy brown hair. When they realized Zane was there, their expression turned protective and suspicious. The child with black hair set a hand on Anya's shoulder. Come on, we should go, he ushered. But weren't you too curious? Anya protested. He fought off against a whole pack of wolves. One even bit him in the arm, and he's not even crying. The boy with brown hair pushed a couple strands behind his ear. Nuh-uh, I heard he turned them all into ice. That didn't happen. Tell Amutha, you saw it, didn't you? Please, there's no need to argue about this, Zane cut in. If you would like, I'd be happy to answer your questions. But first, may I ask you all a favor? The three paused and looked back at him. Mutha, the one with the ponytail, gently pushed Anya and the other boy behind him. What do you want? I was hoping you could show me to the blacksmith, he said. Behind Mutha's back, Anya whispered to the brown-haired boy. See, if he was a spirit, he wouldn't need to repair his armor. Oh, how do you know spirits don't wear armor? What if that's just his skin? Ew. I can hear you, Virl. Mutha gave him a sharp jab with his elbow. I'm sure I can do that. I don't know about the others. Hey, I'm not missing out on this, even if I have to deal with them. Anya pointed out to Virl, who was rubbing where Mutha had elbowed him. Thank you, Zane said as he stood, then added, Please, ask your questions one at a time, and do not fight over who goes first. I can answer them all. Well, I asked mine first, Anya picked up. No, he shook his head and smiled. No, he shook his head and smiled. I am not a spirit. I am mortal, just as you are. Me next, Virl shot up his hand. Can you really freeze things? Yes, but it is more complex than just freezing. As they walked, Zane held out his hand and willed a small figure to form out of ice. Like a plant, a 6-pointed snowflake made of blue-tinted ice grew from his fingertip. All 3 children made sounds of awe as he began forming more and letting the wind cast them into the air. Normally they'd melt as soon as they touched their palms, but Zane focused his power into keeping them solid for at least a few minutes. After the children began to grow bored, the nindroid began to experiment. He began shaping the ice into vague shapes and eternally formed tiny, crystal falcons. Now some adults were watching him, staring at the snowflakes and the shapes that flew from his hands. The children didn't stop asking questions. Most of them were harmlessly mundane. Could he eat? Could he sleep? Why did his voice sound funny? What were his favorite colors, or his favorite game? Mutha asked if he's missed his family. Zane quietly nodded. The child didn't ask any more questions after that. It didn't take much longer for them to reach a blacksmith, and the children had to leave at that point. He waved them goodbye and sent one last falcon for them to chase. Behind him, Zane could still hear the hard tink-tink of a hammer. There was a lady, wearing an odd sort of parka that had the forearm sleeves cut away. She was working with a small metal hook that seemed to be some sort of hinge. "You're certainly making fast friends," she said, not looking up from her work. "Name's Ursa. Anything I can do for you, stranger?" "As long as I am not intruding," Zane replied. "I wanted to ask where you found your metal, and if it would be no trouble to let me harvest some." The blacksmith flattened the last edges of the piece, then used her tongs to cool it against the snow. Setting it to the side, she leaned her elbow against the anvil. "If you need me to fix anything, I'd be happy to waive the cost." Do not take offense, but I would prefer if I worked on it myself. Is there anywhere where I may work in private? I may need to return at a later time. Will that disturb your work? If I'm not using the forge, you can have it. Go ahead and have your run of the place for now. I'll be going to the elder's hut to check on my son. The brave fool. Ursa shook her head, redoing her bun. She pulled off a full cloak from the rack and gestured to her forge. As long as you know what you're doing. As long as you know what you're doing, and don't let the fire go out. Thank you, Miss Ursa. Zane bowed as she left. It didn't take much time for the nindroid to identify the metals he needed. None of the tools were fine enough for what he needed them for, and the ores he found were mostly iron and the occasional brass or silver nugget. But he couldn't be picky. Pushing up the sleeves of his gi, he began to try and forge a pair of pliers thin enough to be used on his interior wiring. Sometimes he would catch Nia teasing Kai about his blacksmithing whenever a tool or weapon came out warped into a crescent or shattered on the first strike. Zane himself suffered many, if not more, setbacks in the process. Thankfully, having metal hands allowed some sort of fitness with hot metal. Nighttime had long fallen before he finally had a tool he was satisfied with, along with a spool of copper wire. The sleeves of his gi still bore a light gray gradient, and the occasional black streak smeared his front. He was just glad he didn't sweat, or else then he'd have a problem. Ducking the supplies under his gi and thanking Ursa as she returned, he made his way back to the main village and into Sorla's hut. The elder woman called for him, having prepared another room upstairs for him. A bed composed of a simple frame, fur bedding, and a beaded quilt. The scroll forbidden spinjitzu, now just a fancy spear, was propped up against the foot of the bed. Through the window, Zane could see the sky. A blanket of ebony, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. A smaller fire sat in the center, along with a cup of steaming tea. "Dinner will be ready soon," Sorla said. "Is there anything else you need?" "Oh, dinner will be ready soon," Sorla said. "Is there anything else you need?" "No, and I do not require food, but thank you for the offer," he replied. "This is more than enough." He saw the sad expression on her face of that statement before she could mask it. "All right. Good night, Zane." The nindroid waited until her footsteps couldn't be heard before he went to work. Kneeling by the fire and removing his supplies and shirt, he parted his chest and looked down to the dense and sparking wires. It wasn't as bad as he thought, but there was still the occasional sparking circuit that made him flinch as it jumped through the melting snow that was tucked away in the cracks of his innards. At least he knew a technique to fix the dents, something he used when they were minor enough that he need not bother the others. Using the end of a burning stick and his ice to pop out the dents was easy enough. But fixing his body from this perspective was jarring. Zane was so used to letting Nia or Jay or even Pixel work on him. His skills were a bit rusty. He ignored the unintentional pun. Zooming in on the broken wires, he carefully heated the tips of the pliers and brought the broken ends of the metal together. He flinched at the heat, wishing he had one of his family members here to work on him while he slept. Returning to the present was harder than before, memories of the day mixing with his past. Anya, Mirtha, and Voral. The three children reminded him so strongly of his brothers it hurt. Maybe in another life they'd known each other since childhood, in a village not too dissimilar from this. Their life could have looked like that. Physically shaking his head, Zane let the fantasy clear out of his mind before returning to work. He considered teaching Sorla on how to fix them, but deemed the process too complex and too time-consuming to trouble the elder, who, no doubt, had her own responsibilities. Most of the finer circuitry he could do nothing for. His power source was undamaged, at least, and what little of his repair system survived could handle the rest. Opening the bedside cabinet, he set the pliers and copper wire inside. Zane let his hands dig into the fur of his bed, wondering what sort of animal it once was. His mind felt too loud to sleep or meditate, but he knew he'd need the rest to repair his systems. So he laid down on the bedding and closed his eyes, scanning through his memories. Zane began to replay moments from his life. The few domestic times he had were always a treat. Cole panicky throwing water onto a stove fire before the nindroid throws it over. Pixel fixing training bots with Jay. Kai catching Lloyd in a headlock. He brushed the tears at the edge of his vision, soon falling into a restless sleep. And that's the chapter. Chapter 4. How kind must you be to me, stranger? Zane awoke even before his internal alarm clock activated. Glancing to the window confirmed it. Not even the sun created the horizon. The sky was still dark blue and star-speckled. Zane wondered if the village had roosters. If the village had roosters that signaled the start of day. He stretched out his joints, mentally taking note that he'd have to ask for oil to prevent freezing or rust. He began to fold up the bedding and search for more wood to feed the fire. Testing? He said to himself, then sighed when his voice sounded as distorted as it had the night before. No good, but at least I'm not speaking in reverse again. He couldn't hear anyone's footsteps downstairs, and reasoned not even the village elder was awake at this time. If his clock was still accurate, it was currently 5 a.m. Keeping his steps light as he made his way out and down the ladder, he realized that the central fire did not seem to be any dimmer than the night before. The Master of Ice attributed it to magic. He'd long since stopped trying to logic his way out of these sorts of things. One short circuit was more than enough. But threw more logs stacked into a corner into the pit just to be safe. Adjacent to the pile was a simple cast iron stove and sink, alongside a short cabinet and counters. Zane couldn't shake the feeling like he was imposing, but this felt routine to him, and he figured it would be polite to make Sorla something to thank her for her hospitality. The ingredients he found were simple. Flour, salt, dried fish, eggs, a box full of some sort of pemmican, and a few odd-looking vegetables he had no name for. One looked just to be lettuce, but there was an odd purple thing the nindroid assumed was a yam, but the inside was soft and juicy like a mango. Times like this, he wished he hadn't lost his finer senses. However, and whatever his father built him, it let him perceive, taste, and touch like any human. But in his titanium body, when he popped a sliver of dried fruit into his mouth, all he could taste was an uncomfortable sensation like pinpricks, and a square of text popped into his vision, displaying the approximate chemical structure. He sighed. Zane decided to stick to creating a quiche with some spices he found, and perhaps some fresh bread. It wasn't as extravagant as he hoped, but it was the safest option. Cooking for his family didn't carry the same risk. He'd memorized all their preferred tastes before he had his new body. Cole had joked he could cook their favorite foods blindfolded. He was always half tempted to test that theory. After figuring out to fight the fire within the stove safely, he rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands before he began cutting up the dried stalks of herbs, separating them all into small piles. He began to work on the peppers and mixing the right ratio of flour, yeast, salt, and water for bread. Zane found his mind drifting into that comfortable little nook it always seemed to go while he cooked. It didn't register that someone was coming down the ladder until he was done wiping his hands down on a towel hanging from the counter. "Oh, good morning, Miss Sorla. I hope I did not interrupt your sleep." "If you call waking up to the best-smelling thing in all my life an interruption," she stated. Zane found it humorous that even the elder wasn't immune to morning grumpiness. "I have some breakfast ready. I hope it's to your liking. The bread and tea will be done in a few minutes. May I ask what your preference is?" Sorla blinked, finally registering what she was hearing. "Pardon?" "I asked what your preferred flavor of tea was. Unfortunately, I can't make out which is which." She waved her hand dismissively, a stunned expression on her face. "Zane, don't bother. I can get it myself. You're a guest, not my handmaid." "It is of no trouble," he said, wanting to ask again, but stopped by his mental timer going off for the bread. The master of ice carefully pulled out the tray of loaf rested on and set it on the table. Sorrel had picked out a small glass container filled with dry tea leaves and was reaching for the pot. This time, Zane held out his hand to stop her. "Wait, the handle wasn't properly insulated. At this temperature, you could burn yourself." "Oh." Sure enough, Sorrel hadn't noticed that the wooden handle around the top had split in half and hung loosely at the end of the inner metal handle. "Then, let me." Zane reached out with his bare hands. A momentary screech of sound came as the hot and cold metals touched, and carefully poured the leaves and the hot water into the teapot he had already set at the table. The older woman just stared as the nindroid waited for his hands to cool before reaching into one of the cabinets to grab a plate, cup, fork, and knife. "The tea should be done soon. Is there anything else that needs to be done?" It took a moment for her speech to recover. "Zane, this is unbelievable of you. I mean that only in the best way, but why would you do this?" "To repay your hospitality," he said earnestly. "I know you said that I could stay out of goodwill, but I awoke early and wished to repay you in some manner. I did not feel as if I was required to do so. I just felt like it." The stunned expression soon gave way to confusion at his words, and a small smile. She could hear how sincere the stranger was. "Your brothers are very lucky to have you. I would almost say you are too kind." Zane's eyes grew a tint brighter at her compliments. "They are just glad to have food that doesn't glue their mouths shut in the morning." "They better be grateful, then," she repeated, now through a slice of the nindroid's quiche. But I do insist that I do the dishes. It is only fair. Otherwise, I'd have nothing left to do." Zane smiled. "Of course." She poured herself some tea, then realized he didn't have a cup. "What about you? Aren't you Oh." Her eyes blinked as she recalled what he had said the night before. Zane only smiled sympathetically. "Well, would you at least like some more tea?" "Oh. Well, would you at least like some more tea?" "No, but thank you," he said. "I do have a request. Do your people have any equipment that can make travel across the snow less perilous?" Finishing the rest of her hearty breakfast, the elder nodded as she sipped her tea. "Yes, we have snowshoes and walking poles to check for sudden drops hidden in the snow. What for?" "There's something I lost when I came to this realm," Zane answered. "I worry for its condition. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to find. May I borrow your tools for my journey? It shouldn't take longer than a few hours." "Of course." Sorla didn't press the nindroids for specifics. She wasn't too curious about the matter either. Drinking the last of the tea and washing all the used utensils, Sorla led Zane to a large building with a sliding door. Some men and women were inside, weaving cloth on a loom, others carving logs into canoes. She instructed him to wait by the entrance as she walked inside and began to speak with someone in the back. Zane passed the time by estimating which time period of Ninjago the ice fishers approximately fell into. Their infrastructure was closer to that of Ignatia and the surrounding villages. Sorla had made mention of a king, so he wondered if they had more advanced technology in a similar fashion to Ninjago City. It would make the process of repairing the mech much faster. The nindroid was left to fidget with his hands as he waited for the elder. He thought back to the staff again. even without the power of the scroll. The blade was still sharp, and it may work as a walking pole, too. In his thought, it took Zane a moment to realize there was a crack of wood in front of him. One of the wheels on a cart had snapped, leaving several dozen snow cabbages and assorted vegetables to scatter across the ground. My cabbages! I don't know. My cabbages! I don't know who that is. He stood and began to help the small crowd that had formed to gather the food. Some paused in their work as the glowing-eyed nindroid stepped into the fold, but others didn't remark and simply continued. A pair of women held up the cart as the man pulling it tried to refix the wheel to the axle. Darn, he muttered. All I can do for now is to keep it from falling again. Can anyone spare a wheel from the cart? One villager from the crowd raised his hand and began to run off to his home. Zane quietly stepped through and knelt in front of the broken wheel. Its design was simple, but the three of the spokes had cracked, and without the support, that part of the wood caved under pressure. The Master of Ice looked down at his hands and wondered for a moment if his idea would work. Excuse me, he tapped the shoulder of the cart puller. I think I may have a solution. Could you please remove the broken wheel? Sure, what do you have in mind? I could try to make you a replacement out of ice. I don't know how long it will last for, but it should be enough to get you to your next location. Several of the villagers murmured in surprise. You can do that? Zane shrugged to himself. I do not know. They didn't question him further, removing the broken wood and hoisting up the cart. Zane mentally copied the dimensions and scale. Frost began to crawl up his hands. Instead of shooting up in an icy blast, dense blue ice grew from his fingertips and curled downward in a spiral. Spokes grew, and soon the nindroid fit the new wheel into place just as the other villager came with his own. He sighed and rolled his away. There, Zane said, satisfied and surprised by himself. The cart puller thanked him graciously before he made his way back. Soon the whole crowd dispersed through some lingered and asked questions about other broken objects. Doors, fishing poles, furniture. Some tentatively asked about clothing. Zane only smiled and shook his head at that last one. A dress made of ice would be highly impractical, he stated. But when a woman handed him a simple wood bowl that was cracked on the side, Zane didn't hesitate to offer her a new one made of the same ice. Starla did return eventually, with a pair of snowshoes tucked under her right arm, along with a hiking stick in the other. The nindroid returned to his seat, contently watching the people passing for now. Zane, here you go. Here you go. These should be your size. Thank you, but I'm afraid I already have a solution, he said, looking over the snowshoes the same way he did the wheel and vase. An identical pair began to grow like fractals around his feet. The elder and some of the other weavers stared in surprise. You certainly are a clever stranger. To be honest, I did not know I could do this at all. The nindroid smiled. But I will be on my way. Thank you once again for everything. I will be back before the sunset. Stopping by Sorla's house and picking up the staff and his tools, she gave him one last hug, as she, along with the others who'd caught Zane leaving, said goodbye at where the village met the forest. The sunlight made the snow-laden trees shine, and every soft breeze kicked up a dusting of snowflakes. Zane, wait a minute! Through the crowd, Bomas pushed his way forward, carrying a small leather rucksack and a blue shawl trimmed with white fur. Wait, here, Zane, take these. I know you said you don't get cold, but look, just take it in case you need it. They aren't necessary for my survival, he said plainly, but I will accept them graciously. I am honored that you would be willing to part with your few possessions for the sake of a stranger. It's nothing, really. Boma passed the backpack to the nindroid and held out his hand. Zane took in a firm shake, the human giving him a confident grin. Good luck out there. He draped the shawl around his tightly tattered gi, gave one final wave, and made his way towards the location of the fallen mech. Okay. We're not done with the chapter, but I want to say something. Quick spoiler, Well, this is called Ruler from Another Realm. You kind of got to assume that Zane is going to be the ruler from another realm. By the end of the fanfic, Zane has, upgraded the town. It's while it isn't, like, super advanced or anything, Zane, like, does get, like, some pretty basic machinery stuff going every, like, few years. Oh, spoilers, sorry. Few years. Ugh, nervous sweating. But Zane does, like, upgrade the town, and I was, like, in the kitchen, because I got myself some water, and my brain was just like, wait a minute, I could totally build that in Minecraft. So now my brain is just like, oh my gosh, I could build this in Minecraft. So by the end of this chapter, you better hope that at the end it's gonna be like, all right, here's a tour of my new Minecraft world. I better end it like that. Oh my gosh, I need to make a note for myself or something. Anyways, there's a little cut here where it's like a bunch of change of perspective. Change of perspective. You don't know who this guy. Whatever. A man in tattered pants and shirt awoke in the carcass of a giant metal beast that fell from the sky. It wasn't terribly warm, but leagues better compared to sleeping in the skin-biting cold. He stretched as much as he could on the odd seat set inside the creature's chest. Every so often he'd hear odd staticky sounds and low grumbles, as if this thing were still alive. He tried to ignore his growling stomach. However, his hunger forced him back out into the snow, wandering out to scavenge for berries to some stupid rodent. He looked up from his kneeling position in the underbrush as he could hear the crunch of someone walking through the forest. Falling to his stomach and crawling through the underbrush, he could see tracks of snowshoes. Further up trail, he could see who was making them. They seemed underdressed. Were his snowshoes made of ice, with only half a cloak to protect them? What worried him most was that they were heading for a shelter, following close to the ground. He grew more curious the more of the stranger he saw. Then he stopped. "Hello?" Zane said, the silver of his face shining in the sun, making the glow of his eyes even more prominent. His staticky voice was all the more haunting in the silence of the forest. "Who's there?" The man in the bush froze. He wondered if this metal man and metal beast were connected. Eyeing the spear, he slowly pushed himself out from the underleaves and readied himself to run. "Hello, my name is Vex. May I ask, what are you?" "I am Zane," the nindroid said, then looked down to Vex's ragged state. He unclasped his cloak. "Here, take this. I can start a fire. What are you doing out here by yourself?" Vex was stunned at the generosity of this Zane. He smiled, taking the cloak and pulling it tighter without hesitation, even if the cold was more of a nuisance than a threat. Zane didn't need to know that. "I am a wanderer. I don't have a place to call my own, so I call the world my home," he said. "That is an interesting way to view it," Zane mused. "Perhaps you've seen something of mine on your wanderings. I don't know how to describe it. A giant metal man, perhaps?" Gears ticked away in Vex's brain. His smile grew. "Yes, I can take you to your metal man. But first I have to know, what are you? I know many things, but you're something special." "Thank you for the compliments," Zane said, "and I'd be happy to tell you more as we talk." So Vex listened. All of these new and strange things excited him. Nindroids, technology, circuits, wires, electricity, a realm called Ninjago. He'd call it fantastical, if it weren't for his own people's odd powers and the nindroid standing before him. It filled him with wonder, and he didn't stop pestering the nindroid, who took it all in stride. They made it to the ruined mech, and Vex saw an opportunity. "Zane, perhaps you could teach me how this machine of yours works. I must know. With so many possibilities, it could do so much for the people of this realm," he insisted. "It is very complex. Are you certain?" The nindroid hesitated. Imparting the knowledge of this technology may prove... You didn't hear that. Imparting the knowledge of this technology may prove to be even more dangerous than the knowledge of other realms. He set down his spear against the mech and closed his eyes for a moment. Behind him, Vex eyed the odd circular port on the back of his neck. He glanced at the stones strewn across the ground until the nindroid turned back to face him again. "I can teach you, but you must promise me that you will use this power to protect, never do harm unless they are corrupt or their actions bring harm to others," Zane said solemnly. "Can you promise me this, Vex?" The shrewd man eyed the hulking metal mech behind the nindroid, then back to the one in question. He smiled. I promise, Zane. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Okay, so I know you don't ever like. Okay, Vex. So spoilers, but this is just in the actual show. Vex is like the worst person known to man. Vex was the one who told Zane that he was an emperor and caused like all the suffering for 60 years in the Netherrealm. He sucks. He's like the worst person ever. And you can like, and so just like, don't worry, I will use this knowledge only for the greater good. It's like, oh no, he won't. But Zane's too young, like not too young, he's too trustful. He's too trustful. So, yeah. Man. Oh, the author's note for this is he. Alright, next chapter. Chapter 5, Nothing to Do But Think. Zane pointed to a circuit deep within the chest of the mech. Do you remember what this connects to? Yes, the red wires control the core temperature of the rocket so it doesn't overheat, Vex explained. It also keeps the electricity output high enough to maintain functions, but low enough so that it doesn't break while in use. That's good, he smiled. Could you pass me those pliers, please? I think one of them is a bit loose. Digging through the pack, Vex produced the same makeshift tools and stretched his arm inside so Zane could reach them. His glowing eyes pinched in concentration. He reattached the array of wires that had been knocked loose from the impact. Once the final wire was set, the quiet purring of the mech grew more to a prominent rumble. Vex jumped back at the noise as Zane casually pushed himself out from the inside, rubbing off as much grease as he could. Even as the mech's system began to reboot, the Master of Ice looked down at his clothes solemnly. The clean white was almost completely ruined by gray grease and black oil. He doubted even a dozen washing could remove them. Zane tried to ignore it and looked back to the mech. Beside him, the awe in Vex's expression was obvious, and that did make him feel better. Hello, old friend, Zane said to the mech, pressing his palm to the plating. What else can this machine do? It produces heat without fire, and from its shape, I assume it's capable of movement, Vex mused. Are there others like this? Oh, yes. My brothers have too many to count, Zane said, bemused. I'd say far too many, but with how easily we destroy them, it is not an unnecessary precaution. Incredible! Your world is incredible, Zane! He was about to wonder aloud if he could visit, but stopped the thought before he could say it. Forgive me if I'm overstepping my boundaries, but you said you have brothers. Do they know where you are? The nindroid's expression did fall for a moment, but only for a moment. I do not know, but I believe that they are searching for me. Believe it or not, this is not the first time I've been trapped in another realm. Really? How did you escape the first time? Eventually, we were found by those who knew we were missing. It was perilous, and we had many close calls, but I had faith in my brothers. They will come for me again. Once again, please forgive my inquisition. Blah, blah, blah. But what makes you so certain? Zane didn't look annoyed or offended by the statement. He just stepped back from the mech and repeated himself. They will come for me. I believe they will. Vex hummed in contemplation and held off on his other questions. Looking up to the sky, the ninja of ice finally realized the time. Checking his clock to be sure, he frowned at himself. I'm sorry, but I must leave. The other ice fishers will be worried for me. Please feel free to use the mech Please feel free to use the mech as your home for the night, but do not touch the controls. I do not want you to be hurt. Of course, it'd be a shame if all your work went to waste, he said. And those ice fishers. I'd prefer if you did not mention me. Our last encounter went rather poorly, and I'd rather not they think less of you by association. I was hoping you would come with me, actually, Zane said. Perhaps you would like a permanent home. I appreciate it, but no thank you. I am content in my wandering. Now go. Like you said, they're worried for you. All right, Zane turned, picking up his staff, tools, and resummoning his snowshoes. Goodbye, Vex. He considered telling them anyway, but did not want to break Vex's trust. And he'd be lying if the thought of being seen negatively by the humble people didn't make him nervous. So he simply walked away without argument. Zane watched the sky turn lilac and rose gold as he followed the trail soon back to the lake. Soon he could see the lights of the village. Passing through, he was greeted by the scant few who were still outside by this time of night. Distantly, Zane took note of how the temperature drops here were faster than in Jago once the sun went away. He hardly noticed the cold in this form, or any temperature, really. Knocking at the door to Sorwell's home, he was greeted by the elderly woman with a kind smile and a quilt draped across her shoulders. "Zane, you're back. I think there may be a storm coming soon," she said, leading him inside and pouring another cup of tea. "Oh, dear, what happened to your cloak and your clothes?" "I found someone else, and they needed it more than I. In hindsight, it was disrespectful to let someone else take my gift. I hope Boma won't take offense." White lies were still lies, and Zane felt a bit of guilt. He worried for Vex, but at least he had the ultramech to use as a shelter. Sorwell just sighed fondly into her mug. Too kind indeed. He found himself sitting by the fire, looking over some of the few other scrolls the village elder held in her possession, but he perked up once he could hear the sound of wind and snow battering itself against the walls. Zane stepped up to the window to find that Sorwell had been right in the worst of ways. There was so much snow that he had a hard time making out the houses right in front of him. It was loud, too, shaking the delicate glass window and causing the door hinges to rattle. "Don't worry." Sorwell stood at his side, watching the blizzard with somber acceptance. "These always pass in a few weeks. Everyone knows to keep food to last that long. They'll be safe." Zane sighed and nodded, but a selfish part of him wasn't worried just for that. He returned to his scrolls. Most were simple maps of the surrounding and occasional work of poetry, and he found himself quickly growing bored. Sorwell was sitting on a chair close to the fire, working on another intricate beaded quilt. With nothing else to do, Zane simply excused himself and returned to his room for the night. Stoking the small fire, he found himself sitting in front of it once more. He felt frustratingly too awake to sleep, and without anything to occupy himself with. Zane killed more time replacing his tools in his bedside drawer and exploring his room, eventually finding an old charcoal stick. Looking back to the staff, he unfurled the scroll and wet the tip with his tongue. Cole would often scrawl doodles of himself or his friends onto stray sticky notes or napkins. Zane asked the Earth's ninja permission if he could keep them, and he agreed. He distantly wondered if his master would scold him for using this ancient artifact like this. The nindroids sketched out their old monastery before it had burned down. It felt like decades since he'd seen it at last. The rest of the scroll soon found its way covered with drawings and his friends in mid-action poses, ruffling one another's hair or just smiling at each other. The charcoal pen was growing smaller, and Zane figured he should save the space for a later time. Staring for a minute longer at the faces of his friends, he rolled it up and set it aside. Still too awake to sleep, the nindroid sighed to himself and crossed his legs in the lotus position. He figured meditation would at least give him something to calm down. The crackle of the fire and billowing winds faded into background static as Zane solely focused on his breathing. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. I forgot about this. He was walking down a dirt path, through a village that was different, familiar, in structure to the ice fissures. Different clothes and odd, animal-themed hats. People were whispering about him. He couldn't see it, but he could hear them, and they were everywhere. He wanted to reach up and mute the sound with his hands, but he couldn't. They formed a circle around him, and they pushed him out, hands and arms shoving him away. He fell to his knees in the snow, then began to fall through the ground. He was back in Ninjago City. Somehow everything looked too saturated and too immensely massive, like a sense of vertigo but reversed. It was warm, warmer than he could recall feeling. Night came swiftly. He was facing an old warehouse with a weathered, broken lock. He stepped inside, old light-illuminated shelves stuffed with even older technologies. A sudden, ruthless cascade of cold swept him off his feet. He was falling again, but landed in a heavy clang against snow and stone. He was looking at the same village, a pocket of green and a sea of white. He felt himself grinning. Then came the fire, and the screams. Oh! Oh! Oh, it's not even the end of the chapter yet, but that's just the... Oh, damn. Damn. Oh. Zane's eyes burst open. His breath was coming in ragged gasps as he clutched his chest, his hand raised to muffle the sounds he was making. Zane? Sorrel hovered at the doorway, the worry clear on her face. What happened? Lying in this case is impossible. He quickly lowers the hand from his mouth and breathes in shakily. I don't know, but I am physically unharmed. You can come in. The elder nodded and stepped inside. Now he could see the fixed teapot in her hands, along with 2 cups. She poured him one and he took it mutely. But he didn't drink. The heat helped to ground him at least. Zane looked down at both of his hands and the surface around them looked slightly damp. He ignored that for now and focused on Sarwa. I have an ability to see visions, he stated flatly, figuring that she'd accept it as easily as the fact that he wasn't human. They are infrequent. Sometimes a degree of symbolism obscures their meaning, but they always come true. I just had one moments prior. As he expected, the elder nodded and went along. Would you like to speak about it? A second view is often required to see the truth of those sorts of things. Zane accepted and began recounting his dream to Sorwa, focusing on the odd differences between this vision and his past ones. Normally, I am always myself in them, or seeing things through my eyes. This felt different. I was both myself but not, like I was watching everything through the body of someone else. He wondered if that was how Pixel felt before she had her body back. No. Now he felt guilty he hadn't brought up the subject of a new body sooner. I saw people living at the base of a mountain, and they all appeared to have some sort of animal theme, he explained. Perhaps they are the ones who guard the traveler's tree. It would seem so, but then again you'd have a hard time finding them in this weather, Sorwa said. These storms are merciless, and even someone of your skill would struggle. I figured it'd be as much, but it's a start. He sighed, finally taking a sip from his cup. The timeline, if my dreams are even subject to the linear time, of the events also seemed odd, like I was seeing the past and the future. Sorwa nodded sagely. Unfortunately, I know no one else with these sorts of powers. I'm about as clueless as you for now. Perhaps you should speak to me again if you have another one of these visions, especially if they happen to be disturbing. He'd left out most of the anxiety the vision had stirred up. Part of him wondered if they were even his, or another odd development in his powers. He hoped that was it. Thank you regardless, he said, finishing the last of his tea. Now at least he did feel properly tired. It is no trouble, Zane. Zorwa insisted she take the cups down. Zorwa insisted she takes the cups down herself, urging him to get some rest. The wind hadn't died down, but now the Master of Ice was reminded of those nights of sleeping on the bounties that flew through the skies. On days like the one he saw in his vision, he and his brothers would lie on the decks and find animals in the clouds. He squeezed his eyes tighter, and eventually he did fall asleep. The next morning, to his surprise, wasn't much different from the morning. Zane wasn't even certain that it was morning, with all the snow and ice outside. It was impossible to see the sky. He was still awake before Sorwa and busied himself once again by preparing some toast and more tea. Without the ability to go outside, Zane watched himself wandering the small house. There were hides of animals he had no name for hanging on the walls, alongside more dyed and beaded quilts. The entire house smelt faintly of mint and cinnamon, which he traced to a small incense burner hanging from the room. He sat beside the fire, once again rereading the maps and poetry. He'd already memorized it the first time. The one downside he found to having a perfect memory, but couldn't think of anything else to do to pass the time. Zora looked up from her beating and noticed that. Zane began picking off lint and loose threads from his stained gi. Perhaps I could teach you how to weave. Heavens no, you need new clothes. Oh, are you sure? These still suffice. He gestured to himself. The elder shook her head firmly. Just because you're not human doesn't mean you shouldn't have decent clothing. Come, help me with this damnable thing, or else I'll pull my back. Zane was touched by that statement, and quickly rushed over to haul the massive wooden frame of the loom. There was already some thread strung between the large seams, but Zorwa inserted a new spool from the basket at her feet. She began the process process of explaining what did what. Warp threads, weft, and needles. How to thread the shuttle filled with yarn through the vertical threads on the loom. All the new terms and techniques were filled away neatly, and once he was done explaining, Zane was eager to try. The process was simple, and once he finally stopped getting his plating caught on the delicate threads, much to the amusement of Sorla, he managed well enough that the older woman returned to her beating. After a few hours of quiet working, Zane looked at the spool of finished material and called Sorla over to inspect it. The bolt of white cloth, she was proud to declare, would make for a fine coat for the nindroid. If you could spare the time, could you please show me how to create more crafts such as this? He eagerly asked. She grinned and pulled out an armful of fresh rolls from a rack behind her. We have plenty of time. Ooh. Okay. It's been 43 minutes and my throat is starting to hurt. So I'm gonna stop. Well, I say stop, but it's gonna continue for you, so. Just finished chapter 5. Chapter 5, it's been like an hour and there are 30 chapters? There are 30, so this is gonna be like 6-ish. Oh, it's 35, so 9 hours-ish. Okay, well. So, yeah, so 3 hours. So 1 hour per 3. So then, whatever. Anyways, yep. Okay. Chapter 6. You remind me of so much I don't have. The next morning was more or less the same. Zane awoke first, brushing off more of the odd dampness across his hands and quilt, and began preparing breakfast for the elder. Sorla came down, this time insisting he drink more tea, and pulled out the threads and beads so they could work on their separate crafts. The nindroid had no trouble pulling out the wooden loom and continued to work on the material. It was quiet, peaceful work that Zane found himself enjoying for the first hour. But even the quiet soon turned uncomfortable. It wasn't exactly quiet. The fire crackled, the look creaked at every push and... The look creaked at every push and winds battered down the doors. But it was quiet compared to his usual living standards. Jay was usually yelling at some video game he couldn't win, or some vehicle that didn't cooperate, sometimes matched by Nia. Kai and Lloyd would be training together, a pastime that always resulted in many things to be broken. Cole chatted between the separate teammates. Sometimes Zane could hear the Master of Earth singing softly to himself when no one else was in the room. That last memory gave him an idea. Browsing through his memory files, Zane found the small archive of music Cole had insisted he listened to at one point or another. Sorla, is it okay if I play some music while I work? Only if it does not disturb you. Oh, of course. She set down her needle and beads. I didn't know you sang. He blinked, then mentally slapped himself. No, I do not sing. I have the ability to... Zane searched for some way to define play music, simply. To replicate songs without needing to use instruments. Really? Sorla said. Amazing! How does it work? Is everyone in your world capable of that? He laughed softly. No, it is an ability exclusive to nindroids. Still, do you mind? Like I said, I don't mind. I'm more curious than anything. Zane kept the volume rather low, finding the first soundtrack to be a kind of folk. The singer's voice was melodious, and made a better background noise than all of the miscellaneous sounds. Returning to his weaving, the Master of Ice realized after only a few minutes that he had a larger bolt of finished material than he thought. Removing the reserve from behind the loom, tying off the loose and pulling out the rest of the bolt. Some of the material was laced with webs, but it was leagues cleaner than his own clothes. Sorla. He held the fabric in his arms. I think I finished. Could you check the quality of the material? And if you can spend some time afterwards, could you show me how to sew another shirt for myself? My, you certainly work fast. She gestured for him to lay it on the floor, and Zane followed her, dutifully unrolling a few inches for her to inspect. Taking the material between her fingers, she brushed across the fabric. You've missed some warp threads where you passed the boat through, and you don't seem to be pushing hard enough on the beater. But for a first-timer, you've done very well. Unrolling more fabric, Sorla stood to retrieve a stick of charcoal hidden among her beading supplies and a rustic tape measure. If you don't mind, I'll need you to remove your shirt to get the proper measurements. That is of no issue. Zane began undoing his belt and shoulder pads. setting them on top of his folded shirt. As he finished setting down his key, the photo of his father he kept fluttered out and softly fell to the ground. Zane found himself staring at it for a long time. Zorla didn't ask who the man in the picture was, and waited for Zane to tuck it back under his shirt before she began to take her measurements. The nindroid knew Zorla was too polite to say it out loud, but she was fascinated by his mechanical nature. Her eyes lingered when pulses of energy traveled under his skin, or when she spent a moment too long trying to understand how his metal joints bent and flexed. It was a similar curiosity he'd seen in Vex, minus the constant questioning. Mercifully, she didn't request he take off his pants, stating that she could just estimate from a previous design she had. "It's so odd to hear music without a singer," Zorl commented as she drew out the different sections of fabric with practiced grace. "It's nothing I've ever heard before, but that should be a given." "Would you like me to stop?" "Oh, hush. It's good to have some variety in my old age." I like how I just, turn into it. I don't know if that's even how you, sound like an old person, but I don't know. She showed him how to cut the shapes out of the fabric and the different kinds of sewing techniques she used to hold the pieces together. Once again, Zane was just happy to have something to do and to interact with someone. Zorla finished off the new shirt and pants for him, but then insisted that she make him a proper coat, even if he didn't strictly need one. As she began browsing through her small selection of fabrics, Zane held up the shirt and examined it thoroughly. It resembled so strongly the first clothes he'd woke up in. He could recall his father's voice, urging him awake, his sturdy grip holding him as he took his first shaking steps. At the corners of the cloth, more frost grew from his fingertips. This time, Zane shook his head harder and watched as it slowly melted in the heat of the fire. Zorla returned, carrying a bolt of blue fabric similar in hue to the clothes she and the others wore, along with a few extra colors and thick fleece. "I think I can suffice with just the shirt," Zane argued meekly. "You can return to your own projects." "And I told you to shush up. To hush up," Zora replied. "You said you did things simply because you wanted to. This is something I want to do for you." "Yes, but hush." Zane closed his mouth at that. He knew there was no point in arguing. Zora continued to stitch fabric and measure out new links to add. After another hour, he began to make a small lunch for the elder, which he brought to her as she worked. At some point, Zane couldn't recall when, but he'd started humming along with the singer, and then grew to softly singing along with her. I'm not going to sing, but neither plague or famine tempered my courage, nor did raids make me cower, he sung, cutting out a second shirt with a paper pattern Sorla had given, but his translucent skin made me shiver deep within my bones. "You have a wonderful voice, Zane." If he could, he would be blushing. "Thank you." Something else was familiar about the song, but this time, Zane tried not to trace the memory back and just focused on cutting the fabric properly. As night came and he paused his work to make dinner, Sorwa finished washing the dishes before she presented the new coat to the master of ice. It was longer than he expected, more of a cloak than a jacket, with a bottom that brushed against the floor as he walked. The sleeves were slightly shorter than average, but both of the ends of it and the collar of the coat had a generous amount of fleece lining it. She'd even made a belt embroidered with small snowflakes out of cloth, roughly the same hue as his undershirt. They were handed to him, and Sorwa gestured to his room expectantly. Zane just nodded mutely and climbed up with his clothes in tow. He found himself standing by the doorway after he closed it, the stunned expression giving way to a heartfelt smile. Zane began to dress in the new clothes, but found himself staring once again as he went to tuck the photo of his father into the folds of his cloak. If he looked hard enough, he could see the gray lines at the sides of his father's head. They'd always stayed inside. The birch forest was always cold and the tree horns were always a threat. Whenever they did, Zane could recall his father slowly lagging behind him as he ran to inspect every tree, bug, or rock they came across. Soon he learned to stick by the withering man's side, helping him walk once his knees grew weak. Eventually, they stopped going outside altogether. Zane could hear his breathing turn into a glitched, hiccuping sound. He muffled himself with a tight hand. His shoulders were pressed tight and shook with an easy gasp. Fractals of ice began to creep from his fingertips as he slowly fell to his knees by his bed, gripping the sheets hard enough to tear. His power began to spread from his knees into a wavy white circle. Sorrel was old, not as old as his father, but only by a few years difference. She was old and human, and if something happened to her, he worried he He worried if he could bring help in time. Zane wondered if this village even had sufficient medicines. He didn't even know where to bring her if something happened. Specks of ice grew through his eyebrows and eyelashes, which he quickly blinked away. Zane? He could hear her calling from downstairs, a hint of worry in her tone. The nindroid forced the glitchy hiccups to stop, releasing his hands from the now frozen quilt. Zane just sighed and laid it as close to the fire as he could, before finally tying the belt around his waist. It felt cozy, and the fleece collar tickled his neck in a pleasantly distracting way. Coming, Miss Orla. He had a bit of trouble figuring out how to make it down the ladder without letting the bottom of his coat get caught in the rungs. Zane ended up just hitching it up like a skirt and hoped it didn't wrinkle. Zorla was waiting for him, and her eyes lit up as she saw him. Smoothing down the collar, she stood back with an odd expression. You look so handsome, she said wryly. Then a single tear dripped down her weathered cheeks. Miss Zorla! Zane panicked. Scanning her vitals, his HUD began to list the possible medical problems. He reached out to check for a pulse. No, I'm sorry. I suppose an old widow like myself gets sentimental about these sorts of things. Zorla brushed back her tears, but her eyes were still watery. I'm sorry if this sounds strange, but you remind me of my son. Zane held his arms tight to his sides and prayed she didn't hear the soft crinkle of ice. There's no need to go over the details, she said quietly. It's been over 10 years, but there's an odd sort of nostalgic this brings, having you here. If you'd like to move to a different home once the blizzard clears, I understand. Fear struck him like a hammer. No, Zane said, with more force than he meant. No, I'm not offended. It is just odd to hear that sort of sentiment. Zorla didn't know what to make of that statement. Looking over the nindroid, she caught how tightly his fists were curled at his sides. Was that frost? And even without pupils, his gaze looked like it was searching for something else to focus on. I'm sure you must miss your brothers too, she commented. If you wish to talk about it. Like I said, we have time. I found that it is always good to talk to someone about these sorts of things. Zane nodded. Thank you. Now, enough dreariness for tonight. I found a spare pair of knitting needles. Would you like to show me how to knit new socks? And then there's a cut here. Man, this is so for real. I forgot how angsty it is in the first while. Well, I think it's consistently angsty, but I don't know. I forgot about how much Zane is just so sad during this. It's been a while since I've read this, so there's a little cut. So. The Master of Ice spent the rest of the week and the week after that learning how to master the broad array of crafts from the village elder. Soon he could confidently weave distinct patterns of cloth. He could stitch up old clothes, knit woolen accessories, preserve fruits, carve fish hooks, and fix the limited plumbing that ran through the house. In addition, he showed Zorla how to create a basic compass, how to chart constellations, new medicine practices, refine their methods for creating parchment, and explain his plans for a rudimentary greenhouse and an indoor heating system. The latter had more difficulty wrapping her head around the more technical and scientific terms, but promised to speak to the rest of the villagers on his behalf. Soon the winds died down, and with about 100 pounds of snow collapsing on top of him in the process, Zane managed to help dig out the village. Others climbed out with shovels, while parents warned children to be careful as they used the added height to climb up onto the roofs of their houses. Zane made sure to summon short barriers out of ice to keep them from sliding onto the other side. If Jay, or any really, of the others were here, they'd be making snowblower jokes all day. The nindroid walked through the village, arms stretched forward, and the drifts billowed up under his command. Carrying what amounted to a truck's worth of snow with his powers, he let it scatter to breeze a fair few feet from the houses. But at the children's protests, made sure to keep at least some of the snow where it was. It took less than a day for the ice fishers to return to their work, many expressing their thanks to the nindroid, who took it all with customary humility. He was in the middle of finalizing his design for the greenhouse that Zane recalled to check up on Vex, using the same excuse he had used prior. Zorla saw him out at the edge of the same forest. He held his hand for a shake, only to have her frail arms wrap over his shoulder. She pulled back, and he expected more brimming tears. but instead her smile was filled with confidence. Be safe, Zane, and good luck. Pulling his cloak tighter as he walked, Zane managed to find a snowed-in pathway with only some difficulty. He could see the head of the mech sneaking out from the snow, but found no sign of anyone else going or leaving the vicinity. For a moment he nearly panicked again, thinking Vex was stuck in the pilot's seat under all the snow. But clearing out a 10-foot circle around the mech, thankfully proved his theory incorrect. Climbing inside the mech, Zane found no other sign of the Wanderer. Then just as the nindroid was about to leave and search the rest of the forest, his foot hit something lying on the floor. A chunk of bark, with rough writing carved on the back. Thank you for what you have taught me. I've decided to continue my wanderings. Hopefully we will meet someday in the future. Vex. It was sad, but Zane should have expected it sooner or later. He set the bark down and sized up the mech once more. It'd be a challenge, but the nindroid figured he may be able to move the mech all the way back to the village. He just hoped none of the more curious children would crawl into the cockpit. Creating a thick sheet of ice under the mech, Zane climbed onto its foot and took in a deep breath. Calling up his element, the nindroid shot a smooth path of ice down where it came from while blasting a torrent of snow behind them. It didn't start moving. Then after a moment, Zane felt the platform jerk. It began sliding down the short incline slowly. However, he underestimated the slickness of the fresh snow. At some point, Zane let up on a snow jet and focused fully on guiding the sled down the path, until they realized they were going much faster than intended. Zane could see the village only half a mile ahead, and they were already going far too fast for his comfort. Changing the angle of the blast, he set them curvingly sharply off to the left, almost crashed into a tree, and Zane was nearly thrown off the mech entirely. He ended up clutching the foot of the mech as it dashed across the snowdrifts. All of the ice fisher's heads snapped in the direction of the screaming nindroid as he burst through the trees on this odd contraption and crashed into the massive drifts of dug-up snow. Zane found himself buried once again. He kicked around in the middle of the pile before his head popped out the top, spitting out more snow. He found the mech was comically tossed forward with its feet and backside sticking up into the air. He ended up fumbling his way down the airy snowdrift to a very confused Sorla. She reached up and brushed away more snow that clung to his platinum hair. Are you all right, Zane? Yes, he said meekly. That was just a miscalculation on my part. He laughed. More of the children ran past him to examine the strange metal things that he brought from the forest. The nindroid caught sight of Anya trying to convince Whirl and Mirtha to climb the mech's legs. A small, sad smile formed on his face. That's the chapter. So, dang. Oh no. The notes for this chapter say, I apologize for nothing. What? Okay, I'm worried. Slight concern. Okay. Chapter 7. Hello, my old heart. How have you been? Zane looked through the windows of Sorla's home. Just a few feet away, he could see the greenhouse roof dusted with snow. Villagers passed through the door, some carrying tools, others fresh bundles of vegetables. He watched, content in his quiet observations. His eyes glanced down to the workbench beside him. A small light illuminated more blueprints stacked into neat piles. Charcoal pencils and rulers sat inside small wooden cups. The half-open drawer let rows of small metal parts peek out into the damp light. Walking to the dresser and tying the sash of his robe, Zane took note of the date on his HUD. Taking with him a matching satchel and a spear, he slung it over his back and descended down the ladders. Good morning, Zane, Sorla greeted him, pouring 2 cups of tea by the fire. Good morning, he nodded. The mine's construction is going very well. I think we found more of that material you were asking for. What was it called? She asked. Zinc. He took a sip of the tea. His systems identified it as chamomile. The phantom taste lingered on his tongue. That's good. Nobody's been hurt, have they? I can check on them before I leave. Have there been problems with the minecart system? Or the shaft? No. Your design has been miraculous, he reassured. And you know Boma. He wouldn't complain if you set his hair on fire. Zane snorted into his cup, sending some liquid spilling off the rim that hissed as it touched cold metal. The elder's expression was mirrored behind her own cup. but after a moment, she set it down against the stones of the fire pit. You don't need to go check up on them today, Zorla said. If you want, I can ask Bowman myself. He shouldn't be in the mines now. No, Zane set down his cup. Thank you, but it won't take me long. He started towards the door. Zorla set a hand on his shoulder, concern writ clear on his face. Would you like to talk about it when you come back? She offered. The nindroid stared down to the floor for a beat, his eyes searching for some invisible crack in the wood. Where he gripped the staff, blue and black frost began to sprout. Zorla quietly reached up to rest her hand on his. I may, he said quietly. Thank you. Oopsies. A small smile returned to her face as she gave one last hug as he left through the door. He was greeted with customary nods of respect and even the occasional bow that made Zane's eyes flush. It was a short walk to the greenhouse. Anya had her back turned to him while she trimmed a short pepper plant. Good morning, he said. How have they been growing? I hope they don't give you trouble. The young girl jumped at his voice. He didn't miss the faint pink tint on her cheeks. Oh, great, great invention. Zane. Yeah, they've been doing well. I didn't think I'd ever get to have peppers in these seasons. I'm glad to hear that. Zane walked towards the short rows of potted plants to see the garden of herbs. Most were nothing more than stems, but a few had budding green leaves poking through the mulch. Hello, he said to the plant, carefully brushing the new growths. I hope you're comfortable here. It may be cold, but I'll do my best to keep you safe. He heard Anya, "Aw," behind him. You're doing great. I just hope the conditions of this place are sufficient to keep them alive. Is there anything else you need to know about maintaining the plants? Of course not. The books you made are just, wow, it's incredible. I'm glad. Feel free to ask any more questions if you have any, he offered. Thank you, she stuttered out. I'm gonna go check up on the lettuce. Bye. Anya hastily grabbed her pruners and rushed back to where the aforementioned plants were grown. Zane could still see the top of her ponytail over some of the plants, but didn't pry further. Goodbye, Anya. The trek to the mines was a familiar path. Along the way, he caught sight of the other miners making their way to and from the mountain. Tracks of minecarts were pushed in and out of the tunnel, their loads deposited into an array of smelters. Small tents, stacks of firewood, and bonfires circled the area. Many of the villagers were sharing hot breakfasts and filling up their canteens before heading off into the mines. Zane! He's here! Great inventor! Many of the villagers stood and bowed as he made his way to the solitary cabin that functioned as both a delegation and small lab. The racks of mining equipment, lantern helmets, drills, ropes, and flares stood at the top with deposits for broken gear yet to be fixed. Zane tried not to rush as he closed the door, but still sighed in relief as it was shut behind him. He could see the forge glowing hot in the background. Piles of raw ores filled crates. A rudimentary set of geologist tools sat on top of one of the many maps of the new mines. Spiderwebs of new tunnels stretched out and underneath the entire mountain range. Ore deposits were marked with pins. Dangerous areas were circled in red dye. Boma? Zane called out, setting a broken hand drill. There was a thunk behind one of the workbenches, strewn with more metal bits and bobs. Several broken cranks and different gear casts littered the floor. The younger man stood, rubbing his head with the heel of his hand while he gripped a wrench. Crowd giving you trouble again? He asked. Wait. You talking? Hang on. Alright, sorry. I just wanted to check if Boma was who I thought he was, because I was like, wait a minute, have I been thinking of the wrong character this whole time? Crowd giving you trouble again? He asked, wiping grease-stained hands off of his apron. Nothing serious. How have you been? Zane moved to the small sink and passed the human a wet towel. I can tell you're quite invested in these new drills. They're almost as much of a pain as Utah is, Boma sighed. Wait, the water's warm? Oh, yes. I was meaning to write down the new water filtration and heating systems, Zane said casually. It isn't too hot, is it? No, it's fine. Boma looked down to the rag in his hands like he'd just been handed gold. And you don't need to boil it? Just flip that tab? Yes. The nindroid grabbed a spare book from the large shelf he had dedicated to diagrams and blueprints. Would you like me to show you how it works? Boma hastily wiped his hands down and grinned. Obviously. Great warrior indeed. Zane tried to smile at that, but it felt too pinched. Boma, at least, didn't seem to notice. The master of ice pulled out more books on how to create the insulated piping and how to make the filters that purified the lake water. Sometime during the lesson, Ursa came in to check on her son and offered both of them lunch. Good to see you again, Ursa greeted him with a firm slap on the back. I see my son still trailing after you. I am not. He is skilled in smithing and the repair of tools while I am not present, Zane said earnestly. And I do not believe he is trailing me. He does not follow me to Sorwa's home. Boma coughed into his bowl. Zane nearly jumped up to help before he cleared his throat, while his mother just laughed at his expense. He excused himself from their lunch to begin copying down the new designs for the electrical lighting systems for the mines. By the window where he worked, the large shed that housed the ultramech was still at the forefront of his vision. All of the workers were wise enough not to tamper with a machine that size. Zane himself hardly ever used it, save for the construction of some new houses. Some days he considered recycling the mech for components he could give to the ice fishers, but a small, selfish part of Zane wouldn't let him. He thought of the moments before he was struck, rushing into the fight and freezing all the snakes effortlessly. All he thought of were his family behind him and the enemy in front. Then he was struck by the magic of Esphira's staff. Zane grimly wondered if they thought he had died again, but this time there would be no fragment of his mind, no body to repair. Maybe they only saw him engulfed in a hideous parallel of light before he vanished. The vision was only broken when Zane found the window in front of him had glazed over with frost. Its color wasn't a familiar white. It was black, with traces of a deep blue that pulsed like breathing veins. His breath caught in his throat as he looked over his shoulder. Boma and Ursa weren't in the room anymore. Zane sighed and went to relax his grip. Ice shattered around his hands and scattered all over the frozen desk. Grabbing a lantern and setting it on the chair, he hoped it would melt before Boma returned. He spent several more minutes tidying the loose books and gears, then set the dishes Ursa had brought into the sink. Zane pushed up his sleeves to begin washing the tools and dishes. Halfway through the second bowl, the nindroid felt the ground shake. Oh no, I remember. Oh. People were yelling outside. The earth grew louder. Zane grabbed his staff and burst through the door. Villagers were rushing out of the mines, and as he looked up, he could see the clouds parting as the first boulder came running down the peaks. Zane ran towards the entrance of the mine shaft. Zooming closer, there were at least a dozen people still inside the caves. Planting his feet and diving the staff into the ground, the air around him exploded in a force of black and blue. Trails of frigid power sprinted across the ground, manifesting under the ground as a towering wall between those who were still escaping. Some of the people furthest away watched in awe as the nindroid became a monument against the tide of stones. Zane gripped the staff as the first boulder impacted against the wall. The force behind it multiplied as more began to press against him. He saw parts of his barrier begin to crack. Fear burned at his core as he watched the humans stumble forward. Finally, the last of the miners reached the light. Zane recognized Utah among them. The old man wasted his time to stop and grab his sleeve. He wanted to shove him away, but feared for his concentration. "Run!" he screamed, voice laced with mechanical echo. "Forget about me! Run!" Thankfully, Utah was dragged away by the others before he could argue. The wide-eyed miners were still tethered to him as they ran past him. Black ice fell like volcanic glass around him as the strain became too much to bear. Zane just had enough time to form a dense shell of ice as his last shield, as a tidal wave of stones crashed down on him. Sorwa saw the frantic state of the other villagers and saw how they were all running towards the mines. Cursing her elderly state as she threw on her coat and boots, she followed them to the site. Miners were sitting in the snow, some bundled in blankets or the embrace of loved ones. Others blankly stared at the mound of molders and the thick clouds of dust that choked off the area. "What happened?" Sorwa said, looking on with fear. "Oh! Utah stepped up. He held a wide, unblinking expression. "There was a rock slide. Zane saved us. He stopped it, but he was still under when..." Sorwa didn't need to hear the rest. The breath was pushed from her lungs as fear swelled and curled in her stomach. Those who managed to salvage tools were already at work trying to unearth the nindroid. Boma was frantically breaking apart rocks with a half-broken pick he'd dragged out from under rubble. "No," she whispered. Zane? Utah couldn't look at her in the eye. I'm sorry. Workers tossed away the rocks that didn't risk collapsing the rest, coughing against the cloud of dust. Soon everyone was gathered, pulling and breaking stones. There was an unbroken unease that hovers over them, and a morbid curiosity over whatever remains they may find. Laurel dug his shovel to lever out a larger boulder, then stared long at what he'd uncovered. Mutha! Mutha, get over here, damn it! What's going on? The brown-haired teen just pointed down with his shovel. All of the rocks grew a fuzzy black frost from underneath the mound. Laurel dropped his tool when the frost grabbed at the metal. Others soon found pockets of reaching frost and began backing away out of fear. Sorwa was urged up to her feet by a pair of other miners. She looked on the others as the dark ice slowly crawled its way out of the ruins. If she squinted, Sorwa could swear she saw movement at the very top. Suddenly something burst its way out, pebbles whirling down the sides. Everyone gasped and the crowd took a step backwards. Now she could see a pair of flickering blue lights emerging from the rock. The sound of metal creaking against stone dragged across the still air. A harsh, mechanical rumbling echoed through. As Zane made his way down, more of his body came into clear view. He leaned heavily with the staff, now coated with more of that deep black ice. Chunks of it clung to his tattered cloak. But his face, none of the others villagers knew how to describe it. The lower jaw and the left side of his face of his mouth was exposed. There was no blood, but Zane's metal innards were at full display. Parts stuck out that would have formed the structure of his cheekbones, and the delicate casing of his eyes continued to flicker like a will-o-wisp. Zorla looked down at where his left arm hung. Metal was broken back, displaying the parts of him that made him move like a human. More of the plating at his shoulder was dented inwards, and it made his arm jerk sporadically. Hydraulics audibly clicked as he stepped forward and carried the unfamiliar scent of ozone with him. Oh no! Oh. Sorla! Zane called out. His voice, damaged as it was before, was nothing like the knotted sound he made now. I'm here. She ran forward, reaching up to cup his face. He was so cold. Zane, why did you do that? You could have died. I was built to protect, he gasped. I protected. Guiding Zane forwards. Oh, the elder didn't know what to say. Don't speak. Let's go home. Guiding Zane forward, the crowd parted without command. The nindroid kept his head ducked low so nobody could stare at his broken face, but he could still hear their whispers. How... is this what he meant? The great inventor really isn't human. Did you see how he stopped the entire mountain? No mortal spirit has that power. He saved everyone. How powerful is he? Zane closed his eyes and struggled not to think about all the states. Struggled not to think about all the states. Sorla guided him back into their home. She gathered the kit for repairs he kept in his room while he stared into the fire. Laying down the tools, she peeled back the dirty cloak and reached for the compact welding torch. Zane stopped her. I would like to fix myself, please. Sorla looked on with patience, sorrow clear in her eyes. She nodded, stepping back into the kitchen to begin boiling water. He began to gather up the kit into his bag. Glancing quickly inside, he was glad to find none of the other supplies were broken. Zane didn't bother pulling on his cloak again. Walking back towards the door, he paused. Turning back to the kitchen, he hovered by the entrance. I will be back. Sorla turned, face still awash with sympathy. I'll be waiting. And Zane, thank you. His gaze lifted to give her a small smile. It felt colder in the forest today. Zane walked the permafrost earth. The quiet crunch of ice at his footsteps was loud in his ears. In his hand, the staff was now coated with a layer of more ice he couldn't bother scrubbing off. The tears around him slowly grew paler. The deeper he walked, the thicker the ice began to grow. It started across the paths, then its fingers crept up the bark of the closest trees. Each of his steps coats the mountain in more and more blackened ice, leaving a trail of dark pits. It crawls up the branches, high enough that it begins to weave a canopy over the path like a cave. No light pierced the tinted ice, save for the glow in his eyes. It soon spread across the entire trunk of trees. Once Zane ends his whatever, the forest is unrecognizable. The nindroid stopped at the small altar in front of him. He knelt and undid the string on his bag. A small, hand-drawn picture of his brothers sit atop the altar beside two grooves carved into the ice. Zane strikes a foot in steel, lighting half-frozen lanterns to either side. His broken hand shook as he lit up 6 separate sticks of incense and set them all into carved pockets in the stone. "Hello," he whispered. I wish you were here with me today." He reached for the carved picture. Looking down at his family's faces, Zane began to search through his memories. "What do you mean you don't know your birthday? That's the most important day of your life ever." Jay's voice rang through the cavern. "I do not know," Zane said, in stereo with his unbroken recording. "I do not remember when I was born." "Really?" Kai stepped in, voice rough but sympathetic. "I'm sorry." Cole was in the background, rusting through something he couldn't see. "Wait a minute, I've got an idea." "What are you planning?" "Just stay out of the kitchen, Frosty," Cole called. Oh! Jay caught on, following Kai and Nia out of the room. He stood outside the monastery. It was nighttime and he found himself counting stars. He saw something glowing in the corner of his vision. "Sure, keep it down or he'll hear you," Nia berated. His brother and sister came out into the night. Cole carried a cake covered in messy frosting and a dozen mismatched candles. Kai, Jay, and Nia each held something behind their backs. What are you doing?" "Well, there's no way we're not letting you not have a birthday," Cole said. "And today was the first day you came into the monastery, so why not make today your birthday?" "Yeah, we can go to the city tomorrow if you want," Jay offered, "so we can have a proper party." Nia sat beside him. The others joined him. "Happy birthday, Zane." Deaf and blind to the world, Zane sat on his knees in the dark. The light of the lanterns, a tin beacon of soft warmth. All around him, pillars of ice stretched into the air, dark as night and tangled in blue lines. Crystals dripped down his cheeks, and his soft hiccuping cries were the only sound for miles. Oh! Bro, what? Bro. What? Wait. Okay. So I thought that I was... Okay. I thought I was going insane. But no. Okay. So I thought that Anya were children. I thought they were kids, but then it mentioned them as teens. I just looked at the author's note, and apparently it's been like 2 years. What? Oh. Zane. Oh. Okay. Chapter 8. Ghosts Over My Shoulder. Zane remained kneeling, frozen to the ground for a long time. He didn't check his clock, only opening his eyes once he grew too tired to cry further. Ice hung down his face like a veil of plates of black and blue, veined metal lay across his body in thick plates. The metal and wood of his staff was similarly claimed. Even the altar to his family had jagged fingers, reaching and upturning the extinguished incense and lanterns. Standing, the nindroid reset the small bowls and relit the sticks. The ice that fell from him clattered like wind chimes against the frozen earth. Looking down, Zane caught a glance at his own reflection. The uneven surface warped his already broken face into something unrecognizable. He sighed, broke the ice around his pack, and began the repairs, bending back metal, testing notes, and cleaning most of the remaining ice. Zane hoped nobody would notice his sorry state. Walking back, he couldn't see the sky for most of the journey. The frozen forest had spread for at least a kilometer. He hoped no animals would lose their homes over this. That, though, did little to break through the melancholy haze hovering around him. It almost felt like he was floating outside his body while it moved on autopilot. Zane didn't realize the ground had returned to normal, nor did he hear the distant sounds of the village before the tree line began to thin. Once he saw the sky, Zane took note that it was nighttime. He hoped he hadn't worried Zorla. The winds were whipping up too. But then he saw that the yelling wasn't from happy children playing in the snow. If he squinted, he could see people crossing the bridge over the frozen lake. They didn't wear the same clothes as the ice fishers. He figured they might be travelers. He decided to wait at the edges of the forest since, without his cloak, Zane was afraid he might frighten them away. He watched as more villagers made their way to greet the visitors. Zorla stood at the front of the crowd. The visitors were dressed in crude leathers and frost wolf pelts. 3 had an odd walking tools strapped to their back. They spoke, but the visitors didn't seem interested in whatever the fishers offered. The elder was suddenly shoved back. The strangers gestured vaguely to the horizon. They yelled something Zane couldn't hear and pulled the tools down from their backs. A canister slung across their back began to hiss smoke. Then a burst of fire exploded from the crowd. Sorla! His scream ripped through the gale. Zane couldn't feel himself running, but he found himself bolting forward. The wind was at his back now, extinguishing the flames in an instant. The villagers yelled, grabbing those caught in the blast. The villagers all staggered back, the ones holding the flamethrowers frantically trying to break the ice off the muzzle. Zane towered over the intruders. Behind them he saw the singed coat of Sorla being pulled back. He glared at the stunned men. Leave. Never return to this place. The hollow, grinding echo in his voice was even more prominent. Twin blasts of fire flew towards him, but the flames hardly touched him. He thrust a hand forward, and a blast of midnight blue shot forward like a dragon's breath. Zane raised his second, and the lake cracked under them. Out from the water burst a thick wall that barricaded the exit, jagged spikes of ice that kept the enemy from retreating. The wood of the bridge creaked under the weight. Zane glared down at the remaining enemies, only to realize he was standing on a spire of black ice. He raised his hands and squeezed into a fist. They didn't get the chance to scream. The nindroid looked across the frozen lake, daring any other foes to try and step towards the village. White noise rang loud in his ears. Slowly, he lowered himself back to the ground, his feet crunching against the frost. Oh. Zane! Zane! His head snapped back. Sorla grabbed his shoulder, then hissed and flinched back. He looked down and saw his metal skin shining black and blue. Something lifted from his vision, and he could finally see what he had done. The bridge was a mess. Planks of wood ruptured and broken between pillars of ice that thrust up from the lake. Some of the villagers had ice stuck to their clothes. The younger ones hid in their parents' coats. He felt dozens of shadows looming over him, and saw all the stalagmites with razor-thin blades coating every side. But then he saw the visitors, each of them frozen in ice with expressions of horror on their face. Zane dropped to his knees. Sorrel was calling his name. He felt someone throw a cloak over his shoulders and gently pull him up. He couldn't move. The nindroid knelt in front of the destruction he brought and for the people he just murdered. He stared at their faces with wide eyes. More ice began to drip down his cheeks. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. I'm sorry. Zane, look at me, Sorla said, placing herself between the frozen bodies. She held his face with gloved hands. Look at me, Zane. His breath felt hoarse, and he could hear the angry static caught in his throat, but he managed to tear himself away from the sight. Are you okay? Yes, I'm safe. She brushed away the fleck of ice from his cheek. Let's go home. Zane nodded, hitching up the cloak so he could hide his face. The crowd had already dispersed by the time they made it off the bridge. A terrible sense of deja vu filled his insides. He didn't register walking across the familiar beaten path, or the soft puff of warm air as he stepped inside the elder's cabin. He was guided to kneel on a small island of pillows. Zane continued to stare blankly at the flickering fire pit. Sorla took a rag and wiped the melting snow and frost from his face and hands. Her expression was a dangerous mix of concern and sympathy. He couldn't meet her face. She kneeled beside him, following the same invisible trail through the flames. Zane ignored the odd impulse to stick his hands into the fire, knowing he wouldn't feel any pain or suffer any damage. Sorla pressed a patient hand high in his back. I'm worried for you, she began quietly. You were gone for almost 2 days. Guilt continued to bury itself deeper into his insides. Zane could see the edges of his vision go blurred with static. His mouth felt thick, as if someone stuffed tar deep down his throat. I never wished to pry into your past. It is your history to keep. Sorrel continued. Zane, is there anything you want to tell me? He had to open his mouth several times before he felt confident his words wouldn't come out indecipherable. You should not have to worry for me. Not after all you've offered. Especially not after what I've done. Well, I do, she said firmly, resting a hand on his lap. Zane, is this about your brothers? The nindroid felt the most crinkle over the fabric. Sorrel looked down with surprise. The nindroid felt the frost crinkle over the fabric. Sorrel looked down with surprise, but didn't comment. Please, I want to help. You've already shown there's no reason for someone to be so kind. It's more than just that, Zane choked out. It's because you're human. Sorla waited for him to continue, listening to the harsh intake of breath and watching the frost slowly grow across his clothes, despite the heat from the fire. He reached into a pocket on his pants and drew out a picture. Sorla recalled seeing it once before, but never knew what significant it meant. This is my father. He died less than a year after I realized he was still alive. Oh, Sorla gasped softly. I'm so sorry. It must still hurt so much. Zane squeezed his eyes shut, quickly tucking the picture away before more frost could consume the delicate paper. He nodded, slowly. You're human, elderly. Compared to me, all of you are so fragile. I am scared. I am terrified of what could happen to you. I don't want anything to happen to you. I can't watch any more of the people I love come to harm. The elder looked over the previous events with that context. Zane pulled up to reach at his silver hair. Just thinking of it, I'd rather die again than let it happen. But with what I did with those poor visitors, maybe it'd be safer you'd be safer if I did leave. Sorla's eyes went wide. What? I should leave. I'm sorry, I have to go. He reached up to scratch away the crystals forming around his eyes. I need to leave. Wait! She reached for his hand, tipping his head up to force eye contact. He tugged at her grip. What did you say about dying? The nindroid had no pupils, but she could see how his gaze kept flitting around the room. Nothing, Sorla, please, let go. I can't hurt anyone else again. I can't. Zane, you're already breaking my heart, she said earnestly. Please, speak to me. I can't bear to watch you torture yourself like this. He stopped struggling against her grip. Zane met her eyes. Sorla blinked away her faint tears. The nindroid slumped back to the ground, then looked up with a meek expression. Could you make some tea? This may take a while. Of course, the elder nodded. Oh. Zane didn't move from his seat as Sorla left, this time keeping a keen eye on him. He did shift his seat so he was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, cloak now pulled on properly. She brought out a tray and found him picking at the fleece lining his sleeves. Quietly, she offered him a cup. Long before I came here. Oh, that's not Sorla. Long before I came here, we were preparing to fight an ancient evil we thought we had destroyed, he began. My friends organized a plan. We would attempt to use a device gifted to us by our allies to eliminate him. But it failed. Everyone was captured. He inhaled a shaky breath. I knew what I had to do to protect them. The weapons he used, I could absorb their power and use it against him. I knew it would happen to me, but they would be safe. So I sacrificed myself so I could protect them. Staring down into the cup, Zane dragged up all the memories. He shivered despite the cloak and his inability to feel cold, but he could still see the bright flash of white blue light. A hand unconsciously reached for his chest, grabbing at the fabric over his heart. But somehow I survived, and I did not. I remembered nothing for a very long time. Then I awoke chained to a wall in a dark room. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't feel. Yet from my broken memories, I could recall enough to know that I was not meant to be there. I thought that perhaps it was some sort of twisted purgatory, but perhaps that is where I'm destined to go once I do truly die. He hadn't meant to confess that last thought, but it spilled out before he could stop it. Zane could hear his control finally beginning to break. The hiccuping noises were back again. Sorla, too, resisted the urge to weep for the broken boy in front of her. She settled for pulling him in for a loose hug. Listen to me now, she said firmly. I want you to stay with us. I want you to speak with me if these memories bother you, if anything from your past troubles you. I don't want you to keep all of this within yourself. I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you to endure, let alone remain silent about it for all these years. I blame myself for not asking sooner. Zane tried to mute another creaking whimper as the elder tightened her embrace as much as she could. He laid his forehead across her shoulders. Thank you for letting me confide in you, Sorla. It isn't a luxury to have someone to talk to, the elder said. But there's still the present matters to consider. He swallowed down his anxiety. What I did to those travelers. At that moment, they both heard a quiet knock at the door. Zane leaned back from the elder, letting her answer whoever was on the other side. It was Utah, who looked uncharacteristically skittish. He glanced back to Zane, and the Master of Ice tried not to be hurt by the smallest of flinches he made. Sorla, there's something you need to see at the bridge, he said. Those people, I don't know how, but they're alive. Zane's eyes went wide. Sorla's expression was in similar shock. She turned back to the nindroid. He stood. Please, I need to know if they're all right. I won't hold any grudge against the people if they no longer trust me. Utah didn't say anything, but held the door open as the elder and the nindroid stepped back into the cold. Now some of the villagers had returned from their houses to witness the latest events, but most kept close to the sidewalks, few daring to get any closer to the broken bridge. Zane walked behind Sorla, doing his best to not linger on even the stronger stairs. Looking at the towers of ice, he could see that they did seem smaller than minutes prior. He spared a glance down at his hands. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the sensation of pulling something down with invisible tethers. He heard something splash, and when he looked up again, found the pillars had sunk another few feet. Pushing aside that revelation, he continued to follow the elder. Thankfully, they didn't need to try and cross the broken bridge again. Zane sighed with deep relief as he saw that one of the visitors had been pulled out from their frozen cages. Some were kneeling in the dirt, handcuffs around their wrists. Those were still encased were slowly falling out. Villagers armed with spears acted as guards, and a pile of their destroyed flamethrowers were tossed to the side. Once they caught sight of the nindroid, all of them yelled and tried to back away. "Don't harm us, Great Spirit," they begged. "We promise to never return. Spare us." "I don't mean you harm," Zane said, kneeling before they were eye to eye. He was still wary, given that they had attacked the ice fishers, but he couldn't help feeling empathetic. "Please, tell me your names." The visitor swallowed. A thick hood hid most of their face, but he could see salt and pepper hair peeking out. "Rathan." "I am Zane," he introduced himself. "And I'm not a spirit. I have some questions I'd like to ask. Is that all right?" "Yes," they said, now confused rather than scared. The nindroid looked at the weapons. The sinking feeling in his stomach grew deeper. "Who gave you these tools?" "We found them." Rathan shifted up onto their knees. "In an old cave high up the mountains. They're called the Broken Teeth." "I know of that location." Zane nodded, thinking back to the maps he'd read and reread. "Is there anything you could tell me about the place? Anything you found?" "Just a lot of old metal boxes and bits," they confessed. "I swear we don't know anything. That's all any of us know." Sorrel looked to Zane, whose concern was beginning to show. "I believe you," he said. "Thank you, Rathan." The nindroid looked behind the people, to those still locked in horrified expressions. He carefully stepped over the splintered wood and shards of ice. Zane looked to the face of the person still trapped inside. He set a hand on the ice, closed his eyes, and willed the cold to retract. He could feel it beginning to slide down onto the ground. Then he could hear the first gasping breaths as they suddenly fell forward. Zorla gestured for the guards to carry them to the vacant, I can't read, houses that function as the small village jail. Zane continued to release the people, all while swallowing down the expressions of fear they wore. He knelt by the pile of broken machinery, tracing over the cruel welds and patchwork material. "I know who did this," he said after a minute of silence. "Sorla, I am so sorry. I am responsible for this." "Zane," she reached for his shoulder. "What do you mean?" "I taught the man who created these weapons," he explained, fist curling with building rage. "His name is Vex. How could I have been so stupid?" Zorla's expression didn't turn angry. "You offered him a gift and he has misused it. You are not responsible for his actions, Zane. How could you have known?" Her eyes narrowed certainly. "Still, I should not have..." he began, but was stopped by the elder slowly shaking her head. He relaxed his fist and huffed out a frustrated sigh. "Even if I am not responsible for Vex's actions, I know I must do something. If he has managed to create things like this, I worry for what else he may have released on your realm." The elder posture relaxed, but her concern still wavered. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" "I need to find this cave," Zane said plainly. "If I can figure out where Vex is or where his base of operations may be, then I can stop him." He paused. "But perhaps not yet. I'd like a few days to just think about everything. Is that all right?" "Of course," Zora reassured. "There's nothing wrong with wanting to take time for yourself. You must keep your body and mind sharp on the journey, after all. The forests around the Broken Teeth are said to be home to dangerous and clever beasts." He nodded at that. I'll help repair the bridge for now. No. Zane, I think you've had enough for today, she said. Besides, we shouldn't get used to you doing everything. We're not above using some good old-fashioned elbow grease. Zane smiled fondly at the elder. Please promise me that you will not be the one using the pickaxe at least. I know my limits, she laughed. Now get some proper Now please, go. Get some proper rest. The village elder began to call the other fishers from home, organizing people to start breaking the ice and gather new planks. Zane watched from a distance. It was only then he realized how tired he actually was. He found himself even yawning as he pushed open the door to Sorkel's home. Feeding the fire and washing the cups and teapot, he resisted the urge to tidy the small racks of fabric bolts and climbed up the stairs. Closing the curtains, he wondered if he ever really slept this early in the day. Or ever, for that matter. The nindroid just rubbed his eyes. Pulling out the thick blankets, he spared some time changing into a clean shirt and pants, but kept the cloak on as he climbed into bed. Zane pressed his cheek into the soft sheets, yawning again before finally letting his eyes fall shut. Oh, man, Zane. Okay, well, man, let me get some water. Okay. Chapter 9, Towards the Sun. Oh, I got a notification. Towards the sun. He watches from a falcon's eyes as his friends walk towards a massive, ornate palace. The walls look to be made of blue glass, warped in a way that filters in the sunlight but keeps from outsiders from peeking. He could see all their faces, all filled with wonder and that determination he knew so well. It wasn't as cold as he thought it should be. The ground begins to tilt downwards. The tiled floors turns to stone. Heat licks at his face and he watches from a perch on the rocks. It was dark, impossible to see anything in front of them. A blast of red and orange explodes from the black. Blizzard winds pick up and toss shards of blue and white into nothing. The formless power of fire and ice batters against one another in brilliant blasts of color and light. The ground shook at every clash. Under his talons, he felt the stone beginning to slide and break. His vision began to fade. He fought with slipping hands to try and continue the dream. He awoke, hands clutching the quilt on his bed. Zane brushed against his cheek, chipping away the small flecks of ice. Then the detail of the dream came flooding back. My friends, Zane whispered to himself. You'll be here. The nindroid reached for his bedside shelf, grabbing a piece of parchment and a stub of charcoal. A furrow grew between his eyebrows as he tried to write down as much as he could put into words. He tried to draw out the massive palace he saw in his visions, but that was infuriating. A wavy aura to his dream clouded the details. All he could really imagine was the oriental style, and that, despite it having no clear heating system, it felt incredibly warm. Transcribing the last, though, into paper, Zane read and reread it again and again. He wiped away more tears and carefully folded the parchment into a pocket. Then he reached for a second. Smaller scrap of paper. It hadn't struck him until after the village to write Then he reached for a second, smaller scrap of paper. It hadn't struck him until after the village to start writing down his visions. Looking back to that day 3 years ago, Zane wished he had acted sooner. The notes he made were even more vague, but he could still remember seeing Ninjago, still see the fire consuming that village. Now he knew who was responsible. Zane swallowed a shaky breath. He pulled back one of the curtains. Stars filled the looming twilight. Before going downstairs, he made a quick effort to brush back his hair and flat down his wrinkled clothes. Climbing down the ladder, he could hear Sorla humming one of his songs in the kitchen. I hope you've slept well, Zane. I made more tea. Thank you. She brought her small meal by the fire where Zane sat, passing him a cup. I'd like to talk more. If you're not too tired, I can wait till tomorrow. Nonsense, please. Tell me what is on your mind. Zane sipped at his drink, then closed his eyes and breathed out oh my gosh, My words are just gone. I breathed out an anxious sigh. I had another vision, he said. He handed Sorla the 2 pieces of paper. I saw my friends. They're coming here. She set down her cup, holding the sheets in both hands and squinting at the writing. I'm sorry if it's unclear or messy. I didn't really know how to write it down, given the fluid nature. Don't be sorry for something you cannot control, Zane, Sorla insisted. She set the papers on the Pelton pillows, leaning her chin into her hand. I may have a theory on the timeline of these events. Your first vision may have been from Vex's perspective. He may have found a way to travel between realms and used it to take technology from your world. From there, I do not wish to say it aloud. Zane only nodded quietly, drinking more of his tea to try and warm his insides. I wish Vex wouldn't have been capable of that sort of atrocity, but I cannot doubt my visions. I'm sorry, Sorla offered, but as for your second vision, it most certainly seems to be from the future. You also said something about a clashing of fire and ice. Do you think this may be a metaphor or more literal? I don't know, he said quietly. One of my teammates is capable of controlling fire, but I cannot imagine a scenario where we would fight to such a degree. Zane stared at his hands. They were damp with condensation. He could picture his powers flaring up vividly, devastating whoever he fought up against. Sorla, I'm not overstating that I would rather die than raise my hand against any of them. The elder bit down the urge to hug the nindroid again. I believe you, but please, let's not consider extreme circumstances. You said yourself that symbolism can cloud your vision. Zane nodded mutely, relaxing with another long sigh. Then what would you propose it implies? Fire can mean many things. Power, life, destruction, chaos. The context of your dream of that cave and of the ice couldn't represent an internal conflict within yourself, how you wish to protect those you love, no matter the cost. I understand that my drive to protect can be harming, he muttered. And I know that I cannot as easily repair myself, so I must be more prudent with keeping myself safe. Sorla, thank you for this. Though there's something else I'd like to tell you. Zane set down his cup, switching to clutch the fabric of his cloak. He hoped he hadn't cracked the china. The vision of my brothers and sister. It's the closest in 3 years I've had to see them. It's knowing they may return feels good, but also melancholic. I still miss them. I need to see them again. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing out more ragged breaths. I miss them so much. I don't want to forget their faces, their voices, anything. I'd give almost anything to be with them for even a moment. Sorla nodded quietly. I understand. From the folds of her own coat, she held out a small wooden locket. Clicking it open, a tiny painting with the face of a young man sat in its center. Erlo was a bold son, she said, passing the locket to the nindroid. He was much like you, and his love of others was only matched by his love of nature. Some would even say the wolves respected him as one of their pack. Decades ago, during one of our long blizzards, he realized that Ursa and her scavenging party had not returned. He set out to find them, and he did. Sorla's expression turned downcast. But by then, they had ran across the territory of an iceberg. Erlo distracted it long enough for Ursa and the others to escape. There was not much to return to me. Zane stared down at the face of the man. He had wondered what he would say to him if he had been alive. He caught himself thinking what he could have done to help. I grieved for many nights, and some days I am still sorrowful. But I know that, despite my son being gone, I have his memory within me. His kindness, generosity, and love are what keep him close to all of us. I know that our circumstances are vastly different. Just know that while physical distance separates you, your love for one another spans realms. And it is not bad that I continue to miss them? Zane asked. No, of course not. Though I find speaking about the memories of those lost with other friends can help. She grinned. I recall when Erlo tried to tame an ice wolf pup. He didn't think I saw how he kept stealing jerky from the pantry. One of my brothers, Cole, tried to bake a cake for himself. He ended up somehow setting the flour on fire. I had to put out the flames, and I think we had to buy a new stove. Many of the children in the village adored Orlo. He would always help them build snow forts and let them all team up against him. He never won a single game. Kai and his sister Nia always stole our clothes. Soon we all stole out clothes. Soon we all just followed their example. I think he still wears my sweater. Oh dear, you should have seen my son's ridiculous evil snow monster costume. They both laughed, smiling softly. Zane's chest felt lighter, his eyes glowing with nostalgia and happiness. I'd like to hear more about your son someday, he said. Thank you for sharing this with me. Though, I do have one last request. Of course. May I have a hug? Sorla nodded. Zane tucked his arms in around her chest, resting his cheek against her weathered skin. He sighed, relaxed rather than pained. Thank you. You don't have to ask for this, she added. You're not as uncomfortable as you look. As Zane pulled away, he lifted his head. Excuse me? For a metal man, I mean. The nindroid just stared, waiting for a proper explanation. The elder just snickered. Oh, never mind me. Feel free to express your affection how you please. Ah. Zane helped to tidy up the dishes. As he did, he felt a new question ping into his head. Is it possible you could supervise my training? I haven't needed to fight, but I should prepare for whatever I'll face with broken teeth. And I do have some new abilities I'd like to test. Oh, of course, Sorla nodded. We can practice behind the snowdrifts. Though I must say I don't think I'd be very helpful in terms of martial skills. That may be true, but if something were to happen to me, I trust you to snap me out of whatever state I find myself in. He looked to the ground with shame. The elder pressed a hand on his shoulder. I'll protect you then. Gathering his staff and quickly changing to a more practical set of clothes, Sorla guided him behind the houses to the large hills of snow just off to the left of the ice fisher's lake, holding up a small electric lamp. Zane carried several dozen more torches, logs, and sandbags to use as targets. Setting up a small ring, Sorla lit the torches and Zane cleared out of the circle. The elder packed some snow to use as a chair, holding a thermos filled with more tea. The master of ice laid the frozen staff in his lap, kneeling in the center and closing his eyes. Meditating helped to focus on his unused training. When he'd catch a glance at his friends' faces while they spared together or bandaged bruises, Zane felt a smile tug at his lips. Sorrel watched patiently before he stood. He adjusted his grip on the handle and charged the first sandbag. Swinging the blade around, he cut the sack clean through the middle and thrust his weapon into its guts. Zane wheeled around and used the blunt to knock down one of the 3 logs arranged in a triangle. Digging the blade under the remaining 2, he flung them into an air. Leaping after them, Zane sliced both into chunks before they hit the ground. Landing in a shoulder roll, he summoned a blast of ice towards another sandbag. He saw the dark mist curl around his fist. Zane froze. He only had enough time to aim that blast away from his target before it blew him off of his feet. A lance of dark ice shot through one of the snowdrifts. Even half buried, it was taller than himself and wickedly sharp. Sorla ran to his side. The nindroid was crawling away from the lance, turning over onto his knees and grabbing a fistful of snow. She knelt beside him and reached for his shoulders. Zane, are you all right? She cried. I'm fine. Were you hurt? I'm okay. The nindroid was staring at his hands. She slowly guided him into a loose sitting position. I'm better, he said. I don't know what this means. Sorla tilted her head, then looked back to the lance in the snow. Zane dusted off his clothes and breathed. That was the same power I used against the visitors, and it has only ever manifested itself in one other place. Zane frowned to himself. I'm sorry, I'd forgotten this. I made a small shrine for my friends for my birthday. The area around became frozen by similar material after my 3rd visit. The elder just pulled him in for another loose hug. I'm sorry. I wish I'd reached out sooner. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I wish I had reached out sooner. I never gave clear indications I was mourning, he mentioned. Not until today. Still, she hummed. Forgive me for being crass, but your mentor must be an idiot if he didn't speak to you after your death. Since it wasn't... Zane began. Actually, you may have a bit of a point. She huffed. Then he's a fool. Sorrel pulled back, but the Master of Ice still looked down at his hands. I do not know what this new ability means. It scares me. Perhaps it may be a good thing, she mused. You've come to terms with part of your past, and now it can be used as part of your powers. Is that how it works? Oh, that is how it works. It actually explains some things, too. Zane always wondered why he and the others' powers always seemed to waver. He never thought too hard about the semantics of shooting fire from your hands or controlling the earth, though now it made him question everything he and the others had gone through in a new light. Well, either way, I can tell you're still in peak condition when it comes to your fighting, she said. I doubt any beast will give you trouble. I just hope I don't need to fight anyone. Zane stood. He stepped over to the lance and traced a hand down the dark material. It hadn't yet flaked away, though he wasn't focusing on maintaining it. He tried to break off a piece with his hand and found it much stiffer than his normal white-blue ice. Fascinating. He dispelled the lance after properly pulling it out of the snow. No need to let a child stumble upon it. Do you think you could create other objects with your powers now? Zorla asked. Zane shrugged. I don't know. Concentrating, he envisioned a pair of his old shuriken. Cold crept over his fingers and he watched the weapon slowly grow. After a minute, he weighed them in his palm before throwing them across the ring. They cut 2 perfect lines down the top of one sandbag. He smiled. Then another idea came. Wait, is this it? Wait. Oh, yes. Okay. Then another idea came. Zorla watched as Zane returned to his meditating position. The sound of his breathing slowed and soft. Crinkling sound appeared. His white shirt began to turn gray. Then sheets of black began to grow from his shoulders down. Their design was filled with simple engravings with dots of pale blue and white. When he finally opened his eyes, he blinked several times. Oh. That's amazing. Oh, that's amazing, Sorrel said, too stunned to say something more significant. Wow. I did not know I could do this, Zane mused, raising one hand to trace the edges of this new armor. This will certainly come in handy. He spent a few hours before it grew too dark training with his new abilities. Zane urged Sorla to toss snowballs at him while he tried to quicken the speed he could summon his black ice. They found that while it was harder to break, it grew slower than his regular powers. The nindroid gathered the last extinguished torch, gathering it and the emptied sandbags onto a sled of blue ice. Oh, sorry. He spent a few hours... The nindroid gathered the last extinguished torch, gathering it and the emptied sandbags onto a sled of blue ice. He could see some houses still had lights in their windows. A few parents called their children in from playing in the snow. Zane insisted that this time, he helped make dinner. I believe I can distinguish a pale berry and a regular eggplant now. The elder shook her head. I still can't believe you tricked me into eating those. Are they really so revolting? He asked, stacking bowls and utensils in his arms. You're almost as bad as Earlo, she sighed. I don't care if those things extend lifespans. I'm perfectly healthy at 91. Zane hit his head on the topmost rack. A bowl of dried spices shook, then fell onto his face. He jumped and quickly dusted off as much as he could from his hair. 91, he repeated, washing hands and face. I'm sorry, but you do not look as old as you say. Really? She asked. Then something clicked for Sorla. How could I... Forgive me, Zane. Of course technology wouldn't be the only difference between realms. Many people in this realm don't pass before they see their 150th year. Though I do think the king may be about 160. Oh. Don't worry. She brushed off the spices that were stuck against his cheek. You don't need to worry about me dying anytime soon, Zane. That does help. He pressed her hand to his cheek, sighing in content. But I still must insist on adding some pale berry stems to the stir-fry dish. Zorla pouted. Zane could only laugh. Alright, Chapter 10. Gather the soldiers. We march at dawn. He ended up sleeping early again, though before he did, Zane quickly made a list of supplies he'd need to make or trade for his journey. New clothes, his cloak would get in the way of running, and perhaps some extra tools to repair himself. Zane found himself wishing he could pack more than just these essentials. He could track his own location well enough with his eternal map. He could create his own shelters and had no need for warmth. It felt too detached for his liking. He made a small note labeled "trinkets" before he turned off his lamp and went to sleep. The nindroid awoke to the sounds of Sorlo knocking on his door. He just let himself lie in bed for a few more moments before pushing himself up. "Yes?" he asked, rubbing at the seams in his neck. "I brought you some more tea," she said, slowly pushing the door open. "I'd like to have breakfast up here. The blah blah blah. I'd like to have breakfast up here. The view is much nicer." Zane stoked the small fire pit in the center of the room and set the kettle beside it to keep it warm. He pushed open the curtains and stared up into the sky. It was beautiful, pale blue dusted with white, but the fading tints of sunrise catching the underside of each cloud. Sorwell watched the nindroid quietly sigh, closing his eyes and tilting his head into the light. Zane soon joined her by the fire, reading over his list from last night. He noticed the small plate of sugar cookies she was waiting for breakfast. "Would you eat something healthier if I told you I worry for your well-being?" "I'm not that easy," she smiled, dunking her second cookie into the tea. Zane just rolled his eyes, but he did reach forward and take one. He ran his fingers over the grainy texture. There was a small divot in the center filled with maple icing. He nibbled the edge of it. The flavor was bland on his tongue, and it took a moment for him to swallow. It felt nice, though. Sorrel watched him with a curious expression. "I do not need to eat," Zane said before she could ask, "but I am still capable. Food somewhat. Food doesn't really taste the same. If you don't mind me asking, how much can you feel?" "I still have a sense of touch, to a degree. Mostly it is just pressure and temperature. Smell does not bother me. Flavors do not register unless they are very strong." He looked down to the cookie. "I miss it." The elder nodded slowly. He could see ideas floating around her head. Zane said nothing and continued eating. He found himself licking off the icing before he finished the rest of the cookie. An idea suddenly came. "Sorla, could I borrow some beads?" "Of course." He gathered the tea set and the empty plate, carefully balancing them as he made his way down. The elder pulled out a carved wooden box filled with colorful beads while Zane washed the dishes. The nindroid picked through them carefully, selecting 5 before tucking the box away. He cut a length of twine and strung the beads across. Grabbing his bag, Zane tied it around the strap and made sure it wouldn't come loose. He thumbed over the wooden beads. Red, orange, blue, cyan, and green. "Oh, the ninja." Zane breasted his eyes. Sorla set a hand on his shoulder. "Is there anything else you need for your journey?" "Yes, it shouldn't be too much trouble," he said. "Though there is something I wanted to do. A loose end, so to speak." He glanced at the elder, then to the ground. "Could you come with me when I leave for what I need to do?" "Yes." They spent a few more quiet hours engrossed in their own hobbies. Zane stitched together a new outfit using some of the fabric he made. A turtleneck made of fleece-like material. A white, snug-fit I still don't know how to pronounce it, with pale blue and black ribbing and a matching belt. Then a simple pair of black pants. Returning to his room, Zane checked his reflection in the mirror, a needle between his teeth to adjust any loose stitches. To make sure he could still move comfortably, he summoned his ice armor and went through with some simple patterns with and without his staff. He wandered his room for a few more minutes. Zane gathered more objects into his bag. A wood-carved flower Anya had made for him, some extra parchment and charcoal, the remains of his old gi. He was a bit stuffed, but the leather didn't burst. Zane finally made his way down and found Sorla putting on her own coat. As he stepped down the ladder, she gave him another soft smile. "You could pass for a prince in those robes," she said, smoothing the folds of his collar. Zane rested his palm on her hand. "I am only a wanderer in your lands, nothing more." Oh, it's funny because it's called Ruler from Another Realm. The elder pushed open the door. It was vaguely midday, and some villagers paused their actions as Zane made his way down the path. His pace was steady. He made sure Sorla hovered comfortably by his side. Soon they could see the piles of rubble from the collapsed mines. Some had been cleared away. Tilts sat propped up against houses, workers sitting around a fire as they heated soup from thermoses. All of them shot up as the two approached. "Elder Sorla, great adventurer," they hastily bowed. "I'm sorry, but there's not much we can do here. Boulders are too big. We couldn't pull them from the rubble. Zane ignored the title and stepped up to the ruins. Could you have everyone evacuate their houses, please? I would like to attempt something. All of them nodded. Sorwa tilted her head. What did you have planned? If I could somehow create ice between the rocks, I could lever them away and break up some of the bigger stones, he said. I'm not sure if it will work, but I need to get to the mech. It would help to have such a powerful tool in your journey. I doubt it would be in working conditions after the rock slide, Zane mused. There's something I must do with it. May I ask what? You'll see. A small crowd had once again gathered where they had only 3 days prior. Zane's grip on the staff tightened. He closed his eyes, focusing the ground beneath the stones and letting a wedge of ice strike between them. From the bottom of his staff, a streak of frigid blue snaked across the ground. He keeps a tight grip on his power, making sure it stays measured and precise. Zane refuses to let even a scratch land on the houses. The first sound of shuddering rumble makes him tentatively grin. He pushes against the rubble and manages to force away a short corridor between the mound. Rocks tumble off to the side, and the walls of ice don't look unstable. Stepping forward, Zane clears a path all the way out down to the base of the mountain. Soon he finds the ruins of the barn that housed the mech. Planks of wood stick out from the rock, and the nindroid can see hints of twisted gray metal. Once he finally pries away at the remains, Zane sits on the bent and broken knee of the altar mech. Then he sees a few of the braver fishers have come to gawk at his work. He hopped down from the mech. Sorwell was there, alongside the 3 children and the rest of the miners. The elder had an expectant look on her face. Zane breathed in deep, brushed away the frost on his hands. He closed his eyes and spoke. For the past 3 years, you've all been so kind to me. I know I am still a stranger to many of you, and I understand if you see me as one. With what I did, I understand if I frightened you. But those people who came here, their weapons are for my world. Murmurs broke through the crowd. Zane realized that the knowledge of other realms would have gone unsaid. He searched his thoughts for what else he could say. There's somewhere I have to go. It may be the source of those weapons, and I know I am responsible for their creation. But I also believe that this mech is what drew those visitors here. So I've decided to remove it from the equation. Zane pulled out one of his screwdrivers and pressed it into Sorwa's palm. Do what you can with the remains of it. I want you and your people to have it. Sorwa stared hard at the tool in her hands. It was as if Zane had handed her a piece of his heart. Are you sure? She asked softly. I know what this might mean to you. Don't tell me you're only doing this to protect us. No. Well, yes, but not just that, he explained. I want to protect you all, but I also know to trust you with this technology. You took me in. Let me live like one of your own. I don't want to think about where I might have been had I not met you. He curled her weathered fingers over smooth metal digits. I think I have come to see you as perhaps the closest figure to a mother I have ever known. Sorwa reached up to hug him. Zane pressed his face onto her shoulder. She muttered something into his hair he couldn't make out. Tears dripped down his neck. Thank you. It was late by the time Zane had properly cleared out the area and around the mountain. The prospector's shack was in ruins, and most of the molten iron had spilled into the snow. The nindroid spent the remainder of the evening salvaging his writings and replacing what he'd lost. Many of the other villagers had brought out pans of food, drinks, and instruments. Then a bonfire was erected in the center of the mine. Zane looked up from his work when he finally heard the singing. Anya, Mutha, and Varl were running up towards him. Come on, Virgil urged. If you're heading out tomorrow, then Ani's never going to get to dance with you. The girl slapped the brunette hard with a fistful of snow. He still laughed. He looked to the circle of people gathering to start a folk dance. Some were glancing back towards him and gesturing for him to join. Really, you don't have to do this. Mutha rolled his eyes and punched his shoulder. Shut up and accept that we love you. Also, ow. The nindroid tucked away his charcoal and paper, then shrugged. I haven't danced in at least half a decade, he said. Oh, Anya went red under her hood. Don't worry, it's really simple. You just gotta follow everyone's steps. Zane followed the happy trio of kids to the cheering crowds. With a vast difference in height between them, Anya had to stand on the nindroid's feet, and he still had to bend down to reach her height. Okay, then there's just some lyrics of the song. because you've been busy thinking ahead of where we're all going after we're dead, to maybe consider our bodies are worth more than the dust that we can return. The lyrics struck him as both wise and giddy. The voices of all the people singing together filled the air with a whimsical harmony. He twirled Anya around. She was practically bursting with happy laughter. Even the great celestial hieroglyphs are bodies of dust illuminated, and if the heavens can be both sacred and dust, oh, maybe so can the rest of us. Mutha and Verl slipped between stamping feet to grab Anya away. Zane saw them and gave the girl one last spin before she left with the other children, who had their own, rowdier, circle of dancing forming. Now Wilma had come up beside him and suddenly yanked at his sleeve. Zane stumbled and nearly dragged him and Utah down into the snow, but they hastily picked him up and carried him through the dance. It was fast and revolting, revolving, with bodies moving in spontaneous patterns. 'Cause I've seen the line of ocean and shore, the tumbling side of water and soil, and I've seen the days fading begin, the gradient wake of the sun that spins. The fires were roaring now. Zane quickly fell into step with the people around him. The two men at his side had to catch him more than once, and the nindroid had some trouble figuring out when and how to move with everyone else. Someone handed him a tambourine, and he happily struck it to the beat of the other musicians. Zane found himself laughing with the people, spinning around in playful, flourishing circles. He started to improvise beats, listening to the cheers surrounding him. Around again. I'll burn that old wheel down in the end. The impromptu celebration only ended when the children finally started to wane off their sugar high. Zane helped to tidy up the leftover dishes, thanking as many as he could before he and Sorla left for their own home. The elder, exhausted by all the activities, quickly fell asleep. Zane remained awake for a few more hours, copying down new books for the village. Then, just as he eyed his bed, a moment of inspiration struck. He managed to write everything down before it became too late to get some proper rest. Morning came faster than he wished. Zane carefully folded his bedsheets. Part of him wished he had had a chance to wash them before he left. Then he realized there was a new bag hanging by his bed. It was more akin to a traditional backpack, and all of his supplies were neatly tucked away. There was even a set of straps where he could draw his spear. Thin silver stitching drew out his old geese symbol on the largest flap of the bag, with smaller snowflakes decorating the rest of the leather. Zane traced the patterns with a soft grin on his face. He carried the finished manuscripts in one hand as he made his way downstairs. Sorla had prepared a small breakfast for him, too. The same sugar cookies were set up on the plate, alongside a mug with whipped cream. The nindroid unslung his bag and his smile grew wider. You didn't... He cut himself off. Thank you. This is beautiful. I hope I added enough glaze to these, she shrugged. Don't eat all of them in the first week. The cookies were indeed heavily glazed, but the sweet taste was clear but not cloying. There was light green dusting on the cookies that his systems registered as mint. The whipped cream was deliciously light, and the hot chocolate was the perfect temperature. Sorla poorly hid a laugh. Zane looked up and tilted his head. What? Nothing. It took him another cookie until he realized that there was still creams tucked to his face. He went cross-eyed looking it off. The elder chucked again, and Zane reminded himself to save these for his trip. And Sorla already prepared a small metal tin. I know I already said it, but thank you for this, he said. I'd be lying if I was not at least more than a little anxious at the prospect of leaving. And that feeling is as true as you are alive, she nodded. Would you like me to follow you out? Yes, please. He reached for his pamphlets. Take these, too. Sorla leafed through the papers, then stopped when she came to the last few pages. He knew what must have been on there. I know you said that memory is what keeps us alive, but I wish to leave something more tangible for you, Zane explained. I hope it isn't too long-winded. The history of my friends is a long one. Sorla wiped a tear from her eye and kept the parchment pressed close to her chest. I doubt I could ever grow tired of your stories. And that reminds me. I wanted to give you something, too. She pulled out the same wooden locket from before and held it forward. Zane blinked. Please. I know my son would have wanted you to have it. He had an argument on his lips, but it quickly died as he remembered what she had taught him. Gingerly, he reached for it and tied it around his neck. When he clicked open the hatch, he found not just the carving of Arlo, but a tiny picture of himself and the elder. Thank you, he whispered, brushing frost from his cheeks. By then, he knew he couldn't stall for longer. He gathered his things as Sorla held open the door. He'd seen how the sun made He'd seen how the sun made oh my gosh. He'd seen how the sun makes the snow shimmer over 1,000 times, but today it seemed brighter. There weren't as many people on the streets. Rather, most were gathered by the edge of the ice lake. Zane could see something peeking over their heads. If Sorwa knew anything, she didn't give any tells. The direction of the Broken Teeth Mountains were in the same direction as the lake, so he had an excuse to ask what was happening. Once he got close enough, Zane could look over the heads of the rest of the villagers. It was some sort of monument made of the same gray metal of the mech. Wind chimes made of blue glass and carved shells hung to the side, and the wooden plaque in the middle. Forever remembered, never forgotten. Zane, master of winter, great inventor and innovator. The nindroid stopped in his tracks and simply stared. Boma, Utog, and Ursa were propping up another sheet of metal. He saw the 3 children standing by their parents' knees. We, all decided to create this with your mech, Boma coughed. Something for future generations to, look up to, so we don't forget where we got all the things we have. Zane was speechless. Sorwa pressed a hand on his shoulder. I don't know what to say, he finally said. Then you don't have to. Just know that when you return, you will find a home here, always and forever. Despite being in public, Zane couldn't deny himself. He reached out and pulled the elder in for another hug. Sorwa reached up to press her forehead over his heart. He swallowed a shaky breath as he released her. He looked up to the sky. There was plenty of daylight left for his journey. Zane stepped forwards, towards the half-repaired bridge. The crowds parted silently. Then he stopped. He turned back to the monument. Use this place as a beacon of hope. You all are what kept me standing tall and towards the sun, even on my darkest days. Hopefully, I have done the same for your people. Zane's eyes were shining, his form backlit by the sun and snow. The nindroid spent one last moment listing off all the names of the villagers who had called him one of their own. He walked across the bridge and into the forest. Oh, and that's the chapter. Oh. Man. Okay, well. So. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Where is your path? Quiet had never bothered Zane before. But only a day and a night into his journey, he found himself already missing the droning sounds of the ice fishers, trading, arguing, all of it. The memories were a comfort, and he found himself thumbing over Anya's carved flower and Sorwa's locket. The mountains were growing closer, and the night was falling soon. It was only then that it occurred to Zane that he had a much faster way to travel. He paused in creating his new shelter, and began to try to summon his dragon. Something fell off. The air in front of him shifted. Then after a beat, his dragon stood in front of him, but he seemed different from the first time Zane summoned him. His scales looked heavier, and his body seemed to be smaller. It is good to see a familiar face, Zane said, running a hand over the dragon's back. Hopping onto the saddle, the Master of Ice urged his mount into the sky. Wind whipped at his legs as they broke through the frozen canopy. The afternoon sky had long clouded over, but the nindroid could still see some hints of diffused orange and pink light. He missed flying. It felt amazing to see the world from hundreds of feet in the air. Zane wondered if the falcon felt the same. He thought then he could almost hear his companions call. Then a blur of smoke gray and white dove passed his vision. Zane startled and pulled sharp on the reins. He scanned the skies overhead, searching for movement in the murky clouds. Another cry cut through the air. Something broke through the clouds. Zane blinked hard, diving fast as talons swiped across the sky. Oh. Then something long and heavy slammed him in the chest. The nindroid registered feathers just as his dragon disappeared underneath him. Wind whipped past his face as he hurled towards the ground. Zane's breath came in hard, panicked breaths. A meter in the corner of his vision rapidly ticked down the distance before impact. 200 feet, 150 feet, 100. He physically shook his head and brought his hands to his front. A jet of blue shot forward and a curving pillar of ice was created. Zane flailed around in the air, trying to get into a good landing position, but the angle and speed didn't help in that at all. He skidded against the ice, metal grating against the pillar as he rolled. He tumbled across the banks of snow, bouncing over several rocks before slamming against the trunk of a tree. The nindroid wheezed, coughing as internal systems recalibrated from the impact. Zane rubbed his forehead as alerts kept popping into view. Overhead, he could see the shape of at least half a dozen large avians disappearing into the sky again. It took a moment for Zane to pull himself to his feet, leaning against the tree and pulling out twigs from his hair and clothes. There was a network of dents across his back that made walking ache. The arm that absorbed most of the impact felt twitchy. He didn't trust the forest to be safe to travel in this state, so Zane began building a shelter for the night. Even with one good hand, it was a simple task. He raised walls between tree trunks and layered frost between the branches for a roof. There was no real need for a door or windows, but Zane added them anyways. In a fit of nostalgia, he hung a set of delicate snowflakes by the front, like wind chimes. Inside, he lit a small fire for extra light and worked on his repairs. The tools he had were still miles away from modern technology, but it kept him together, and that was enough for him. Zane smoothed his fingers down the popped dents in his Zane smoothed his fingers down the popped dents in his back and arms, hissing at the hot, cold prickling. He pulled a cookie from his pack and nibbled it contently as he watched the sky slowly fail. What? I failed. He pulled a cookie from his pack and nibbled it contently as he watched the sky slowly fade from lavender to indigo. The nindroid spent a few more minutes stitching up his clothes before deciding to rest, packing snow into a makeshift pillow. But before he did, Zane checked that the walls wouldn't melt away in his sleep, and reinforced them with small fragments of black ice. He didn't know how long it would last for, but he hoped at least for a few hours. He ran a finger down the beads of his backpack, and he closed his eyes. Ooh. Okay. Wind. Billowing. Gale force winds. He was standing on something. He knew not to move or else he'd fall off of the tiny platform. There was nothing but white surrounding him. He stood on top of a star with an abyss below him. His star was almost blinding, burning his eyes as he looked down. He knew there was someone below him, even if he saw nothing. He knew the people down there were his brothers and his family. The winds turned into a mechanical growling he knew was both familiar and not. Something forced him to kneel on top of his star and tipped his head upwards. Then he was watching his body suddenly, violently, crack open. Horns grew from his head and black ice encased his chest. A spear, the scroll, was summoned to his hand. He thrust his staff down and the stars began to fall. He screamed, and the wind devoured it. Zane screamed, followed him as he awoke. Dang. Ugh. He felt the ground below him to prove that he was no longer on that blinding pillar. His hand smoothed against a thick coat of frost beneath him. The fire was extinguished as Zane had to break sheets of ice that stuck to his backpack and himself. It took him several long minutes of breathing before he felt confident enough to write everything down. It could have just been a normal dream, he muttered to himself. His grip on the charcoal pen was too tight. No, it wasn't, Zane. He had to let go of the pen before he broke it. His hand went to grab a fistful of frozen earth. The other hand pressed to his mouth. I would never. Putting the rest of the vision into words was a long process. And even still, once he saw it written out before him, it felt incomplete. He flipped over the paper and nibbled at his pen before he began to draw. Thankfully, if it was something to be thankful for, the dream had little to no color, and he could recall the details almost perfectly. The angle was odd to him, remembering being both in and outside his body. He settled for something that showed himself kneeling on a star and a hazy shape of himself caught in the wind. It hurt just looking at it. Zane rubbed at his raw throat. Why couldn't I just have visions of mundane things? He mused aloud. Like flowers, or the ocean. Through the frost laced the roof, Zane could see that it was still night. The sun wouldn't be rising for at least another hour or so. He nibbled on another cookie, then remembered Zorwa telling him not to eat them all, and gathered his things. To his surprise, the shelter had actually held up the entire time he slept. He stepped out into the dark, eyes lighting the forests. Zane paused. He closed his eyes. There was something in front of him. Instinct told him to roll to his left. Something jumped over a bush, kicking up dirt and snow as it did. Zane dropped his back and tore free of his staff. A wolf snarling in front of him, head low and tail whipping furiously at the air. Its form was both agitated and thin, with a white coat and red accents that were married with gray smudges and bald patches on its front legs. Wait, with red? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh. Zane quickly snapped out of his analysis and slowly encircled the creature. It kept its fangs bared, snapping its jaws as saliva flew off in flecks. He quickly struck the ground, aiming to freeze it in place, but it saw the trail of blue and jumped over it. He had enough time to jump back, but was knocked over a strong swipe from the tail. The nindroid tried to roll away, then felt his leg crushed between the thick fangs and found himself thrown across the ground. The nindroid cried out, looking down to his torn pants and sparking wires, then up to the wolf that was still trying to tear him apart. Pins and needles shot up his leg, and Zane just managed to bring his staff to block. In a panic, Zane slammed his fist onto the ground. Cold exploded around him, and he heard the wolf whimper. He had frozen her solid to the earth. Only its head was left to bite and snarl at the nindroid. "I'm sorry." He leaned on his staff, silently grumbling at the new set of injuries. I do not know what I did to disturb you. If this is your territory, I am sorry for trespassing. I promise I will not be here for long." The wolf's eyes glared down at him. Zane tilted its head. They reminded him of the falcon, just a touch too knowing to only be an animal. He looked down and saw through the ice and at the creature's stomach. He could see its ribs and how they strained hard against the white fur. The area around the wolf's eyes was slightly sunken in looking closer. Zane realized that the bald patches were burn marks. "You must be hungry. That is why you attached me, isn't it?" he asked, setting down his pack and hoping he had some meat. Zane set the few strips of dried beef away from him before slowly thawing out the wolf. He pulled out his ragged undershirt and mused over if he could use it as a bandage. Once the creature was freed, he flinched when he thought it would attack him again. Then it flicked dirt at him with its tail and began gnawing at the jerky. Zane sat where it was, idly playing with a locket that now hung over his chest as he redid his belt. He looked up once the wolf finished its food, only to see its eyes staring at the necklace. Zane pulled it off and opened it for the creature to see. "It was from my adoptive mother, so to speak. I hope yours is as worried for you as mine must be," he told the wolf. "I don't have much more food. I wish I could do more." The wolf still eyed him with fear. Something else, too. But it slowly paced away from the nindroid and back into the forest. It turned its head back, gesturing for him to follow. Zane didn't see a reason why not to. Following animals usually tended to lead to good things in his life, even if it wasn't always obvious at first. "Where are we going, friend?" Zane asked. "Are you going to show me something? Or someone?" He got no indication of either, save for another hard smack from its tail. "You do not trust me entirely. I understand, but I promise that I will not harm you." Once again, the wolf kept its head forward. The nindroid followed it into the woods. The light of dawn shimmered over dew and frost. Zane was led across sheer piles of stone, slick with ice. If he weren't the master of the element, he probably would have broken something on the way down. The wolf stopped in a segment of rock that didn't look much different from the rest from where he stood. But as Zane made his way downwards, he saw the way the branches moved to cover a small cave within the rocks. It was good camouflage, and he wondered how smart the wolf must be to figure that out. He mused that the animals of this realm were just naturally more intelligent. Sure, Zane. He ducked down and scanned the area, his eyes seeing nothing until he heard another growl. It was lower, weaker, too, compared to the wolf. Then Zane realized that there was a bear in the cave. The wolf stood protectively over it. Its tail was wrapped around the large mass of fur. The bear seemed to be in better condition, until Zane saw its back leg. There was an angry red stump off of a left limb. His breath came in hard. Ragged gasped as the wolf nudged worryingly at its snout. "Oh no," Zane whispered, kneeling down to inspect the damage. He made sure to keep a distance. It was definitely from some kind of fire. The flesh of the wound didn't look to be festering with infection, but it was certainly inflamed and must have been agony to endure, unless it had been burned all the way down to the nerves. He mentally ran through what herbs could lessen the pain and treat this. Realistically, Zane had no clue if he could even do anything about a wound this serious. He swallowed down a worried expression and turned to the wolf. "I can help him, but I need you to gather some plants. Can you do that?" He pulled out some paper and copied down the herbs he needed. Zane wished he had some color to make the pictures more accurate. He just prayed that this would be enough for the wolf. "It is called a broadleaf plantain. They can be found low to the ground. You'll see their stems first," he explained. "It can be used to help the skin heal. If you find lavenders too, those can also help the healing process. I will search for aloe and kratom. Zane lit another fire, grabbed a small metal tin and some snow to set it over the fire. Hopefully it'd be boiling once they got back. He turned back to the bear, whose eyes hadn't opened since he entered. Please, be strong. I will help any way I can. The wolf took one last look at the picture he held out before nuzzling against the bear's cheek, nodding and bounding out of the cave as Zane followed. The morning light at least made it easier to find what he was looking for, even with a picture of the plants even with the picture of the plants hovering in his HUD. Zane made sure to double-check every time. He gathered several aloe stalks. Part of him noted how odd their color was, light cyan rather than a green, and even a few plants to repot later. Finding the kratom would be most challenging. Zane ignored the logistics of a tropical plant thriving in a tundra and focused on recalling where exactly it grew. Each minute that ticked by made the hand around Zane's heart squeeze harder. He turned over frozen logs and pushed aside bushes to try and gather enough of the critical plant. It would help keep the massive animal unconscious for the operation and blissfully unaware of the pain. But Zane worried about how the wolf would react. It didn't seem friendly, but it didn't seem aggressive anymore. Still, Zane didn't know what to think of it. He just hoped the animal would forgive him if he caused his friends pain. He just hoped the animal would forgive him if he caused its friends pain. He wished he had Sorrel with him. She could have found the plants She could have found the plants faster than he could. Or Anya. She may know of other, more common cures to use. Zane found himself surprised his thoughts didn't immediately go to his brothers. He pushed that aside. It was just beginning to peak afternoon as Zane returned. The wolf was already inside, having dropped a large pile of plants into the snow, pacing across the stone. He immediately growled when the nindroid entered, but relaxed at least a margin. Thank you, he said to the wolf, picking through the plants trying to decide which to use. Zane gathered everything and prepared his makeshift bandages. Then he turned back to address the wolf. Your friend may need to endure more pain if he is to recover. Do I have your permission? The silence was tense and heavy in the cave. Slowly, the wolf nodded and took half a step back from the bear's injured leg. Thank you. He rolled up his sleeves and began to prepare the healing brew. Oh. Okay. Chapter 12. Spin, spider, spin. What? Spin, spider. Oh no. Oh no. I just remembered. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Chapter 12. Spin, spider, spin. The thick musk of smoke and burned lavender filled the air. Zane carefully distilled more of the brew into smaller vials to treat the bear with later. The wolf still stood guard over his sleeping companion. You should rest too, he advised. You are to need it if you are to recover body mass. If you'd like, I could leave the cave. I can try to catch some fish. The wolf head drooped down again, then quickly snapped up and gave a weak growl. I understand your paranoia. You must still think of me as a threat. Zane mused. Still, you are in no condition to hunt yourself. Please, let me. He let his voice turn up into a question. He hoped the wolf would understand. His tail still swished against the cold stone, thumping irritated beats. Then he gestured with his snout to the entrance, curling its legs forward into a slightly more relaxed position. Thank you. I promise to bring enough for you both. Oh. Zane could swear he heard... Oh my gosh. Zane could swear he saw the wolf scoff. Climbing out, he followed a small path down to a stream he'd seen while collecting herbs. Frozen lily pads decorated the banks, and salmon swam between the brooks. He pressed his lips into a thin line, not exactly sure how to go about this. Zane attempted to just create a barrier to keep the fish contained, but when he would bend down to grab one, it jumped and slapped him onto his backside. The nindroid blinked and wiped at his face. How? Zane still had more ideas after that, each with varying success. The hem of his robes was thoroughly soaked by the time he was done, but he carried a nice basket filled with at least a dozen fish back to the cave. He'd set up a few more traps to catch more when he came back. I did not expect that to be so dramatic, he said as he entered. The nindroid took a knife and began cleaning one of the fish. He realized that the wolf hesitated. Zane pushed a fillet over. Your friend will not be awake for hours. There is enough for you. There's enough for you both, and I do not need to eat. There was still a minute of hesitation. Then the wolf dove forward, ignoring the cut fillet, and buried his snout into the basket. Zane shook his head. I had hoped you would at least let me remove the bones. He did finish cutting up the remaining fish, setting them away in its own frozen cache for the bear once he awoke. The wolf was looking at the now frozen basket, happily chewing on the shiny tails. Zane leaned back against the cavern walls, palming his locket. Sorla often said I was the only one next to her son who could properly cook a fish. She'd make such a fuss if she even felt scales. The wolf looked up from its feast. It watched him with a narrow expression. Zane just smiled. To be fair, she complained often when I cooked. I do not think she disliked my food, but she always insisted on helping. I do understand her wanting to be productive. I just do not understand the insistence. Do people not like when you do things for them? The wolf rolled back its sleek shoulders and yawned. Though Zane thought that movement looked too dismissive to be unintended. I can see it in your eyes, too, he added. You both have that light in your eyes. I would not call it a spark. Perhaps a candle? Yes, a candle sounds better. Something tells me that even if you found food that night, you would have given it to your friend. Zane looked at the wolf for a response. His snout was dipped low. He refused to make eye contact. Its tails twitched against the floor, and its paws scratched at the ground. The nindroid said nothing, only tilting his head and waiting for the unspoken answer. Then the wolf began to glow. Its body dissolved in a flash of white light that made Zane flinch and jump to his feet, pressing himself against the back wall. He watched over a short minute as the light began to coalesce. On the floor of a cave, a filthy girl kneeled. Her clothes were a tarnished white, covering gray smudges and holes. On her head was the face of the same wolf. Her thin arms shivered as she pushed herself to sit up. Her face was both youthful and rugged. Small red marks were painted under round eyes and ringed with shadows. Her skin was a rich brown, made muddy from sweat and grime. He is my brother, Kataru, she spoke, voice rough like sandpaper. I am Akita. Zane's shock quickly evaporated when he saw just how sickly she was. He didn't know what to say, but she seemed to be expecting an answer. He wasn't sure how to word that he wasn't really surprised by the fact that she could turn into a wolf at will. So the nindroid made her tea. Then after a beat, held out one of the cookies Sarla had made. Akita narrowed her eyes. Don't you have questions? Aren't you in shock? Yes, I, the metal man, am amazed by people who can shapeshift, Zane said, then blinked. I'm sorry. I was attempting to make humor of the situation. Was that too crass? To his surprise, the girl just scoffed and cautiously took the cookie from him. Fair. Once the tea was done steeping, Zane set one of the cups down in front of her and quietly sipped at his own. He tried to settle on just one question. I have stories of people known as formlings. You were said to guard a tree that acts as a gateway between realms. Is it true? Yes, it was. Akita stared down at her cup, then back to the sugary snack. Zane watched her, reading her face as she debated whether or not to elaborate. She took a small sip before she spoke again. Our village was peaceful and our village was happy. There is a tradition for our children to let them leave the village and go on their spirit quest in order to find their animal forms. Akita smoothed a hand over her hat. There was a man who never found his. It is said that only those who are pure of heart could find their forms. He was soon banished, and after he returned formless. We thought he was gone for good. Lost to never realms. Oh my gosh, why can I not read? He was soon banished after he returned formless. We thought he was gone for good. Lost to never realm storm. He glanced at Kataru. Zane looked at the bear's missing leg and tried hard not to picture what that would look like on a child. But he returned. He returned with followers and these horrible weapons that breathed fire and burned the ground. That monster said those who followed him would have power beyond any animal form, and the cowards who went with him were spared the destruction. They watched their families be turned to ash, just standing there as they screamed. Her nails were digging cracks into the cup. She snarled when hot tea burned her fingers. Zane managed to catch it just before it hit the floor. In the other hand, the cookie was already crushed. Zane was trying very hard to remain calm and not let frost crawl up his hands. You need not to say more. I'm thankful you were willing to share this with me. Vex's name set heavy in his throat like a chain. He could see the flamethrowers in those followers' hands, seeing Zorwa's face at the end of one of those jets of fire. Zane inhaled a shaky breath. Akita, would you be willing to rest while I stand guard outside? He asked. I promise you I will not leave. I will leave all of my supplies with you to guarantee this. He gestured to his bag. The foreman slowly nodded. Go, but first tell me your name and what sort of creature are you? I am Zane. I am an nindroid built to protect those who cannot protect themselves. He gathered his spear and pulled out the small blanket and offered it to Akita. Rest now, please. Let me guess, you don't require sleep either? She snipped, taking the blanket but instead throwing it over herself and her brother. Zane chuckled. No, I do not. Oh. He bowed, making sure that the fire had just enough fuel before he left. It was late in the afternoon now. The skies had returned to the same muddy shades of gray and blues. Zane sat a few feet away on the smooth stones. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Vex, he whispered, fingers twitching against his knees. How could you have done this? The thick knot of guilt that sat in his throat began to push against his skin. Zane swallowed, resisting the urge to gag and force himself to breathe through his mouth. He pulled out his notebook and turned to the loose leaf papers with his visions. He could remember his friends, the cave and the fire. Zane couldn't stare at the page for long. He pressed his palm against his eyes and mouth. The nindroid's breaths grew sharp. If I had just saw it sooner, Zane grabbed the locket under his robes. He pulled it off of his neck and popped it open. Through staticky vision, he held up the small picture to his face. The quiet clicking from his throat began to ebb, and he broke away small shards of ice from his eyes. What happened was not my fault, he repeated. I was not the one who misused their power. The guilt that still clung to his throat said otherwise. He swallowed it and it stung, but Zane beat it back. The ninja lowered his head to the locker and quietly repeated the mantra to himself. Frost still licked at his cheeks and stretched over his shoulders, but there was no sudden burst of ice or gale wind. He exhaled. Zane would see the shimmering puffs in the air. Around him he could hear the ambient sounds of nature. Fluttering birds, running brooks, waving reeds in a ticking breeze. He leaned back and let his mind follow them. The nindroid kept his guard still up, watching for threats by the timeline. He kept his thoughts on the present, carefully circling back to it whenever they wandered back to the long list of what-ifs that plagued his mind. Soon Zane heard the first distant howl of the ice wolves that signaled nightfall. He stood, quickly gathered his traps and fish, and returned to the forewings. He smiled to himself when he saw Akita sprawled out across the large bear's side. Their breaths fell in slow sync, no longer ragged or forced. He took his time examining the missing limb, changing bandages and applying more ointment. It was still red, and Zane knew it would take at least another full day of rest before he could even consider moving again. The nindroid spent the rest of the night feeding the fire and cleaning out the fish. Zane had to admit, he was pretty eager to ask Akita more about her people, but he wouldn't get the chance. She continued to sleep through the sunrise and into the afternoon. The nindroid did return from his scavenging of more herbs to find Kataru slowly blinking himself awake. Do not be alarmed. He set down the bushel of plants off to the side. I am Zane. You and your sister are safe here. Kataro's head shifted to glance behind him. Kataro's head shifted to glance behind him. One paw moved to try and fold itself over her limp arm, but he groaned at the effort. Zane shook his head. Do not strain yourself. You are still healing. Here. He offered small cubes of fish by his mouth. Akita has already had some, and there's plenty left. The bear looked up to him, his large jaws turned up in a small smile. He butt his head against Zane's outstretched hand. The nindroid wasn't sure how to interpret that. Kataru nudged him again, and Zane slowly reached behind his ear and gave it a scratch. Another rumbling growl came from Kataru, which made Zane flinch. But the bear still smiled at him while he swallowed the fish whole. Zane continued to soothe the bear, offering a bowl filled with fresh water once he was done with the fish. I know that you have a human form, but I wouldn't advise transforming back in this state. Zane offered. I'm sorry, but this is the safest way. You should save your strength. Kotaro lifted his muzzle from the bowl to give him a slow nod. On his back, Zane saw Akita suddenly twitch in her sleep. Her face turned to the fur of her brother, grabbing fistfuls. Sweat began to beat at her forehead despite the damp air. Kotaro, we have to run. Please, we can't stay. We have to go. She stuttered, feet kicking the ground. We can't. I'm sorry, but we have to. Father, please wait. The black bear's eyes glistened with tears. He curled himself around Akita as best he could, flashing his teeth when he moved his injured leg. Zane wanted to turn away from this, until he heard Kotaro tap on the stone floor. He made a small circle motion with one claw, then a dragging motion backwards. The nindroid carefully moved to kneel by the formwing's side. He placed a hand on Kotaro's paw then. After a long moment, placed the other on Akita's hand. I'm sorry for both of your losses, Zane whispered, blinking away frost. I do not know what else to say. I just wish to help you however I can. When the cold metal pressed against her, Akita's shivering slowed. Zane glanced back to Kotaro, who just gave him a slow nod of approval. He pushed away the now empty bucket, folded his arms, and began to snore. Zane soon moved his hand to trace small circles across Akita's back. Once her breathing slowed and her sweating and twitching stopped, he pulled back and began to work more on the healing salves for Kotaro. He spent the rest of the day and the night checking his wound. It was beginning to scab over, with no signs of infection left, and comforting Akita while she slept. Zane burned some extra lavender to make sure their rest wasn't interrupted with more bad dreams. Kotaro awoke the next morning, while his sister took another hour. Zane was in the middle of preparing a more proper meal, dicing some tubers he'd found and adding them to a stew. What happened? She muttered, rubbing her head. Oh, good morning. I hope your sleep wasn't too troubling. He passed a bowl to her and her brother. Here, this should help to acclimate all the nutrients you're taking in. Zane was searching through his pack for the utensils he'd brought when he heard something chip behind him. He turned and found Akita with her mouth stuffed with fish, Kotaro already licking her bowl clean. He gave her a flat look. I appreciate your generosity to your brother, but you need to heal too. You told me to eat. She spoke through her mouthful, whipping her chin with her elbow. Wormlings can survive well enough off just meat. Kotaro raised his head and gave a rumbling laugh. You cannot judge me either, she pointed. You would eat a forest if you could. The bear laughed again, even as Zane sighed and took both finished bowls. He pulled one of the medicine vials and held it out. Regardless, please, drink this, the very least. You will need strength if you are to recover. Akita pursed her lips into a pouty face. Kotaro shoved her forward with his nose, and she grabbed the vial from Zane, uncorking it. Her nose curled at the smell. You wouldn't have noticed it if you'd eaten it with his stew. The nindroid grinned with his back as oh my gosh! The nindroid grinned with his back turned as he reorganized his pack. I'm fairly sure you chose this particular stew just to spite me, she frowned. Zane's mouth twitched, but he did hear her swallow and make a disgusted noise. She threw the vial and he caught it over his shoulder. With everything in place, the nindroid took one last look at Kotaro's missing leg. He had to admit, he was surprised with how well it was healing. Some of the fur had begun to grow over the edges of the burns, and the skin had faded from angry crimson to a tamed red. Amazing, he said to himself. Akita sat by her brother's head, poking his nose to keep him from falling asleep again. Our bodies change like the mountain winds. It's only natural that our wounds do not linger with us for long. Is it possible he could regrow the whole limb back? Zane asked with wonder. Her expression darkened. Kotaro nuzzled against her still hand. I know that while we heal, we do not restore what is lost. Oh. The nindroid hovered awkwardly behind her, and set a hand on her shoulder. She relaxed into the touch and rubbed at her eyes. I doubt that, even with our healing, he would not have survived, she said. You saved his life, Zane. Thank you. There's nothing I could do to pay you. I do not do this to enday you, Zane shook his head. But if you are willing, there is something I would like to ask. Yes? Once Kotaro was strong enough, could he show me to the Traveler's Tree? I am not of this realm, and I need to go home. The image of the bounty floating across the sky came to him. Then the sound of a fire pit and the first notes of an icer's Oh my god! Why? Why? Then the image of the bounty floating across the sky came to him. Then the sound of a fire pit and the first notes of an ice fisher's folk song. Zane blinked and tilted his head. I can show you the way up to the Broken Teeth, Akita answered. Perhaps it is fate that I found you. Only Formlings know the safest path up the mountain. Fate, Zane repeated. His mind drifted back to his visions, to the structure of ice his brothers entered, and to Vex as he loomed over the twins' home. The nindroid wondered how, or even if, he should tell her about his involvement with Vex. That led him to wonder about the banished Formling. Zane asked himself if there had once been other possibilities for Vex. Perhaps in some other time, they would have been able to be true friends. His heart grew heavy at this, imaginary as it was. He wondered if there was really nothing he could have done, if it really was just fate. Then he remembered the star he knelt on, the distant screams of all of his loved ones. He gave Akita a bittersweet smile. Perhaps. Oh! Chapter 13. When the time for sleep is through. Oh no. I accidentally saw a little bit of what this chapter is going to be. Okay. Zane had to leave to gather more herbs and fish. Another night passed before he was even willing to ask the twins about moving. Even after Akita told him about the accelerated healing, the nindroid was surprised to return to the bear shakily standing on his 3 legs. Akita, despite several warnings not to strain herself, was supporting her brother. You should try to lean forwards. If you fall, I will not hesitate to throw you into the wall. Kotaro gave a low laugh, playfully shoving her with his backside. She fell forward and glared at the bear. The nindroid was quietly standing by the entrance, shock quickly clearing as he began to clean out the fish. He caught the Formlings both trying to sneak one from the basket and tugged it away. I'm sorry, but I would like for you to be patient. I wish to prepare something more nutritious than simply raw meat, he insisted, freezing the lid over the top. Even Kotaro looked mildly saddened. Akita, however, crossed her arms. You are not our mother. This sort of fancy food isn't necessary. That does not mean it is not healthy for you, Zane said, without even looking up from his frozen cutting board. This way, at the very least, you will not taste the medicine. How do I know you're not simply trying to poison us? She asked. Because I would not have let you steal my cookies while I was meditating. Akita quickly blushed. Kataro's head ducked and folded his paws over his snout. Zane laughed quietly and shook his head. I am not upset. Simply ask if there is something you want from me, he said. Besides, those were most certainly not healthy, as the sugar content is far beyond the recommended daily percentages. Her shock soon turned to confusion. Recommended what? Zane's eyes glowed as he tugged at his folded sleeves. Ah, yes. That is a term from my world. It simply means how much of a certain type of food one should eat. Strange. Your people do not simply eat meat? No. He had just realized that the Formling's healing factor might not have been the only He just realized that the Formling's healing factor might not have been the only difference between them and the ice fishers. They lived far longer than humans, though. Did they count, living around the Great Lake? We have time before I finish preparing, and I am capable of listening while I work. Zane took a knife and began cutting up roots. I am at no risk for losing a finger. Akita still had a stubborn expression. Zane paused, then unfroze the lid and offered them both a single fish. They both tore to them with gusto, but the nindroid watched with a small smile as Akita and Kotaro still offered one of the large chunks of meat. May I ask... Okay. May I ask about your village? Perhaps your happiest moment? If your memories are too painful, then you may ask me. Akita chewed out a fin, making a non-committing sound. Kotaro simply shifted over so his head rested against her thigh. I understand. Zane nodded quietly. You have reminded me of one of my friends. His name is Kai. He too has a sibling and shares your aggressively protective streak. She gave a small, approving smile. Does his sibling eat as much as my brother? I do not know, but I have another friend, Cole, who may be of equal caliber, perhaps more so. Caliber? Equal in terms of their appetites. Your words are strange, she said, her brother nodding. Sorry, would you like me to teach you some? If it helps us understand your strange world, then perhaps. Zane quickly finished adding the last of the spices and medicine, pulling out his paper and writing out some of the fancier words. Akita squinted at the script, Kotaro mirroring the expression almost perfectly, despite being a bear. What is this? She asked. Ah, yes, your realm would have different languages and alphabets, Zane mused. He handed the paper to the formling. Here, perhaps you could show me first. We do not have a script, whatever that means. She pointed to the words. Our stories are passed through our elders. They were passed through our elders. They were passed through their elders. Akita growled dangerously. Kotaro dumped his head into her lap and nuzzled her stomach. Zane's core twisted hard with sympathy. I'm sorry for resurfacing bad memories, he whispered. Don't be, Akita snapped. Just don't. She buried her hands into her brother's dense fur. The fire crackled through the silence. Zane pressed his lips together, thinking of something constructive to say. Would you like me to tell you the story of how my friends and our former arch nemesis and current leader's father played a very aggressive game of chase with a massive snake? The foreman gave him a very, very deadpan expression. Do not think fairy tales will entertain me. I promise you it is all true, Zane smirked. To quote my friend Jay, we played chicken with the biggest fucking danger noodle you've ever goddamn seen. And for the fun of it, the nindroid switched his voice to replicate the higher and cracking tone of the shorter teen. Both children jumped at the change, and Kotaro ended up stumbling and rolling onto his back, taking his sister with him. Zane snorted, covering his mouth as he laughed, as Akita shrugged. Get your paws off of me, or I will eat them while you sleep. Kotaro gave a low wail and quickly put a foot of distance between them. Akita's hat was skewed, and she muttered something that sounded like cursing. The foreman's hat was skewed, and she adjusted it with a glare. I would say I am sorry, but I am not, he grinned. Regardless, would you like to hear the story? It is very long, but I can keep it concise. I mean, short. She still looked mad at him, but Zane could see the smile in her eyes. The Master of Ice was happy to tell them the stories of their first big adventure. Really, looking back, made him realize just how insane the entire thing was. He wished his cloak wasn't damaged beyond repair. Trying to describe what the toxic bogs or frozen birch wood looked like was difficult to describe in a simple manner. Instead, Zane used the scrape alphabet and sketched out the scenes as he spoke. Then, in a fit on inspiration, he pressed his hands against the cavern wall and animated frost figures as they fought and struggled. Night soon fell, just as a massive serpent coiled itself around their cave. Jay was incredibly brave. He flew so close to its mouth, but the devourer missed each attack. His voice was low, and both set of eyes tracked the beast's movements. It crashed through many buildings, and I was scared I would lose more parts of myself. But I was even more terrified of losing my brothers. Buildings made of ice cracked and shattered as the snake broke through the city, scattering through the ground like glass. A tiny shape jumped between rooftops, tagging each other's shapes and continuing with the pattern. But soon, we succeeded in our mission, Zane said with finality. The snake was completely coiled around the walls, choking on its own tail. A figure loomed over its head, horns and 4 arms bearing 4 different weapons. Zane projected the sound of a thunderclap, and Kotaro clung to his sister. The dark shape dove from the sky. At the moment of impact, the air around them burst into mist and shimmering light. I would never have expected that Lord Garmadon be the one to save the city, Zane smiled, watching the snow melt into the air. Then again, I most certainly could not have predicted any of what happened next. There's more? Akita was now really smiling at him, wide eyes and a toothy grin. Zane nodded, but looked at the night sky. Perhaps at a later time. In the morning, perhaps you could show me the path to the mountain. I could continue by myself. She shook her head. Kotaro sat up and pushed his head against the nindroid's side. He took a step back and cautiously pet him. Apparently my brother won't let you. But you are both still recovering, Zane tried to insist. Even if you have accelerated healing, you should be resting. I doubt there's much you can do to stop us either way. I'm fairly certain he could break any barrier you put between us. The nindroid wanted to protest, but Akita was right. He sighed and ladled bowls of rice and stew for both formlings. Very well, if you are certain you are prepared. But I understand if you may be growing restless with so little to do. Zane set the food down and insisted that Akita use a spoon. I myself did nothing but weave for at least a full day due to a blizzard. The girl grumbled, but quickly stopped due to practically inhaling the food. Kotaro was done before her, already sheepishly putting his empty bowl forward. Zane smiled, offering more as he cleaned off his utensils. He'd made sure none of them could taste the medicine, or the small hint of lavender he'd mixed. Soon he heard Kotaro yawn. Despite it sounding more like thunder, the bear kneaded the ground before pulling his drowsy brother, sister. Ugh. The bear kneaded the ground before pulling his drowsy sister in. She batted at his paw, then sighed and settled against him. Zane was glad that they were both still healing. Still, as he stroked the fire, images of his vision in the past weeks blended. The nindroid stared into the licks of orange and curling red. He'd fanned dully against his metal skin, but the sound of crackling and embers echoed louder in the quiet cave. He shook his head, pressing a hand to his throat. With nothing better to do, Zane tried to meditate to smooth the edges off of his thoughts. At some point, he felt something bad against his foot. Cracking open one eye, Zane saw Akita's, now the same white wolf. Her fur was clean and no longer sagging, tails dully thumping against the ground. They swept across the stone, bumping into each other each time. The image of the two siblings curled together was sweet, but he saw Akita shivering again, pressing her snout against Kotaro. Zane didn't hesitate to carefully brush her shoulder and back. Her shaking slowed, and soon her tails began to curl around his leg. When Zane went to reorganize his supplies, he was held in place by both Akita and Kotaro as he reached out with a claw and caught the hem of his sleeve. He couldn't find it in himself to pull away after that. The angle he was sat at was awkward and strained his back, so he lowered himself to parallel to them and dared to use Kotaro as a pillow. Zane couldn't recall the last time he'd slept this close to anyone. His brothers were all very touchy. Jay would throw himself on top of whoever was on the couch, Kai catching Lloyd under his arm, and Cole's warm hugs. All of it made Zane seem a bit closed off in comparison. Looking back, he did find himself enjoying the affection, but never knew how to give it. Just another thing he added to the weird list about Zane. Of weird things about Zane. Now he missed Sorla's comforting hugs. As frail as the elder was, there was a grateful strength to her he could never explain. Zane's breath hiccuped. Kotaro shifted his large muzzled to rest against his hair. He could feel his snoring against his scalp, but he found it endearing. Slowly he closed his eyes. Morning came far too soon for his liking. He sat up on instinct and heard two disgruntled growls. He rubbed his eyes, stretching and popping metal plates into place. Forgive my habits. I can make it worth your while, though. After finishing the last of their fish, Akita shifted back and began guiding them both out of their cave. Zane had to help hoist the three-legged bear up the incline, but after that, the journey was incredibly peaceful. Sunlight filtered through frozen evergreens as birds flew between branches. The occasional doe would pass through, and Zane would stop to wave, making a few precious moments of eye contact before they sprinted away. The base of the mountain soon came into view. As it did, Zane tried to calculate exactly where the special pathway was. Looking upward, there were a few divots and grooves in the rock that had piles of disturbed snow. "We are here," Akita said formally. Turning to her brother, she knelt to face him. "Please, wait for us here. As strong as you still are, you were never graceful with all four paws." He looked her for that, and she sputtered and whipped off drool. Zane still stared up the mountain in confusion. "I do not understand. Where's the trail?" She just pointed to the rocks. "It would not be a formling's path if it were made for those not gifted. I'm sorry, but this is the only one I can think of." Zane nodded. "Very well. This should not be so difficult as climbing the mountain of 1,000 steps." It's 1,000,000, but, whatever. Akita gave him an approving look, jumping and shifting midair atop the first ledge. The nindroid watched and mapped his own path behind her. Then he looked to his own hands. Forming his own claws out of black ice, he dug them into the rock and began to climb. The nindroid expected to encounter some resistance, an avalanche, a broken stones, or even those same birds that dragged him out of the sky. But nothing challenged him. Once or twice he'd catch the shape of wings in the clouds. Then Akita would release a long, shrill howl, and they would disperse. Zane had to admit, part of him wanted a challenge, but he knew better than to ask for one. Soon, they peaked the clouds and Zane relaxed his hands. Akita was standing by the edge in her human form, posture stiff. He followed her eyes. His breathing stopped. The snow was black. Long, ugly smears coated the entire mountaintop. Chunks of burned matter and charred fabric were melted and frozen together. Twisted metal laid at their feet, alongside off-colored tips of cream sticking out from between the snow. The bones, all gray and charred, grew more dense, forming a morbid circle around a looming monument. Whatever was left of the tree, it looked no different from the dozens of burned bodies. Zane hastily broke the ice that was already clawing up the way up. Zane hastily broke the ice that was already clawing its way up his throat. Akita was still in shock, silent tears streaking her face. "They're dead," she whispered. "They all died defending the tree. They're all gone." She fell to her knees in the snow, her hands dug into her scalp. "Did nobody survive? How many of us are left?" Akita's chest heaved in ragged breaths. "Mother, Father, I'm here. Please, answer me. Don't leave us alone. Please, Mama." The little girl screamed into nothing. The only reply was her own haunted echo. Zane dropped to her level and tried to place himself between the death in front of them. He reached for her shoulders, hesitated, but Akita was already latching onto him. Sharp nails cut through his clothes, but that was nothing. She screamed, voice filled with agony. Zane could still feel frost and ice stretching fingers across his body, but he did his best to remain calm. Do not blame yourself," he whispered. "Please do not place false guilt onto this tragedy. There was nothing you could have done. Otherwise, you and your brother may have perished too." The nindroid had no clue whether or not she heard him. He reached up and gently cupped the back of his neck. "I cannot even begin to fathom how terrible this must be for you. Cry as much as you need." Akita's sobs were ugly and loud. Zane ran his hands down her back, hiding her eyes in his shoulder. He was glad she didn't resist. He was certain that his own expression was a mirror of her own shock. The nindroid's core stuttered, the dull sound of clicking ringing in his ears. Zane stared into the snow, struggling to fixate on a point that wasn't marked with gore. "You are not responsible for the actions of others. It is not your fault. You could not have known. Do not blame yourself." Zane wasn't sure who he was speaking to. Oh, that's the chapter. Oh. Yikes. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, that's chapter 13. Of course it was chapter 13. Ugh. Okay. Chapter 14. For the Wicked and Just. Akita's shivering didn't stop, but her anguished cries slowly grew less frequent. Zane closed his eyes and exhaled a steadying breath. "We should leave," he said, then froze as he realized something. "Would you like me to tell your brother?" "I can do it myself," she grit out. "You do not need to do so if it is so difficult," Zane said carefully. "I don't know." Her head thunked against his shoulder. "I don't know." The nindroid remained silent, then after a beat settled on something concrete to say. "Would you like me to bury them?" he asked. This time, Akita nodded briskly. "Do you wish to stay?" It was slower this time, but she nodded again. Zane was reluctant to release the still shaking child, but he had to in order to concentrate. Swallowing down the instinct to gag, he turned back to the blackened plane of bodies. He looked to his staff, running silver fingers over the ruined scroll that held the first sketches he'd made of his distant family. The images of Sorla and the children floated through his head, drinking tea by fire pits, being invited to dinners, and birthday parties, and the celebration the night before he left. Closing his eyes, he waved a hand across the mountaintop. The slow winds quieted, and overhead, a delicate snowfall began to drift across the ashes and bones. Fluffy, pure white flakes settled and covered the ruins of battle, and soon there was nothing remaining, save for the dead tree. Zane pressed his hands in front of where he stood. A thin wave of blue ice rippled across, sealing everything beneath. As he stood, he crafted a short, simple pillar to mark the spot. The nindroid didn't try to make it look pretty. He turned to the forlorn child. "Akita, would you like to say something?" She looked up, a moment of shock when she realized the bodies were gone, but quickly rose to her feet. The little girl brushed her hand against the monument. Then, her hand folded over his and squeezed. "My brothers and sisters now walk with the stars. Let their stories never be forgotten as long as this mountain stands," she said. Zane dutifully etched her words into the ice. Even if Akita couldn't read it, he hoped that anyone who found it in the future would understand. He stepped back, keeping one hand on the child's shoulder. "Is there anything you wish to do?" Akita nodded, turning back into a wolf before tipping her head back to a long and drawn-out howl. She sang out a combination of yips and growls into the sky. They carried through the silence, echoing into the distance long after she stopped. Her snout hung low as she began to descend. Zane silently followed behind, giving one last glance to the mountain top. The peak was a perfect, shimmering white. He'd almost call it beautiful. Coming down from the clouds, Kotaro must have heard his sister's cries. Even before she shifted back, he was bounding up to nuzzle her cheek. Akita collapsed against him, hiding her face into his fur. He turned up to the nindroid for an explanation. Zane pursed his lips. Waiting another moment, Kotaro's eyes suddenly went wide. Akita balled her fists into his fur. He could hear her crying again and knelt by her side. The large bear let out an anguished whine, falling into the snow and shaking tears out of his eyes. The Master of Ice kept his breathing even, keeping any frost from creeping over Akita's back. When he glanced down to his free hand, however, he could see the black frost spiraling up his arms. Zane hastily wiped it away. He sat with the two children for what he counted to be over half an hour. At one point, Zane stood to try and make a small fire, only for his sleeve to be caught by Akita. "Don't," she whispered. He nodded silently. Zane kept a protective hand against Akita and Kotaro's shoulders. The bear blinked his eyes open and leaned into his cool touch. Zane scratched the fur between his ears. Kotaro gave a small smile. The nindroid stilled when he felt Akita flinch under his hands. "What is it?" he asked. She pulled back for both him and her brother. There was a glazed, haunted expression in her eyes. Her mouth parted silently and nose twitching in the air. "I can smell him," she said with a hollow voice. Zane tilted his head. "Smell who?" "I can smell his blood. His filthy, tainted blood." Her voice twisted into a snarl. Kotaro had the same, stunned expression. She fell to her hands and burst through the trees. Zane shot up, and Kotaro cried out for his sister. "Akita, wait!" The nindroid and bear dashed after the wolf. Both struggled to weave through the dense foliage. Zane stopping to help part branches and thorny bushes. Kotaro's eyes were wide, and he tried to call for her to stop, growling low and strained. "Akita!" Zane vaulted over a fallen log. His feet crunched against burned grass. "Akita, stop! What did you smell?" He heard no response. In front of him, he saw the red tips of her tails whipping furiously behind her like flares. Kotaro struggled to climb over the tree, and Zane stopped again to help push it away. The bear swiped at him, shoving him back and pointing the best he could. He nodded. "I promised to keep her safe." Zane tried to keep his eyes trained on Akita. In the corner of his vision, he'd see scorched trees and claw marks. Once he nearly tripped over an outstretched root, but he glanced down as he saw the remains of something that looked too much like an outstretched arm. His breath caught something in his throat, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Zane continued running. The trees and branches began to whine, and soon he found himself stumbling into another clearing. He tried to run towards Akita, who only stood a few feet from him. His feet refused to move. His legs were frozen to the ground, and his entire body was paralyzed with horror. Tall, hollow shells of houses surrounded this field. A thin layer of snow dusted the tops of caved roofs, broken wood and lumps of char. Buildings long burned and weathered by the elements surrounded them like an iron cage. Zane found his line of vision start to blur. Taking the first shaky step forward, His feet crushed ice and frozen ashes. He couldn't tell which was which. Akita! He reached out, voice and body shaking. Akita, what happened? Her eyes were still wide and her claws dug furiously into the ground. She turned to face him, fangs dripping and barreled in a snout. Please speak to me, Zane asked softly. Please, let me help. Who is here? The foreman growled in his face, then shifted back to the little girl. The expression carried over, still as furious and enraged. Vex, she hissed. He is here. I smell his traitorous blood. Zane looked up to see Kotaro starting to push his way through the trees. The bear, thankfully, continued to bound forward and pressed himself up against his sister's side. The nindroid saw something shift behind one of the ruined walls. Akita jerked upward, and both he and Kotaro had to hold her back. Out from each of the buildings in front of him, at least 24 other people came forward. They were all dressed in an amalgamation of furs and hammered metal plates. Some had large canisters strapped to their backs or arms, with wires sticking out like twisted veins. Akita screamed and pulled at Zane's grip. Where is he? Where is the monster? Don't hide behind your puppets, you coward! A ripple fell through the crowd. They parted silently, and Zane felt cold crawl down his back. Vex was dressed in a copper, red robe and cloak. He wore a helmet with face guards that curved against his cheek like fangs, a black dark color, with bright streaks of red paint. One of his arms was covered in thick plates of metal, ending in a circular tube. Zane, good to see you, old friend, he smiled. Traitors! Murderers! All of you! Akita cried. Vex ignored her, stepping forward from his entourage. It's been far too long. Tell me, how did you come across that snarling beast? Do not pretend you are ignorant, and do not call us friends, Zane said. Akita turned to him. Let me kill him! Why do you bother holding me back? Child, you would only achieve death if you tried to take a single step against me. He gestured behind him. One of his thugs lit the jet of his flamethrower. Listen to the nindroid. He is far wiser than you will ever be. I'm sorry, Zane said in a hushed tone, but he's right. Neither of you are in fighting condition, and I do not know if I could win against their numbers. There was also a part of him that didn't want to hurt these people. Even if he knew what they did, Zane did not want to fight. Why are you here? He asked Vex. You do not strike me as one to gloat. Oh, why are you here? He asked Vex. You do not strike me as one to gloat. You know me well. The man's smile dropped. Even with as little time as we had together, you treated me with more kindness and generosity than anyone who's ever lived in this pit. Zane flinched when he felt the girl's claws dig into his clothes. You were corrupted from the beginning. Everyone knew it, even before you could not find your form. Do you still hold so much faith in your myths? Vex scoffed. Look behind me. Do you really believe that I was the only one who could not find an animal form? Are you truly so ignorant to your people's arrogance? The nindroid looked out onto the crowd, some of their faces covered with metal masks, but those he could see just looked tired. Their eyes were downcast, but firm and burning with determination. They were called tainted. They were outcast because of simple fairy tales, he said. You have yet to answer my question, Zane repeated. Why are you here? Vex faced him with a calm face. He reached up. Zane fell into a stance and removed his helmet. I did not lie when I said you were my friend. I know you are different, more different than I could ever imagine. I want you to join me, Zane. Everybody who stands with me has nobody else left to turn to. Come with me. We will punish this realm for discarding us, for seeing us as nothing but filth. The nindroid lowered his staff. If you were my friend, you would not have broken your word. I never did, Vex insisted. Those people were corrupt as could be. You've seen how many they exiled, how many more died cold and alone? Zane's mind flashed to Chen's island, the chains around his wrist, the fear and emptiness. He shook his head and adjusted his grip. These people did not deserve death. These people did not deserve death. It's already done, Vex said with finality. I hold no regrets. But please, come with me, Zane. We will never need to fear loss again. And what of them? Zane gestured with his eyes to Akita and Kataru. What of their loss? They would not have felt it if they simply died with their families. You bastard! Akita surged forward, finally slipping loose from his grip. Zane stumbled to the ground and just managed to freeze her legs to the ground as the men behind Vex raised their weapons. Vex sidestepped Akita as she scratched at the air. Zane, please. The nindroid swallowed the heavy weight in his throat, trying to snap the threats of sympathy that reached for the man. If you know me as well as you claim, then you already know my answer. Oh no. You did this! There was a moment as his words registered on Vex's face. Whatever kindness he'd shown melted into the smallest hint of sadness, before cooling with an impassive mask. Vex turned and set his helmet back on his head. You did this! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Akita screamed. Child, why do you bare your fangs at me? He stated. Think, for just one moment if you can. Do you really think that someone as lowly as myself could have made these tools? Zane stills. Vex sends a glare over his shoulder. His core froze. You? Akita's voice is so fragile. You did this. The nindroid can't even raise his spear to block. The forewing bursts free from his ice in a flash of light and teeth. Zane tried to explain, but found his throat pinned with the weight of claws. Fangs dug into his shoulder, raising him into the air before hurling him into the side of a broken wall. Metal and burned wood cracked against each other, raining splinters into his hair and eyes. Please, he called. Akita charged him, headbutting him through the wall and grabbing his arm. Zane pushed against her grip, but couldn't bring himself to do anything but struggle. He saw a flash of blind rage in her eyes before he was tossed back into the center of the village. Rolling across the ground, he squinted up just in time to see Vex and his party disappear back into the woods. Angry growls made his body roll out of the way from instinct. Akita, please. Zane held out a hand. The wolf only circled him in, snapping its jaws and spraying foam into the ashes and snow. When she lunged again, Zane curled inward and cried out. Cold bust from his chest in a blast of winter wind. He looked up to see Akita pushing herself up, her brother at her side with an unreadable expression. Her words ran through his head, growing stronger and louder with each echo that struck him like a bell. He couldn't stand. His hands reached for the back of his head and he curled against the ground. Zane couldn't look at the destruction around him. He could too easily imagine the horrible screaming and wondered just how many bodies he was standing over. Something cold and stiff began to push against his back. His coat suddenly fell loose and hung in rags by his sides. Zane could feel the ice now, growing out across his arms and back in wicked spines. Black fingers spread flat across the ground and began to curl inwards. Spears of ice grew around him in a messy circle as the nindroid grabbed at his face, in the cracks where the fangs broke metal. Zane felt black frost fill the wound. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he begged. I should have known. I'm sorry. Pressure was building under his skin. Razors and spines tore at his clothes while ice creeped under his skin like insects. There was a creaking and a painfully slow pushing sensation across his face. Zane pressed a palm against his cheek, muffling his shout as a fraction of silver fell into his hand. He reached up, fingertips brushing the mask of deep blue and black that stretched over his eye. There was someone standing over him. Zane pressed himself flat against the ground, freezing a shell around his body to shield himself more from attacks. A smooth palm stretched over his shoulder. I forgive you, Zane. He looked up. A sallow, but hopeful, face met him. Deep brown eyes were circled with shadows, but looked upon him with wells of compassion. The boy wore a hat in the shape of a bear. Kataru? He asked. Yes, and I'm only here because you saved me. You saved both of us. Zane flinched. The spine across his back bristled. Kataru glanced behind him, his sister staring at the frozen nindroid kneeling in front of them. Do not blame yourself for something you could not have stopped, he continued. Please. Vex was right. What happened has happened, and it's done. I wish it were not so, but it's true. I saw it happening, Zane confessed. In my dreams, I saw the fire and the screams. Kataru threw his arms around his back, smoothing over the spikes. I don't know what else to say. Please, I forgive you. Now forgive yourself. Please. The child's embrace was almost laughably small in comparison to the weight of cold clinging to his skin. Zane closed his eyes. He exhaled through his mouth, gasping shaky lungfuls of air. Breaking one hand free from his frozen hair, his fingers clutched in the locket that hung against his chest. Zane! Zane! Oh, Zane! I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad for him. I don't... Oh, it's like he didn't know. He did not know. Okay. Chapter 15. Good enough. Quiet cracking rang through the still air. Gotaro watched the ugly razors across Zane's back begin to chip and break away in chunks, scattering at his feet like a broken mirror. Little black stars and blue silvers fell around them as the nindroid's breathing evened. He shot a protective glare to his sister, even if she made no move to get closer. Frost peeled away at Zane's torn robes, leaving them to hang loose in the soft winds. All across his back, Gotaro could see pinpoints of dark ice recede into his skin like a sponge. The boy cautiously smoothed a hand over the spots and brushed away the frost. Zane's hair was finally thawed, and he leaned his cheek against the soft white strands. "There's a small grove we used to play in," Gotaro muttered. "Would you like to see it?" Zane nodded, but refused to make eye contact. The foreman looked down and saw the cracked silver plate cradled in his hands. As the nindroid stood, he let the child lean heavily against... Oh my gosh! As the nindroid stood, he let the child lean heavily against his shoulder. The master of ice staggered out of the ruins, stepping past the still present claws of ice. Akita stole a long glance at Zane's ruined face. Black frost covered the place where the metal fell away, hiding one of his eyes and diffusing the blue glow. His clothes, posture, and expression looked so ragged. Zane didn't seem human in her eyes. His steps were quiet and eerily steady as her brother led him past the tree line. She only followed once her brother glanced over his shoulder and wordlessly urged her to come. The snow began to grow less dense as they walked. At some points, little shoots of foliage and moss could be seen from the trees and scattered over rocks. As Zane walked down the path, each footstep left a starburst of gray that didn't melt for several minutes. A small grotto soon faced them. The pond was half frozen, with a clear beam of light falling across the exposed waters. Clumps of reeds circled the edge, and on the opposite end of the pond, there was a set of woven huts that would have resembled, the burned village. Gotaro grunted as he was lowered to the ground by Zane. Akita took a seat beside her brother. I'll bet a foot away. "Do you have enough strength to hunt?" he asked. "I think Zane still has some food left, but just in case, it'd be best to be vigilant. We need strength." "Why did you bring him here?" She spat. "Do you wish for him to ruin the one sanctuary we have left?" The boy narrowed his eyes. "Akita, did you not see how he reacted? Can you not see how deep his regrets must be? After everything he's done, how can you not forgive him?" She dug her fingers into the muddy shore. "He's the reason our family is dead. They are all dead. You didn't see the tree. You did not see how many of our people died protecting it. All because it was our people's duty to protect the tree." Gotaro cut in. "Zane did not hold the weapons that ruined our home. If I were to hand a spear to Vex and he struck Mother, would you have thrown me into a building? How dare you how could you compare yourself to that tainted bastard?" she screamed, standing and baring teeth. Gotaro was about to raise his voice, until he felt something chill his fingers. Looking down, he found thick ropes of frost had wrapped over his hand. All around Zane there's a perfect circle of it, growing steadily darker from the center where he knelt. He exhaled a hard breath, inhaled, then faced his sister. "Then you should not compare Zane to Vex." "He knew of the attack." She crossed her arms. "If he was so powerful, then why didn't he stop it? If he's not guilty of holding the weapons, he is guilty of inaction." Kotaro scraped away the ice on Zane's hand and held it in his palms. The metal man gave no recognition. I do not know the specifics of his power of seeing, but I trust there was a reason he did not act. Perhaps he simply did not know of our existence. Few do, after all. The brother looked up to his sister. Kotaro was still glaring between himself and Zane. Her eyes burned into the nindroid's skull. Zane's own face was completely unreadable. Before, he wasn't a very expressive person. Now that he was missing half of his face, it was impossible for either to tell what he was thinking. The nindroid's vision was hazed, looking out into the lake blankly. Kotaro smoothed his free hand across his shoulder. The metal was nearly searing cold, but he focused on trying to rub some of the warmth back. Perhaps it is best if you simply hunt, he muttered. I don't want you to be near him. Not yet. Akita's anger suddenly dropped. Her eyes went wide. You would prefer him over the last family you have left? She said in a frail voice. Kotaro gave her a pleading expression. I'm not choosing between... Akita didn't give him a chance to respond. She bounded off in a flash of light. They could hear her angry rampage long after they lost sight of her tails. Kotaro only gave a tired sigh and rubbed his forehead. Do not blame yourself, he said. She's always been like that. She'll come back. I hope so, at least. I don't want to lose her like this. He glanced at the pack now hanging loose from Zane's shoulder. Reaching for it, the formling weighed out the last of their food. Kotaro nudged a cookie into his hands and watched his face for any sort of reaction. Zane's fingers brushed over the crumbling gaze. Then slowly, he raised it to his mouth and nibbled at the edge. Kotaro smiled, only eating once the nindroid finished the cookie. He wanted through the minutes in silence, occasionally rubbing at his reddened stump. I wish I could repay you for saving me and my sister's life, he said. She's stubborn. I don't know if she would have made it, not without your help. She's grieving. I am too. Is this how you grieve, Zane? He nodded. Kotaro leaned against his shoulders. I wish you could speak to me. I love your stories, but it's okay if you cannot. Zane ran his fingers through the ripped cloth, trying to reassemble it in his mind. He reached for the small roll of thread, then paused. His shirt and robes were so torn, he doubted even Sorwa could have salvaged them. Ice sprung from his fingertips, and Zane forced back another wave of regret. The boy squinted at the action. Is this the first time you've seen something like that? Zane's lips pressed into a thin line. He shook his head. Kotaro blinked a long moment. Have you seen worse? The nindroid gave a jerking shiver, rubbing a hand over his chest and then the cracked silver faceplate. Kotaro swallowed a heavy breath. Opening his mouth, he tried to find more words. Worse than this? How could there be anything worse than this? He whispered. Zane glanced to see the boy wiping back tears. His fingers threaded and twitched through his rags. Kotaro looked on with a lost and sympathetic expression. You must be so strong to have seen terrible things and live on. Kotaro said, You must miss your family, perhaps more so than us. They must feel so far away. Zane inhaled, breath rattling and staticky. Carefully, he reached up to wrap an arm around Kotaro's shoulder. His metal was still cool to the touch, but no longer chilling at least. Kotaro didn't mind and squeezed the hand over his shoulder. The light from the sun grew fainter as they sat together in the quiet. Kotaro drifted off to sleep at some point, a small trail of drool dripping from his cheek. Zane cleaned it off periodically and watched the forest for any sight of Akita. When the skies dimmed to a deep magenta, the nindroid shook Kotaro's shoulder. The boy yawned and rubbed at his eyes. Are you all right? He asked. Zane pointed upwards, towards the first inkling of stars. Oh, she's not back yet? Zane shook his head. He gestured to the tiny shelters. It'd be nice to sleep there. It reminds me of home. The nindroid gathered their supplies, then scooped the formling off of his feet and carried him to the other side of the pond. Kotaro spluttered in surprise, but didn't struggle. He was laid on a small bed of dead leaves, and Zane motioned for him to stay. He watched as the metal man began to reinforce the walls with what looked like curtains of snow. Zane walked in a small circle, touching tree branches and letting frost encapsulate the small neighborhood in forts and huts. Zane stared in awe at the fractals of dark and light grays and blues, seeing how the light scattered across the ground. Zane stopped by the entrance, a doorway made of drooping branches knit together with frost, and stared out over the lake. Kotaro shifted the best he could and hoped to catch a glimpse of his stubborn sister. They both watched the last of sunlight fade over the lake. No sign of the female foreman came. No whipping tails or red fur. Zane ducked his head and slowly folded the branches down. Kotaro lit a small fire in the meantime and tried not to stare as Zane went about repairing his face. The child did his best, but stole glances whenever the nindroid was too focused. He made a mirror out of polished ice and held the makeshift soldering iron to his face. Orange tip melting the metal around his cheek and jaw. The foreman shifted between the fire and the nindroid. Zane neatly tucked back wires and reset his face. His eyes were low, and if he noticed the Kotaro ogling, Zane didn't comment. The boy scooted across the ground and pushed apart the doorway. She's strong. Clever, too. Hopefully she's found shelter, he murmured. Kotaro felt Zane set a hand on his shoulder. The nindroid gestured back towards their shelter, a blanket and bedroll set up on a layer of fluffy snow. Zane looked out onto the blackened grotto, his eyes casting a misty glow through the air. Kotaro drew his hand back from the doorway and didn't protest as the nindroid carried him into the bed. I hope you can sleep too, he said. We can find her in the morning, and if it doesn't trouble you, can you sleep with me? Zane looked surprised by the request. Kotaro didn't need to make room for the nindroid. He was so much smaller as a child. But Zane still hesitated. His mind flashed with images of black spikes jutting out from his body. It was too easy to see the child being skewered in his sleep. Please? Kotaro asked softly. The nindroid knelt by his side. The fire behind him cast an amber glow across his metal skin. He smoothed a hand over his shoulder and pulled the blanket over his form. Then Zane laid himself behind him, chest to his back. Heat looked at his front, and the nindroid was a solid presence behind him. Thank you. Good night, Zane. Good night, he whispered. Oh. Zane sees his brothers and sisters fighting off an army. Fire. So much fire. They were surrounded with great, looming shapes that lashes and writhes at them. They were so small, an island of color within a burning sea. He blinks. Zane watches his brothers now stand around a shard. That shard of his face. It lies in fresh snow, wind howling and screeching. Slowly, they all walk away. Zane tries to call for them. He calls out and says that he's there. He isn't gone. But they fade from his vision as they walk into the storm. Something pulls at Zane's wrists, jerks him through the sky, and sends him crashing into solid stone. His mouth opens to scream. There is no sound. Paralysis strikes his body as he watches through a tiny window. Places, people, memories. Zane pulls at whatever binds him to the wall. All he feels is numbness and nothing. He sees Cole falling, Jay crying, Kai beaten, Nia captured, and Lloyd all by himself. He sees Zorwa, pounding on her door as the fireplace erupts and wraps itself around her throat. She screams, and her skin turns to ash. He felt someone violently shaking his shoulder. Zane jerked up, then tripped over rippling ice and slammed against the ground. Hard points dug into his back, and when Zane tried to push himself up, his fingers slipped. Kotaro was hastily wiping fears from his face before crawling up to him. Your power, I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry, you looked so scared. Zane saw that most of the floor was frozen. His tattered robes were frozen in thick sheets, broken chunks of black ice clinging to his skin. Pressing the heel of his palm to his head, Zane breathed hard and through his mouth. Thank you, he said. I'm sorry I scared you. I should have had more control than that. Kotaro shook his head. I didn't mean that. You just look so scared. I didn't want to see you like that. I thought you might want to talk. Sometimes it helped my sister. You are a child, Zane stated. It would not be right. I can deal with this. I've done so before. He thumped at his locket, only to find it frozen over his chest. Breaking the ice, Zane tried not to think of what Sorwa would say to him, but that memory was tainted, with sinister claws digging into the words. Zane rubbed at his cheeks, trying to control his breath and rein in his senses. Kotaro reached for his wrist, and the nindroid suppressed a sudden flinch. The foreman looked on with sympathy. Can I ask what you were dreaming about? I think I had a dream about my family. I'm sorry, Zane said. I wish I could have been there. Kotaro had an odd look on his face. You have visions, yes? How much do you see? Is it a lot? No, not frequently. What are they like? Zane tried to focus on the less disturbed images from his sleep. He recalled his first dreams about the Green Ninja. Sometimes they are mostly normal. I once dreamed I was saved by someone I had never met. Kotaro listened, eager but still cautious. Zane played in his hands. I remember a falcon telling me that it knew who I was. In a strange way, it did come true, but I did not understand it until the moment it came. The child sat with his legs crossed. Zane looked away at the stump of his left leg. Kotaro saw his glance and hid it with a hand. So, you don't always know what they're about? Or even what they mean? Zane nodded. I wish that they would provide more information. It may have prevented all of this from happening to you. Perhaps we would not have needed to met. Perhaps we would not need to have met. The nindroid listened to his words. What? I just accidentally skipped. The nindroid listened to his words. So much regret still sat deep under his skin, wrapping itself tight against his endoskeleton. He looked up to Kotaro and tried to find the same accusatory look Akita gave him. He only found quiet grief and empathy. Kotaro adjusted his hat and he shifted so he was seated beside him. Zane wanted to tell him that it wasn't safe to be so close, but the child wrapped his arms around his own and refused to let go. You already saved me, he muttered. I don't want to think about what could have happened to me or my sister. I was so scared. I didn't want to leave her alone. You saved me. I'm alive because of you. Zane's argument suddenly felt hollow. Thinking back to the very brief image of the village, even with his perfect memory, the details were vague. Zane could recall the number of houses and approximate height of the houses. And approximate the height of the mountain he stood on, but both were guesses at best. He might have guessed that he was standing and watching things from Vex's perspective, but even then he didn't know what he could have done, other than wandering the realm for the specific mountain and village. With shaking hands, Zane reached up to pull Kotaro in for a proper hug. I will be with you as much as you can, for you and your sister. I promise to keep you safe for as long as I can, he whispered. But what about you? Kotaro asked. Don't you need to go home? Zane pursed his lips. Separating his guilt from his sense of duty was hard, but the ninja could see where one started and the other ended. Even if the tree were not destroyed, I could not return to my realm, not after all the destruction. Even if I am not responsible, I wish to help. Vex must be stopped. Perhaps there have been others he has hurt. I cannot do anything for what has already happened. He glanced down to Kotaro's stump. In the back of his head, he was always listing material to create a prosthetic. I only wish to help where I can, even if that does not mean everyone. A bitter, cynical side of himself wondered just how many people Vex killed in the name of his twisted justice. Zane started shivering again, hiding his face in his palms. Kotaro reached up to brush away the growing patches of frost with his tiny hands. Oh, Zane! Zane, no! Oh. Oh. Okay. Chapter 16. The Needles Stuck. The two soon fell asleep. Kotaro tucked against Zane's side while the nindroid's head fell limp and opened with quiet breaths. Soon, soft morning light filtered down between the branches and a quiet breeze filtered through the doorway. Across the ground, most of the blackened ice had faded in the night. The sound of cracking embers filled the small den, ashes floating between clumping flurries. Zane's breathing was slow, marked with little puffs of air that left particles of frost on Kotaro's brown hair. He silently blinked himself awake, surprised at himself. Zane didn't think he'd fallen asleep. He didn't even think this position was very comfortable. But Kotaro was still nuzzled against his side, warmth anchoring him to the present. Glancing around the den, the nindroid couldn't see Akita. He gave a tired sigh, giving the child by his side a few more moments of sleep. Soon, he heard Kotaro mutter something incomprehensible, roll his cheeks, and warily blinked. Morning already? he mumbled. Unfortunately, that happens when one sleeps, Zane quips, carefully nudging him awake. I hope yours wasn't uncomfortable. I know I am not a very good pillow. Kotaro sat up, stretching and scratching his ear. It was nice. I didn't have any other dreams. Did you? None, actually. I'm glad for that. Kotaro noticed that his sister wasn't present, then sighed. I hope Akita slept well. Likewise, Zane nodded somberly. I should gather more food. After that, it would be wise to at least attempt to search for your sister. If you like, I can at least gather sticks for the fire. I'm sorry, but it would be best if you stayed here. He didn't miss the slightly disappointed look on the foreman's face. Zane did feel bad, knowing there was little he could do to occupy himself, but the idea of him wandering while still crippled made Zane shiver. Setting traps for fish and digging up roots, he kept an eye out for any sign of Akita, but he couldn't find even a paw print from the wolf. Zane found himself quietly fuming as he searched for any sign of her. Even Nia wasn't this insufferable. He huffed, stripping a bush of berries. Sorry, my mom came in, so I had to stop the recording, and then a month went by. Don't worry about that. So I'm a little bit rusty, but don't even worry about it, okay? Sorry if you can hear the fans in the background. We're moving out in 2 days, so no, we're not here for that. Zane caught himself mid-thought. The nindroid shook his head clear of the train of thought and wondered how he could be angry at a child grieving the loss of her whole tribe nonetheless. He closed his eyes and brushed his hands against the ragged clothes. Zane had managed to save the pants, but the shirt was left in tatters. Another wave of anger struck him and he quickly dismissed it again as he began his trek back. The nindroid poked his head into the den. He tilted his head when he saw Kotaro staring intently at a patch of ice. He set his armful of herbs and a basket of prey on the snow, then knelt beside the formling. What's wrong? He asked. Kotaro brushed away flecks of dirt and snow from the little patch of lingering dark ice. I do not know if it is real, but do you see something there? On the ground? Zane slightly leaned forward, tilting his head and squinting. At first he dismissed it as just his and the formling's reflection. Then he saw something ripple under the ice, as if someone had snuck a pond just below the surface. The ripple cleared after a moment, showing them a bird-eye perspective of a crevice hidden in the snow. Only the faintest silvers of sunlight fell through the crack, shining over a pile of white and red fur. Akita! Kotaro dug his hands into the ground, as if he could physically drag her up through the ice. For a moment, Zane wondered how he was seeing this. He half expected to wake up again, but the panicked shouting of the child was too real. You need to take me to her, Kotaro demanded. Please, I have to help her. Zane was about to argue that it was too dangerous for him with only one leg, but he couldn't bring himself to say no. All right, but let me give you something first to make the trek easier. The nindroid gestured to his stump and Kotaro stuck it forward. Tearing off his shredded sleeve, he used it as a padding before pressing his hands over it. Exhaling, Zane traced the outline of a new leg with his fingertips as black ice grew under his touch. There, it should at least make it easier to keep your balance, he said, but it won't scale up to your proportions when you shift. This is the best I can do for now. Kotaro took a moment to stare at his new limb, then hastily pushed himself onto his feet. Zane was ready to catch him when he lost his balance, grabbing his shoulders to steady him. I can figure this out while we find my sister, he huffed, holding out his arms to keep himself steady. Maybe you could bring your ice with us? Is this possible? Zane carefully set his hand against the mirrored surface. Every so often, the image would shift perspectives. Sometimes he could see the edge of a branch, oh my gosh, or even the edge of what looked like a building. Willing the ice to raise itself upward, he hoped that the image wouldn't be destroyed. A sheet of black material the size of his palm rose up, and thankfully, the picture didn't warp or fade. Oh, words! It's 3:17 in the morning. My words are not working for some reason. Zane offered his arm to Kotaro, helping him to limp out of the den and back into the woods. He passed the sheet onto the formling every time the image changed, letting the child guide him to the ravines. I did not come across any such holes in my travels. Are they common occurrences? Zane couldn't help asking. I know that there are places the elders forbade us to play, Kotaro muttered. The ground has been known to shift, and the snow hides the cracks well. It would be prudent to tread carefully, but that sounds more like my problem. The child smiled up at him. After Zane registered that he was joking about his lost limb, he gave a small chuckle. He'd left his staff behind, but it didn't take him long for him to summon 2 poles that could use to paw the snow for sudden drops. As they grew closer to the location marked in the ice, Zane started seeing the same scorch marks scarring their surroundings. Kotaro hit something with his pole, then frowned and turned it over. Wait! Zane froze mid-sentence as the child pulled up the remains of a hat. It was made in the same style of his own, only with the blackened features of some kind of bird were left, wings tattered and matted by the weather. When Zane glanced to the side of their path, he could swear he saw bones sticking out of the snow. His breathing stuttered again, and he held a hand to his throat, pulling at the cord of his locket. Zane reached out and set a hand on Kotaro's shoulder. This was our leader's, he muttered to himself. The elder must have died close by. I'm sorry. Zane closed his eyes. I am so sorry, Kotaro. The nindroid heard the child sniffle, wiping his face before he stood. You have nothing to be sorry for. It still hurts, even though I know it's done. Let's just find my sister. Zane nodded. He didn't want to think too hard about how many others must have died here. Thankfully, it didn't take much longer for them to find the crevice. The dark pit cut through the snow, and Kotaro staggered to it, kneeling by the edge. Zane's hand twitched against his back reflexively, almost expecting him to fall over. Akita! He called out. Akita! Are you there? It's me! His voice echoed down the stone walls. Zane zoomed into the shadows, soon walking onto the half-buried form of Akita. There, he pointed. She must have fallen through the snow. Stay here. I will get her. How do you plan on... Oh, right. Kotaro watched as Zane froze a stairwell down the side of the cliffs. I just hope she'll be all right. Zane didn't try to calculate what the effects of a fall that high would do to the child. Stepping down as he laid each step, he soon found himself hopping onto the stone floor of the ravine. He paused, waiting and expecting the foreman to react to his presence. Her tails were laid flat against the ground. Stepping closer, Zane could hear breathing, soft and faint. He dropped to his knees by her head and carefully prodded at her skull, finding a lump against the side of it. She must have a concussion at least, he muttered. Part of him was glad for that. Zane didn't know if she'd still attack him, even if he were trying to rescue her. Another flare of anger came with that thought. He quickly stamped it out as he pulled Akita into his arms. He heard her give a soft growl against his ear and flinched as he climbed, but other than that, Akita gave no reaction. Kotaro stumbled as he ran to his sister's side, holding her muzzle between his palms. He threw his arms around them both, quiet sobs shaking his body. Zane ran a hand through his hair. She's alive. Weak, but alive. Unfortunately, there are few remedies for head injuries, save for simply letting her rest and perhaps burning more lavender to help her sleep. I can find them. There's a bushel close to the grove. Kotaro sniffled. Zane frowned and gave a small nod. If you think you're comfortable walking, just please stay close. Carrying the wolf and helping the one-legged boy through the woods was tedious. Zane was a bit ashamed when he kicked a rock into a tree out of Zane was a bit ashamed when he kicked a rock into a tree out of frustration. Eventually, though, they made it back, and Zane relit the fire and set Akita down by the bedroll. Kotaro knelt by his sister, running his palm carefully over the bump on her head. She will awaken, yes? I cannot say when, but she will. Zane began lifting off some other plants he could try to gather to quell her eventual headache. After you bring back the lavender, I may remain outside of camp for a prolonged period as she recovers. I would not want to agitate her further. The child frowned. If my sister is still angry at you after you saved her life twice, I will wrestle her onto the ground. Please do not, Zane asked. It's true, he crossed his arms. She is stubborn, but not unreasonable on most things. Besides, she still needs to apologize for attacking you. The nindroid stopped his hand from reaching over his shoulder. There were patches of his skin that rubbed and grated against one another, leaving sore areas he couldn't quite fix by himself. He could still remember the teeth digging into his arm. Zane just shook his head clear. You're correct. It's only a matter of time before we interact anyways. Better do what can be done today than leave it for tomorrow. Kotaro could still see the oh my god. Kotaro could still see the hints of fear in the nindroid's eyes. He gave him another hug before standing to leave. I promise to not go far, he said. I would like it if you two could be friends again. The nindroid had a bitter remark on his tongue, but held it back and decided to be helpful. Of course. Kotaro gave one last smile before pushing back the branches. Zane kept himself busy with organizing utensils and cleaning them off. He poked at the fire, considering leaving to get more logs. Glancing back to the wolf, the stutter knot of frustration reared itself again. He began making tea for the both of them when he saw a flash of light out of the corner of his eye. Akita groaned and rolled onto her back, throwing one hand over her face. Zane set down the pair of cups and tried to meet her gaze. Hello? Please don't strain yourself, he urged. You fell from a sizable height and you hit your head. Akita suddenly growled and glared at his direction, pushing herself up as she gripped at her forehead. She dragged herself to lean against the furthest wall her than enjoyed. Zane felt his lip twitch. I made some tea and Kotaro was out gathering more herbs. They should help with your recovery. Why do you insist on staying with us, nindroid? Zane decided against trying to hand her the delicate cup in the moment. He sat back on his heels and exhaled. I knew you were missing, so I wanted to find you. There's no greater reason for it. Do not expect my trust to be brought back by kindness, Akita stated. Zane's fingers clenched around the cup. He set it on the ground and forced his breathing even. You did not tell us that you knew of Vex. You did not tell us that you were friends. She spat out the word, fingers curling into the dirt and snow. Of course. Who else to befriend an outcast than a freak? Do you truly believe that Vex and I are still friends? He asked, voice hard as steel. You're being irrational. You still saw him as someone to trust. Why would you give someone like him the ability to create such a powerful weapon? Why would you let him have so much power? She hurled the fistful of frozen earth and it pinged against his bare chest plate. Zane stared down in shock, straining to keep the anger out of his tone. How was I to know he was dangerous? He was only a stranger when I saw him. Was I not to show him basic kindness? Akita threw two more clumps of snow at the nindroid. Zane stood and dodged both, frost curling at his fingertips. Enough! You were being childish. I did not know who he was. Do you think I wanted Vex to make weapons? Even if you did not, you did nothing to prevent what happened to my people. She stood, and before she could throw more dirt at him, Zane ducked and threw his own ball of snow. It burst across her back, and the foreman growled. You let them die. Everyone I knew is now ashes. Why? Why did you let that happen? Don't you think I already know that? He shouted. I am trying to do my best and fix what I can, and I hate that those people are dead and I could do nothing to save them. They devolved into shouting insults and pelting at each other with clumps of frozen earth and whatever else they could grab. Zane wanted to yell at himself for being so angry at Akita, but there was also part of him that felt relieved to finally yell. The ground was a mess and the fire had been kicked out by the time they were done. Both of them laid on their backs, still on opposite sides of the den. Akita's headache was back and Zane was picking out twigs and pebbles from between his plates. Ragged breathing and mechanical rumples filled the air. Somehow, Zane felt lighter. He didn't know why, but after all that fighting, he felt strangely cathartic. Akita, Zane! He propped himself on his elbows and found the girl beginning to sit up on her side. You can go first, he offered. She did not make eye contact and picked at the ground as she spoke. I do not know what to say. I feel so angry, and I don't think you meant for this to happen, but I can't help but think that you still did this to me. Vex is the one who murdered my family, but I cannot unsee you being the one to hand him the spear. Silence stretched on for a period after that. The nindroid worked through his messy thoughts before giving a more detailed response. You can still feel angry, Zane said, slowly. I do not think it would be wise to say that you should not be angry. I will be honest, I am too. At myself or Vex, I do not know. Even I know I am not wholly responsible. Even if I know I'm not wholly responsible. Akita was watching in silence, eyes squinted. Zane didn't know if that was from the dim light or her scrutiny. He exhaled, breathing now calm again. Wait. I don't know who's talking. Okay, I think it's Zane. This may sound strange, but we are both still only human. We both feel, even if those feelings have no real basis. I understand if you cannot trust me, even if you cannot see me as a friend anymore. But I still consider you close, at least. Zane's mouth felt tight as he let the child from response. He heard clicking and found Akita was tapping his pencil on one of the rocks. She paused after a moment, then tossed it to the nindroid. You're a strange being, she whispered. Even after everything, you still chose to keep faith in me? Like I said, I cannot fault you for simply feeling, he shrugged, and I see no reason not to. Akita grew silent again. Then she huffed out a long sigh. Then I'm sorry for being so brash. I shouldn't have taken out my grief on you. Not after everything you've done for me. I'm sorry, Zane. He nodded, offering her a warm smile. Instinct told him to turn around, and Kotaro poked his head into the den. Zane felt himself flush when he realized how much of a mess their camp had become. The brother gave Akita a frustrated look, mixed with exasperation. What did you do to him this time? I wasn't the only one. She pointed at Zane. Kotaro didn't seem to believe it until the nindroid laughed. Unfortunately, she is not wrong, he said. I can clean this up and then you two can eat. Zane decided this time he wouldn't bother being fancy. He diced up the herbs and roots into a small salad and sauce for the fish he cut into small silvers. Kotaro happily ate off the platter of ice, but Zane didn't miss how Akita ignored him as he passed her one. She did eat, even if it was only off of her brother's plate. Zane still smiled, letting his shoulder fall to his sides as the evening dimmed into night. Oh. Okay. That was a good chapter. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I should keep recording or not, because it's like, I kind of need to go to bed. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed, but, next chapter is Chapter 17, Tapping and Travels. Alright. It felt strange to see Akita and Kotaro curled asleep on the, still messy, floor of their shelter. The hours before were a mess of blurry emotions, angry screams, and catharsis? What word is catharsis? Search Google. The process of releasing and thereby providing relief forms strong and repressed emotions. Catharsis. Nice. Okay. There were still clumps of dirt he had to pick out from between his plating as Zane set about fixing his dents. Akita's clothes, somehow, were still intact but also flecked with dirt. He hovered a hand over her shoulder to try and brush it off, paused, then drew back. Zane thought it best to give her the space she wanted. Instead, he turned to his tablet of sear ice and glanced at the new images within it. Most were of Akita. Her running through the woods, the moments right before she fell into the cavern, and over a dozen different outcomes. Zane had to look away at some, not wanting to see the futures where they stumbled across her motionless body, thoroughly frozen solid. The nindroid began taking notes through the night as the vision shifted. They weren't as detailed as the ones from his sleep, and Zane didn't know if they were happening as he watched, if they were yet to happen, or if they were long past events. But when he caught sight of the scrap iron flamethrowers, that gave him enough of a hint. Zane's fingers twitched as he saw a line of Vex's followers burn a village. It wasn't in the same structure as the formlings or the ice fishers. The architecture was akin to the countryside of some place. He didn't see Vex's curving helmet within the crowd, though. As Zane confirmed this, the vision shifted in a wave of orange light. There was an army, dressed in armor and wielding traditional spears, holding a line against the barrage of fire. Even if the army had numbers, the range of the flamethrowers and the thick metal plating kept them from doing any real damage. A spear cracked as it swung against the Marauder's armor. If Zane squinted, he could see the shapes of people fleeing in the background. He caught more flashes of the village right before the attack, farmland and herds of animals, the shape of a castle in the distance. The nindroid wrote down as much as he could process. Each flash of fire felt palpable against his skin, and the tendrils of smoke were so thick Zane could picture himself grabbing one and pulling it through the ice. He tucked the notes, at least 3 papers, into his backpack, grabbed his spear, and walked towards the surface of the lake. There were no muscles in his back, but Zane could feel tension creeping over his shoulders. It was some mix between fear and residual... Oh my gosh, why can I never pronounce any, non-complicated words? I can read, I swear. Anger he wanted to erase from his system. His fingers twitched, letting snowflakes weave between them as he tried to think of something to do. He looked up in surprise when he heard the crackle of ice. With the light from his eyes, Zane saw that there was a humanoid figure standing just by the edge of the lake. "Hello?" he asked, setting down his staff to approach the shape. It didn't react. Looking closer, Zane didn't see a face or any indication it wasn't anything more than a block of ice. The nindroid asked himself how it got there. He didn't try to summon his power. The only noteworthy he thought was just the need to do something. There was a grating sound and Zane flinched back. He saw the block of ice beginning to grow a pair of blocky arms. The movement stopped just as it began to form what looked like a pole near the end of one of those arms. Zane blinked at the shape, then down to his own. He willed the arm to move and to shake his hand. Another crackling sound followed the movement of the limb. He grinned himself up and took up his spear. Morning came, but Kotaro and Akita were awoken by the sound of ringing blows echoing through the glade. Akita shot to her feet, while Akaro slid off her shoulder and mumbled to himself. She took stock of the empty space and the missing nindroid, and shook her brother awake. Is it breakfast already?" he mumbled. She rolled her eyes. "You'd think so, but I think someone else is here." A sudden blast of frigid air blew back the curtained entrance. Both caught glances of Zane, crouched low with his spear behind him. He was fighting a man made of ice, wielding a similar weapon. The nindroid's torso was protected with elegant sheets of dark ice, eyes narrow as he slammed a hand to the ground. Blocks of ice burst through in a rippling pattern, but the figure rolled out of the way before they could meet. Zane smiled to himself, letting out a cry as he charged. Ice and steel blades met with a sharp ring, both formlings wincing at the unfamiliar sound. Zane saw them both out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, both he and his clone lowered their weapons. "Oh, that must have been a rather rude way to be awoken," he apologized. "But at the very least, breakfast should be ready." Akita tilted her head, then looked up to the opposite end of the lake. Another clone was standing in the water, catching fish with a net woven from grass and twigs, and looked up and gave a small wave that her brother returned with a shocked expression. "How many powers are you capable of?" he asked. Zane looked to the clone beside him, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Its body began to flick away and dissolved into the fine mist just as the second came around, carrying a basket full of fish. The nindroid had a pensive expression, trying to form his thoughts. "I do not know," he said plainly. "I did not know I was capable of any of these things, really." Can you tell us where your powers came from?" Akita pushed. "Surely you were not born with such a gift." "Obviously I was not born," he stated. Kotaro snorted at his sister's baffled expression. "And that is another long tale. Would you be content to listen?" I would be more than happy. Kotaro nodded through a mouthful. Akita glanced at the basket beside them, then pulled a fish out and tore off its head. She gestured for him to continue. Zane enjoyed retelling the myth of the first Ninjutsu master, the creation of Ninjago and the battle between him and the Overlord. The memories weren't as difficult to retell as he expected, but they did form another train of thought as he spoke. He thought back to the final battle, the true final battle, and the blazing rush of power under his hands as he held the golden armor. The memories just before he fell into the void were both a shadow and a beacon in his memories. Zane's fingers twitched at the phantom feeling of the power flowing into him. He wasn't just a conduit for the element of ice. He wasn't just Zane. He was his element, coursing through his system and bursting at the seams of his physical shell. The nindroid didn't realize he'd gone silent until Kotaro waved a hand in front of his face. "Hello? Are you thinking about something bad?" "In a sense." "You've yet to tell us how you defeated the Overlord the second time," Akita mentioned. "Ah, yes. In the final battle, I managed to grab hold of his weapons and absorb and absorb its power. And then I shot a beam of my power into its chest and it fell. I was damaged in the fight, but after some time I was able to properly function again. The female formling still had a skeptical expression. You make it seem that this great villain was not as powerful as you all had thought. Or you're understating your own abilities. He was powerful. I do admit that I am not wholly comfortable recounting everything. Zane looked to his hands. Perhaps some of that power has not left me. Anyways, I do not pretend to understand how a fraction of someone's soul turned me into a glorified refrigerator. Refrigerator? Kitaro asked. He shook his head. Oh my god! A small smile tugging at his lips. Never mind that. It is not important. But there is something else. Zane laid out his notes from the seer ice. I believe that this location will be the site of another attack from Vex's followers. Do either of you know where this is? The brother leaned over the written description, squinting at the letters. It took Zane a moment to remember the fact that neither of the formlings knew how to read. Apologies. Give me a moment. He thought about leaving to grab his pencil, but it had grown short and he would need it to write down more visions. Then Zane held a hand over a patch of ground, made a raising motion, and a small model of the village from his vision grew upwards. I did not see anything specific, but the buildings were something like this. There were soldiers too, as well as a castle in the distance. Zane created both as he spoke. Akita broke off one of the buildings, examining it in her hand. Some of the adults would leave to trade goods with outsiders. Did you see a farm in one of the visions? Yes, though I don't know what they grew. That should be enough, Kitaro added. We did not trade frequently, but there was no other way to get certain vegetables. Like squash! They were so delicious when added to stews or cooked into paste. It was due north of here. But it took the adults over a day to travel. How do you intend to make it there before this attack? The icebergs will throw you out of the sky. I would rather not let that happen again. Zane rubbed his lower back. But you were able to fend them off when they came for us. Could you not do that in flight? Perhaps. Then Akita heard the rest of his sentence. Wait, what do you mean flight? Zane grinned again. Please step back for this. Both formlings gave a confused but willing nod as they shuffled back. The nindroid turned, taking several steps away before summoning his dragon underneath him. The reins fell into his hands, and he reached down to pat the side of the beast's head. Kitaro hobbled up with an amazed expression. I did not know such an animal existed. Is this what you call a dragon? What's his name? Zane hadn't bothered naming his mount. It wasn't the same thing as a living dragon, so he took a moment to decide on one right there. He is boreal, he said. Helping Kitaro onto the saddle, he stepped off for a moment to grab his bags. Coming back outside, Akita kept an eye on the beast the entire time and hadn't made a move to get onto the dragon. Zane offered a reassuring expression, and Kitaro lowered his hand. Even if this did hurt me, if you're here, then I know you can avenge me, his brother quipped. Grumbling under her breath, she hid her amusement and let herself be pulled onto the saddle. Zane looked to the sky and caught a glimpse of hidden wings. Whatever you did to keep them away from us, be ready to do it. And if they do not listen, please hold tight. Zane tugged the reins and the dragon reared up, wings throwing twigs and leaves into the wind as it burst through the clearing. The Master of Ice urged its mount to not stop as it flew above the tree line. Kitaro grabbed his armor, and behind him, he could hear Akita calling out in guttural howls no human could replicate. There was a shriek above them, and Zane jerked his reins to the side as a gray blur shot down from the clouds. It's a whole flock, Akita called over his shoulder. The nindroid didn't try to look over his shoulder to confirm it. Spurring Boreal to fly faster, Zane made sure to record the next series of growls Akita gave to try, and persuade the birds to stop. He saw a pair of shadows cast over the trees and squeeze the reins. Do not let go, he called as a warning before ordering the dragon into a barrel roll. They were high enough that they could fall for several seconds before the threat of a crashing came. Zane saw the birds flanking either side of his dragon, cutting through the air like bullets. The ground came faster, and at the last moment, Zane unfurled Boreal's wings and shot them back into the sky. Now hovering above both animals, he sent twin blasts of heavy snow down on them both. They stumbled under the weight of the attack that also cushioned their fall. Beating his wings, Boreal soared upwards, and Zane broke through the cloud cover. The swarm of birds encircled them, screeching the air, and Akita had to press her hands against the sides to muffle the sound. Zane grit his teeth, forcing his concentration to not break. He found the recording of Akita's growl and turned to Kataru. "Both of you, cover your ears," he ordered. Zane turned his speakers up to the highest volume possible, the dragon's mouth falling open to mimic a roar as the sound tore through the skies. He could feel his mechanics quivering at the volume of the sound, and the delicate internal systems vibrating inside of his skull. All at once, the birds' shrieking stopped. The roar soon faded into a thundering echo. Then silence filled the surroundings. Looking to his surroundings, the bird had stopped their circling, and now hovered midair. They traded squawks and shrieks with one another before they began to fly towards the mountain. Sorry, I just needed to yawn. That's how I yawn, by the way, for some reason. The nindroid watched as they began to disperse. Underneath him, the two birds he'd shot down shook off the snow and joined their flock without a second glance. Zane lowered them to a less precarious height, both foremwings uncovering their ears and looking around in surprise. "They're gone?" Akita mumbled, rubbing her temples. "For now, we should keep moving," Zane said. Alright. Chapter 18. A Vigilant Spirit. Okay. Alright. This is where... I'm trying to remember how, things lead up to what they lead up to, and I'm just thinking, why did I just... Okay. Okay, I am back. I just ate some food. I don't know if I read the chapter title, so... Chapter 18. A Vigilant Spirit. Below them, the wide open plains gave way to fenced-off pastures with sparse animals held within them. Looking up to the horizon line, the nindroid spotted the castle in the distance, but he couldn't see any signs of a fight or see the telltale flames. The buildings below were weathered, but intact, and Zane could see the herds of cow and sheep grazing in the frozen fields. Guiding the dragon to land, the nindroid helped Kataru off and patted the dragon on the head. He expected the beast to dissipate under his touch, but the dragon simply pressed his nose onto his hand and nuzzled him affectionately. Zane didn't see a reason to try and force him away either. It was like having Shard all over again. "Alright, you can stay," he said to Boreal, "but please keep distant. I do not want the locals to be afraid of you. I promise to call for you when the time is right. Do you understand?" A soft puff of fog was his answer, before the dragon lifted its head and began watching the horizon line. Zane nodded. "Very well. Hopefully you will not be needed if there is attack incoming." He left his supplies and spear on the dragon's back. Zane figured that the lack of weaponry would make him more approachable. If a fight did break out, he didn't need the extra weight slowing him down anyways. Akita stared up at the dragon. Kataru shook his head. "Don't think about it." "I said nothing. I've lived with you for a decade. I know you too well." He huffed. Akita let him lean against his shoulder. "Do not ask if you can fight the dragon. You will lose." "I was able to defeat Zane with relative ease. He did not want to fight in the first place." "So? What makes you think I could not beat him?" Zane listened to the siblings bicker, letting himself roll his eyes as Akita tried to prove how she'd take him out in their metaphorical brawl. Smirking, his finger twitched and a small lump of ice appeared to trip the floorline. "His powers are not that..." Akita shouted, and her brother just managed to stop her from falling into the dirt. The nindroid muffled his laugh behind a polite cough, making sure to disperse the ice before either of them could think to look for it. Akita still glared at him, and Kataru briefly had another panicked expression on his face, before his sister gave a low growl of acknowledgement, tinted with a hint of approval. Zane found the closest farmer, a man with long, dark hair, and simply walked towards him. He looked up to the sky with a pensive expression, and when he finally noticed the armored stranger, he shouted and jumped up. "Who are you?" "Do not be alarmed. My name is Zane. This is Akita and Kataru. Could you direct me to your village elder or to the local authority of your town? I must speak with them about a potential attack." The boy blinked. Excuse me? "Who is in charge? I must speak with them," he repeated plainly. The farmer slowly pointed a finger towards one of the houses. "That's Mr. Willow's house." What are you exactly?" They nodded. "Thank you for your help. Who I am is not important of us now, but I promise that I'm not here to hurt anyone." He didn't look very reassured, and Zane reminded himself that it was the expected reaction. The nindroid tried to give a small smile and waved over his shoulder as he walked towards the house in question. The building had 2 stories, and there was a small stable in the back with a pair of horses off to the side. Stepping in front of the door, Zane knocked and patiently waited for someone to answer. His fingers picked at the plates of his armor, trying to ease the urgency that beat against his chest. There was a window right beside the door, and Zane had to stop himself from peeking through the half-open windows. He heard Akita give an irritated growl behind him. Why do they hesitate? It's not like you're some servant to dismiss at will. It is only natural that they are nervous, he sighed. But a more immediate response would be appreciated. Compared to the Ice Fisher's village, this town had more houses that stretched across the land. There were more people, too, and almost all stopped to stare at Zane. The nindroid rolled his eyes, a bit tired of the same reaction. He gave another knock, a small frown starting to form across his lips. Straining his hearing, he heard the soft sound of a lock clicking. He tilted his head and saw a deadbolt still attached to the door. Peeking behind it were a pair of alarmed gray eyes, framed with matching hair and a gaping mouth. Excuse me, but are you Master Willow? The nindroid asked softly, holding out a hand. My name is Zane. Zane? His voice was thin and croaking. Suddenly his eyes grew even wider. The Great Spirit? Pardon? The nindroid glanced behind the door to see a child jumping downstairs. Grandpa, are we still going to go for a ride with Pepper? Go back to your room, Anya, he hissed. Oh, Anya! Oh, wait! Anya! Let's go! Are we still going to go for a ride with Pepper? Go back to your room, Anya, he hissed. Anya? Zane craned his head enough to catch rusty hair tucked under a knitted cap. Zane? You're here! The child practically flew down the last flight of stairs, shoving past the elderly man and squeezing through the door to throw her arms around his torso. He laughed and did not hesitate to return her hug. It is a happy coincidence I could see you again, he smirked. I did not know I'd find you here. My dads drop me off here when they go on their big hunting trips. They always come back with these crazy big pelts, and I get to help make stew, Anya beamed. Will cautiously stepped out of the doorway, still eyeing Zane with a strange caution. You're real. I told you, Grandpa. I told you he was really real, she pouted. He said that you were just made up, but you're right here. A metal man with power over the eternal winters, he muttered. I didn't think that. How? What are you? It does not matter as of now. Zane carefully let go of the little girl. But I need you to listen to me. I have reason to believe that there is an attack incoming. Have you heard of men wielding fires from other villages? Those ashen beasts? Willow grew stiff. A gentle breeze would have sent him crashing to the ground. They're coming here? When? Why? How do you know this? I cannot risk explaining this to you when they could be coming at any moment, Zane said firmly. I need you to evacuate the village. Take them as far away from here as they can manage. If a fight does come, they cannot be caught in the crossfire. Trust us, Katara spoke up. We do not lie, Elder Willow. We have seen the men ourselves. The tales of their power are not exaggerated. The old man was shaking, and Zane knew it wasn't from the cold. A small crowd started to gather, and the nindroid heard Akita bristle beside him. Muttering filled the air, but Zane's voice was strong. Please listen. You are all in danger. Take only what you need and leave this place. There are people coming that I cannot promise have your best interest at heart. Anya grabbed the tasseled edges of his pants and tugged. Is that why you're wearing all that ice? Are you going to fight them like last time? He knelt to her level and set a hand on her shoulder. This is for my own protection. I do not want anyone to be hurt. That's why you must go. Do you understand? She swallowed, nodding despite the tightness in her throat. I understand. Why should we believe you? Willow cried. We don't even know what you are. He's Zane, Anya shouted. He's a nice man, and he isn't scary, and he's my friend. The little girl suddenly went red as her grandpa's expression shifted from fear to shock. I didn't mean to yell. I'm sorry. Akita gave the child a toothy grin, while Kataro groaned and whispered something that sounded like, oh stars, there's 2 of them now. Will seemed to finally shook off his paranoia and carefully nodded. I can tell my granddaughter and the horses to warn the guard post. Everyone else, bring your families to the edge of the pastures. There were still distrustful comments Zane could pick out, but the crowd still dispersed with relative haste. The nindroid sighed and bowed gratefully to the grandfather. Thank you. I know how hard this must be, to put faith in a stranger. I don't, he said flatly, then glanced down to Anya. She was tracing shapes into his armor with awe, and his expression softened just slightly. But I trust her judgment. come. Let's see if Pepper still wants to ride. Okay, she said. But you'll still be here when we come back, right, Zane? I promise. Kotaro turned to glance at the entrance to the town. Out of the corner of the nindroid's eye, he saw the boy flinch. Zane, they're here. He said nothing, but his next exhale was filled with cloudy puffs of mist. You and your sister should go with the people. Both of you are still too hurt to fight. But you'll be left by yourself, Kotaro protested. You cannot. You certainly cannot fight as you are, Akita cut in. Even if I have to carry you myself, you are not staying here. Zane nodded to her. She didn't return the gesture and simply turned to follow the other people as they made their way to join the crowd. Kotaro remained, then limped toward Zane. The nindroid met him halfway and accepted the crushing hug. Please, just be safe, he murmured. Stay safe. I will. I promise. Akita helped her brother out as the last of the people closest to the town began to file away. The nindroid began his walk towards the incoming sound of rowdy cries and shouting. You could see the bloody red leather and the pelt capes thrown over cast iron chest plates. There were only 8 in total, but 6 held flamethrowers that were already sparking, sending gouts of thick smoke that cut through the clear skies. No doubt if he were human, his nose would have curled at the stench. The sound of rumbling fire and clanking iron filled the silence. Each was smeared with ash, all of them wearing cocky grins. These people have done nothing, he stated. Please let them be and let go of whatever vengeance you think you are owed. You're the metal man Vex always talks about, aren't you? The leader stepped forward. A heavily grated helmet hit their face. In their arms was what looked like a cannon, the mouth already burning red hot. My name is Zane. I will not ask again. Leave these people and your weapons. Instinct told him to move. The nindroid dashed to the side just as 3 blasts of fire scorched the ground. A crackle rose through the air. Zane grazed his hands across the ground, sending trails of ice that ruptured through the earth and sent the group scattering. He saw 2 try to make a run towards the town, weapons aiming for the foundations. Thrusting his hand upwards like a conductor, a pillar of ice blocked the flames, and 2 attackers turned their attentions back towards him. Zane noted that 3 of the invaders who wielded flamethrowers stood near the back, fidgeting with some control he couldn't see. Flanking them from behind, needles grew from his fingertips and flew towards their hands. One cried out in pain, breaking off the shard that stuck out of his palm. He drew all of their attacks, weaving through the ribbons of fire as he danced back from the village. Flames curled against metal, snapping at his body. Zane counted the seconds between recharges and ruptured the ground with rippling frost and jagged spikes. Another loud roar forced Zane to roll out of another attack. Something cracked against his armor and the nindroid grunted. Sweeping his leg, he reached behind and yanked out the axe that was wedged between his shoulder blades. It hadn't broken through his plating, but the strike was still too close. He saw the 8 flamethrowers line up He saw the 8 flamethrowers line up and saw the blasts of orange light. Digging his fingers into the ground, Zane was launched into the air just as the fire exploded across the ice. Steam hissed at the impact, and Zane had several precious moments to hover above the chaos before landing in the middle without a sound. The titanium ninja stood within the mist, closing his eyes to hide their glow as he listened for the sounds of the invaders. Ice curled over his hands, and Zane heard the faint clink that signaled his clones were standing beside him. Oh my gosh, look at him go! Look at him go! Each of their fingertips were curled with razor-sharp talons, and all 3 dove in separate directions. Zane heard the man first, shouting and sending bursts of fire at the slightest sounds. The nindroid lay crouched, head ducked low as he waved his hand. A lone column of ice broke through the ground, and the man screamed, turning to set the decoy ablaze. He darted, severing the cords that connected the weapon to its fuel, clamped his hands over his mouth, and wrestled him to the ground. Surrender and leave, Zane hissed against the air. The man growled and tried to bite his hand. He cried out, but the sound was quickly muffled. Thinking quick, Zane froze his arms, feet, and gagged him with ice before leaving to take out his second target. They tore through the metal cables, and Zane froze the ones he could to keep them from weaving. Soon the mist dissipated, and the remaining 2 were left standing, their allies and weapons rendered useless. Zane shed his claws, but kept the clones by his sides, calculating how to attack and how long he had between recharges. Wind whipped at his hair, and the snow rippled like water at his feet. The one wielding the last flamethrower glared down at him through a thick hood. Never, she cried. The nindroid expected her to blast him, already starting to bridge. But then he saw her reach behind her back, towards the canister filled with fuel. He saw the terrified expression of her ally and knew Zane had to stop her. Reaching out with outstretched fingertips, a blistering gale flew from his hand. The person standing beside her was knocked to the ground, and pebbles knocked against his armor. When the shining blast faded, the woman stood with her hand hovering a button. Her face was locked in a snarl under thick ice. The last invader looked onto the battlefield, and Zane met his face with a cold glare. Leave. This time, they couldn't move fast enough. They slipped against the half-frozen ground as they ran off through the tree line. Zane took in a breath, reining in his power and letting the ice and the clones melt into the air. He knelt by the caved-in muzzle of one of the weapons, looking over them to make sure they were completely unusable. He perked up at the sound of footsteps and hooves. Galloping down the road was a small company of soldiers, with their commander riding in on a chestnut-brown horse. Their armor was also red, but Zane saw patches of it were scorched black, and were too uniform to be mistaken for more of Vex's minions. Their leader dismounted, a withered man with the expression of someone who had seen many battles. He carried a long halberd in one hand, and a sword was buckled to his hip. Emblazoned? Is that a word? Emblazoned. There are spelling mistakes in this that I've noticed. So is this emblazoned? Emblazoned. That's an actual word. Emblazoned on his chest was a golden crest that Zane could guess was the symbol of the kingdom. Then, to his surprise, he knelt, and the men quickly dismounted and followed his actions. Great Spirit of the Neverrealm, we thank you for your protection against the ashen beasts, he proclaimed. Zane stuttered, and then gave a long, drawn-out groan. With all due respect, I am not a damn spirit. I'm not a god, and I'm certainly not some extra-dimensional blizzard cryptid. I am just Zane. Please, please remember this. The nindroid smiled at the commander's dumbfounded expression. Woo! Woohoo! Woohoo! He's so cool. Pun not intended, but like, he's so awesome. Genuine? Oh my gosh. Okay. Chapter 19. End of One Path. All of the men were still kneeling in the snow, some trading confused glances at each other from under their helmets. The nindroid held out his hand to the human, bent down to his level, and held out his hand. I mean no disrespect, Commander, Zane said softly. Please stand. What is your name? He swallowed and cautiously accepted, letting himself be pulled to his feet. The men behind followed in sync, but some took the slightest steps back. The commander himself removed his helmet to address him. I'm so sorry you can hear my chair. I need to get a new one. The commander himself removed his helmet to address him. He was old, but Zane didn't know what that meant in a realm where people lived to be over 100. The commander had fine gray hair that was pulled back into a short ponytail, light blue eyes, and a tight-lipped expression. Across his cheek and curling over one ear was a wavy scar that could only have come from a blast of fire. When he noticed Zane observed the mark, he turned away the slightest. I'm Wingast. My men have fought against the Ashes Beast. We have suffered great loss of their weapons. He looked over his shoulder to the battlefield. Yet, somehow, you command a force that rivals the storms of our world. There is no need to exaggerate, Commander, Zane dismissed, then looked back to the invaders. Is there anywhere for them to go? I don't know if they will be safe in that state. Wingast blinked. They're not dead? No. I understand if you're confused. I promise to explain everything to your king. Will you take me to him? My lord has been incredibly preoccupied, even in his twilight years. But there is nothing I could do to stop you, and you have proven your worth. Wingast turned to his men. Send another squadron to confiscate the metal. I want 3 of you to stay here to keep the people from tampering with the devices. Oh, I can assist with that, I think. Oh my gosh. Zane mentally called Boreal, asking the dragon to gather an armful of the metal scraps and push them forward. A sudden gasp broke through the soldiers' calm, and the nindroid had to stop them from raising their spears. Wait, I should have told you sooner, but this is Boreal. He can carry the metal to your capital. Or would you rather I dispel him? He is completely harmless. As he rambled, the dragon nudged a pile of scraps forward, then curled a wing across Zane's back like a shield. The nindroid paused, then patted the dragon's snout with a thankful sigh, and spoke again, with a more relaxed tone. He is not a threat, I promise. What sort of beast is this? Wingest looked up with hidden awe. Like I said, I can explain everything, but it will take some time. The journey back to the capital is half a day's travel. You have your time, and I am curious. Zane bowed. Thank you for your patience with me, Commander Wingest. Just Wingest is enough. You are not one of my soldiers. The nindroid fell into step just behind the human, his dragon following his side with a metal frozen into a clump and held between its teeth. Zane recounted his story to the soldiers, landing in the Ice Fisher's village, his visions, his powers, and his history with Vex. Zane found it the slightest bit easier talking about the Formlink, turned spiteful. Zane found it the slightest bit easier talking about the Formlink turned spiteful warlord. Wingest took it better than he expected. There was no sudden flash of anger or scorn, despite the scar or the loss he'd no doubt experienced. But Zane did see some of the men start to whisper behind their commander's back. You saved the town. That's enough proof for me, he stated. You have more power than any weapon or man in the king's army. Vex is a fool for making you his enemy. Zane wanted to offer some defense, but found none. I am still sorry for the pain he had caused you. It is only a matter of time until that devil is brought to justice, Wingest stated. All men are subjects to time's crawl. However, I suspect you are not. You said you are a nindroid, yes? Nindroid. Yes, anyways. You said that you are not human and you are not made of flesh. Does that mean you will not age? Zane pursed his lips and gave a small nod. My systems do require rest and the occasional update, but by human standards, no. By human standards, no, I do not age. Believe me when I say it is not as enjoyable as one may think. However, even when I live past my loved one, their memories will live with me. Wingest seemed to pick up on the clipped way Zane spoke. I see. But tell me about your technology. I do not believe that you could be capable of creating tools that break stone faster than a pickaxe. The nindroid began a quick listing of the different inventions he had brought to the realm. Soon, the small party came across the villagers who'd fled. They were all gathered under a small collection of bare trees, with children and elderly sitting atop the few carts that were brought with them. Near the front of the group were a pair of familiar horses, and Zane gave a small wave to Anya once they were close. He's back! She called out, spurring on her horse and practically jumped out of the saddle. Whoa! What kind of animal is that? Anya, stay away from it! Her grandfather shouted. Boreal lowered his head to the ground, huffing out a small cloud of frost that clung to her hood in white clumps. She giggled, and Zane set a hand on his snout. The nindroid didn't miss the small pout from Anya. I thought I was the coolest animal she'd seen. Oh. Hang on. The nindroid didn't miss the small pout from Akita. I thought I was the coolest animal she'd seen. Katara ruffled her hair. I suppose Zane beats you there as well, dear sister. The Master of Ice turned up to meet the grandfather, and the townsfolk worried gaze. He is a dragon, a creature from my realm. His name is Boreal. I promise he is not dangerous. He will not harm you as long as I am present. The presence of the guard seemed to reassure in most of the people. They began to gather their things, most keeping a wide berth from the dragon's wings. Zane answered all the happy questions spilling out of Anya's mouth, then noticed that Wingest was staring. He stood from watching Anya brushing her hands down Boreal's scaled back. Is there something wrong? Those ice fishers you mentioned. They were the ones you gave your strange technology to, yes? And the girl knows of it? He asked. Anya knows some. She was a botanist working in one of the greenhouses I constructed. She was very attentive of the plants. I do not recall seeing them wilt in a year she worked there. There was a small sound behind the nindroid, but when Zane turned back, all he saw was the little girl sitting in the snow. While I do not doubt your own abilities, both myself and my king would have difficulty accepting that such inventions exist in the first place. Is it possible to send a message to send someone from the village to speak on your behalf? If it would raise your confidence in me, there are a few who I would recommend. Zane saw Akita and Kataru make their way back through the crowds, joining him and the guards as they continued their journey. Every so often, they'd pass another plot of land where farmers worked, Zane noticed how they were all under heavy guard, with both soldier and civilian glancing up as if one of Vex's followers was about to materialize on the horizon. Carts were filled with produce, but always less than halfway full. The nindroid didn't miss a sudden expression of awe on both Forwin's faces as they made their way through the town ringing the Grand Castle. People dressed in flowing coats and pelt scarves stopped and parted the street as the procession made their way towards the gates. The buildings were elegant, roofs made of fancy plates and delicately curving wood. There was a small shadow overhead, and when Zane looked up, he saw the silhouette of birds flying back and forth from the castle. They were far too small to be the beasts that attacked him before, and zooming closer confirmed that they were just normal falcons. He reached up gently to tap Wingast's shoulder. "Is communication by avian standard in your kingdom?" "Oh, yes." The human looked up, squinted, then frowned. "Most of our cities have at least one falconer to send only the most important messages to the king. So many in one day. That's not a good sign." Wingast gestured for the dragon to leave the clump of metal by one of the barracks, stating that someone would come for it later. Many of the soldiers and civilians were too stunned to speak, stuck staring up as Boreal trailed behind them. Zane winced as the dragon's large wings pressed closer against his body, tail almost painfully stiff. "I suppose it would not be polite for you to take up so much space," he said aloud. But still, Zane couldn't find it in him to dispel the familiar so easily. "If he is an extension of your powers, couldn't you ask him to take a different shape?" Kotaro asked. Zane made a curious sound and extended a hand. Boreal pressed his jaw against his palm. The master of ice closed his eyes and silently asked, commanding him didn't feel right, for him to take a more compact form. He felt the scales under his hands to flake upwards into an invisible wind, feeling mist between his fingers. There was a gasp from someone in the crowd, and a moment after, Zane felt something settle against his forearm. Opening his eyes, he found a growing falcon in place of the dragon. Boreal gave a soft cry and fluttered onto his shoulder. He smiled, raising a finger to mist the misty silver feathers. "It is good to see you too, old friend." Behind him, Boreal and his men, along with a good portion of people, stared. "I didn't mean to make a scene," he said sheepishly. "I swear I'm not a god. Please just take me to see your king." Of course," Wingast swallowed. "Everyone disperse. Go back to your trades." That's hilarious. Zane does these things and he has to clarify, please, I'm not a god, I swear. Please. No, I'm a normal human. I'm not a god, I swear. Oh, I love that for him. I love that. The closer view of the people did give him a better grasp on the state of things within the kingdom, judging by their slightly singed clothes, prominent cheekbones, and the way those who held food hunched over them possessively. Zane could guess their struggles. "It's not your fault," Kotaro spoke up. He didn't think that his lingering guilt was that obvious. Zane spent a moment trying to clear the emotion from his face, then gave a small sigh. "Yes, I know. Thank you. Let us meet the king, and perhaps these will not be the last to suffer," Akita muttered, low enough to be discreet, but the sound still stung. The falcon gave another shriek, and Zane patted its head affectionately. "Yes, let's go." Woo! Zane's meeting the king! Zane's meeting the king! Now, just to mention, just to say, this fanfic is called Ruler from Another Realm. Ruler from Another Realm. And the description is what if Zane, being the Ice Emperor, was actually a really nice guy? So, him meeting the king, it's gonna end up he will become. I'm so excited for this, because I forgotten most of this. I forgot all about the clones. All of it. Okay. I gotta stop talking. I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. Chapter 20. Looked into. Falcon soared overhead as the gates of the castle were pushed open by the guards. The courtyard had little squares of carved stone that once would have held plots of flowers and in one, Zane saw the bare arms of a tree with snow-covered wooden bench beneath it. A snow-covered wooden bench beneath it. There were soldiers everywhere too, arming the tower spaced between the walls with bows, and marching in neat rows around the base of the main palace. All their uniforms were the same in both color and damages. Every other person Zane saw had some sort of scarring from fire or claws. "Come," the general gestured to the throne room. "King Grimfax should be waiting for us, if he is not still buried nose-deep in manuscripts." Zane nodded and continued to follow the human through the high-vaulted roofs into the palace itself. He felt a sharp tug on his sash and looked over to see Akita giving him a scrutinizing stare. "What exactly do you plan to do next? Do you intend to turn yourself in?" Kotaro glared at his sister. Zane exhaled a nervous breath. "I will tell the king what I have told Wingast. If he will allow it, I would like to help atone for my mistakes by serving him however I can." His hand fidgeted with the wood of his locket. Falcon swooped through the halls and landed on his shoulder. He pet his ethereal feathers and smiled meekly. "And this may sound childish, but I was hoping Zorla could be allowed to visit. Wingast did mention he wished to speak to someone from the village." "It would be interesting to meet your elder," Kotaro mentioned. "Is her cooking as good as yours? Or did you learn from her?" Zane's grin turned cheekily. "I would not be able to tell you since I can hardly taste. Besides, even if it were horrible, I would never say so to her face." Akita grabbed her brother and locked her arm around his neck. "Of course the first thing you ask about is food." The nindroid laughed at the brother's struggle to free himself and eventually tried to step between the two to break them up, once other soldiers began to notice. Falcon quickly flew off of Zane's shoulder and circled around the battle, shouting little cries of encouragement. For which party, Zane honestly didn't know. The little foreling was strong, and Zane really didn't want to hurt her. So when Kotaro managed to slip free, he sacrificed himself to Akita as her new plaything. She quickly messed up his hair, and Zane struggled not to fall over with how he had to bend down to her height while balancing his staff. "It appears the king is not yet well enough to leave his quarters," Wingast said ahead of them. "I can only hope." The nindroid caught under Akita's grip immediately turned blue when the general turned around. Falcon finally decided to help and batted away her arm with his wings. Zane strained and tried to flatten his hair to preserve some air of dignity. He noticed little snowflakes dancing around his vision and half-heartedly batted them away. "I did not know that could happen," he muttered to himself, then looked at the floor where the patches of snow began to settle. I hope that will not cause the wood to grow mold. My apologies." "It's nothing," Wingast said curtly, coughing into his hand. "As I was saying, King Grimfax has agreed to see you in his quarters, but you will have to leave both your staff and familiar by the door. We cannot take risks, not with the condition His Majesty is in." "I understand the precaution," Zane said. "I'm grateful that he is willing to spare his limited time to a stranger." He and the twins were led from the throne that sat atop a pyramid-shaped pedestal, and through one of the smaller side corridors. Why are all the words like... And through one of the smaller side corridors. Servants carried scrolls, and Zane's expression quickly turned sympathetic when he saw shadows under their eyes. A woman in a scarlet dress and buns passed by with a tray carrying an assortment of pastries and a steaming bowl of soup. Her green eyes drooped and blinked rapidly in uneven intervals. On her next step, her foot tripped over itself, and Zane was so quick to catch the food. He reached out with a hand and froze the pastries in a smooth curve of ice that also caught the woman before she face-planted. Unfortunately, the lid of the soup had fallen over, and the liquid quickly froze as it came into contact with Zane's ice. "Mira!" Wingast yelled, helping the woman up and pressing the back of his hand to her forehead. "Did you sleep properly? I told you can't keep doing this." "I'm fine, Wendy. I took a nap. I'll be fine." She stood with her hand hovering over her shoulder. "Shame about the king's what?" Mira stared at the sudden growth of ice sticking up in front of her, then turned to see Akita helping to pry out a tray and plate, while Kotaro fruitlessly tapped at one of the frozen desserts. Zane thawed out a cookie mid-flight. He gave her a small bow and presented them to her once both of the foremwings broke free. "I'm sorry I could not save the soup. However, it should still be edible if melted into a new pot," he offered. "The pastries should still be fine. I hope I did not startle you." He tilted his head when Mira hit her face along with... He tilted his head when Mira hit her face with a long sleeve and gave a small cough. Are you sick? I'm sorry, perhaps that was too sudden of me. I would not want to damage the king's palace with my abilities. You didn't do anything. It's fine. I'm Mira. Wait, when you already said my name? She stuttered. Wendy? Akita snorted and Wingast made a small, exasperated sound. I told you not to call me that when I'm on duty. Oh, hush, as if it doesn't make you smile, Mira grinned. He was smiling, though did a poor job at hiding it. Anyway, I'm sure someone else can bring the king his meals. He should rest. If I may, Zane asked, I could bring it to him. We are already going towards his quarters. Mira lowered her sleeve and shook her head stubbornly. Thank you for the offer, but I can do this little task before taking some nap. Wingast opened his mouth to protest, then sighed in defeat. Zane wondered if that was how most of the general's interactions with Mira ended. He heard both Formwing twins snicker and resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. It took a few more moments to thaw out the rest of the food, and another servant took away the pot, now filled with chunks of soupy ice. He couldn't help but note all the little details in the carpentry of the palace. The structure of the roof was exposed, but each part of the wood was set flush against one another, with no nails in sight. If you do not mind me asking, what sort of methods do you use to construct your buildings? He asked over Wingast's shoulder. Oh, I don't really know, the general admitted. Likewise, Mira added, though it said that not a single nail was used in the construction of the palace itself. Fascinating. Zane made note to see if there were any books on the subject. I hope you will not mind if I have more questions in the future. Mira gave a soft laugh and waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry about it. It's more endearing than annoying, I can promise you that. Oh. Wingast coughed again, and Zane almost asked if he was sick too. By then, they had climbed 2 flights of stairs and stood in front of the most heavily guarded door. The door itself was massive and ornate, with a pair of outstretched wings framing a mountain. Clouds and trees were carved with a precision Zane didn't think couldn't be matched by anything but a machine. The guards gestured to the nindroid, who recalled the general's words of caution, and promptly handed him his staff and took his falcon off of his shoulder. Akita and Kataro began to follow the nindroid into the room, only for a pair of spears to block their path. Zane was about to ask them to stay, if he even wanted them by his side, until Grimfax pushed back the head of the spears. Let them pass. The formlings aren't a threat. Even if this one wasn't missing his leg, he could have torn through you both in seconds had he chosen. But the general narrowed his eyes. Zane had a sour taste in his throat, already guessing the man's next words. He gave a very curt nod and stepped back as the trio stepped into the king's quarters. A 4-posture bed was set to the center of the leftmost wall, on the chair piled so high with scrolls it obscured the figure behind them. Sunlight poured through the thick curtains that shifted in the breeze. On the opposite end of the room was a stand carrying a polished set of crimson samurai armor. Then Zane looked up. There were faces of men and women all dressed up in deep reds and black lining the edge of the rafters. Each of their heads were hailed in rings of pale blue and white. Between them all were tiny scenes of different events, battles, alliances, thriving families, and towers that touched the realms. A realm that touched thriving families and towers that touched the clouds. A realm's worth of history was condensed into a few feet of paint and wood. All 3 of them were broken by their gaping by a soft wheeze. So, you are the great spirit my men have been whispering about. You certainly look the part. Zane's steps were cautious and slow as he approached the king. He bowed low, noticing even Akita and Kataro followed suit. When he met the man's face, frost shot up his fingertips. The burns were even worse than what he'd seen from the soldiers. Oh, that's not him talking. He's not talking. The burns were even worse than what he'd seen from the soldiers. Grimfax's right eye, ear, and jaw were scorched and drooping like gray goo. The silken shirt he wore didn't hide the melting that trailed past his collarbone. His right hand was wrapped in clean bandages, but Zane couldn't imagine it looking any better. I know, I must not be a very pretty sight. The old king gave a lopsided smile, pushing shifting to push himself up with his strong arm. But it is a far better state than months prior. Zane shook off the frost from his fingertips and cleared his expression best as he could. Lord Grimfax, I must confess something. You are free to determine my fate afterwards. I only ask that you hear me out before you render your judgment. He folded his hands on his lap, nodding and waiting for the nindroid to continue. Zane felt a hand on his shoulder and relaxed the slightest under Kataro's grip. There was a soft pat across his back, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Akita shift. I knew Vex from before he became who he is now. I taught him the techniques to create the weapons used on you and your people. He has committed genocide on the Formling race. These children may be all that is left of their people. I accept the guilt upon my name, and I wish to redeem myself in whatever way you see fit. The Master of Ice couldn't resist the urge to duck his head and exhale frosty breath. He kept his hands folded across his front and tampered down the need to fidget and reach for his locket. Zane could hear his mechanics humming under his plating, but even the white noise felt uncomfortable in the silence. Grimfax looked up to the Formlings. Is this true? Yes, Akita said curtly. But there's more to his story. There is. I swear upon the stars of my ancestors there is so much more, Kotaro insisted. Zane has never shown wicked intent from the day he saved my life. He did not tell us of his involvement with Vex because he feared how we would react. He's helped people with his technology and saved a village with his powers. Please, do not be harsh with him. Child, please be calm. He shook his head. I have not lived a century without learning that it takes more than a few moments to determine someone's character. Zane finally looked up and blinked. Are you asking to hear more? It is very long recounting, and I would hate to disturb your work. You must have much more important things to be worried about. I could do with a break regardless, Grimfax shrugged. Yeah. Yawning. I may be healed, but in my age, any rest is appreciated. There was a curt knock at the door, and Mira stepped through the door with a new plate. She set it on the clear patch of table before bowing as she exited. Grimfax reached for a small bowl and gestured for the trio to help themselves. I don't suppose you'd like to share a meal with me. I don't recall getting your names. Perhaps you could start your story there. Oh, I love him. I love, Zane. I love Zane. I love Kotaro and Akita. It's a very engaging story. I forgot how, detailed it was. Okay, even though I've been recording for almost an hour already, I'm gonna keep going. Zane and the Formlings get to explore the castle. Oh, that's... I was accidentally reading the summary. Okay. Chapter 21, A Scepter to Hold. Throughout their conversation, only the king had touched the plate. He nodded sagely as the nindroid listed out the events of the ice fissures and his first encounter with the ashen beasts. Kotaro eyed his own food as Zane began speaking about Vex and the destruction they witnessed in the Formlings village, but never made a move to reach for so much as a cookie. As they finally reached the end of the story, Zane could see the misty afternoon sky dim into lilac. And this is only what you have experienced since you entered this realm? Grimfax asked. Yes, my king. What a life you must have lived. He sighed, sounding almost wistful. But I will not berate you on details for that. Kotaro swallowed a breath. So, what will you do with him? Like I said, child, I will not harm him. He could have gone anywhere to escape his mistakes, yet he comes to me asking for forgiveness for a crime I did not know of. He is as good of a man as any. Does that mean you will not accept my service? Zane asked. I promise that I will be of no trouble. Grimfax waved his hand and shook his head. There is no need to grovel to an old man like me, but if you wish to serve in my court, it will be by your choice alone. I do. He didn't hesitate. The king gave him an odd expression. Confusion was what he guessed. Zane didn't understand why, though. He was being earnest, and if he could leave this realm in a better state than once he'd left it, he saw no reason not to. Very well. I am in need of an advisor. Dear Valos passed away due to an illness some time ago, and there has been no one worthy to fill that position on the council. This was our most recent report on the state of the capital. You will need a place of residence here as well. Valos' room should still be adequately furnished. He reached for one of the scrolls and presented it to Zane, then suddenly sniggered. Though, perhaps it would be wiser to ask for a tailor to outfit you with proper clothes. Even I do not wear my armor around the palace. Oh. The nindroid gave himself a good once-over. His pants were scorched off in several places, and the icy plates made him look more imposing than he wished. They had laid flush against his metal, falling off of his shoulder and tapering his waist in fine spines, along with the thick grooves from the axe he'd taken down his back. Zane wished for a proper shirt again. That would be wise, yes. And perhaps I could show your weavers how to construct the looms the ice fishers used. So eager, Grimfax said fondly, then turned to the formlings. His expression turned soft. I know that this palace is no replacement for your home, but consider yourselves guests for as long as you shall require. Thank you, Kitaro bowed, Akita giving a sharp nod. Zane stayed for a few more moments, asking about the layout of the castle and where he could find said tailor's room. The nindroid also insisted on taking almost a fourth of the scrolls the king had already looked through, promising to read up while he was settling in. Those are marked with my seal, so the servants and guards should know that you are under my roof with my blessing. He had reached for one of the scrolls and presented it to Zane. I should draft you a proclamation of your new possession. That will come tomorrow for me. You should rest too. Once again, I promise to be of assistance, Zane said gratefully, carrying the scrolls under one arm. The door was opened, and the nindroid was a bit saddened to find that Wingast had left. He began climbing down the flight of stairs and towards the tailor's quarters. I did not expect the king to be so personable, Akita commented. Gotaro gave a small shiver. Zane was careful to watch him as he made his way down, hoping his prosthetic leg wouldn't snap. Neither I. Vex must be powerful if he wounded the man who split the mountains. His sister just rolled her eyes. You know that's only a myth. What sort of myth is that? Zane asked. It said that Grimfax struck down a mountain that was the first stronghold of a giant that once ruled this realm, Akita drawled. They used the stone from the rebel to create the foundations of the first city. Fascinating. Perhaps that originated as a historical event and was taught among locals as a myth, leading to cultural diffusion and alteration of the actual event. Zane stopped himself short on rambling when he realized both formlings and a handful of servants were staring at him. He adjusted his grip on the scrolls under his arms and felt frost creep up his cheeks from embarrassment. Akita barked a laugh and punched his shoulder. You and your large words. I wonder if you're speaking in another language sometimes. Well, forgive me if my preference for Brobdingadingadin descriptions and eloquence is lost to such a Kermagdadan audience, he said in a mockingly haughty tone. Those aren't words, Akita insisted. She threw... Hang on, are these actual words? Hang on. There's no way these are... Wait, I need to check. These are... These are words. These are actual words? Oh my...
Brobdingnagian.
Brobdingnagian. What? Brobdingnagian. I was just pronouncing him as Brobdingnagian. Because I did not... What? What about the other one? What about the other one? Curmudgeon. What?
Curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon. Well, forgive me if my preference for Brobdingnagian descriptions and eloquence is lost to such a curmudgeon audience, he said in a mockingly haughty tone. Those aren't even words, Akita insisted. She threw another punch that Zane dodged swiftly. Kitaro was laughing at them both. There were still people watching them, but the nindroid found it easier to ignore them now. His amusement was suddenly cut short after his next blink. He was looking down from a room with a horizontal rack of fabric. A man in simple robes pulling one out. Part of the wooden supports in the rack snapped and sent a heavy bolt of fabric down on his head, sending him crumbling to the ground with a dull thud. Zane shouted in alarm, his hand reaching out to recover the man's body. What? Sorry, I accidentally started reading. I accidentally started reading ahead for no reason. I just went silent and just started reading. Can't believe I just... Okay, I don't even remember what thing I just ended up saying. Like I just said, because I just started reading ahead. Okay. Let's see. His amusement was suddenly cut short after his next blink. He was looking down from a room with horizontal racks of fabric, with a man in simple robes pulling one out. Part of the wooden supports of the rack snapped and set a heavy bolt of fabric down on his head, sending him crumpling to the ground with a dull thud. Zane shouted in alarm, his hand reaching out to recover the man's body. Then all of a sudden, he was back in the corridor, with Falcon digging its talons into his shoulder. Once the familiar realized he'd snapped out of his trance, it began nuzzling his cheek. The nindroid shook his head as Kotaro hastily limped to his side. Slight difference. What happened? Zane, are you alright? I do not know, he muttered. I am fine, but I think I just received a vision. I did not know I could do that. I thought you said those could only happen to you in your sleep, Akita said critically. Zane only sighed, letting his forehead thunk against his staff. As far as I am concerned, I know less about my abilities than I previously thought. Perhaps we should discuss this after I am wearing a shirt. Checking the layout of the corridor they were in, the third room on the left side, Zane recalled, they found an open archway with a small sliding door. Inside there were at least a dozen servants, all rushing about with armfuls of fabrics. Some sat in small cushions and were in the process of patching, or replacing, burned-off parts of clothing. Near a half-opened side room, he recognized the same racks of fabric from his flash of a vision. He soon found a man who matched the profile of the one he'd seen, who was now in the process of stretching to track for the topmost belt. Wait! The rack began to shake under the man. A bolt of white energy streaked through the air. Screams of surprise rang through the room as the servant ducked just as the wood snapped and ice connected. It froze at a precarious angle, less than a foot from falling and crushing the man. In the silence that followed, the sound of crinkling frost could be heard as Zane eyed the rest of the structure for weak points. I'm sorry for startling you, but there wasn't enough time to tell you to move. He finally spoke. Please forgive my interruption. That was your vision? Akita asked. Why did you react so suddenly? I am not exactly used to seeing things while I'm awake, Zane said, stopping short of saying he'd only gone through that once. It's you! The trio turned to see the man meekly approach. You're the great sage the soldier spoke of. No, I am not. No, I am not. The nindroid heard both siblings snort behind him. He swore even the falcon was grinning. My name is Zane. I was told by the king that I could receive new clothes here. Oh, and I was hoping to demonstrate some new weaving techniques too, but I understand if you're busy. Of course not! The man nodded rapidly. Whatever you need, please, come with me. I can take your measurements. Thank you. Zane turned to the formlings. I do not suppose you two would want a new wardrobe. Kotaro shrugged. I'm content with what I have, and I doubt dear sister wouldn't let anyone near her house without biting. We can find your new room and meet you there. The tailor took a half step back, and Akita bared her sharpened teeth as a response to his fear. Zane sighed, but didn't try to deny Kotaro either. The two waved and stepped back into the halls. Zane stepped around the other workers carefully, noting how most worked with leathers and washed pelts. Those few who were working with fabrics didn't look like the same material as the ice fishers. Eventually, he found himself in a dressing room that was lined with robes and finished outfits. Zane thumbed the material and noticed how it was a similar texture to silks rather than cotton or linens. The tailor made a small sound to get his attention. Do you need assistance in removing your armor? He asked. No, thank you. He set his staff against the wall, and Falcon flew up to nest in one of the topmost shelves. That will not be necessary. He hesitated for a moment. This would be the first time he would be shirtless in front of a complete stranger. Zane exhaled and slowly released his metal grip on the plates of ice. They disappeared and seeped back into his metal as the tailor watched in awe. When the last of his ice was gone, the man paused as if expecting something else. Then his jaw dropped. That is an armor, You really aren't human, he said softly. Zane nodded. I am not. He moved in front of the small mirror. That was enough to get the man to focus on taking his measurements. And thankfully, Zane was a little bit guilty to admit, he seemed too intimidated to ask any more questions. He worked diligently, and the nindroid was grateful for that. But the nindroid himself began running calculations in his head, trying to match the proportions to what he could recall was the loom Sorrel had him use. Excuse me, he asked as the tailor finished measuring his arms. But is there any simple thread I may borrow? It is for a project of mine, and I hope it may make your jobs easier. Oh, yes, of course. He dragged out a small wicker basket filled with several lengths of thread, and Zane chose one from the pile. Your clothes should be ready in a few hours. Forgive me if they come late, Great Siege. Please do not tire yourself. Zane shook his head. I understand if you must finish other projects. When you are done, please drop them by Advisor Valos' old room. Akita and Kotaro, the Four-Winged twins, should be by the door. Gathering up his scrolls, thread, and falcon, Zane resummoned his black ice armor in a less plated form to use as his temporary shirt. The library was close by, blocked by a similar pair of massive doors, with just a little less detained than the ones to the king's bedroom. He was surprised to find that there were no guards by said door, or inside the room. It was gaping, with 2 stories connected with spiraling staircases, a long table at the center, and several smaller ones that could be pushed together, though the only sources of light were a set of windows across the furthermost walls, the rest coming from his eyes. Feeling away from the room, Zane found a set of lanterns and took caution lighting them. Soon he had a comfortable nook in the library, cast a warm amber glow. The nindroid was tempted to create a pillar to reach the largest lanterns that hung from the ceiling, but didn't want to risk falling from that height. He found himself staring at the little flames of the lanterns, imagining himself back in Sorla's house with the kettle next to the fire. Zane sighed happily to himself, then laid out all the scrolls on the table. The nindroid pored over the reports. Raids from bandits and Vex's followers, the destroyed farmland, hunting parties, collection of pelts, and long lists of villages that circled the main palace. He drew out books from shelves, laying them out in neat rows as he mapped out the entire kingdom. Once Zane had that memorized, just casually, once he memorized, the entire kingdom, just casually, he replaced the books where he had found them and began recreating blueprints for the weaving looms. Sorla had used. I thought it was a separate sentence. He tried to shape the ice in ways that could be easily replicated by wood, occasionally using his black ice for the moving components. He'd knelt by the frozen replica he'd made himself to test the blueprints, working to set the weave and weft threads in place. It moved like this, so the thread would go here. No, here, I think. Oh, Zane. At some point, Zane heard the door creak open several times, but no one seemed brave enough to enter. He found himself enjoying the quiet. As much as he cared for Akita and Kataru, it felt good to simply do something by himself. Though Zane did make the effort to move his project in view of the doorway and kept his monologuing to a minimum. Now sitting in a pulled-over seat, he began working the loom and watched with a critical eye on how the pieces moved. For a machine made entirely out of ice, the nindroid was surprised with how well it functioned. He managed to make a short length of cloth, but he only had so much material to work with. I only hope you don't disappear while I look over the rest of the reports, Zane hoped. Falcon gave a sharp cry at that. The same still applies to you too, my friend. He rolls his eyes, shifting away his papers from the familiar's talons. That goes without question. The bird still hopped forward onto the unrolled scrolls. Please do not try to damage those. That would make us both look bad. Oh. Falcon gestured with its head towards the window. Zane looked up and realized that it was already pitch black. Checking his clock, the nindroid cringed to himself. I did not think it was so late. He thought about going back to his room to rest proper, but Zane was still curious about this realm, and he figured both Formlings would be asleep by now. I can rest for a little while, Zane settled on, brushing his familiar's head feathers. There's still the records on the livestock, stock, and botanical life in this region. That could come in handy in optimizing the greenhouses. The falcon didn't seem to argue, simply turning to face the door as the nindroid cleared a spot for his head on the table. Taking the small length of cloth, he folded it into a small pillow and crossed his arms over his head. Zane promised himself that he'd just take a few minutes to nap. Oh. Okay. I love that for him. That's the end of the chapter. Yeah. I love that for him. I'm gonna eat my, ice cream, so. There's gonna be a little cut. I don't know how long it'll be, because I might play Beat Saber or whatever, so. Yeah. I love Zane. I love him. This entire book, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, well, I wanted to play Beat Saber, but, you know. My Oculus wasn't charging for, like, the 5 hours I let it charge, so whatever. Chapter 22. Enter the Ring. The Ring? I thought that said king when I first... Okay. Zane awoke to an odd pressure across his back. At first, he berated himself for falling asleep. Then he wondered who had given him a blanket. He'd hoped he would have a chance to thank them. Then the nindroid blinked and noticed that there was a strange white mist hovering over his face. He mumbled something to himself and tried to sit up to see what had happened. I hope I did not summon a blizzard inside of the castle, Zane mumbled, feeling terrible at the thought. When he moved to reach the blanket, a low rumble echoed through the library that made Zane freeze. The nindroid walked over to find Falcon replaced with Boreal, one wing tossed over his back, while the dragon laid at his feet. His body rose and fell in rhythm with false breathing that made scrolls curl. Ooh. Zane tried moving again, only to hear the dragon give a louder rumble and press his wing closer to his back. I appreciate the gesture, he said, but I should at least make sure Akita and Kataru have settled in. Boreal huffed a small cloud of misty frost, cracked an eye open, then reluctantly lifted his wing off. His familiar didn't seem keen on leaving its spot, so he didn't try to force it to come. Zane tidied up his impromptu workstation — he'd come back later to take the books to his room — and gave his dragon a comforting pet on his snout. Looking down the halls, it was surprisingly quiet for how busy the castle was when they first arrived. Zane walked through the corridors, some of the large sensors dim or extinguished altogether. Finding no one, the nindroid began to make his way down towards the small garden at the center of the castle. In the past, he read that it was often a place both servants and nobles of the castles would come together and eat. Would come to eat together. Why did my brain just stop wording? Would come to eat together or chat, or sit by one of the mirrored ponds to contemplate. Zane stepped onto the loose gravel path and took in some of the rugged beauty of the place. Small clumps of weeds sprung up between the pebbles, and even now, there wasn't anyone left. Until he glanced around the corner and noticed Akita kneeling by a cleared plot of ground. An old tree with drooping branches brushed at her cheek, and Zane didn't see her react to his presence. He didn't know what to make of her posture. He couldn't hear her crying, at least, and he figured that was a good sign. Zane decided it wasn't worth risk of disturbing the foreling if she was in a foul mood, and turned to step away. Just then, he heard the gravel shift. You did not return to your room last night, she commented. Kataru missed being tucked into bed. I believe your brother is at least a bit more mature than that, Zane said. The girl gave her customary, wiry smile, but it soon faded. She turned so only her profile was facing him and looked up at the sky. Her lip pursed and Akita tugged at her lower lip before speaking again. This is the farthest either of us have ventured from the village, from the base of the mountains entirely, Akita said. Does it bother you? He asked. She gave a tentative shake of her head. No, well, yes, but also perhaps not as much as it could. Perhaps it is because we have no home to return to now. Zane took a few steps closer to the child, looking up to the point in the sky she was fixated on. The nindroid could see the faded imprint of stars behind the clouds. A thought suddenly came to him. I seem to recall you mentioning that your deceased would join their families among the stars. Is it true? It is one of our beliefs, yes, Akita said curtly. Well, I like to believe that a family is where one comfort... Well, I'd like to believe that a family is where one finds comfort, Zane continued. You know that I am not human, but you also know of my brothers, sister, and mother. They are not with me, and they are not my blood, but they are family. The foreman's arms twitched, no doubt to cross her arms. He appreciated the restraint. What are you trying to say? Family's not measured by distance, he stated. Sorla is miles away, and between the rest, an entire realm separates them. Your family is with you, even if they are not with you physically. The nindroid thumped at his locket as he spoke, giving Akita a hopeful glance. Her expression kept twitching with an emotion that Zane decided not to read into. He couldn't help but notice that her feet kept shuffling in place, kicking gravel and dirt into a small heap. The nindroid tilted his head, but didn't comment. "I'm sorry for not returning to the room. I fell asleep in the library," he belatingly added. "Would you prefer to have your own room, though? Perhaps the king could find me somewhere else to rest." She shook her head. "I'm fine with sharing. I've lived with my brother this long, after all. And I'm amazed both of you have survived," Zane said with a smirk. Akita growled and swapped at his shoulder. He rolled his eyes and sighed. There was less of that invisible tension between them when they spoke. Zane hoped that now she considered him a friend. Both of them turned when they heard the sound of a door and a new set of footsteps across the gravel. A servant hastily bowed at their attention, jogging up to face Zane. Excuse me, sir, but your presence was requested in the council chambers." "Oh, of course," Zane nodded. "Would you like to come as well, Kita?" The foreman yawned and waved a hand. "I've never had a chance to sleep in those feathers beds, so I intend to make use of my time before my brother hogs the pillows again. You take your cat nap," he smiled. The nindroid waved as Akita transformed and prowled back to where she came from. The servant gave a yelp at the flash of light, and the wolf that suddenly appeared. Zane rolled his eyes again, this time sure that she did it on purpose. He was led to another room, this one circular in design. A ring of nobles sat in short, padded chairs, with Grimfax sitting on an elevated platform, and a seat that was a scaled-down version of his throne. Soldiers gathered in neat, compact rows by the entrance and inside. Zane didn't blame them for paranoia. "This is the Great Spirit?" one of the nobles whispered as he stepped into the ring of seats. "He is less imposing than I had imagined." "Appearances are hardly a measure of power," Grimfax cut in. "Vex was dressed as a beggar when he came to my throne, yet look what he has committed within the span of 3 years. Crimes that he would not have been capable of had it not been for this creature," said a woman with heavy red eyeshadow and lipstick. "Regardless of what he has and has not done, that is not why we are here. I've already proposed that Zane be made part of this council. What reasons are there to object?" The nindroid listened with a tense posture as the nobles bickered over the merits of letting him, and the four-winged siblings, by extension, remain in the castle. Grimfax kept the arguments from devolving into something uncivilized, but Zane could read well enough between the lines of the curt statements. Most of them spoke as if he were not already present, and the terms they used stung his ears. "Those four-wings can be excused. They're only children, after all," a man with a pair of gold cuff bracelets argued. "But this metal man, how do we know he's not another one of Vex's creations? What do we know of the limits of his mysticism?" "It is within that staff he wields," another added with a curious tone. "The general made mention of it in the fight that allegedly took place. Perhaps that is its true source of power." Zane tilted his head slightly and held out the spear. He didn't realize that was what they suspected, but they'd also never seen him use his powers without the staff. "You are welcome to take hold of it if you so wish." Several of the nobles in the room gave startled yelps at the gesture. Some of the quicker soldiers drew their weapons. Zane heard Grimfax give the slightest groan and raised his hand to the guards. "If he did not kill me in my chambers, he is no threat to anyone in this room," he said firmly. "Zane, would you be willing to part with it, for the sake of the council's sense of safety, at the very least?" "Of course." The nindroid held out the weapon to a guard who carried it like a live grenade. Zane stopped himself from smiling at the, in his opinion, overreaction. He figured he'd owed these people the honesty, though. "However, that is not the source of my magic." He held out his palm and a small swirl of snowflakes that quickly melted into the air. "I apologize for the confusion, but as your king stated, I am of no threat. I would never turn my power against another without just cause." "And how exactly would you define a just cause?" the noble with gold cuffs asked carefully. "Whoever brings harm to those who cannot protect themselves." Okay. There was an extended silence after that statement. Some nobles leaned in slightly in their seats, listening for a longer answer to the question. Others paused and pushed sheets of paper towards their shoulder partners, pointing discreetly to other members on the council. Zane looked up to the king and saw him give a slight smile of fondness that disappeared before anyone else could notice. The man scrunched his nose. Is that all? Is there more that must be said? Zane tilted his head. What right does one have to harm someone, let alone someone who cannot fight for their own safety? He heard a muffled cough from one of the nobles in the room. The rest hid any reaction to his statement well enough. The man with gold cuffs glanced up to the king, expression still unconvinced. With all due respect, King Grimfax, but are you certain that this can be trusted? There is no doubt of the power it can call upon, of course, but perhaps there are more effective avenues rather than the meager position of an advisor. That is true. That's true. I can't do voices. I don't know voices. That's true, the woman with red makeup added. And our soldiers are wary. Most do not return in the best of health. Forgive me, my lord, but it may be prudent to cut off the root, so to speak. It took Zane a moment, but her words eventually sunk in. Wait, hang on. I'm so confused. It may be prudent to cut off the root? Okay, so they're trying to get Zane to kill everyone. Okay, I get it. Some nobles were nodding one to another. The Master of Ice closed his eyes and exhaled a breath, surprised that there was no prickle of frost on his lips. King Grimfax, do I have the permission to speak freely? A few voices began to rise, but were silenced with a wave of a hand. Please, speak, Zane. Thank you. He hadn't planned anything for this meeting. Zane was more than content to speak as little as possible, but he didn't like the way that the other people in the room saw him. Ugh. Their words and tone made his skin crawl, as if someone stuck spiders under his plating. The discomfort of speaking to such a large crowd in such an exposed position didn't help, but he'd fought hordes of skeletons and clones. He could deal with this. I know that many of you do not know who or what I am, but my hopes and desires are the same as yours. I only wish for the best for as many people as I can, and I believe that I may do that best by serving within your king's court. Perhaps it would be efficient to use my powers against the Ashen Beasts, but I do not feel wholly dedicated to that cause for reasons I would prefer not to disclose. Vex's words still haunted his thoughts. Zane wondered what happened to the raiders he'd captured. He'd hoped that they were treated decently at least. The man who led them was not a good person. There's no point trying to argue that. But Zane still couldn't help feeling empathy for the loneliness that must have driven them all to that point. Grimfax gave a neutral sound of approval from his impromptu speech. The rest of the court still conversed among themselves, though a few asked him cautious questions. They ranged from mundane to intrusive to just plain confusing for the nindroid. And your creator originally built you to be indistinguishable from a normal human? The woman asked. Yes. Unfortunately, his work cannot be replicated, not even by the most brilliant minds of my own realm. It is a loss I have learned to live with. Incredible. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That must make you one of a kind. Now more than ever, it seems. He must have been an incredibly thorough man. He was. Zane said with a bittersweet fondness. Oh, I'm so sorry, but if I may be so bold, he would certainly be proud of the humble young man you've become. That is all I can hope to be. Thank you, Miss... She shrugged. If you are one of the court, I see no reason to be so formal. As for that matter, Grimfax raised his voice the slightest. If the council is content with what they've learned, who is in favor of integrating Zane as the royal advisor? The nindroid watched with a grateful smile as the majority accepted him in his new role. Even if others showed reluctance, he bowed to the king and reigned in his blossoming enthusiasm. I have made this promise several times, and I can Oh, that's Zane. It's not Grimfax. I have made this promise several times, but I can ensure that I will do my best for the people of your realm. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. The meeting was disbanded after that, and Zane... What? I'm getting a message. Okay. I got distracted. The meeting was disbanded after that, and Zane looked for his staff among the guards. He narrowed his eyes the slightest when he found the man with gold cuffs examining the scroll near the base of the blade. He could see the old drawings he'd made of his family were now unrolled, and the man examined them with a leering eye. He must have seen the nindroid approach out of the corner of his eye. He took the staff from the guard and held it out with a smile that was just the slightest bit off. Such fine craftsmanship indeed. Tell me, Do your friends command similar powers? Or is that yet another trait that is unique to you alone? Zane swallowed down his bitter instincts and quickly rolled back the drawings. They are each special in their own ways, he conceded. But I do not believe it would be right of me to disclose anything that is not mine to say. I'm sorry. The nindroid wanted to leave the room after that, hoping to return to the library to clean up his workspace and pet Boreal, but soon more nobles that hadn't left yet were asking him more questions. He offered as much detail as he could, but stuttered at the mention of the specifics of his functions and strength of his abilities. Eventually the rest were forced to return to their own duties, and the room was soon cleared, leaving Zane by himself in the hall as he brushed off a small patch of frost over his palms. Making his way to the library, he was grateful to find his dragon still dutifully curled by his workspace, and even the ice loom was still intact. "Hello, old friend," he smiled, lavishing the beast with pets. Boreal snorted, blowing back Zane's hair as he sat up on his back legs. "I missed you too. I would ask you to carry these, but I would rather not set off another panic." Falcon was soon perched on his shoulder after dispersing the ice loom. Zane replaced all the books he'd already memorized and carried the rest back to his rooms. Thankfully, he didn't encounter more of the nobles from the court on his way. He strained to reach for the door with one hand and kicked it closed behind him with one leg. "Zane!" Kotaro shouted. I can explain." The nindroid made a confused sound before setting down his stack of books on one of the nearby desks. He looked at the bed, and then looked down to the mess of pillows and blankets both Kotaro and Akita were sitting in. They dragged 2 chairs over, and Akita looked to had stopped just short of pulling off the curtains. He looked over the odd construction and slowly realized what they were trying to make. "If you require assistance in constructing a pillow fort, I'm sure I could be of help." Zane helped to sort between the different blankets and found the best to use for a roof and padding. The trio, and Falcon, stretched at the sheets to cover the chairs and pinned them down with pillows. The nindroid finally had to object when Akita tried insisting they use the books he'd brought. He supposed he should have been a little more disapproving, but the nindroid was giddy all throughout the process. The fort covered most of the length of the master bed. The entrance formed by 3 chairs. The nindroid had to crawl on his knees to enter, and even then, he had to duck to make sure his head didn't disturb the roof. "You could have asked the servants to bring more blankets," Akita mentioned. "They still need whatever supplies they can. This would only be a waste. And I haven't shown their weavers the new loom that I had in mind." Kotaro rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, we can take this down after a while." "Oh, no, that's not what I meant. This is not a waste. This is nice." Zane was reminded of the little cave they'd first met. The nostalgic feeling was one of comfort. He pulled out one of the books he'd yet to finish and curled up to take as little space as possible as he continued from his last place. Falcon shoved itself beside his cheek and he gave the familiar a soft scratch on its head. "If it's all right," Kotaro said quietly. "Could I ask you something, Zane?" "Of course." Could you teach me how to read? I've been curious about the stories of these new people ever since we came." Admittedly, I can say the same," Akita muttered. "Oh, I would be more than happy to teach you." Zane shifted and stepped out of the pillow fort. "But I can predict that neither of you would find this region's botanical evolution very engaging." He smirked when he heard Akita groan. "I don't even know what you just said." Zane was kind enough to select a book that was simple enough, and crawled back into the cave. It was a bit snug. Akita and Kotaro both had their cheeks pressed against his shoulder, but neither the Formwings, Falcon, or himself had any issue with that. "Aww, I love them. Chapter 23. New status. New status? Oh? Well, we're only on chapter 23. How many chapters? There are 35 chapters, aren't there? Yeah, 35 chapters. Okay. Okay. Chapter 23. New status. Oh my gosh. I got distracted again. Okay. Chapter 23. New status. The trio and the Falcon had managed their way through the alphabet and some basic word structure before Zane told himself that he still had responsibilities. Falcon, perhaps sensing perhaps sensing this before either of the siblings, dug his talons in and refused to let go. "You know that I made a promise to the king," he said solemnly. "Please, let go before it tears. There may not be enough material to fix it." Akita snickered, and with her help, managed to pry open Falcon's beak with a mix of force and gentle persuasion. Zane was mostly certain that Akita's method was more effective, but at least this falcon couldn't be hurt easily. Before he left, he gave Kataru, who asked the most questions while they read, directions to the library and a small selection of books he hoped the formling would find interesting. "Where exactly are you going?" he asked, flipping through to find the large, detailed map they'd stopped on. "I wasn't given explicit instructions, but I suppose making life within the castle easier would be a start," Zane mused. I need to show the carpenters how to make the new looms anyhow. I should make a list of inventions I could provide. Perhaps I could see the aviary where they receive their messages." Falcon, who'd been content preening its wings, suddenly cried out and pecked the side of the nindroid's head. "How? What was that for? I did not take you for the jealous type," Zane scolded. Akita laughed at his misfortune. The nindroid made the forming promise she wouldn't try tearing off the curtains to use it as extra padding for the pillow fort. Making his way towards the workroom, he was glad to find that the area had enough empty space to display the new loom. Zane spent his time asking those who were not preoccupied with work if he could show them how to construct the new loom. There were a few technical roadblocks. Zane had to take some time explaining how the system worked specifically, and others still seemed too intimidated to ask questions. He demonstrated how the warp and weft threads would form sheets of fabric, how the structure supported itself, and the way the wood beams would have to connect. The nindroid helped to guide the carpenters once they seemed confident enough to start replicating the design. "Unfortunately, construction is not one of my specialties," he apologized. "That belongs to one of my brothers. I hope this is at least adequate." "Brothers?" One of the workers squinted. "But you're not human." Zane gave a quiet sigh. "It is an irrelevant factor in my eyes. Do you know where this part connects to?" Once the workers' confusion passed, the nindroid only offered small words of guidance as they measured out the wood. He did ask for whatever scrolls they could on what kind of construction techniques they had, adding them to his growing reservoir of knowledge. He left briefly to gather more thread to install into the loom, along with bringing one of the weavers to show her how to use the machine. The fabric can be produced at a faster rate than if it were to be done solely by hand, though the texture is not as fine as the ones that are, he commented. "I suspect it is due to the difference in thread, but I do not know if this design would work with a different material." "Zane? Oh, Zane, is that you?" Wingass called from the doorway. The nindroid gave a small wave, leaving the small seat for the weaver to test. "Hello, General. I hope you've been well. Has Mira been sleeping?" "Oh, Zane. Oh my. Got a message. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna mute Discord for like 15 minutes. I'll put it on my other monitor so I can keep an eye on it, but not get notifications. Okay. "Oh, Zane, I heard you were made advisor. Certainly a very prodigious. Oh my. I can say words, I swear. I can read. I can read, I swear.
Prodigious.
He said, "I did not expect to find you here." He tilted his head. "Why would I not be? Are there other duties I should be attending to?" No, it's simply... Never mind." The commander shook his head. "It's a bit different from what I expected. I'm incredibly lucky to even be here in the first place, so I will do my best to fulfill it." Wingass shook his head. "With your skills, you could have taken the palace whenever you wanted. I suppose that's a testament to your character." Zane figured it was a joke, even if it was true to a degree, but an odd chilling sensation brushed down his back. He glanced to his empty hand, reflexively twitching to hold the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu he'd carried ever since falling into the realm. The nindroid shook his head and noticed the general expression. "Is it another vision?" he said cautiously. No, do not worry," the nindroid sighed. "If I were to develop any more abilities, I doubt I could remember them all. Regardless, you said that you wished to speak with me about sending a message." "Yes, we just received one of our messenger hawks from a trading outpost in the south. The report was less than hopeful, but we will see when the fishing boats come in. Oh, jeez. Okay. The two walked through the courtyard and towards one of the towers, connecting the corners of the walls together. The moment Zane stepped inside, he could pick out shrieks of the lone hawk. Winghouse jogged up the stairs, and as Zane followed, he was startled to hear a scream from the human. "Get off me, you bastard! Commander!" Zane raised his staff to freeze whoever had assaulted Winghouse. White light gathered at the edge of his blade, seconds from launching, just as the nindroid realized exactly what was attacking him. A speckled, red, and tawny hawk was battling at his face, wings beating the side of his cheeks as he struggled to block his face from the assault. Dropping his staff by the wall, Dropping his staff by the wall, Zane reached out to try and place himself between the bird's talons and the human. "Please be calm," he urged, holding up his hand. "I understand you must have been tired. Your flight must have been long." A sharp shriek was his only response, but the hawk did soar up to one of the many barn cubbies to prevent itself. Winghouse pushed back at his graying hair, that Zane only now realized went down his shoulders, and pulled out a severed hair tie. When he noticed Zane was looking at him, he coughed loudly into his hand. "Shouldn't be so nice to it," he muttered. "He's been here for half a week, but still refuses to cooperate. Pampered thing." Zane still looked up to try and get the bird's attention, but it seemed entirely uninterested. "Well, I suppose you've known him for longer. I'm sorry for your hairband." "Gonna have to remember to get more. Should have listened to Mira." Winghouse shook away the hairs that stubbornly hung over his eyes. "I suppose there's no point in staying here. I'll order a courier to send the letter if that feathered rat hasn't calmed down." "Perhaps you should try braids," Zane offered. "One of my brothers had a similar length of hair. I could show you some techniques, though I do need to finish my work." The commander coughed so suddenly. The android was afraid he was choking on something, but he didn't lower his hand and kept his cheek covered for a long moment. At first, Zane thought it was the scars from the burns irritating him, but he wasn't holding that part of his cheek, so the android waited in the slightly awkward silence that endured. "Are you sure you're not sick?" he asked carefully. No, I'm fine. You should go check on the armory." Winghouse cleared his throat one last time before stepping past and jogging down the stairs. "Oh, all right," Zane said. "You still look dignified with your hair down." The nindroid thought he was imagining it, but he heard another sound from the human between a sigh and a breathy laugh. Tilting his head, Zane added, "Research common illnesses," to his growing list of priorities. Briefly stopping on the carpenters and tailors to check on their progress, already one of the weavers was working the loom. He began to make his way back to his room when he saw Kite and the man with gold cuffs approaching him from around the corner. "There you are. You've been making the rounds here, haven't you? I apologize if we got off on the wrong foot. Your diligence is admirable, though a bit undignified for someone of your standing. I know that the late Advisor Valos kept several records of public affairs in his office. Perhaps I could show you to them." Zane nodded graciously. "I understand your confusion. It is only natural when one is met with something they do not know. I would appreciate a more organized space to work in, too. Thank you." The nindroid let himself be led, all while the man gave him confusing compliments. Confusing compliments. He knew that this realm had different social customs and cultures, but along with his already poor social skills, Zane was at a bit of a loss with how to react. He settled for polite by default, even if the man seemed to ignore his gentle corrections. The office was just as grand as the bedrooms, with a large desk flanked by two glass doors leading to a balcony. Save for the artful curtains, the room was mostly bare, and Zane wiped off a small layer of dust on the desk, reminding himself to find a stationary set. "You there, go fetch the import listings from my office," the man ordered dismissively from the doorway, adjusting his cuffs. "The new advisor has made it his priority to be well informed. If it will help to benefit the citizens, then of course it will be my priority. Within reasonable limits, of course," Zane admitted. "I did not think you would be subject to things like sleep, like us," the noble said with a particular tone. "You said you were not made of flesh, yet you require rest." "It still serves the same function as human sleep, though by technicality I can last longer than normal without a rest period," he clarified. Yes. Anyways, where is that? Finally. Here are the listings. I hope you can find them enlightening. Please feel free to ask for any other information. The noble just left as the servant brought in the scrolls. She struggled before Zane held open the door to let them in. There were more than the nindroid expected, but he was a fast reader, and he'd only have to go over them once anyhow. He helped to set them down on the bare table, and insisted he sort out the rest into a set of racks he'd formed from mice. The woman blinked as Zane finished slotting the last scroll into the frozen cubbies. Is there anything else you would like me to fetch? Perhaps some tea? Can you drink tea? Zane paused just as he began flipping through the records, noticing how some of the wording was a bit too ambiguous for his taste. I can, but there's no need. I hope this was not too much trouble to bring. It's no trouble at all, sir. I can bring you a proper ink and quill at the very least. That will not be... The female servant had already bowed and exited before he could insist he could just do it himself. He wanted to go after her, but also rationalized that she was one of the servants. It was her job to serve, even if having things just given to him was an odd feeling. Zane turned back to his scrolls, then realized that there was no seat or bench available to use. Shrugging, he pushed open one of the windows, formed a small chair by the window, and began reading in the bright mid-afternoon light. I love him. Zane, I love him. With his already awful, social skills or whatever. It's yes. Yes, Zane. Oh my gosh, my Oculus was not plugged in. The charger fell off. This entire time I've been reading, I was waiting for it to charge, and it wasn't charging. Plug in and stay. Okay, the light comes on. It's charging. I swear, if it's at, red... Oh my gosh, it's at red, which means it's at, around 15%. Okay, whatever. Chapter 24. Looking Down into the Dark. Zane had only made it part way through his second scroll until he heard the soft knock at the door. The teapot, cup, and inkwell were all carved from a gray-blue stone and etched with delicate swirls of paint and gold. It was so fancy compared to the polished wood set he had in his own possession. He almost felt bad taking them. He thanked the lady and offered to take the tray in himself. She gave him an odd look and glanced to the desk, then to the new racks of ice filled with scrolls. Her expression shifted to momentary shock, and Zane was almost worried she'd drop the tray. I suppose you may set it down as I clear some space, he conceded, quickly rolling up one of the scrolls so it wasn't at risk of tea stains. She poured him a cup before asking to be dismissed. He did, and bowed before quietly closing the door behind her. But wait, she poured him a cup before asking to be dismissed. He did, and she bowed before quietly closing the door behind her. Zane took a small sip and blinked at the flavor. It was different compared to the ice fishers. Sweet rather than bitter. His systems couldn't name any of the plants he used, and glancing into the teapot didn't help either. He shrugged, finished his cup, then returned to his work with the new quill. The nindroid had to test his penmanship before he considered it neat enough, making sure to not crack the tip with too much force. But soon he began to pull out different reports from the financial minister, taking note of the things that had caught his eye before. It wasn't a very stressful task, but when he finally looked up from his work, the sunlight had shifted from pale honey to amber. By now he'd made it through about half of everything, and was considering if he should have brought up what he found to the king the next morning. Leaving his room, he'd knocked and waited for Akita to open the door. To his surprise, he'd heard the falcon cry out and scratch at the wood. Inside, the fort had been tidied up, and the bed had, more or less, been remade. It was really more akin to a nest than a proper bed. Both Akita and Kataru were sound asleep. Neither of them looked tired. It wasn't something Zane could remember seeing in either of them. There wasn't much room left, but the nindroid made himself comfortable, squeezing himself near the edge, and he hoped he wouldn't be kicked off. Zane set a small alarm for himself, though, hoping to wake up before both to bring them something to eat. Falcon swooped down and landed on his chest, tucking itself into a small ball before closing its eyes. Zane happily pet the bird as he drifted off. He stands between two doors. Both are in shades of gray. Everything around him is gray. Zane reaches out for one, draws his hand back. reaches for the second, then hesitates. Beyond his vision, there's nothing else he can see. Zane glances behind him and sees a line of what looks like hundreds of open doors. Reaching for one, Zane stops. There's a pressure at his back and over his heart. It grows stronger. Zane was startled when that weight followed him into his real body. Then he realized that it was just a fuzzy mess of hair pressed up against his chest. Blinking, he saw that Kotaro had rolled over him in his sleep and was now sprawled over him, still snoring. Akita still had her back curled to him, but the falcon was now nestled against her head. Sighing, he thumped his head back against the pillow. The nindroid didn't know how to wake the twins up, so he laid down and decided to just try and reflect on his dream. He wondered what might have been through either of the doors. Symbolism and metaphor, despite being so common in his visions, always confused him. His hesitance with choosing just one door confused him. Zane didn't think he was a very infirm person. If he wanted to do something, he'd do it if it was the right thing to do based on what he believed. That brought up the very question of what the right thing was to him, and all of that boiled down to just a single sentence. Zane could remember the face of the nobles when he'd made that statement. Overall confusion and disbelief. He didn't understand why at the time. He still didn't. But Zane wasn't sure if he wanted to know the answer to that question. So he put it aside for now. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, clouding the air with flecks of snow. One, unfortunately, was inhaled by Kotaro, and the boy sneezed himself awake, which led to Akita jumping awake and the falcon crying out in panic. Zane snorted and only laughed harder when Akita gave a bleary glare at her brother. "If you were not my brother and I had the energy, I would have killed you right now," she groaned. And if I did not stop you first," Zane added. "You love me too much to do so anyways," Kotaro grinned, then realized he was still lying over the nindroid's stomach. "Oh, sorry." The nindroid just shook his head, amused. "Don't be. I'm impressed you found me comfortable enough to even use as a pillow. But you are a bit heavy, and I was just about to get you breakfast." Kotaro quickly shifted off at the prospect of food. Akita mumbled some quippy comment about her brothers always being hungry, and Zane dusted off his robes. Okay, just really quick, because this is just... It's the thing I keep mentioning about how Kotaro loves food. In the actual show, they have, like, traits of their animal stuff. So when Kotaro and Akita first found out that they were, like, their animal forms, and Kotaro was a bear, it was like, oh, that makes sense since you have such a huge appetite. So that's like his bear thing, is that he loves food. And Akita growls often and stuff, so, you know, that's just, I don't know, that's just how it is. Okay. And Zane dusted off his robes. After showing them how to make the bed, and a reluctant promise not to make another fort, he left to go find breakfast. It was odd, not needing to go to a river or harvest from a greenhouse. He turned the corner towards the kitchen and was practically run over by a rushing servant. Though thanks to his weight, the servant was the one who was almost knocked to the ground before Zane caught him. "Advisor, forgive me." He dropped into a low bow that Zane quickly dismissed. "It was only an accident. What happened?" he asked, seeing the clear worry on his face. "Did someone get hurt?" "No, sir. Forgive me, but I must go." The man dashed towards the kitchen, so Zane just ended up following him anyways. There were other servants in different states of wakefulness heading inside. Already, Zane could smell fresh bread as trays of tea and different foods were carried out to different rooms within the castle. He cautiously tapped the shoulder of one of the more composed servants. "Ah, is now a bad time?" "No, of course not, sir." She nodded. "But please be patient with us. The mistress's breakfast will take some time to perfect." Zane didn't know who that was, but he didn't like the way they spoke about her. "If it does not disturb your work, could I look inside the kitchen? I have an extensive knowledge of baking techniques." She pursed her lip, but eventually nodded. It was larger than any kitchen he'd been in before. Half the counters were filled with people measuring and mixing ingredients. A pair of men watched a large clay furnace as loaves of bread were baked. There was a small section of people who seemed to be focused on decorating a set of cookies with a delicate swirls of icing, chocolate flowers, and powdered sugar. All of a sudden, his idea of just coming here to bake something himself felt poorly thought out, especially with all the commotion going on around him. He was about to turn and excuse himself when he heard a sudden thud outside. At least half the servants flinched, and the trio working on the cookies were visibly shaking. "Tell me again why my meals are late?" someone sneered. It's your job to serve, isn't it? Yes, mistress, but there's been a lack in imports lately, and the farms were... I know that there was a fresh shipment just a few days ago. I'm disappointed in you, and this is the third time this week you've let me down. Perhaps you aren't worth the privilege as my handmaid. The nindroid narrowed his eyes. Pushing open the doors, Zane caught the lady's noble expression shift from anger to shock, then a dangerous leer. The servant, the same woman who served him tea, was bowing with her forehead practically stuck to the ground. Dear advisor, forgive the terrible services. Normally they're at least mildly competent. Competent? I can't read. She said apologetically. You, of all people, are far too great to demean yourself with peasants' tasks. How exactly is it demanding? He said tensely, kneeling down to help urge the woman to her feet. What little he could see of her expression was brittle. Zane offered his hand and placed himself between them. The noble eyed him curiously, looking at the servants who gripped his palm with distaste. They're the ones who serve us, after all, she said plainly. I know this may be a bit strange, but I understand that this is all new for you. Old memories for the times he had worked as a chef were replaying in the back of his mind as she spoke. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Zane did canonically work as a chef for a restaurant. So, this is great. Zane's fingers twitched. His next breath was clouded. He let his anger show, but made sure not to let his temperature drop too low in case he gave the poor servant frostbite. Causing emotional distress to these people will not expedite your meal, he stated, and they may simply not have the provided ingredients to make some dishes, especially given the damage Vex has made to your local agriculture. My dear, the damage is hardly as widespread as you think. It's merely a local disturbance. Nothing that should be disrupting our lives, at least. And nothing excuses bringing harm to someone for your own benefit. Zane's instinct was to prepare for a fight. He was already calculating angles, where she may have hidden weapons and how to evaluate the servants. But he knew she'd have to be a true moron to try and attack him, especially with no guards in sight. She was fuming by now. Zane realized he hadn't blinked in the tense minute that had passed. There are others within the castle that they should be attending to. Perhaps it would be best if we both went our separate ways and forgot this ever happened, he proposed. The lady turned up her nose. Very well then, advisor. He watched her leave and turn the corridor. Sensing that he was being watched, he turned and saw a good majority of the servants were watching him. I was actually a cook for a time. Granted, I was the only one trusted in the kitchens. Perhaps I could show you some of the techniques I learned once you're all finished with your work. Zane knew there were probably techniques and specific recipes all people of this castle knew and preferred, so he figured it'd be better to learn them first. He did eventually manage to ask one of the servants to bring Akita and Kataru breakfast, after specifying that a simple platter of meat and some tea would be enough for both of them, and soon found himself watching the cooks as they went about preserving the food they had left. Their postures were still tense, but Zane made sure not to give them any reason to distrust him. Working elbow to elbow was a familiar feeling, and he recalled the morning spent fighting over who would wash plates and dry dishes with his brothers after lunch. More often than not, Jay would be given drying duty unless they wanted to risk being electrocuted. It didn't take long for him to master the skills they showed, and eventually they trusted him enough to show them how he would fold dough to keep it fluffy while it baked, and the different recipes he kept for soup and cookies. Soon he was pulling out a fresh tray of biscuits. He had to explain that the heat wouldn't hurt him after one of them screamed in alarm, and helping to decorate them with a frosting that didn't need all the fine sugars the servants were accustomed to using. They melted chocolate and diced almonds to use as the decorations. Zane insisted he take a plate to the king's quarters. He wanted to speak with him anyways. He also figured that he was an advisor. He should be advising the king. Knocking, he heard the elderly man say, "Come in," and gingerly closed the door behind himself. Zane, I did not expect to see you here, he said with surprise. The nindroid shrugged, setting the plate down and handing him a cup of tea. Perhaps it is a little bit unconventional, but I wish to speak to you on what I have observed. I am a bit worried with what I've seen. Grimfax nodded. You are free to speak. What concerns you? I do not intend to be rude, but why do your nobles seem to be so Rude. You go, Zane. You go. The king sighed. A result of being born into their positions, I suppose. Oh, I forgot that he's old. A result of being born into their positions, I suppose. There's little I can do, though. There's no one else with their knowledge on their responsibilities, and they certainly know it. With how frail I am now, I'm fairly certain one of them may just poison me one of these days and claim their rights to the throne. But that's terrible, Zane stated. Is there no one else? What of your hair? They wouldn't try to harm a child, would they? Zane knew the answer to that. With over a decade's worth of enemies who were more than eager to fight children. That were more than eager to fight children. But he still didn't want to believe it. Grimfax gave a humorless laugh. Thankfully, there is no child to threaten. My wife is gone, and I am far past the age of providing another child. And even if I were, I would not betray my dear Eveth. The old man sighed wistfully. The nindroid tried to rein in his expression, rethinking his evaluations of the two nobles and their strange attitude. Grimfax traced the edge of a ring for several moments before pulling it off and holding it up to Zane. It was polished silver, with the same crest on the door inlaid with gold and little red stones. Here. It signifies that your authority is above all but mine, to make things official, he explained. The nindroid eyed the crest. He glanced at the king. His damaged face made it even harder to read his expression, but Zane had an insight beyond that. Something told me that Grimfax was lying, or at least downplaying, the ring. Are you certain that I should have it? Zane questioned. Grimfax nodded. His voice was solemn and determined. Humility is not a sin, but to such a degree is not befitting a man of your position. He dropped the ring and Zane caught it. Clinking at it, rolled against his fingers. Ooh. Oh gosh. Okay. Woo woo. Oh, I know something you don't. Oh man, I remember that part though. Oh jeez. Okay. Chapter 25. Models of Virtue. Zane made sure to keep the ring on hand, not wanting to risk losing it or misplacing it. He quickly returned to his office, pulled out one of the scrolls, and examined the wax seal. It was an official document signed off by one of the old kings, but the contents didn't concern him. Looking over the broken seal, the imprint was the exact shape as the ring. Looking closer, he could see specks of red wax caught in the seams of the metal. He picked at them, his quill limp in his opposite hand. The nindroid could recall seeing dozens more documents with the seal. He didn't really need to check. Perfect memory, after all. But part of him had been hoping his theory could be disproven. Stewing with his thoughts didn't lead to much, really. All it ever led to was a lot of ice and collateral damage. So Zane rolled up his work and sought after the one person he really trusted in the castle to confide in. Wingast was outside in the courtyards, ordering soldiers who were jogging in uniform laps around the castle in full armor. The man had changed his hairstyle, he noticed. Instead of the top knot, he wore half of it in a bun and let the rest drift down his shoulders. Zane watched from the top of the steps as the man barked out orders before finally dismissing the troops. Good work, Alvis. Be sure to talk to the medic. Oh my gosh. Good work, Alvis. Be sure to talk to the medics about your leg. I don't want to hear you complain. It's only been 2 days since it broke, he stated. No, I don't care if you have a hot date. Go to the medic's quarters now. The soldier tried to argue, but Winghouse simply crossed his arms and said nothing. Oh. Eventually he sighed and walked away. Zane watched the commander sigh softly as he made his way up the stairs. Then he and the nindroid made eye contact. He suddenly dropped his helmet, and his hand jerked for the hilt of his sword. He immediately dropped his face into his hands, and Zane frantically apologized. I did not expect to see you, he muttered. Forgive my overreaction. Not many people sneak up on me like that. Zane bent down and handed the man his helmet. I suppose that is my fault. I was watching you for quite some time. I didn't know how to approach you about something that's been on my mind. Wingass had that weird look again, and he hadn't lowered his hands from his face. How long have you been watching me exactly? Oh, not as long as you think, I promise. The nindroid quickly added. That was poorly worded. What I've been meaning to ask is, how do you establish your authority over your men? I'm not accustomed to being in such a high position of authority. This has been one of the few periods of my life where I've lacked constant guidance. Zane thought back to when Wu had briefly left to find his brother, and when Wu had been turned into a child. Back then he had his brothers to guide his actions, and Lloyd had grown to be more accustomed to his role as leader in the years before their mentor was found. But now, in this palace, he was the one who had people answering to him. The commander finally dropped his hands. His cheeks were red, Zane guessed from the cold, and his embarrassment was replaced with a pensive expression. That is certainly a complex question. I have some news for you as well. Perhaps you would like to speak somewhere private. I know few who spend time in the library these days. Zane nodded gratefully. I would appreciate it, thank you. The pair made their way indoors, and soon they were sitting with Wingast's lunch between them and a mug in his hands. To his surprise, Zane noticed it wasn't tea, but something that looked suspiciously like hot chocolate. Zane also realized that they were not alone as Wingast expected. He looked up to the banisters on the second floor and saw the outline of Kataru flipping through the books. Are you sure it's safe for you to be up there? He called up. Don't worry, I promise not to fall. Zane still hovered beneath the child as he climbed down with the book tucked under his arm. The nindroid eyed the black ice prosthetic, reminding himself to commission a new one that wouldn't shatter and threaten to leave the boy with splinters. Kataru smiled up at him. Are you still... Oh. Got another notification. Oh. Sorry, my friend just... Oh wait, I'm still recording. I meant to pause it. But it's just an awkward sign. Oh man. Okay, whatever. Are you still doing research on the kingdom's history? I read through what you showed, but I also found a book filled with poetry. It's a rather fascinating way of preserving wisdom. That is very interesting, Zane agreed. Perhaps it is due to this kingdom being formed recently. This realm must have a more detained history, though I doubt there are hidden records. The commander watched the two chat with a confused expression. Do you wish for the child to be here while we discuss? He asked. The nindroid tilted his head. Would you, Kataru? I admit I'm curious, and I would like to continue reading. He sat directly on the table. Zane glanced to Wingast, sensing the older man's mild disapproval. However, he did not try to persuade Kataru to leave, and simply returned to his chair. Wingast set his helmet down and folded his arms. You wanted to know how I command my men. Perhaps what I'm asking is more general than that, Zane mused. I ask if you know what it means to be a good leader. Clearly you have the experience. Otherwise, you would not have your position. Experience is a stretch. He gave a small laugh, rubbing at his cheek. I lead my men on the front because that's what I should do. No army should follow a coward. The nindroid caught the sneer in the man's voice spilling off the last word. An image came to his mind. A battlefield and a much younger Wingast leaned against a broken spear, with a man wearing a helmet with elegant horns standing paralyzed in the middle of the battle. Armored bodies scattered the ground. Most of them wore the same armor he did. Zane nodded solemnly. And so you resolved to be what you were not given. You decided to be what your followers needed. That is part of it, but there's other things. He sighed, pushing back his hair and leaning into the table. I'd rather be out there, fighting those Ashen with my men, but I'm needed here to strategize and receive the reports after those battles. Sometimes I end up with 10 dead men. Sometimes it's 100. Call it a mistake, dumb luck, whatever. I'm the one who needs to make a decision. Zane listened intently, but he could feel the creeping chill in the air. Kataru looked up from his book. Have you ever had the option to keep all of your men alive? He questioned. Surely there must be ways. Perhaps. But we're soldiers, and this realm is unforgiving. Even if it isn't from a blade or an arrow, people die. It's up to me whether it's in vain or not. The nindroid swallowed. Kataru smoothed his palm over Zane's hand, and he steadied his breath. It must be difficult to make those decisions and to live with the guilt of what could have been done differently. But how do you choose what is the best outcome? There's so much to consider. The commander sighed again. I'm sorry, Zane, but I don't have a good answer to that. Zane had hoped for something more comprehensive, but at least Wingast was honest. He was grateful for what advice he did receive. Kotaro glanced between both adults, then quietly spoke up. I don't think any of us can know. If someone who knows as much as you has to ask how to decide what is the best thing to do. If someone who knows as much as you if someone who knows as much as you has to ask how to decide what is the best thing to do, then how can any of us? Our elders taught us how to cut a tree, but even they couldn't predict how it would fall. Zane blinked. It was strange, receiving insight from someone as young as Kotaro, but he made sense. I suppose that is true. I cannot know what will result from my actions unless I act, and learn to live with the effects. It was easy to say aloud, but when placed in the comparison to the strict moral code that defined his life, the nindroid was worried for the time he'd have his beliefs challenged. Do you think that is what it means to be a good leader, then? Wingast asked curiously. There may be other things. Someone who is kind and just, and someone who can be trusted with the power he wields. Confidence, too. But that's not something I can coach you in. It is something that can only be learned in the heat of a moment. He gave a dry laugh. Hopefully your moment is not as dramatic as mine. Zane didn't know if that was a joke, sincere advice, or both. I hope it was not too traumatic for you. Oh, don't worry, it wasn't, the man clarified. Anyways, enough talk of philosophy. I do have some good news. I managed to secure that courier. They'll be sent off soon. We should expect a reply in at least 2 weeks' time. Once again, Zane longed for the convenience of modern technology. He managed to suppress a groan and managed to shrug. I know that these things take time. I'm always grateful for the help you provide, Wingast. There must be something I can do in return. He shook his head. You don't have to do anything. I don't want you in my debt. Zane figured he didn't know the man well enough to provide any meaningful gift anyways, so he reluctantly agreed. Waiting for the message wouldn't be a great test of patience for the nindroid, and he continued to busy himself learning the castle's inner workings. Soon he settled into a schedule of speaking to the servants, reading the other nobles' proposals, and accompanying Grimfax whenever the king had the strength to leave his room. The last one wasn't intentional, at least not at first, but he soon found himself shadowing the man like a bodyguard, sticking by his side while he walked about the castle. He would often find himself standing by his throne in the audience chambers as Grimfax listened to partitioner. What? I can read, I swear. I can read. I just can't read. You gotta believe me. Partitioner? Well, Grimfax listened to partitioners. On the rare occasion, he'd have another vision and would write it down for his future reference. The cycle quickly grew boring, and Zane soon made up a small game to occupy himself between the long stretches of inactivity. He'd keep himself perfectly still and stood just shy of hiding behind the throne. He'd say nothing and wait until whoever was visiting took notice of him. From there, Zane would force himself to remain stoic while they mentally debated whether or not to ask the king about his presence. It was childish, but Grimfax always gave a quiet laugh once the victim was out of earshot. It's refreshing to have someone with a sense of humor within my courts, he mentioned one day. Zane smiled. The irony of your statement is I was known among my brothers for not understanding most of their jokes. The old king chuckled to himself. Out of the corner of his eye, the nindroid spotted the elderly noble with gold cuffs step into the room with a small procession of guards. Zane couldn't help but see that he was wearing more jewelry than normal. The guards, too, struck him as odd, but he could understand caution. Long life to the king, he declared with a pompous tone. I see you've been gaining your strength. I hope you did not strain yourself, though. Perhaps I'm not the warrior I was, but I still draw breath, though my advisor insists on accompanying me wherever I go. He is a welcome presence. The noble did the most subtle double take Zane had seen so far. Well, there is a matter according to him that I wish to address. I believe it would be beneficial to us all. Do I have permission to speak freely? Grimfax narrowed his good eye. You may. Oh gosh, okay. Your advisor has confessed to being the one responsible for Vex, and has made it clear on multiple occasions that he wished to serve the court. It possesses technology that could easily be used to decimate his forces, and yet it hides in this castle while people suffer. The word stung. Zane knew that this man was trying to use his guilt against him, and the bastard was doing a good job. And even if Zane had come to terms with his involvement with Vex, his statements cut deep. However, there are those who have expressed interest in attempting to replicate your abilities to combat their forces. Our soldiers' armor is a less than ideal defense, as our dear commander can attest to. And the cost of production will drain the royal coffers. Perhaps this research would help to mitigate the losses. The process itself would be painless, and any potential damages would be minuscule in comparison to the knowledge gained. Okay. Ooh. Grimfax's frown grew deeper as the man continued to talk. Zane had to admit there were some good points to the noble's argument, though as he talked, he found himself rubbing at his wrists without meaning to. A phantom sense of weight tugged at him, reminding him of the cell on Chen's Island. Yeah, that's Ooh. Forgive my interruption, but are you proposing that you wish to dissect me, despite the chance that I may be harmed in the process? Zane asked. The king actually looked a bit surprised at Zane's directness. If that was the noble's intent, he hid his own shocked well. My king, he continued, surely you must see the advantages of this procedure. I do not wish to imply anything contrary, but it would be unwise not to take advantage of this opportunity. Zane hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. You speak as if I am not present, and as if I do not have concerns over what you wish to do to me. With all due respect, you are not human, the man stated. You do not require the same standards of living that we do. That is true, but only to a degree. You wish to examine me and make use of my body as if I am only a tool. Have I not shown you that I am an autonomous being, even if I am not organic? And even then, what reason should I have to trust you will not misuse what you learn? We will only use it to further the riches of the kingdom. Oh! Zane knew that tone. The nindroid was reminded of Vex in that moment. How he had used Zane's promise for his own goals and ambitions. He realized just how similar the two were. Dangerously so. All the more reason Zane didn't want to share all the things he knew. He refused to make the same mistake twice, or to let this man try and guilt him into doing so. His fingers tightened their grip on his staff as fractals of ice began to form. Grimfax snorted. Do not attempt to plead, whatever that word is. You and I both know you'd only line your pockets with whatever profits are made. But do you deny the fact that knowledge of its abilities would benefit our people? It would, but Zane simply did not trust him with that sort of power, and he was far from willing to undergo something like that, especially from someone with ill intent. You've made your point very clear, Grimfax said with finality. Is that all you wish to concern me with? The noble bowed once again, opening his mouth to say something flattering. Zane blinked and suddenly found himself looking down at the roads leading towards the castle. A horse was being spurred on by someone in red armor, but it wasn't a soldier. Send your men to the gates, he ordered in a firm tone. Someone is arriving from Vex's army. He's alone, but I don't know if he's armed. The noble stuttered. What? Now you try to spin fantasies to shift focus? Zane rolled his eyes and marched down himself. All the guards. He realized they were there to protect the noble from him. Flinched as he brushed past, leaving a wake of cold air behind him. He pushed the doors open and looked towards the gated walls of the castle. Climbing one of the towers, he spotted a speck moving towards the castle in the distance. There. He pointed it out to the men stationed. Someone is coming. It didn't take long to spur the rest of the soldiers. Sorry, someone came in. I'm sure you could hear the aggressive knock, but I'm actually kind of confused. Because it's like, he's gonna say something, and then suddenly he found himself looking down at the roads. Okay, I don't know what's happening. It didn't take long to spur the rest of the soldiers into alertness, before Grimfax and the noble came outside. Zane was standing outside the gates and with Wingast, and his own squadron waiting to meet the stranger riding in. The nindroid could see the man in clear detail, and he recognized the horse he was riding in. Oh. Okay, recognized the horse he was riding in. The man dismounted from the same horse the courier was sent on nearly 3 weeks ago by now. Wingast lowered his polearm. State your business, beast. Why are you here? Please, I've no business with you puny humans. He reached into the bag hanging from the horse and threw down a scrap of rolled leather in front of Zane. I only come as the voice of our great leader. The nindroid very cautiously reached for the roll. It was tied loosely shut with the length of a thread and unfurled before he could read it. A scrap of blue cloth and tied-off clump of gray hair has drifted into the dirt. He stumbled back, nearly knocking Wingast over. Zane? The commander swallowed when he saw the nindroid's wide-eyed expression. Zane, what is it? The human in red armor smirked, teeth blackened with ash. Vex said you'd know what it mean. You better do what he says. Your leader should have known how foolish it would be for only one man to send a message. Wingast snarled. The soldiers began to encircle the human, each lowering spears and archers noticing their arrows from the wall. Wait, Zane said quietly, not looking up for the message. I'm going with him. What? Why? Wingast shouted. He tilted the letter to the commander. Come alone and she will not be harmed. If I see any sign of the king's men, or if you do not come, then the entire village will soon meet the Formlings. They have Sorla, Zane whispered. No! Why do things just get worse? I kind of remember that. I remember that, but just barely. No! And the worst part is that my voice hurts. I can't continue reading. No! Oh, I remember. But no. Ah! Okay. Well, okay. I'll go, but, I returned. Okay. Chapter 26. What's mine is yours. Let me scroll down because there's notes. Okay. Zane didn't know when, or if, he'd be back. Turning to Wingast, he quietly undid the small charm of beads from his belt and handed them to the general. If I do not return in a day, give these to Akita and Kataru. Tell them I'm sorry I couldn't be with them for as long as I hoped, and tell them to look after one another. He whispered solemnly. Wingast looked down to the small string. Then he curled the nindroid's fingers closed, squeezed and faced him with an unexpectedly stern expression. Stay alive and I won't have to. Got it? Don't you dare die. By the mountains, don't even think about it. He couldn't help it. Zane gave a small laugh at the dark joke only he understood. Sorry, but I understand. I'll come back. I promise. The commander seemed to suddenly realize he was technically holding Zane's hand. He couldn't help himself and drew the human in for a quick hug. After a moment of flustered sputtering, he felt Wingast pat his shoulder before releasing him. He turned up to the archers with a terse nod. They lowered their arrows. Zane turned back to the messenger and exhaled a frosty breath. His armor reformed over his robes as Boreal was summoned in a swirl of silver mist. Oh, I got a Discord notification. Shut up. I spent so long trying to reply that I actually forgot where I was at. Whoopsies. Zane turned back to the messenger and exhaled a frosty breath. His armor reformed over his robes as Boreal was summoned in a swirl of silver mist, and the nindroid gestured for the messenger to climb aboard. He worried for the chance that he'd be stabbed in the back, but they didn't seem stupid enough to try something like that while they flew 100 feet off of the ground. He saw the plumes of smoke in the far distance and prayed that Vex hadn't already started burning the place to the ground. I'm nervous. I know how it ends, but I'm still nervous. Images of the four-wing village overlaid his vision. Only now he could hear the screams of the people running for cover. He could see faces with names and watch them burn down to cinders. None of it was real, but the sheer thought hurt like a spike driven into the back of his skull. Shaking his head, Zane could feel Boreal give a low, dangerous growl. The dragon's sound was the only thing he could hear in the empty space of the sky. No birds, no wind, not even the rustling of leaves. He hated the silence as he drew closer to the village. The nindroid soon came in range of his zoom. The singular smokestack, he soon realized, was formed by the twisting seams of over a dozen smaller fires. They were all arranged in a loose pattern close to the base of the mountain, with little dots of amber light flickering sporadically through the sheets. Forges, he realized, each manned by Vex's minions, with distant clangs, signaling the construction of new weapons. The shadow of Boreal cast itself across the ground, silencing their work as Zane searched for a place to land. He found a queer patch of land near the bridge that spanned the lake, where a pile of twisted and burned metal now sat. This was where his old monument would have been. Zane could practically feel the spite rippling from the area. Boreal descended with a swirl of snow and ash rippling from the force of his wing beats, followed by the roar of a maelstrom. He turned to the messenger, whose borderline smug expression suddenly turned to fear. "Tell Vex I'm here." Wordlessly, he descended and spirited away, pushing past the now forming crowd. Zane jumped off of Boreal, but hesitated to dismiss the dragon in the presence of so many fighters. He frantically searched for his old home and gave a quiet gasp when he saw the front doors burned and the roof collapsed inwards. His nightmarish vision suddenly returned to him. Sorrow's screaming echoed in his head. Frost began to blur his sight, creeping up his neck. Boreal's snarls grew in volume, and the ground began to turn black. Zane didn't put it past Vex to lie to him in order to place him in such a vulnerable situation. A shout suddenly cut through the crowd. Zane jerked his head up and watched a head of graying hair being shoved forward. He caught a glimpse of blue cloth between the shades of crimson and black. The followers parted for a moment. Zane almost thought he was looking at another nindroid. It was so much to take in. His mind scrambled to register all the details. Sorla's clothes were streaked with ash. She had a limp. Wires stuck out from Vex's armor, and his helmet now sported a glowing red eyepiece. The man grinned with a mouth full of blackened teeth. "Looks like your son came after all," he said, amused. The old woman looked up to Zane past her stringy hair, a bruise on one of her cheeks that she still managed to smile through. "I never had any doubt, you ratty bastard." "Hold your tongue if you know what's best for you," one of the followers said harshly. "What do you want?" Zane finally managed to speak. "Why did you have to bring more innocent people into this? Why?" Vex narrowed his lone eye. Then slowly, he smirked. "Tell me, how do you think I found your precious haven? Surely fate wouldn't allow me to stumble upon such a valuable location. So much ore in these mountains in your writings." He shook his head with a bemused expression. "Great inventor, indeed." Zane ground his teeth. "I will not tolerate your games." "Very well." He pointed with his free arm, his flamethrower. It wasn't just an attachment. At two of his followers. Both immediately stiffened. "We were rather lucky to come across one another on their hunt. I owe my thanks to them. They knew that I could provide them security for their daughter, and that I needed the resources of this village. A pity that not everyone was so willing to cooperate." Sorla sneered weakly. "Traitors, both of you. Anya should be ashamed to have cowards for fathers." "What? Are you what? Oh. Mouthy bitch." Vex must have tightened his grip. Sorla cried out and her knees buckled, held up by the man's unrelenting grip. "Let her go!" Zane shouted. A blast of cold air scattered pebbles and kicked up the snow. Vex remained unfazed. "First, dismiss your beast." Boreal snapped its jaws, wings hunched and tail lashing at the ground. Zane threw his hand in front of the dragon's snout. With effort, his familiar disappeared, and the followers slowly began to encircle him. He kept his sights fixed on Sorla. "Ugh. Good. Now your staff." The nindroid blinked, then quickly tried to hide any surprise. He tried to recall a point where Vex had seen him without the scroll and using his powers. Nothing. Still, Zane didn't trust Vex to try and pull something underhanded. "Let Zorla go and promise to leave the village," he bargained. "Then you can have it." "You're in no position to bargain. The staff or she dies." Vex angled the muzzle of his flamethrower against her cheek. "Stop, please. You can have it." Vex motioned for him to drop it on the ground, and he complied. One of his minions took it and bowed as he presented the weapon. His smile was full of grim satisfaction, and Zane waited for the man to finally release the elder. "All that power, and you waste it on base acts of selflessness?" He shook his head, as if he was scolding a child. "What could you possibly gain from these peasants?" Zane scowled. "It is never a waste to protect others. I never asked for anything in return. They kept me safe when I was alone. That's more than enough of a reason. And yet, these people who loved you so dearly chose to follow me." I keep messaging on Discord, and I keep forgetting where I'm at. "And yet these people who loved you so dearly chose to follow me." "Not willingly, I imagine." "Does it truly matter?" Vex prodded. "They serve their use and obey my orders. Is that why you pity them? Their worship and praise of you feeds your ego. It must feel satisfying." Zane was self-aware enough to understand that, yes, he did enjoy praise and he enjoyed others' approval, perhaps to an unhealthy degree sometimes, but he didn't want reverence. That was never something he had even thought of wanting. He wanted acceptance, plain companionship, and love. He didn't understand why Vex was trying to imply he was anything like him. Out of everyone, Vex would know that the nindroid was selfless. It was because of his kindness that he gave Vex the ability to create the weapons he had and the destruction he caused. None of that was his fault. "I did not ask for worship," Zane breathed. "I did not ask for my powers. I did not kill innocent people to be where I am today. I am not you." The mask and eyepiece hid most of the man's face, but the snap expression of boiling anger was unmistakable. What followed was a shouting command, then heat on all sides. A pillar shot Zane into the air, leaving him hovering and weightless as he tried to see how to get Zorla out. He startled when a net of thick chain shot him out of the sky. "Zane, no!" Zane caught sight of the contraption perched on a tower just before he was sent crashing down. Another emerging blast of fire rushed him, and he hardly had enough time to summon a dome to absorb the impact. His fingers were tangled in the chains, weighing him down with bullets as he struggled to free himself. There wasn't enough time before the second blast. Zane snapped one hand free and buried it into the dirt. Snakes of frost tore through the ground, catching men and freezing them mid-run. He threw off the net, then thrust a beam of white energy towards the turret that shot him. Wood snapped as people manning the machine were frozen alongside the mangled remains. Ooh! Now he could see Vex dashing back towards the mines. Zorla dragged behind him, sliding down one of the wedges of ice. Zane was met with another group of enemies. Behind him he could see some starting to aim their weapons at the buildings, no doubt by order of Vex out of spite and to keep him busy while he escaped. Another wave of enemies gathered. Zane spun forward, whipping himself into a cyclone of frozen power. Flames wrapped around him, extinguished as he charged forward with Spinjitzu. Is that the first Spinjitzu of the chapter? Like 5 hours, and finally he's done Spinjitzu. Anyone caught in his path was met with a blaze of cold air before solidifying. He's just freezing everybody. I need to stop, putting in my own thoughts. A sweeping kick nearly knocked him forward, but he flipped forwards. Nearly knocked him backwards, but he flipped forward, threw his hand behind him, then froze the man before he could strike his head. Someone slammed in while he was turned, knocking him to the ground as another man brought a sledgehammer across his back. His vision glitched hard, static blocking his sight and leaving him blind for a terrifying second. Zane curled inwards and a burst of spines exploded from his back. He heard screams of pain after pushing himself up, found that some men were pinned to the walls and ground with icicles. Some were bleeding out in the snow as they tried to free himself with one or both hands impaled. Zane! Guilt racked him again, but at least no one looked like they were in danger of dying. He couldn't see anyone else approaching, but he'd lost sight of Vex. Dashing to where he'd last seen the leader, he caught a flash of red at the mouth of the cave. He charged forward, the light from his eyes clashing against the warm, flickering oil lamps. Rails and minecarts blocked his path, and more than once he found himself at dead ends blocked by thick stone. Claustrophobia squeezed his chest as memories from Chen's underground labyrinth flickered in his mind. "Vex!" he screamed, running aimlessly through the maze. "By the first master, if you've harmed Sorla, you will never leave this place alive!" Frustration churned at his insides. He was ashamed for not acting sooner, for not simply storming down Vex's followers and freezing the bastard under a glacier's worth of ice. Get him! Get him! Anger wasn't a foreign emotion to the nindroid, but this was the first time he could almost taste the hate on his tongue. Running back from another blocked tunnel, he stared down the 2 remaining paths, and he could only see empty black as far as he could zoom. The silence rang loud against his ears, and Zane could see the trails of frost from where he'd ran. Scanning the 2 caves, he saw something almost indistinguishable lying in the dirt. It looked like a shard of metal, something that could have fallen from a broken drill or lamp. There was a distant smudge of red paint that marked it as part of Vex's armor. Sprinting down the cave, he found another scrap of red cloth caught against a stalagmite. The tunnels slowly grew wider, and Zane could feel the air slowly turning warmer and warmer. Turning the next corner, he was faced with an open cavern formed in the shape of a massive cone. Overhead was a tiny dot of sunlight, running down through miles of stone. Ahead of him, he saw a lump lying at the center, and the nindroid could only stare and be terrified. No. He skidded to the ground, cradling Sorla's body and turning her over. Her face and clothes were smudged with ash, and her neck was lined with bruises. One hand covered her mouth, and he could barely feel her breath. No, Sorla, can you hear me? Zane choked. Sorla, answer me, please. The nindroid let out a glitching scream that bounced up the walls, eyes squeezed shut and gripping Sorla's cloak. Zane sobbed and cried as if she would hear him and wake up. He jerked his head at the sound of a low, slimy laugh. The winds of this realm can't save you now. All of a sudden, Zane was thrown to the floor as a series of explosions shook the ground of the cave. Debris clattered against his shell, and he realized that the entrance he'd come through was now sealed with boulders. He could feel the rumble of a sleeping titan all throughout the cave. A violent crack sounded, and a glowing seam of red magma boiled up from the floor. He thought it was just coincidence, but this was a dormant volcano, and Vex had just set off what sounded like dozens of explosions. Even if he did find a way through the blocked tunnels, Zane imagined that Vex was smart enough to seal up the paths he'd taken, if they weren't already clogged up with rubble and lava. What? Whoa! More cracks began to snake across the floor. Fissures began to climb up the walls and drip into the basin. The heat was rising, and chunks of the roof slammed into the ground, creating pits that threw up splashes of molten rock. Throwing himself over Sorla, Zane cried out as the lava burned through his shirt, hissed and cooled rapidly across his back. The fragment of sky hovered above them like a star. Zane summoned Boreal, who threw out his wings without command. Carrying Sorla onto his dragon, he burst into the air and towards their last exit. Dodging rubble and twisting its wings to avoid getting smashed out of the sky, Zane watched the ground below rubble as the walls around them crumbled. The skylight was growing closer. The space around them grew tighter, and the margin for error grew smaller and smaller. He realized that the entrance was far too small for Boreal to pass. A chunk of stone from the roof broke away and was falling fast. Zane grabbed Sorla's waist, crouched, then jumped from the dragon's back, kicking off the surface of the stone. He threw himself towards the lip of the skylight and caught it. Dangling from the mouth of the volcano, the hydraulax creaked under the weight of carrying all of his weight in Sorla's limp body. With a surge of energy, he tossed Sorla onto the solid ground before pulling himself up. Grabbing the elder, Zane threw himself off of the mountainside as Boreal caught him. Diving towards the ground, he broke through the clouds to see the entire village standing in the streets. He had just enough time to lower Sorla and scream at the people to run before taking off into the sky again. Zane didn't know if this would work, and if it didn't, he only hoped that it'd give the people enough time to escape. Dropping from Boreal and kneeling by the volcano, he watched toxic gases burst from the cracks in the stone, and a red pit bubbled underneath him, with everything hazy with ash and steam. His core was pulsing like a hummingbird as he slammed his palms into the ground. The trails his powers left were glowing white, cutting jagged bolts down the inside of the volcano. The winds howled, shrieking at the clash of elements as the sky turned gray with snowflakes and dust. Zane watched the inside of the mountain slowly turned blue with ice, sealing over the magma faster than it could be melted. All of his power flowed down his hands, and Zane could feel the strain on his heart. The ice began to fill the cavern, thick layers of snow melting and re-solidifying the base. His element seeped into every nook and chip in the mountain, blocking the eruption and at the same time, holding back the incoming avalanche before it could even form. The vibrations began to glow lower. Then, they finally stopped. Zane fell to the ground and sunk into darkness with the last, satisfied thought that he'd stopped a volcano. Woo! Let's go, Zane! Let's go! Oh my gosh. Woo! Chapter 27. Fortune and Fate Cannot Wait. Okay. Wind in the masts of a towering ship. They float above the clouds, but he's not on the bounty. The eyes he looks through are so young, familiar and unfamiliar. He hears voices he thinks he should know, while the sky split open before him, spiraling down into a hurricane that morphed into a typhoon before it crashed against the ocean. In the eye of the storm is an island that he never thought he'd see again since his father. Fireworks and laughter, cheers erupting from crowded streets and a procession. A cave under a mountain, white flashes of light and fire, heavy clanks of some mechanical beast, grates against his ears and screams his name in rage. Gale blows blasting him from every side. A primal fear of falling apart over an endless saltwater abyss filled him to his core. Dens of smoke, villagers that looked like a cross between Ignacia and New Ninjago, soldiers in lapis blue marching, happy cries in the warm embrace of a lost family. Zane gasped and jerked upwards. A mess of color and fading images buried behind his eyes. His next breath was muddy and clogged with ash, sending him into a coughing fit. Someone helps him to stand and pushes a glass of water into his hands. Zane swallowed it all in quick, long gulps. Even if he technically didn't need air, the dry sensation was too close to actual choking for his liking. Zane? Are you really awake this time? Boma? He squinted up in surprise, not expecting to find himself back in Sorla's home. Alarm shot through him. Where's Sorla? Is she alive? The man nodded, lips tilted into a small smile. He gestured beside him and found the elder tucked in a pile of pelts, a folded and damp rag resting on her forehead. Zane crawled out and tentatively pressed 2 fingers against her cheek. She shivered at the content and the nindroid broke into a watery grin as he felt a pulse. You got her out just in time. She'll be okay, Boma said. Zane could still feel his breath coming hard and frost began to prickle at his cheeks. In his peripheral, he thought that he saw the man flinch at the sight. Then he noticed that there was a mess of loose paper scattered across the bedding. Picking up one, it took him a moment to decipher the messy handwriting. Are these... Zane started. You were talking in your sleep, Boma said hesitantly. Sorla mentioned that you saw things, so I thought it'd be important to write them down. The nindroid tried to recall what he'd seen, but oddly, his normally perfect memory was having trouble piecing together what he had. His instinct told him that these visions were different, more real and tangible than his normal dreams filled with metaphor. There was a certainty to them he didn't know how to describe. He'd grabbed another paper, this one lying in a loose stack next to the human. This time, he knew he didn't mistake the way Boma flinched away from his hand. Zane looked up, feeling hurt and confusion. Boma remained silent with a worrying expression, shifting his crossed legs ever so slightly away. Eventually, he swallowed and sighed. Look, you've done so much for the village, and I never even considered turning traitor on you. But, okay, I'll just say it. He dropped his face into his hands. What you did to them, that was scary. Really scary. Zane knew, on some level, he should have expected that sort of reaction. Still, hearing it from someone so close to him stung. I mean, Zane, I've seen you use your powers before, but Zane, you froze at least half of their men, impaled the rest, and stopped an eruption. Rubbing his hand down his chin, Boma forced himself to make eye contact. I'm sorry. I guess it's just a lot to take in. No one died if you're worried, but I don't think some of them will be able to use their hands. The lucky ones, maybe. Zane found himself subconsciously rubbing at his palms. He could remember the screams of panic from his sudden birth his sudden burst of splintered ice all too clearly. He found some regret in the action and hoped that most of the followers may be able to keep their dexterity. The mention of followers drew up another unpleasant memory. What of Vex? This time, Boma shuddered much more visibly. The bastard escaped into the forest. Don't worry about him coming back, though. If you scared me, then he should be terrified. Did he harm anyone else in the village? Was anyone killed? Gratefully, the man shook his head. Some beatings for those who wouldn't go into the mines. I got burned pretty badly on the leg, and Mom, they didn't like it when she refused to teach them how to maintain a forge. Zane couldn't imagine anyone trying to intimidate Ursa, the absolute tank of a woman, into doing anything. Boma must have thought the same and gave a shallow laugh. Course, neither did Sorla. He shook his head fondly. They're as old as they are stubborn. It is almost something to be admired, Zane shrugged. One more question. How long was I asleep for? Almost 2 days, I think. Oh, wait, oh, shit. He blinks, then. Shit. Boma stares at him like he's grown a second head. Sorry, but I made a promise to return as soon as possible. Has there been any messenger falcons sighted? Have they delivered anything? Falcons? No, I don't think we've seen anything yet. I accidentally ran ahead a tiny bit, so woo! Both of them jerked their heads back when a sudden shout broke through the closed doors. Then he heard a growl and bolted upwards to throw the door open. The streets were a mess. Broken ground, frozen bodies, and flecks of red in the snow. Near the border of the forest, he saw some villagers gather, and a wolf standing over the lake. He didn't know if he believed it until he saw the red-tipped tails lashing up beside her. Akita! Zane shoved past the crowd, nearly slipping as he ran onto the lake. It didn't help that the Formling's first instinct was to pounce on him. His back slammed against the ice. More shouts erupted from the crowds before Zane managed to tell them that it was all right. A flash of light blinded him before he found a pair of small hands pinning his chest to the ground. Why did you have to go? She screamed. Katara was crying because of you. Why didn't you bring us? It would have been too dangerous. I didn't want to risk you two getting hurt again, Zane said with a soft, slightly guilty smile. He could understand why she was so angry, why they would both be so scared to lose one of the last people who looked out for them. And you are both still children. It is not your responsibility to save people. But why? Akita growled, balling her fist into his shirt. Why didn't you say anything? Oh. The nindroid reached up to carefully stroke her arm. I suppose that was poor judgment on my behalf. I didn't want you to know, so you did not need to worry. It was more counterintuitive than I meant. Your big words are stupid, she huffed. After a beat of hiding her frustrated tears, she took herself off of his chest. You adopted a Formling child? Boma suddenly asked. Akita was still red from anger, so whatever embarrassed blush appeared could be disguised. Zane smirked in her direction and took the moment to ruffle her hair affectionately. I would dread having to raise you. He is not my father, she pouted, batting away his hand. And you still haven't even told me why you came here. Wingest only said you needed to do something important. This conversation would be best it had inside. There's someone I would like you to meet, too. As the crowds parted, Zane saw how most were quick to hide in their homes, but some paused in front of the frozen invaders. If he had to guess, they were the traitors being visited by their families. His breath hitched when he saw Anya crying at the feet of her fathers, one hunched over the other and completely immobile. Zane tried not to meet her eyes. He heard a soft groan and saw Sorla groaning and starting to awake. Stopping himself just short of crushing the old woman in a hug, Zane guided Akita to sit beside him. Taking one of the empty cups, he filled it with snow and left it by the fire to melt. Zane? She blinked up at him. You're here. His voice was thick with emotion. Zane quickly brushed his cheek. I am. And I've brought a friend. Akita, this is Sorla. It is an honor to meet you. Akita nodded, with more respect than Zane expected. Likewise, young one. Squinting, she looked up and saw her wolf hat. You are Formling? Forgive me for saying this, but I did not know your people were real. The girl's fingers twitched the slightest. Zane decided to step in. I suppose there is a lot that happened since I left. Recalling everything as concisely as he could, he explained finding both Formling twins, what Vex has done, going to the king, and his new position in the court. At that point, Sorla made a sound of understanding. That would explain the courier, she noted. Poor boy. I didn't know if it would be good for you to come now anyways, given that you're still recovering, and the village needs someone to guide them. I'm not the only elder this town has, you know. Ursa and her husband can manage without me. It would be my pleasure to go with you to Grimfax. I hope he's been treating you well. Akita suddenly flinched hard. Zane set a calming hand on her shoulder. Are you sure you weren't coming here? I'm fine, she snapped. But Grimfax, he's dead. What? What? I can't. What? The nindroid's breath stopped. Sorla pressed her hand over her mouth. When? Zane whispered. The morning after you left, Akita explained, reaching up to play with the fur of her hat. He died in his sleep, I think. Everyone was yelling at each other and saying that they did it. Wingas seems pretty scared. He couldn't get a message to you when most of his men were out guarding the borders after the Ashen came to take you. It took a beat for the nindroid to remember that Vex's followers also had the title of Ashen Beasts. The king, Grimfax. Is he really gone? She nodded curtly. One of their healers looked him over. He rests with the stars now. I'm so sorry, dear. Sorla turned and patted Zane's hand. There was nothing you could have done. I know. The elder gave Zane a small smile. Then her expression faded back into concern. Has there been any news of a heir? I didn't think the king had any children. He doesn't, Akita huffed. Their curt squabbles like infants to claim it. Zane suddenly felt the weight of the ring he carried around his necklace increase by 100 pounds. Sorla noticed the sudden tension, feeling his hands go cold again. I suspect that is why Wingas wants you back. He must have strong faith in your judgment. I suppose, he mumbled, though there's something else you should know. Oh. Slowly, carefully, Zane pulled off of his locket and showed the ring Grimfax had handed him hanging on the twine. Akita only frowned in confusion, but Sorla seemed to understand what it meant. Squeezing the little piece of jewelry, Zane whispered, I'm scared. Dear, if Grimfax chose you, then he had good reason to do so. You will make a great ruler. He nodded shallowly, letting all of his anxiety tumble out. I am not even of this realm. I don't know how to be a leader, and I'm terrified that more people may suffer because of me. I don't want to hurt anyone with my power, as hypocritical as that may seem after today. Shut up, Akita growled. The nindroid had to do a double take. Then he tried to figure out if the four-monk's anger was directed at him, or what he was saying about himself. Pardon? He asked, hoping for an explanation. I attacked you while you were having a breakdown, and you didn't kill me. Those nobles reek of deception and taunt you openly, but I've never even seen you raise your voice. She listed, counting off the incidents on her hand. I saw what happened out there. If I had been in your place, I don't know if they would be alive. I can think of few without restraint. Does that not prove you of deserving what power you do have? Sorla couldn't help but give a small laugh as Akita chewed Zane out. The nindroid turned to her for confirmation and she smiled. You've done nothing but good ever since I've met you, Zane. I know you will be a just emperor. Swallowing, the nindroid nodded again and slipped the ring back onto his necklace. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. Thank you both so much. Akita scoffed. I'd rather tolerate your mild complaints than the reeking bastards. Zane was just in the middle of saying for her to watch her language until Sorla barked out a laugh. Looks like my sunset years will be even more exciting. Oh. Chapter 28. Leaders, Lies, and Loves. And loves? Love. Pfft. Ugh. Okay. Zane decided that the situation was urgent enough that he didn't try to force Sorla to rest. And allowed the elder to climb up onto Boreal without much of a fuss. The nindroid made sure to take copies of his writing on metallurgy? What? Metallurgy. Great, thank you, Google. Metallurgy and botany back for the kingdom. Boma also silently left his own notes on whatever vision Zane had while recovering. He didn't know if those would be useful. He didn't know if they were if they were about the Never Realm, Ninjago, or some other dimension he'd visit in the future, but he figured it'd be rude to let the young man's work go to waste. After a brief goodbye and entrusting the reconstruction of the village to Ursa, the trio soared into the air in a trail of white mist. The sky was a stormy gray and blue, contrasting Boreal like a comet as they flew towards Grimfax's castle. His castle now, Zane thought, with a hollow fear. He could sense the air around them turning colder, and the snowflakes began to grow larger. Whether or not that was his own power or the realm, Zane didn't know. Sorla squeezed his waist, the pressure a comforting reminder that the elder wouldn't fall off. "You'll be a good king. I know you will." He glanced back with a hopeful, meek smile. The storm didn't seem to dampen as they saw the outline of the red-tiled roofs of the castle overhead. Deciding not to bypass the gate and give the guards inside the walls a heart attack by landing inside, he set Boreal down a few feet from the entrance, but already he could see the mahogany door swinging open. "Akita!" Zane saw her brother limping forward, supported by Wingest. "Zane! You're both alive! You're okay!" "I told you he'd come back," Wingest told him with a comforting smile, though the ninja could see the sallow changes in his face, his bun now just a loosely hanging ponytail. "By the mountains above, never do that again." Zane shrugged. "I didn't mean to delay my return. Stopping an eruption appears to be the upper limit of my powers, and I did not intend to pass out afterwards." Never mind, you're already terrifying enough." Wingast shook his head. "I'm just glad you're back. What about Vex? Is he dead?" "Unfortunately, the bastard's still alive," Sorla huffed, stepping down from Boreal, who was soon dismissed. "Oh, I should have introduced you to sooner." Zane gestured to his unofficial adoptive mother. "This is Sorla. Sorla, this is Commander Wingest." "It is a pleasure to meet you." He bowed slightly. "I hate to be so concise, but you're needed back in the castle." "I understand. You seem rather tired, too. Have you been sleeping?" Zane asked as they walked. Wingast pushed his loose hair back and groaned. No, not really. No one's been doing their jobs properly. Everybody's too obsessed with the power vacuum. What's worse is that no one's been able to find his seal, and some have begun to suspect that he was poisoned." The nindroid suddenly stopped. I believe I may know where Grimfax's ring is." He pulled out his necklace and let the ring hang between them. The commander looked entirely lost on how to react. He was somewhere between laughing, crying, and possibly shouting at Zane. Eventually, he settled on a relieved-sounding sigh. "Well, that's one problem solved." "Do you think that they'd accept me as the new king?" Zane quietly asked. "Honestly, I don't know," Wingest mused. "Most of the nobles who aren't vying for the throne might. You practically won over all of the palace staff, and you aren't at risk of assassination attempts or poisonings, so your reign would last for an incredible span." The implication that Zane would be stuck ruling the Never Realm made his insides twist. Akita glanced at him with a misty expression, but said nothing. "I suppose it would," he said. "Akita, you should go get some rest. I assume the other nobles are in the council chambers?" "Yes, I should go with you," Wingest added. "No doubt they'll try to undermine you as an illegitimate heir. I don't enjoy abusing my status, but they may be discouraged from speaking out if they know that the military supports you." Zane smiled, then shook his head and set a hand on the tired human's shoulder. "I appreciate the concern, but you should rest too. Unless you would like me to remind your wife you've been overworking yourself again." The man's shoulders dropped and he gave a small laugh. "All right, you win. How dare you use my love of Mira against me?" Zane couldn't help but be reminded of Jay and Nia. The latter had to carry her sleeping boyfriend from his workstation more than once. "You've done enough, dear," Sorla said. "No need to worry about us." Sighing, Wingfist finally nodded and left to his room. Akita, and Katario to his surprise, stubbornly refused to move. "I will not let some filthy cluster of humans try to tell you you're not worthy," she growled. They've done nothing worth the title other than spout eloquent speeches and meager promises," Katario said. "We wish to support you, even if it's only through positive moral. You've both done so much for me, far more than I could ever ask," Zane began. "I understand that you two would be anxious after I was gone for so long, but I will still be here and I will not leave anytime soon. You both deserve to rest. I'll visit you two once the meeting is over, I promise." He could imagine how scared the two must have been when they realized he was gone. He wondered if they were reminded of the loss of their parents, even if he would not want to replace that position in their minds. "You should listen to him, you know," Sorwa said, ruffling Akita's hair. Though I admit, I doubt you'd be able to resist the urge to bite those old dustbags in the ankles. I love Sorwa. I love her. The foreign instinctively looked like she was considering biting the old woman's hand, but stopped herself and sighed. Okay, Elder Sorwa. I never thought I'd see the day. Kotaro grinned as he moved back to their room. Say that again and I break your other leg. If Zane hadn't grown up between two siblings, he'd almost be afraid Akita would follow through on her threat. He was still nervous, though, and made sure to definitely check up on them after the meeting. Man, this still feels so strange, he muttered, making his way to the council chambers. I can't help but think that this feels informal, like there should be more I should do before I declare myself the ruler of the realm that isn't even my own. Perhaps there is, but remember, you've earned your place here, Sorla asserted, even without that ring. I know you'll be great. I know, Zane nodded. I can do this. Most of the nobles were seated and shouting at one another. Zane could hear them even through the thick wood. There were several guards at the door to the council, but they opened the door wordlessly as he approached. Need to enclose our borders to preserve our own wealth. Where will our resources come from then? If there are farms that still haven't been destroyed. If they wish to keep them, then they should be able to pay the new task. If he is still alive, then what? How can you say that? Zane didn't know any subtle way of getting their attention. He coughed. Their squabbling continued. Seeing that was completely ineffective, the nindroid willed the temperature of the room to a sudden drop of several degrees. A cluster of snowflakes spluttered down the rafters, and the nobles frowned as they melted onto their papers. Excuse me, he spoke up into the silence, but I would like to present something to the court. Zane summoned a short pillar of ice in the center of the ring of seats, pulled Grimfax's ring, his ring now, he supposed, from his necklace and set it atop the pedestal. All of the nobles leaned in their seats and desks to see the little piece of jewelry. You! The gold-cuffed noble suddenly shouted. You killed King Grimfax! Guards! He saw the two soldiers who'd been peeking by the door freeze out of the corner of his eye, hesitating to enter the chilled room. Zane stepped forward and let the temperature rise again. Do not be irrational. I was nowhere near the king during his time of death. Commander Wingas can attest to this. There were others too present, archers on the walls that day. True, but you've made it transparent that you possess all manner of magical abilities, one of them noted. How do we know that you did not use it to kill the king after you were gone? I can attest to this court that Zane's power are not of that sort, Zoro summoned. I've never witnessed him summon ice beyond his field of view. So how could he have killed the king if he were already miles away? The gold gilded noble frowned. That is a reasonable assumption. But how do we know that this is not some sort of replica? Wait, who? Someone spoke up. Oh, I believe I can confirm this. Someone spoke up. A lady with large glasses and a meticulous stack of papers. His servants noted that Lord Grimfax's ring was missing weeks before his death. If it were lost or otherwise stolen, he would have called for a search. His body may have been damaged, but he was not senile, and Zane was the last one present before the ring was missing. Then how do we know they were not bribed by... Zane was getting tired of the old noble's excuses. You are making accusations that have already been disproven. Is there not a more pressing matter at hand? What is to be done about the kingdom? About its people? Well, most of our further outposts have undergone several raids, but our local farms have been relatively untouched. We must rebuild our center of power. Unfortunately, Lord Grimfax had dispatched many of our soldiers to defend said outposts. Our own defenses are sorely lacking. Please speak clearly. Zane pinched his nose. What will be done to rebuild the kingdom? This is only a precaution to stabilize our own resources. The old noble fiddled with his cuffs, but a motion was proposed to increase the taxes on the peasantry to refund our own coffers. The nindroid blinked. Do you mean the people who have been at the forefront of these raids? The farmers who have been under attack and already struggle to make ends meet? You would rather forge more weapons while your people starve? The silence was damning enough. Ooh! Get him! Get him! I love him. Oh my gosh. Okay. Zane. This is why he's my favorite. This is why. The silence was damning enough. I promise you that Vex will be the least of your worries if that is your final verdict. Zane saw Sorla glance up at his face, a moment of shock passing over her. He paused, exhaled, and dispersed the small flecks of frost that were beginning to form across his cheeks. If that is the empire you wish to build, then it will not be an empire I will serve any longer. He saw the wave of fear that filled everyone in the room, even those who had been supporting him. Zane kept a tight leash on his power, refusing to let the temperature drop by even a Celsius. But even without any overt sign, he could tell they were scared of just the idea of Zane's wrath turned against them. Ah! Good! Good! I love him. I did not ask for this, he said slowly. I did not ask for my abilities or the position as king, but I have made my morals clear from the beginning. I only ask for you to have faith. Zane expected more pushback, but he supposed that, from the noble's perspective, it would be easier to watch out for him if he was working within the system rather than outside it. Still, that didn't stop them from insisting on a long, lengthy, and traditional coronation to make his position as the new king official. Woo! Okay. Ah. Sorla, ever patient, remained with him as they debated over when to host the event, who would be present, where it would be held. They picked out every detail, and Zane had to strain his social skills to pick apart who started genuinely warming up to him, and who still remained malicious. If it were anyone but the nindroid, Zane suspected they'd zone out from sheer boredom, save for possibly Cole, but he'd at least leave for extra snacks. He counted off the hours that passed, and finally, they had exhausted all their questions and decided that the meeting was concluded. In about a week, Zane would officially be declared the king of Grimfax's land. Some of the friendlier nobles offered rooms for Sorla to stay in that were close enough to Zane's room, though some insisted that he should take Grimfax's bedroom ever since he was, however informally, now king. Zane accepted, but still decided to sleep in his own old room for one last night. After leading the tired elder to her room and asking to bring her something light for dinner, the nindroid checked inside of his room for the formlings. He found Kataru reading by his desk, hollowed by several candles, but no Akita. She said to meet you in the garden, he said, setting his book down with a pensive expression. It was for something important. It's for her to tell you, though. That implied that they were both keeping a secret from him. Zane could respect their sense of privacy, but he couldn't help but speculate as he walked through the dim halls. He found her kneeling by the same spot he'd found her when they talked about family. She was even sitting in the exact same spot. The detail nagged at Zane as he made his way closer. Akita? Are you okay? She was silent for a long moment before she finally spoke. You said your family is in another realm away. They must miss you. I admit, I do not think about that too often, Zane admitted. I miss them, yes. I miss their voices and their smiles, but I still continue to believe that they will come for me. They always have. Perhaps it was his old habit of repressing things rearing its head, or all the drama that had filled the recent days, but the nindroid hadn't thought too hard about his old family. Sorla, Akita, and Kataru, and everyone else had almost become a secondary home away from his home by now. He reached up to wipe his cheek, muffling a hitched, clicking sound. But this isn't about me. Are you all right? I'm fine, she huffed. But what if you had the chance to go back, right now? Zane gave the question a few moments of deep thought. With all of his new responsibilities, it felt cheap to suddenly go back on his promises and leave the realm that was now depending on him. If I'm honest, I don't know, he finally admitted. Akita was holding something, Zane realized. In her hand was a bundle of loose cloth that fit into the cup of her palms. The formling kept her gaze low as she unfolded the fabric. It was a single, deep red fruit. It was the last one from the tree. She said. I found it in the village. It's the only one left. He stared, filled with a delicate hope. When you say tree, you mean? Yeah, Akita nodded. This is the last fruit from the traveler's tree. You can go home. You've done enough. I'm sure we can find another king. You can go back to your family. She dropped the deceptively simple fruit into Zane's hand. He swallowed, too stunned to think of anything to say. He could go home. He could go home. Zane hesitated. Then slowly, he shook his head. I want this, he whispered, voice thin through the dark silence. I want to go home, but I can't. If what you said is true, and this is the last fruit of its kind, then anyone else who may be trapped here will have no hope to return. I can't take this knowing that there is even the chance someone may be lost forever. The nindroid could still see the small pile of upturned dirt where Akita had buried the fruit. He laid it back in the shallow pit and carefully smoothed the ground above it. The foreman watched in a reverent silence. It hurt, though. Zane knew that this was the right thing. He knew that the chance of someone falling into this realm was slim, but knowing that there would be a chance at all was enough. He didn't want that kind of guilt on his conscience. He wanted to go home, but he needed to do this. I'm not upset at you for keeping the secret. I understand that you may have harbored some distress for me, he said, standing and turning to face her with a smile. But I would like to think that this means we are now friends. Akita's breath was struggling to stay even. Zane reached out and wrapped one arm around her shoulders. Happy tears stained his robes as she clung to him. Zane knew that the tree would regrow. He would still be able to go home. He would just have to be patient for a little bit longer. Oh, did you hear me gasp? Did you hear me gasp when I heard that Akita had the fruit? Oh my gosh. Okay. So I don't know if if you understand exactly, but the traveler's tree is basically you can make traveler's tea out of it, which is a tea that can let you go to any realm, well, almost any realm, by just drinking it. So Akita having that fruit meant that she could make the tea to send Zane back to Ninjago. So he could have gone back just at, I get, because I know that's not how, it happens, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's so, okay. Chapter 29, Whose Brown is Laid in Thorns. In the upcoming week, Zane was borderline hounded by officials and blah blah blah. He had just untangled himself from the mess that still technically counted as a bed, made it halfway down to his office, then was met by a noble with a tailor who'd made his official outfit. Surely you cannot allow yourself such informal attire for your coronation, he insisted. Unfortunately, this may not be as concise as a procedure as before. He didn't want to argue that it wasn't necessary, that it would only waste more time. So, Zane was led to a room that looked much more regal than the tiny quarters where the weavers also worked. Saturated bolts of skills and embroidered material lined the walls, with a trio of full-length mirrors he was instructed to stand in front of. The tailor got to work measuring and cutting patterns with practiced precision, double-checking the seam allowance down to the millimeter. Zane offered some input on his preference in color, wanting to stick to his familiar palette, but that didn't stop the man with experimenting with all manner of patterns and ornamentate. Oh my. I can read, I swear. There was a beauty to the detail he poured into just one set of new robes. It was clear the man wasn't just trying to stall Zane from finishing his paperwork. He was soon let out with a newer, still too elaborate set of robes to replace his old ones, along with the promise that Zane would have his ceremonial outfit prepared for him in a few days. The nindroid made sure to thank the man for his work, and gave a half-hearted attempt to dissuade the man from adding gemstones to the collar and cuff of his outfit. With that out of the way, the nindroid passed Zoro's room and was happily surprised to find both Sormling twins listening intently. Zane was happy they'd taken so well to her. It was comforting to know that they were connecting to more people outside of him. The thought was tinted bittersweet, knowing that there would be a time where Zane wouldn't be there for them. Or Zane, what? Oh. The nindroid left just as he caught the tail end of some joke that left Kataru snorting and Akita rolling on the ground. Making his way to the office, he gave a very flat look to the pile of new scrolls that were lying on both of his desk and one of the smaller tables off to the side. He figured that Grimfax had to deal with most of these and decided to buckle down and do his best to read them over. Vex had left many problems for Zane to fix. Destroyed farmlands, stolen goods, displaced families, and general unrest in the population. His mind swirled with all the connections, trying to untangle where each of the problems stemmed from. Recalling Vex, how his loneliness drove him to desperation, he began writing up new reforms to the old parts of the system that he thought may have driven others to the same edge. He had to remind himself that he should get something to eat, and considered using it as a chance to propose his ideas to the other nobles. The massive dining hall was washed in warm light, illuminated by paper lanterns that were painted with pines and soft snowflakes. Zane could recall the kitchen being connected behind one of the walls that also functioned as a sliding door. Servants passed through, serving platters of food to the nobles who sat on plush cushions. He noticed a bare seat at the front, slightly elevated with a polished wooden back and topped with the kingdom's crest. Zane assumed that it was his seat. Oddly, it was the only seat that was bare of any plates or cutlery. Zane didn't comment on that minor slight and requested for a small pot of tea. Most of the other nobles didn't look up from their meals, only with a handful offering nods in his direction. Zane made sure to memorize those faces. While I am grateful for the influx of knowledge you've provided for me, people tend to be more insightful than paper, he started. I understand that the kingdom's trade is very limited, even more so now due to the constant raids by Vex. What has been done to fix the situation? Ah, well. An older woman dabbed at her lip with a silk napkin. It is tradition for the king not to concern himself with the rivalries of peasant well-being. So you're telling me that nothing's being done? Not even basic reparations? Ooh, I love Zane. Awkward silence. The tea he had requested was set by his side, and the nindroid didn't waste any time swallowing all of its contents. Though the scalding temperature had the side effect of filling his mouth with steam, Zane resisted the urge to sigh and held the cup with both hands. Then that is something I feel should be remedied. If the economy is to recover and the trades reopen, then would it not be logical to start with the people's needs? I know that the weavers have begun making use of the more mechanical looms I've made. They should be able to mass-produce warm clothing for them. There were some noises of agreement, with the other nobles turning to each other and muttering things he couldn't hear clearly. A proactive decision, the female noble said. But where would the wood come from to build these resources? You are the only one with this knowledge, and as you said, there's a lack of resources from the Ashen Beast raids. I've taken that into account. I've asked one of the scribes to begin making copies of instructions on how to make these looms. He paused. Though technically, credit does not go to me. Sorwa and her people were the first to invent them. I only propose we share their innovations. As for resources, many of the carpenters and artisans were not displaced in the raids. The lumber industries remained untouched as well. If we are to go through with this proposal, another man spoke up, then how will this take out on the royal coffers? Won't this further strain our own resources? They nodded in agreement. That is true. I do not think that the material required would be so significant. I've run the calculations, and as a long-term investment, this is more beneficial. Even so, what you propose is unprecedented, he argued. You claim the throne and immediately try to force your own will upon us? How do we know you're not trying to use your own tools as a threat to our culture? I have not forced anything upon you, Zane insisted. When have I ever attempted to use force as a mean to compel my own arguments? Then how should we trust your judgment? How would a stranger know how to rule our lands better than one of our own? The nindroid faced the man with a cold smile. Would you like to go through the decrees made by the previous kings yourself, then? I have more than enough patience. Ooh. That seemed to be the end of the noble's argument. He returned to his meal with a barely hidden sulk. Zane didn't think that the rest would be as stubborn as that. After an hour-long debate, he came to the realization that even the well-meaning ones were worse than Kai when it came to admitting that they were in the wrong. At least Kai had a little sister that would beat some sense into him. He doubted he could get away with the same here. Oh. He probably could, though. Zane thought about it, since he was the king. But that wasn't something he wanted to entertain. Though he did consider having to remove some of the more corrupt nobles and officials from their seats. The ones who exploited their servants, who bribed guards to let them get away with crimes, and any others he'd undoubtedly find along the way. Zane mentally sighed at the thought of scrubbing out what is that word? What even is that word?
Bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Google. Bureaucracy from the top down. Returning to his room, the nindroid paused by the massive doors, then turned towards Sorla's room instead. Knocking, he waited and focused on his breathing. His levels of frustration weren't high. He knew he had a high tolerance for that, but that didn't seem to stop frost spreading down his hands. Yes? The elder looked up at him with pleasant surprise. Zane, it's good to see you. Come in. Are you feeling all right? Not entirely, he confessed. I was thinking of going out for a bit to sort some things out. I thought it'd be good if you knew so you didn't need to worry. I could use some fresh air, too, she mused. It's far too stuffy in here. And I suppose it's been getting to you, too? That's one way of putting it, Zane huffed. Leaving by the main gates, the nindroid had to insist to the guards that he did not need an escort and would remain inside of the castle. It felt a bit patronizing, and Zane had to remind himself, once again, that there wasn't any ill intent in this case. As they walked through the shallow snow, the nindroid relaxed in the simple sound of wind and the crunch of gravel under his feet. He didn't need to analyze the way the snow looked or how the plants bent. There wasn't any need to doubt the intent of the winter breeze. There were just his surroundings, Sorla, and a few moments of peace. Summoning Falcon, the glowing bird cried out and nuzzled against the side of his head. It's good to see you, too. Zane smiled. He let his familiar soar above the clouds and wandered the frosted plains, trying to process his thoughts. Agitation still chewed at him, leaving the nindroid some mix between exhausted and righteously angry. Zane? Sorla's voice made him look down at his hands. The next moment he felt something curl against his fingertips. He turned and saw a gleaming trail of ice and the grass frosted over into delicate needles. Tracing the edge, little spikes of light drifted off and into the wind. He sighed, rubbing his hand into his face. I suppose it may be wise if I had a chance to burn off all this energy. I don't want to damage the palace. Would it be help if you meditated? She asked. To calm me down, that is. It is effective, but I think there may be an upper limit to my control, Zane thought. Perhaps it is a side effect of all my new abilities. It's annoying, but I can live with it. There was a small patch of rock that stuck up from the ground, with a surface large enough to support him. A small tree grew out of the crack, a weeping willow with some teal leaves. Sorla took a spot closer to the ground on his insurance, not wanting her to risk slipping and falling off. Sitting on the flattened stone, Falcon joined him up on the branches of the tree as the nindroid stared off into the distance behind him. He hadn't gotten far off from its... He hadn't gone far from the castle, and its shadow still loomed over the horizon. Breathing in, Zane could feel ice in the back of his throat pushed out with exhale. Silver curls spread down the stone, climbing the branches of the tree and leaving the crescents of glistening ice across the bark. I like to think that I've changed. I believe I've become, what was the term that Jay used? Less of a doormat for others. I've become stronger in ways I never could have predicted, and that scares me. In some ways, I think I understand some of the villains I've faced a bit better, too. His mind flashed to the Time Twins. Crux and Acronix were both aware of the immense power they held, and how they grew to see themselves as above the other elemental masters. Zane knew he wouldn't become anything like them, but seeing just how easy it was to let go and let his ice spread, it was an immensely satisfying feeling. He sighed. I think indecisive is the best thing I can use to describe my current state of mind. I don't want to abuse my power, and I know I cannot fix every problem. But how can I trust others to help when they abuse their own? And for that matter, what if I'm wrong again? What then? Neither of them spoke, the silence and soft chiming filling the air. Zane realized that Sorla might have felt pressured to reply, so he spoke again. I don't expect you to have an answer to that, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just something that's been on my mind for a while. I thought voicing it aloud may help my mood a bit. I'm thankful you were willing to let me come with you, she said. I suppose it's my old mother hen instinct, but I don't like the idea of you wandering by yourself. Zane was reminded of the last time he was all by himself. He wondered if the shrine he'd left in the middle of the forest had thawed yet, or if it ever would. But if it helps, you should know that I don't expect you to be perfect, Sorla added. I won't be disappointed when you make a mistake. The nindroid nodded, his smile equal parts happiness and relief. Thank you. Chapter 30. Reparation and Reprimand. Oh, gosh. Zane gave himself the luxury of another half hour of meditation before returning to the palace. By then, his power stretched itself in a neat radius around the willow. The tree itself was fine. He had panicked for a moment when he thought he'd killed it, and that the ice that clung to the leaves was as clear as glass. It reflected the colors of the sky so perfectly, they appeared to glow. It started to snow, Sorwa noticed. We should return soon, or else the poor general will have a heart attack. That would be wise, he nodded. As they left the little mound of rock, Zane realized that the snow didn't leave the area around the tree. He turned back and was amazed at the beauty of the little monument. He wondered if that effect would be permanent. Returning to the castle meant a return to work, and after dropping Sorla off and leaving Falcon free to roam, he left to find the ministers and nobles responsible for managing the carpenters. As he made his way down the hall, the nindroid heard the muted sounds of someone arguing behind closed doors. He was chosen as king, and that should be respected, as decreed by President said before, a female voice stated. There should be something in the records about this amalgamation of metal that stole the throne. No sane king would let a thing like that take power. Zane's eyes knit into a tight frown, knowing the voice of the old noble with the golden cuffs. Oh my gosh, he needs to shut up. I hate him. I hate that guy. My Lord Milden. Okay, of course his name's Milden. The woman's voice was sounding strained. I have been preoccupied by your previous request to verify that Lord Grimfax's death was of natural cause and not foul play. Of course it was foul play. First beasts that shoot fire, and now statues that command the weather of the realm itself. Have you not seen the ridiculous oddities and magics that blasted outsider wrought upon us? Zane couldn't object to that last point. Weirdness always tended to follow the ninja, but it wasn't like he went around trying to cause mischief. Now that he thought about it, maybe it was for the best he landed in this realm. If it was someone like Kai, or, first realm forbid, Lloyd, if he still had his old pranking habits, no one would have survived the destruction. The ninja continued to listen in on their entire conversation, recording the portions that were particularly worrisome. When he heard the door open down the hall, Zane relaxed his features and made himself look like he hadn't been eavesdropping. Milden didn't turn in his direction, but the woman who he was talking to jumped at the sight of him. King Zane, pardon me, I wasn't paying attention. It's all right, I promise, he said. Though I do have some concerns on one of my reforms. Lord Milden, what exactly is he involved in? She pushed up her round glasses and flipped through a ledger. He comes from a line of merchants who specialized in textiles. If I'm not mistaken, his family owns one of the largest silk farms in the kingdom. That explains a few things. Zane nodded. Thank you, miss. I hope you haven't been overworked. No, of course not, my lord. My work is to you and to the kingdom. The nindroid could admire the devotion, but still shook his head. No one should be mad at you for taking a break if you need one. She didn't seem to know how to react to that. Of course, my lord. Bowing before she turned to leave, Zane reorganized his memory for every mention of Lord Milden. He recalled seeing a scroll in his room that held a list of the current nobles living within the palace. Zane didn't remember taking it, so he figured it must have been from Kataru. Zane could hear both foremans arguing with one another over something as he made his way to the room. Okay, but can we talk about the way that the guards actually patrol the cities? I expected that due to the sheer mass of their kingdom, they'd have some trouble, but their priorities seem to be exclusive to the areas closest to the capital. Kataru ranted. Zane heard Akita make a slightly confused sound. But it's their territory. Why not defend its entirety? If I had to guess, it's something about money, which I still think is dumb. I understand how to use it. I don't, Akita cut in. But would it not be more efficient for both parties to simply barter and trade with whatever essentials they needed? The nindroid knocked, feeling bad for interrupting the apparent debate. The door was roughly kicked open by Akita, who'd returned to a seat she'd pulled up. Katara was sitting on the, still messy, bed with a ring of open scrolls and books. Zane was too curious not to ask. What are you two talking about? My brother has been obsessed with this kingdom's rules and customs. Akita sighed. How you keep all these facts straight, I shall never know. It is a bit difficult. But it's all just really fun to learn. Oh, but it's all just really fun to learn, he confessed. Do you think I could get a scribe to write down some of our people's myths? I don't want them to be lost to time. Though I wonder if any travelers have heard of them. I can arrange something in time, Zane agreed. Though I was looking for a particular scroll here, about as long as both of my hands with a silver casing. Oh, I think it's somewhere in your desk. Here, give me a minute. Kitaro pushed himself up to search through. Akita raised her hand. I can look. She started pulling drawers open and digging through their contents. Zane hovered over, hoping nothing would fall. After a moment, Akita plucked out the scroll, but he saw something else inside. Oh. The nindroid stared... Oh. But he saw something else inside. The nindroid stared down at the carved flower tucked into the far corner of the desk drawer. One of the petals was chipped, and tiny scratches marred the surface. He pulled it free and ran a thumb down the side, suddenly reminded of a little girl with red hair kneeling by her father's side. Zane? Kitaro spoke up quietly. Are you all right? He swallowed. I was just reminded of someone. Oh, Anya was about 14 now, if his memory wasn't faulty. Her birthday would have been a few weeks ago. The nindroid hadn't stuck around long enough to see the full repercussions of Vex's assault, but now he wished he had. He realized he hadn't heard any news of what happened to the people who'd been captured. There's something... I just had another idea. Zane began, quietly dropping the flower into his pocket. Well, less of an idea and more visiting some people I've neglected. Kitaro suddenly went pale. Are you going away again? No, I won't be going far. Hopefully I'll still be within the city, he promised. When I get back, I would like to hear what you two were discussing about before I interrupt. It sounded fascinating. Zane left to find Wingast, checking the courtyards and hoping to find the man running training drills with his soldiers. To his surprise, the general was nowhere in sight. He strained his memory to try and recall where the man's office was and set off again. Passing through the halls, the nindroid paused when he found Mira just about to open the door. Oh, King Zane. Wingast's fiancé bowed slightly, balancing a tray with a teapot in hand. This is a surprise. If it isn't anything pressing, so it won't take long, I promise you will have your time alone when I'm done. My insistently workaholic fiancé, she sighed. I didn't think I'd meet another man so dedicated to his job until you. Zane huffed a good-natured sigh. I suppose that can be added to my list of growing titles. Here, let me. The nindroid held the door open, and the first thing he noticed was Wingast pacing around a large table with a map of the kingdom spread across. His hair was falling in his face again, and one of his pauldrons was skewed. He didn't seem to notice as Mira marched up, set the tray down, and pecked a kiss on his cheek. Who? Oh, he whispered, taking the cup that was held in front of him. Thank you, dear. I thought I advised you to rest, Zane questioned. Forgive me, but I was getting restless. Wingast pushed his hair back. Our scouts are stretched so thin, and none of them have reported signs of Vex or his followers. I'm willing to bet that was your doing. It was. That's actually what I came to speak to you about. Where exactly were his captured followers taken? Most that were thought out were taken to the prisons in the closest city here. We melted down their weapons. We figured out how to use them, and no one figured out how to use them, and no one's stupid enough to tinker with them. Wingast pointed out the location. Zane took a scan of the entire map and marked the prison in his memory. The general then glanced at him with a careful expression. Permission to speak freely, my lord? Of course, always. Why exactly are you interested in prisoners? They're of no threat to you now, save for Vex, but I don't think he'll be crawling back into the light anytime soon. They've done nothing but harm others. Why bother concerning yourself with them? The nindroid tried to think of an elegant answer, but couldn't find any way to say it that wouldn't sound naive. I just want to give them a chance to be better, Zane finally spoke. 2 of the men captured were fathers, and I want to know why they decided to follow Vex at all. Wingast cocked an eyebrow at him, silently judging his stance. The nindroid offered a small smile. I know, it must not make much sense, but I want to give them at least a chance to explain their actions. I want to give them a chance to be better. Zane's sight went fuzzy. Then all of a sudden he was inside of a home. It didn't look like something from the Ice Fishers, Vormwings, or Grimfax's kingdom. The walls were neat stone and wood, with lines of electric lights hung from the ceiling. One man sat by the fireplace with 2 children. The door behind him opened and the other man stepped inside to embrace his partner. The nindroid caught a glance at a bustling street beside him. Oh. Wait, so he was inside of a home. The walls were neat. So one man sat by a fireplace with two children. The other man. Is that the two fathers? Both Wingast and Mira looked to be holding their breath when Zane resurfaced from his vision. I ask that you trust my judgment, he explained. Even if it is not evident now, I believe there is a chance for redemption. The man rubbed at his chin, folding one arm against the table. If I am still allowed to be freely, then I will be honest. I don't trust those people to be reformed, but I trust you. Do as you will and treat them as you may. Thank you, Zane nodded, slow and deliberate. I will respect your opinions as long as you've respected mine. Wingast did insist on a traditional procession and a palanquin being brought, and that Zane hid his face from the public until the coronation. He sent a falcon to the warden so he knew how to prepare for Zane's arrival. The nindroid agreed to it all. Riding a dragon into town would cause a mass panic, and made sure to remind the bearers that they were free to take breaks, since he was heavier than the average human. Through the gossamer sheet that separated him from view, Zane could see the silhouette of people stopping to stare. He could hear their whispers, full of awe and reverence. The more keen-eyed viewers wondered aloud where the strange blue glow was emanating from inside the Okay, what is it? Hang on, what is it? I'm genuinely confused. Palanquin. A covered litter for one passenger, consisting of a large box. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's like a box that he'd be carrying, where the strange blue glow was emanating from inside the palanquin. He could see the faint outline of orientational buildings, wooden lanterns hanging from doorways. The servant stopped and lowered him to the ground, and Zane could already see the line of guards blocking any peasants from viewing his face. The warden greeted him with a sharp bow and crisp expression. Zane, it is an honor to be in your presence. I am thankful you've been so accommodating, he nodded. The prison itself wasn't as large as the nindroid expected, but his main point of comparison was Cryptarium, so he figured he was biased. It was a plain building, barred windows, walls, and towers where archers patrolled. Inside, there wasn't much of a difference, save for a heavy wooden door that had to be unlocked and pushed open by two separate guards. Zane was prepared for less than the modern state the prisoners would be kept in. Thick stone separated each cell, with metal bars letting them see one another. Most were dressed in a simple long shirt, pants, and socks, a hearth at the end keeping the room at a not freezing temperature. The hall itself was so tight, so it was impossible for the nindroid to hide, and most of the ruckus died down as he entered. Immediately, those who were former followers of Vex began shouting at him as he walked down, some swearing revenge, others simply cursing him out for defeating their leader. They still shrunk back as he passed them. Most simply opted to state and avert their eyes as he walked by. He found the cell with both men near the end of the hall. Both refused to look at him, their back against the wall and holding one another's hands. Neither actually looked like Anya, both with dark hair and tan skin. The shorter of the two had a scar running under his eye, while the taller one sported a beard. Is it possible we could talk somewhere private? Zane asked the warden. 2 pairs of handcuffs later, and a guard posted alongside him. The nindroid sat on the opposite side of a table to both fathers. They still refused to speak. Zane found himself wishing for a pot of tea. I don't want you to be scared of me, he started. I only wanted to talk. What's there to talk about? The taller one muttered. We won't be able to see our little girl, and there's just no way we can leave. I wanted to ask why you decided to align yourself with Vex. I don't mean to be accusatory. I just want to understand. Your daughter is a wonderful child, and I know you two would not have been malicious if she grew up to be how she is now. The smaller one leaned his head against his husband. It doesn't matter now. It matters to me. I believe that both of you are not evil, and I would like to hope that there's a chance you 3 could be reunited. I love Zane. The smaller one leaned his head against his husband. It doesn't matter now. It matters to me. I believe that both of you are not evil, and I would like to hope that there is a chance you 3 could be reunited. Zane pulled out his card flower and pushed it forward. I know this is no replacement, but it was made by your daughter. You 2 are more deserving of it than I. Both stared like he'd presented the keys to the kingdom. The man with the scar under his eye was the one to reach out and cup the flower to his chest. I was so scared, he whispered. I had to go through so much just to be with Anouk. I I didn't want to lose my family. Not again. The taller man cooed softly, pressing his cheek against the crown of his forehead. His expression was furious, but it wasn't directed at Zane. Vanya was found on one of my hunting trips when I was younger. He was kicked out of his old village by his bastard parents. I cared for him. He cared for me. The day we decided to adopt Anya was the scariest and brightest moment of our lives. Then when Vex came, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't let that monster touch our child. I couldn't. I'm sorry you were forced into that position at all, Zane said solemnly. Thank you for being so open with your story. I will do what I can. He was surprised to leave the prison feeling a determined resolve rather than guilty. Zane was now king. He'd be coordinated in less than a week's time. He was terrified and completely willing to take up to the position thrust upon him by fate and fortune alike. Zane saving the gays. Saving the gays. I love him for that. Oh damn! This was made 2 years ago. It was started almost 3 years ago and finished too. I did not realize. Well, I mean, I was kind of aware that this wasn't super recent, but dang. Chapter 31. Hail and Speak. As the days stretched on, Zane didn't forget that he was supposed to be coordinated by the end of the week. The fact sat in the back of his mind as he negotiated for trade and wrote down ideas for new inventions and reforms. But in all honesty, he was a bit embarrassed when it took him until the day before to notice the decorations in the throne room. Oh, he said, looking up at the strings of lanterns and polished marble floors. You really must get into the habit of leaving your office. Sorrel sighed fondly. The nindroid did remember to see his tailor before the man hunted him down in advance. Zane had to admit, the layers of robes in fine detail were beautiful. The innermost set was composed of a pure white vest with silver stitching at the neck and white pants. The second layer was made of a long, baby blue material with a train of fabric that was nearly 2 feet long and a white sash around his waist. With the final layer, the tailor had spared no expense. It was made of a mix of white, black, and different shades of blue fabrics, with long sleeves that drifted just shy of brushing the ground. Along the back of the robes was an artistic remaking of Boreal and the falcon. The dragon had its body curled over his shoulders, and the bird's wings stretched over his shoulder blades. Zane was given a dressing room in the tailor's workshop as a servant was sent to track down the trio. He had a full-length mirror to look at himself, and it was something else to see himself in full royal regalia. The metallic threads and fabric used in his robes made him shimmer in the light, reflecting off his eyes in sparkling waves. Zane couldn't help but muffle a laugh. His hands had been cold all day, but the thought of home sent a fresh chill through his fingers. I still wish you all could see this, he sighed. Oh. And somehow, the tailor had also found the time to create new outfits for Sorwa, Akita, and Kataru. As Zane stepped out, he found his adoptive mother standing with her own clothes. Sorwa's dress was a cross between the royal trappings the court ladies wore and her old ice fisher outfit, making use of the fine furs around the collar, deep blue fabric, and red accents. She gasped quietly as she saw him step forward. Oh, son, you look wonderful. Her weathered hand reached up to smooth the folds of his robes. Zane held her fingers when they hovered over his heart, giving them a light squeeze. Thank you, he whispered, for everything. It didn't take much longer for the twins to be found. Zane was surprised when Akita was left speechless looking at her and her brother's outfits. Both were made of the same type of soft leather, with Kataru's made up of a tunic and pants, and Akita's being a full-length dress. Portions were dyed with natural-looking colors, and in patterns Zane didn't know the meaning of. Each pair had a pair of moccasins, decorated with fine beadwork colored red, white, and black, that was mirrored in some of the details on their shirt and dress. The nindroid grew even more worried when he saw Akita starting to tear up. Kataru and Sorwa laid a hand on her shoulder while she scrubbed at her eyes, as she scrubbed at her nose and tried to hide her crying. Sorry, she muttered, mouth forming a shaky smile. Sorry, it's just a surprise. I never thought I'd see these kinds of clothes again. I apologize if it isn't wholly accurate, the tailor apologized. The written records on your people are limited and severely dated. They're still immaculate. Thank you so much, Kotaro breathed. The twins spent a few moments braiding one another's hair, with Kotaro needing extra help to get his prosthetic leg through the pants. Sorwa also had to be helped at one point when she couldn't figure out the beautiful but ridiculous way to tie off her belt. At some point, Zane was taken away by a set of men and women in priestly robes. He guessed that these were the people who'd be conducting the ceremony itself. Oh, this part. Forgive our interruption, but there's still a small matter to be discussed. Traditionally, the king would ascend alongside his consort. We do not mean to pry into personal matters, but have you selected a suitable candidate yet? Zane raised an eyebrow. Candidate? A partner? A priest tried to clarify. It took Zane another moment before it clicked. Oh, wait, you mean romantic partner? Yes, my lord. I haven't, he stated awkwardly, but I consider Sorla a trusted advisor and a worthy second. She'd been with me ever since I came to this realm. A few of the priests muttered something the nindroid couldn't make out. Oh, jeez. Very well. The bond between you is plain, so it is no surprise you choose her. She's not of typical standards for the wife of a king, but I suppose you could not sire a hair anyways. Zane made a gagging sound and several snowflakes burst out of his mouth. Wait, what? Excuse me, what? No. She is like a mother to me. First master, no. With all due respect, it is tradition for your consort to be in matrimony to ensure faithfulness. There are many young maidens who are eligible and willing. Did you not receive their proposals? He'd recalled some half-forgotten memory of a bunch of odd letters on his desk, and Akita growling at some woman across the hall. Zane groaned and pinched his nose. I understand your value in tradition, but as you can see, I'm not a traditional king. I doubt there will ever be one like me again. Sorwell will be my advisor. There's no one else in the kingdom I trust more, and I know that trust is shared. Thankfully, they weren't as stubborn as the court nobles. As you wish, my lord. Once everyone was dressed, a few of the priests split off to inform where they would be seated, up near the front, positions of honored guests, and Zane was given the basics of the ceremony. He'd be guided into a room with 3 other high-up priests, each bearing heirlooms sacred to the king and symbolic of his power. There'd be a speech that was altered to allow for a stranger to ascend to the holy position as king. From there, the locals from the nearby village would be allowed inside the castle to pay tribute before a small ball would. The man's exact words were, "They shall be honored with your light and bask in your presence." Zane nodded and went along. There were a few final details that needed to be smoothed over before the ceremony can begin. He ended up back in his office, looking down at the balcony and out into the plains of permafrost of rough farmland. The nindroid could still see the village he first came through in the distance, though now there's a tiny clump of people who wait on the path to the castle. A pricking feeling settled on his back, through the rich fabrics and metal skin. He tried to ignore it, even when he felt his hands tighten on the railing. Zane could imagine them staring at him, all of a sudden. An image flashed, a vision or his imagination, he couldn't tell, of him standing up on the throne with those people below him. What am I doing? He asked himself, all of his questions and worries crawling out to prod at his mind. He remembered the dream he had, deep in the forest of the ruins of the farming village. He was standing above people, spear in hand and commanding stars to fall from the sky. No, Zane gasped. No, that's not true. This isn't happening. This isn't real. Ice looked at the curtains, freezing as they were blown in from scaling winds. Black and blue fractals spiked up the walls and on his feet. Zane broke grip from the frozen rail before he crushed it, or buckled from stress. Shaking off the ice that clung to his feet, he made his way to the door. He paused, peeking out into the hall. Zane saw a servant girl coming his way. Quietly, he eased the door open and knocked. Could you please bring Sorwa to me? He whispered, struggling to keep the shiver out of his voice. Please? His robotic undertones always got worse when he was nervous. That, combined with the glimpse of his half-frozen room, must have terrified the poor girl. She nodded meekly, then walked away as fast as she could. Zane saw her break into a run when she was out of sight. The ninja couldn't stand in the same spot for too long, or the floor would freeze over. Zane tried to keep his hands busy, fiddling with pens, stray papers, and tracing lines down the walls. His thoughts hadn't stopped looping over and over on worst-case scenarios. As much as he didn't want to look at the inky smears of frost, he didn't want to think of all the terrible things he could imagine either. "Damn it," he hissed. "You were doing so well. Why now? I thought you were done with this." Fingers curled into the fabric, trying his best not to rip the expensive cloth. He dragged a chair over and slumped down, hiding his face and trying to calm himself down. A soft crinkle of breaking ice signaled his door opening. His office must have looked worse than he thought. The nindroid couldn't find the confidence to look up at Sorwa. He hoped she wasn't too disappointed. "Zane, can you follow my breathing?" she asked. "Just follow. In, out." I'm fine. The nindroid wanted to slap himself. He thought that he was more stressed. Stressed from work than he thought, then wondered if it was something to do with the crowds. People staring at him had always been something he didn't think he'd ever be comfortable with. "It's okay to not be fine. You can tell me. I'll listen. I won't leave," Sorrel hummed. "Breathe. In, out." His breathing was closer to rattling gasps. Not that would either do any real harm to him, but the steadying rhyme did help to anchor his nerves. "I can't do this," he finally spilled out. I can't do this. I'm not ready. I can't be king. I've never been a leader. I failed so much already. I can't do this." The elder just sat up and smoothed her palms over his back, holding him in a loose hug. Zane wanted to cling to her, and he also wanted to shove her back and pretend none of this had ever happened. I can't control my own power. I can't help everyone. I can't do this. I'll hurt someone, or I'll do something and I won't be able to stop it. I'll mess up again and it's all going to be my fault. I don't even know why. I'm just so pissed. His voice turned up to a yell near the end of his rant. The logical part of the nindroid's mind knew that Sorrel wouldn't be turned away by this mess of emotion, though that didn't do much to lessen the fear. He could almost feel the elder thinking for some way to reassure him. "Zane, do you remember when we were back at the village?" The nindroid gave a shaky nod. "Do you remember what I told you about my son?" Zane blinked hard. The locket was still around his neck, pressed against his chest under the weight of the fine fabrics. "It's been so many years, and I've had my time to grieve, but not a day goes by when I wish I could still see him again," she said wistfully. "I've lived with a blessed life, with good friends and a safe home, and that loss remains with me still. And you? I can hardly imagine what it must feel like living with what you've imagined. This sort of pain, it doesn't leave. Not really." Oddly, the image of a snowdrift came to the nindroid. He imagined all of his past memories making up the base, with everything new added to the top. But the worst parts, the things that keep him from sleep, never melted. The rest were blown away by wind or rain, but the bottom would remain, more or less, stagnant. It wasn't a very pleasant metaphor. Zane wasn't sure if it was even accurate. "It's just, there's so much," he swallowed. "There's so much. No one should expect you to do absolutely everything, fix every problem or mend every bridge," Zorwa said thoughtfully. "Even with all your power, you're still human. But shh, don't worry." The elder pressed him firm against her chest. "You've done so much already. I am so proud of you. You'll do amazing things. You'll be a great king, and you will always be my son. I promise." With the heat of the old woman and the melting frost on his cheeks, it was the closest he was to real crying than he had in years. He wanted to protest. They'd almost be done setting up the coronation. He realized that could wait, at least for now. He had time. Zane peeked up from Sorwa's robes to look at the room. Most of the walls had thawed out, and the vanished wood was patchy with snow and ice. He huffed a soft sigh. The windows were still open, and soft winds pushed waves through the curtains. Far below them both, he could hear the sounds of a crowd by the gates. He let go of a long breath. "I think I'm ready. I'll be with you." The nindroid gave himself a few more moments to steady himself before standing, holding the door open. Zane was only half surprised to find a collection of priests, servants, and a wingast himself coming down the hall with concerned expressions. "Are you hurt? Did someone get into the castle?" The general ran forward, a surprising feat given how heavy his ceremonial armor looked. "I'm doing better now, my friend," Zane offered, hoping the man wouldn't ask for details. Sorwa must have shot him one of her stern glances because the general pursed his lip and nodded. The priests fiddled with the sleeves of their robes and looked up to him with with professional expressions. "The courts are waiting your ascension, my lord. Are you and your lady, I mean your advisor, willing?" Zane nodded. "I am." The motley group was soon split up and led into different escorts. Wingus left to his own seat, where his wife had apparently been corralling the Formling twins. Akita was almost ready to tear down the castle looking for him. Whether that or not that was a metaphor, Zane wasn't sure. For once, he didn't know what to think as he was guided down the hall with his procession. I can't read. There was a musician playing an old tune on a deep, bassy instrument that reverberated through the massive throne room. The same elder was standing at its base, an assistant holding an ornamental sprucewood box and a silver crest etched into the wood. As Zane approached, it was open to reveal a trio of items: a silver brooch, an armorsmith's hammer, and a polished mirror. "With these 3 gifts," the elder priest decreed, "so shall you rule with the benevolence of our forefathers, your strength unrivaled and your wisdom unquestionable." As they were presented, Zane wondered how many generations must have stood in the same position, and just how many once felt a similar weight to himself. Sorla entered from the opposite hall with an open and eyes full of pride. The two ascended to the throne with the nindroid subconsciously worried that the elder would trip. He fought the instinct to just carry her up, even if it was in front of over a dozen people. Soon he was standing in front of the same throne Grimfax had on the day he'd first arrived, looking up to the smooth wood and fine leather cushion. A small part of that crippling fear returned. Blinking for a very long minute, Zane took a seat. A gong was sounded and the crowds bowed before him. "Long life and prosperity to the new king!" Woo! Woo woo! Clap, 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 clap. Oh. Aw. Aw. Chapter 32. And Like the Dawn. Zane looked through the window of his castle. On his table sat a case of scrolls, one held in his hand and the other... Wait, hang on, is this what I think it is? Is this a chapter that I think it is? Wait. I think this is the chapter... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're on chapter 32. There's only 35 chapters. Okay. Chapter 32. And Like the Dawn. Zane walked through the window of his castle. On his table sat a case of scrolls. One held up in his hand, and the other was a pen filled with fresh ink. Below him he could see the sprawl of the growing city. His city. Buildings with curved wooden roofs and thick stone walls stood in rows adjacent to the beaten dirt streets, with lanterns hanging from windowsills and posts. He tapped the end of his pen against the table, humming to himself while he tried to think. The page was half filled with a mix of vague prose and clear descriptions. Eventually, Zane sighed, rolled the paper up, and placed it back in its case. "I suppose that'll have to do for now." His staff was leaning against his main desk, looking nothing like the old scroll forbidden Spinjitzu. Dark ice grew from the middle and ended in a diamond spear point at the end. Blue veins of light pulsed and spiderwebbed up the ice. The scroll itself was now completely frozen over with a thin sheen of frost that sparkled in the dim light. Carrying his new case under his arm, he pushed the office doors open and strolled down the halls. New lights lined the center of the hallway, filament bulbs encased with a traditional paper shell. Their warm light cast across the new tapestries, saturating their color. He found Gitaru's door slightly ajar, but still gave a brief knock. "Are you doing a reading?" he asked through the crack. "I can come back later if you're focusing." The ninja peeked into the room. There were scrolls on the floor, and was surprised to find that Gitaru wasn't hunched over his desk. Zane glanced over the rolls of paper that seemed to outnumber even his own. Poems, quotes, and old farming legends. He leaned to switch off the lamp and glanced down his window. Between the new rows of houses was a large, cone-shaped building with a steady trickle of smoke rising from the center. Zane smiled. Ah, of course. He changed into a simpler set of robes and stepped out into the country yards of the palace. Akita was sparring with another soldier, a girl her age with blonde hair and a tight ponytail. Woo! 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 In a fenced-off ring, both bare-fisted and throwing quick jabs and kicks. Akita lashed out with a clawing attack that the other girl narrowly dodged. "Hey, you said no claws." "Sorry," he said with a grin. "You aren't." The other girl tackled her to the ground while the foreman was too busy laughing. But eventually she ended up cracking too and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Ah! I love her! I love Akita! Akita, let's go! Does that make it 3 out of 4? The girl over her asked. Akita blew a hair out of her face that ended up flying into the other girl's eye. As if either of us are counting. I'd kick your ass as a wolf anyways. Make that 4 for 4 then. The foreman suddenly tripped the other girl up, flipping her onto her back and crashing beside Akita. I believe your win-loss ratios are approximately equal, Zane commented, stepping to the edge of the ring. But Akita did beat me once, so that counts for exponentially more than 1. The blonde soldier jumped up and hastily beat the dust out of her hair before bowing. My emperor, I will not be so distracted in the future. I swear it. Akita snickered and gave her a light punch on the shoulder. Cut that out before Zane starts frosting Adava. She is correct. This is not a formal setting, so there is no need for unnecessary trappings. I would prefer not to disturb your bonding time, but I was hoping to find Kataro, and he appears to have already left for the hearth. Would you be willing to escort me? Still can't believe it's musty sheets of paper that gets his rear up in the morning. Akita shook her head fondly. Sure, anything I should know about? There's a chance at a mob gathering, either already present at the hearth or on our way there, Zane stated calmly. I would recommend at least 3 of your best soldiers trained in non-lethal de-escalation. I believe some may be drunk. Wow, Adova whispered. You know all that? Just like poof? My visions are more detailed in the past, but it is never certain. I do wish I could control them rather than having them just poof and disturb my day. He smiled. Akita quickly gathered a small squad of off-duty guards who saluted and left to gather their own armor. Adova's own set was folded on a nearby bench, but she made no move to grab for it, instead kicking sand with her toe as she tugged at her ponytail. Zane tilted his head. Forgive me for asking, but shouldn't you be getting ready? Oh, I'm not the best, though. I mean, I just got here, and I don't know how I got the general to be my girlfriend, and I can't believe how lucky I am, and oh god, I'm rambling in front of the Emperor. She made a small sound of distress, then made a very visible effort not to look at his face. Aww. I knew Akita. I knew. She made a small sound of distress that made a very visible effort not to look at his face. The nindroid smiled and handed her her folded armor. There is no shame in being human. Akita will want you there because she loves you. And do not underestimate yourself. I know only a handful of people who can best her in a fight too. You have great potential. Adolpha glanced to her armor, then up to the nindroid. Did you see that in your visions? Zane gave her a soft smile. I do not need them to see your capabilities. Worth in oneself is something that must be grown, but faith from others can go a long way to helping one bloom. I know you are great, and I know I am not the only one. Dove! As if on cue, Akita came running up. Aren't you coming? But Akita called for 3. Oh my gosh. But Zane called for 3? Odova questioned. Akita shrugged. Since when do I listen to him? You should have when I told you those weren't flowers. I will bite you. Blush filled Adova's cheek and she hastily saluted. I'll be ready in a minute. Zane wasn't timing her, but he was impressed when she finished clipping on her plaited vest, greaves, and wrist guards in just under 60 seconds. The group of 6 waited by the door as other soldiers ran to prep the internal mechanisms that controlled the gates. I don't remember where I was at. The group of 6 waited by the door as other soldiers ran to prep the internal mechanisms that controlled the gates. The sounds of gears creaked as the doors pushed themselves open. Citizens who were just passing by stopped and half returned to their business while the others bowed in his presence. The streets felt so much more narrow with the buildings framing either side of him that grew up into the skies. It wasn't Ninjago City, but it was familiar to Zane, and there was comfort in that. Vendors lined those parts of the street, selling wind chimes, rugs, cast iron pots, and fine silverware. A faint smell of lemons and cooked fish came from a man pushing a mobile stove. Despite the troubling visions, Zane let himself be patient with his walk. He made an effort to pass by the stall that sold the spicy vegetable kebabs that Akita had grown to enjoy. The nindroid made a mental note to thank Adova for that. He suspected that they were the first things the foreman ate that wasn't meat. There was a casual, if somewhat, tense air that surrounded the group. Akita and Adova both brought snacks, but made quick work of finishing them as they grew closer to the hearth. Zane glanced up and saw the faded sign of a bar he'd seen in his vision. There, he pointed it out to the group. If they aren't already gathered, then they'll come from here. Just from the entrance, Zane could hear the sounds of an argument. A table near the back housed several figures hunched over glass mugs with foam dripping off their sides. He couldn't make out anything specific, but judging by how one slammed his fist against the wood, they were angry at something. Probably more of the ungrateful lot, Adova sneered. I promise no harm will come to you, Emperor. General, should we set guards by the entrance to arrest the aggressors? I'm grateful for your vigilance, Zane said, but there is no crime being committed. My visions are not certainty, and I will not have them charged on mere speculation. No one from the bar followed them out or tried to start an argument. He breathed a small sigh of relief. As they continued, Zane looked up when he saw the shadow of a pulley crane with the beams of a new house into place. Other buildings had workers in harnesses hammering new titles into nearby rooftops, and fresh stone was being carted in to replace the burnt outline of an old foundation. The entrance to the hearth soon came into view. On the ground, a small wall should be made of shaved tree trunks driven into the ground before the main tent began. On some of the logs, streaks of ash and gorges could be plainly seen. More guards armed with shields nodded and let them pass. The doorway was made of a single sheet of thin leather, cut in half and painted to show a fire and a circle of people standing around. Along the bottom were lined of stringed beads made of shells, colored white and purple. Inside there were seats made like bleachers encircling a fire pit. There were all sorts of people sitting inside, but most tended to stick to those who looked like them. Men and women who wore coarser fabrics and furs of peasantry kept to groups that didn't include those who wore fine silver and silks. Okay. In the center stood a teenage boy who didn't look like anyone present. Kotaro had his back turned and was in the middle of lecturing as they entered. His movements were animated, even with his slight limp in his left leg. It wasn't ice anymore, replaced with a prosthetic made of polished iron pistons and gears that clicked and hissed as they tried to keep up with the formline. Kotaro gestured to the sky, then to the people around them. If a nation acts as divided people, then how can they be called a nation? It is true that we are separated by differences of class, belief, and birth, but are those not cosmetic? Do we not breathe the same air and view the same stars? He would have been using both hands if his right wasn't occupied. Cupped in his gloved palm was a perfectly smooth sphere of pure black that seemed to absorb the fire's light. Zane caught glances of places and vague images inside of its void. Yes, these differences can be fearful, but fear should not be used as justification for harming others. We've all seen what fear can do. We've all witnessed its power, but it is not the defining factor. Fear does not have to separate us. The houses we make cannot be built without the hands of a miner, contractor, carpenter, and artisan. And is that not a beautiful thing? There was a light splattering of applause, and Kotaro bowed modestly. He set the orb on a short pedestal as the crowd began to disperse. I hope you're not getting a big head. You already have a big stomach. Akita grinned. Kotaro wheeled around and beamed, then went red with embarrassment. Were you there for the entire thing? It was a very eloquent speech, Nova said. And I mean, of course it was. Nothing less from the Emperor's chosen prophet. Oh, man. No, my phone's about to die. Hang on, I gotta hurry. Oh, I got my charger. I'm like so close to the end of the fanfic. I don't want to leave. I don't want to stop now. Okay. Plug it in. Are you in? Okay, it's good. Hopefully. I've been recording for almost 2 hours. Oh my gosh. It was a very eloquent speech, Adova said. I mean, of course it was. Nothing less from the Emperor's chosen prophet. This time, Zane felt himself blush, frost specking his cheeks. He was never able to fully convince some people he wasn't a deity, though he figured that it was better than the alternative. I've brought you more scrolls. Zane held out the case he'd been carrying. I wasn't wholly sure what to make of them. I believe they were referencing the same set of imagery you noticed before. You did not have to come into the city for all this. Why not send a messenger? Because I'm your big sister? Akita grabbed him and pulled Kotaro down for a noogie. I need to be sure you can handle yourself all alone. He didn't protest, likely because it was as much of a comfort as it was for his sister. Akita rolled his eyes and coaxed Akita to let him go. I'll leave these to you for now. I would enjoy having some time to catch up on what you've written as well. Kotaro accepted the scrolls graciously, briefly reading through one before offering to bring some drinks and snacks. The guards left them to their privacy while they talked about their lives and traded stories. I never actually thought I'd get to speak with the Emperor and his prophet in person, Adova fawned. It's such an honor. I'm not a prophet, Kotaro mumbled. Zane offered a good-natured pat on his shoulder. And I'm no god, but that's never stopped anyone. You'll have to get used to it. Oh, no credit for me? Akita crossed her arms. I think you're amazing too, Adova insisted. She smirked. I know, it's just nice to hear you say it. The blonde went red and the formling snorted out a laugh. Kotaro smiled, but it faded quickly. Zane watched him glance to his sphere and pursed his lip. So, it's today? Ah! Sorry, I'm not ready. I suspect that it is, yes. Zane nodded. They'll be in the northernmost region, just by the outskirts. Today? Akita frowned. What are you talking about? It'll be at least 3 days travel back with them if they can't all fit on Boreal. Kotaro mused. Most likely, but I trust the council to meditate while I'm gone. No, both of you! What are you not telling me? She insisted. Ah! The two glanced at another. Adova set her hand on her thigh, and Akita squeezed it for comfort. I've had dreams, and Kotaro has seen visions in the seer ice of Vex, returning on the same day my brothers find me. Zane confessed. I suppose it is destiny tying its loose end off, so to speak. And you didn't think to tell me until now? Akita turned to her brother, expression shocked and saddened. Why? Do you not trust me? I trust you with my life, he said solemnly. And I know you will ask to go with him. I don't need the sphere to tell me that, but it won't end out. Oh my gosh. It won't end well if we do. What do you mean, end well? She turned to Zane. I'm not scared of that cursed bastard anymore. The nindroid cast a glance over her, firm eyes, shaking fist, and molten anger dripping from her voice. I know you want revenge. There's no fault in that desire, but I must face him alone. I have foreseen this counter over the years, and it is always me and him. He will use anything, anyone, to take the upper hand. Her stare was like cast iron. Akita's lip trembled, and Zane braced himself when she practically threw herself in for a hug. Kotaro stared firmly at the ground, squeezing the seam where his prosthetic met his stump. Zane shifted over to offer a hug that the teen quickly reciprocated. After a beat, Adova placed an arm around her girlfriend and whispered soft comforts. Wait, is Kotaro... Wait. Hang on. So how is a Kotaro a teen? Are they... There's no way he's a teen. It's been like years. What? Okay. I don't think he's not a teen. There's no way. After a beat, Adova placed an arm around her girlfriend and whispered soft comforts. They'd left their drinks unfinished as they stepped out of the tent. Zane looked up to the sky, deceptively clear and shining blue. Tell the guards not to worry. I've already informed Wingast of my absence. Akita opened her mouth, no doubt to try and say something snappy, but instead gave a shaky nod. Be safe, and come home. I will. I promise. Zane crouched, white light collecting at his feet before being thrust into the air on the pillar of snow. A flash of cool energy burst forward, and Boreal soared upwards, away from the city, and to the location of his oldest, most awaited vision. Oh, I'm not ready! Oh. Chapter 33. Wait, what was the last chapter's name? Oh, And Like the Dawn. Did I even read that? Chapter 32, And Like the Dawn. Chapter 33. At last. I'm not ready. Overhead, Zane could trace the edge where... Wait, actually, I'm kind of nervous. I'm going to end this recording because I'm kind of worried that it won't let me actually end it. And it'll be like, sorry, you don't have enough storage space. Hang on, I'm nervous. Okay. Ugh. Chapter 33. At last. Overhead, Zane could trace the edge where the wilderness met the growing city with his eyes. Villagers tilted their head up as the shadow of Boreal's wings passed, and he could hear the faint cheers carried up with the winds. A map formed from his dream unfolded and guided him towards the mountains. He glanced down and noticed a river stretching down from the forests, with logging equipment and new villages gathered down the banks. From what he could remember, Vex would be hiding near the southernmost range of mountains, which also happened to be the same range where the ice fishers still lived. Zane hadn't received reports of another attack, sightings, or even visions of the banished formling. He didn't know what that meant, and it didn't help his mounting anxiety at all. "They'll be here," he whispered to himself, running a hand down Boreal's neck. "They'll be here. They have to be." Zane set himself down in a clearing where he could just see the tips of the mountain range between the branches. He gave a small shiver, feeling the phantom tinkle of smoke and steam against his skin. Boreal shimmered and Falcon settled on his arm, looking around for nothing in particular. "Is it odd that I'm feeling nervous?" he asked his familiar. "I know it's been so long. I haven't really thought about what to say." Falcon said nothing, content to preen itself and fluff up its luminous plumage. The nindroid squinted up the mountain. "Where exactly do you think they'll arrive?" His vision of the event had been one of those that remained frustratingly vague and refused to reveal more information. He knew they'd be here. He knew his missing family would get to see his palace. But that was it. And even despite his perfect memory, some things remained mysteries. Zane didn't know what state he'd find Vex in, or what the fire from his dreams represented. He didn't want to admit it, but even his faith in his brothers finding him would waver in his darkest thoughts. He shivered again, glancing up to the mountains he knew were dormant volcanoes. Zane knelt by the edge of the water, by the edge of the river he'd seen overhead, idly petting his bird. Falcon gave a sharp cry, and something caught Zane in the reflection of the water. Jerking to his feet, there was a violent flash of light above the mountain, as if the heavens had split itself open. Something big and bulky fell through, and for a moment, the nindroid thought it was an avalanche. Chunks of snow began to fall from the edge, and Zane could hear a distant rumble like thunder. He watched and audibly gasped when he saw the front of the land bounty teetering over the cliffside. Boreal! He swung onto the dragon's back as he burst through the sky, sending trails of snow rippling out from underneath its wings. The heavy vehicle began to tip further forward. Zane squeezed the reins of his mount. He passed the window, and for half a moment, he saw the panicked expressions of everyone inside. Boreal flickered, and in that same moment, Zane was sure he was floating. Concentration snapped all at once as he soaked in his friends' faces. The ominous creak of metal brought him back to the present. The land bounty rolled over the edge. Zane thrust out his hand, and a thick ice began to grow from the cliffside. Controlling Boreal with his free hand, he furrowed his brow as the vehicle chased the end of the slide. The thing rocked several times, coming too close to tipping over a too sharp return, or pitching over from momentum. Wind rushed past his face and through his clothes. Snowflakes turned to white streaks of white in the corner of his eyes. The land bounty began its final circle as it broke through the tree line. Just before the slide connected to the ground, Zane summoned a thick amount of snow to cushion up all the built-up momentum. The forest shuddered as the heavy machine tumbled onto the ground, landing with its front buried, its rear sticking up and smoke billowing from the undercarriage. Static filled his ears. The spiraling ice beside him began to flake into the wind. Boreal began to descend. The light of twilight was shining down on himself and his dragon. The back door to the land bounty flew open. "Who the hell are you?" Kai shouted. Zane didn't wait for Boreal to land. His mount dissipated under. Oh, Zane! Zane didn't wait for Boreal to land. His mount dissipated under him, and he landed in a padded flurry of snow. Breaking into a run, he saw Lloyd standing beside Kai, Jay squeeze Nia's shoulder, and Cole step in front of his friends. They're here. They're really here. Cole was the first to realize who he was, as Zane threw his hands around him in a crushing hug. Zane! Nia cried. Dude, how did you find us? Zane could hear Jay smile. You're okay, Lloyd whispered. Cole squeezed the nindroid, then heard a glitched hiccup. Hey, bud, why are you crying? We're right here. Zane couldn't stop smiling. He didn't want to let go. He buried his face into his friend's dark hair. He felt Kai rest a hand on his shoulder. Warm like a campfire with the scent of fresh cinnamon. And his breathing hitched again. Pinky? Zane, are you okay? The nickname. Cole's voice grew softer. He tried to lead back so he could see the nindroid's face. Are you hurt? What happened? Did Asphira break something when you got blasted? He sniffled, brushing the frost from his cheek, but it only grew back. I'm so happy. I'm just so glad to see you again. You're all here. Didn't peg you for the clingy type? Jay shrugged. The staff, Lloyd suddenly shouted. Cole looked down to see the spear still clutched in the nindroid's hand. He slapped it down and Kai narrowed his eyes. Zane flinched when Cole tried to step back. They all gave each other wary glances. Kai in particular was glaring at it like it had personally thrown out all of his hair gel. Zane didn't blame him, not with his history of magical staves and corruption. Oh, it doesn't work anymore, he said plainly. The fire ninja crossed his arms. What do you mean it doesn't work? It fell in a lake and washed out most of the ink. It hasn't worked ever since I arrived. Then why does it look like that? Nia asked, eyeing him, the frozen weapon and the fading ice slide. The ice and that dragon. Are you really okay? Whoa, what happened to your uniform? Oh, wow, that's some rich stuff, Cole noted, brushing his hand down the sleeve of his robes. Is this all real silk? Where did you get this? Look, let's just ask him when we get home. Our ride isn't too busted from that fall. Kai cut through, patting the bag on his belt. Come on, it's way too cold. Zane made a small noise and blinked. Wait, something feels wrong. Another vision bored his sight. Darkness, fire, blue, screaming. He could hear his friends screaming his name, their voices echoing across walls. A wave of orange light illuminated and a roof of stalactites. The snow under his knees turned to unyielding stone. It was hot. His body went tense and the nindroid gave a strained whine. Shit, the brunette hissed. Guys, the staff. He shook his head. Kai, it is not the staff. I'm not holding it. But I can still do this. The nindroid waved his hand behind him and Boreal shimmered back into existence. All the ninja flinched back this time as the glowing dragon stalked forward. Zane couldn't help feeling a little heartbroken at their fear, but he decided not to take it personally. He held out his hand and let the dragon nuzzle his palm, wings folded against its back as it purred constantly. Lloyd blinked. He was the first to step forward, with Kai hovering behind him. But how? I thought that the rest of you couldn't either win. I thought I was the only one who couldn't summon my dragon too, Jay mumbled. Yeah, me too. Kai nodded. Nia said nothing, but her pursed lips told him enough. Zane never understood that. It seemed like one day they just all stopped flying on their elemental mounts. None of them talked about it. Wu never commented on it. And they all went back to using the vehicles they crashed every other day. I forgot where I was. I was answering messages. None of them talked about it. Wu never commented on it. And they all went back to using the vehicles they crashed every other day. He considered asking some days, but never found the right way to word it. Eventually, he just surmised that it was one of their things that their brothers all knew that he hadn't picked up on yet. Some things were starting to click into place. I understand you're all confused, but I promise to explain later. There are still some things I must finish, and there is someone here I must meet. Zane, what are you talking about? Lloyd said. You've been gone for a few hours, and suddenly you can summon your dragon again? What happened to you? It was like he could finally see again. Everything snapping into focus. The static was back in his ears. Ours? He whispered. My brothers. My dear family. I haven't seen you all in almost 100 years. The revelation struck them all into hollowed silence. Jay froze completely. Kai and Nia's hands were shaking. Cole was staring at the ground. Lloyd looked as if he were about to collapse from the weight of that truth. Zane realized something too. If hours were centuries in the Neverrealm, then the opposite had to be true. If he left, then there was almost no chance he would see his new family alive again. The frost against his cheek began to darken. Years? Cole's voice was so delicate. We left you here? All by yourself for that long? He cupped his brother's cheek, knowing the Earth Ninja would start berating himself mentally. You could not have known. It wasn't your fault. It's none of your faults. God damn it, Wu! Kai was shaking, but Zane was surprised not to see any smoke. Why can't you just tell us about these things? There's so much I need to catch you all up on. The nindroid turned, the last flecks of frost falling from his cheeks as his instincts prickled. But someone's coming. Lloyd narrowed his eyes, opening his mouth to ask. Then a deep rumble came from the mountain base. Zane saw a vision of fire and threw up a thick wall of ice with a flourish. The ninja jumped as steam erupted where the flames hit, blowing a dense wave of humidity through the clearing. There was a sound like rusty hinges, the smell of old oil and burning hair, and Zane grabbed his staff again. The ground was shaking. Cole tensed and reached for his hammer. Whatever that monster is, we can take it. The rest of them grabbed their weapons, looking up as Zane lowered his wall. A flicker of orange light passed between spindly gray trunks. It quivered, flaring up in violent spurts. Zane could see the outline of the thing in the forest and saw it raise a burning maw that was spinning sickly red flames. Move! He cried. The fire tore through the trees and scorched the ground. Birds flew from the trees, and a young buck sprinted away from the burning ashes. Kai had grabbed Nia and Lloyd. Cole threw himself over Jay as Zane thrust himself into the sky. He could see the blackened streaks so perfectly overhead. Lowering his staff, the tip erupted into a storm of pale needles that rained down across Vex. It was met with another wild arch of flame, coloring the sky with violent splashes of color. As Zane landed, Lloyd drew his sword just as they saw the beast tear its way towards them. Max, why is it always Max? He heard Jay whine. That was one way to describe it. It was humanoid, as tall as a house and made of iron, wielded together in black and gray patches. It had dragged 6 legs misshapen behind it, 5 of which were actually working. There were gouts of ashy steam pouring from pipes sticking out of its back. Its head was almost bug-like, with several different sized burning sockets that could have been its eyes. On its cheek were 2 pairs of jagged pincers that snapped and creaked in the air. Zane looked to its chest, where he knew a seat should have been. In its place wrought an iron cage and the sooty outline of a body. He couldn't keep the last twinges of sorrow out of his voice. Vex. You! His voice was a growl, almost indistinguishable from any meaningful words. The rest of the ninjas seemed to treat it as such, each whipping themselves into a tornado of elemental force as they crashed against the mech's legs. Zane aimed blasts of ice that left chunks across his armor, sending thick trails of steam as they slotted off. You! Vex growled. You did this to me. What kind of realm spits out things like this? Cole shouted as he narrowly dodged a falling tree, knocked over by a wild kick from Vex's back legs. Ack! Jay rolled under a wave of fire, hastily patting out the singed tips of his hair. Apparently this one. Kai! Zane cried. Grab Lloyd and get behind something. The fire ninja and the green ninja were 2 at the forefront of their attack. Twin swords clashed against heavy armor as the brothers struggled to find a weak point. Light began to pour under the seams of metal, and Kai felt a sudden flash of hot air. Yanking Lloyd by the collar of his gi, Zane threw up another shield of ice as a circle of flames burst from Vex's core. A rattling, ear-splitting scream filled the air. Zane saw Kai and Lloyd, dirt in their hair, and crouch under a scorched log, cover their ears while the others dropped to one knee. The nindroid looked up and narrowly step-sided Vex as he made a wild, rushing attack, residual flames still crawling up his body. He caught a whiff of burning hair, was stronger now, mixed with noxious, scent that was too close to that of cooked meat. Zane caught a glance at the caged shape on the mech and saw Vex's skin was a raw red, covered in scabs and blackened skin. Then the world returned to motion. The nindroid watched as Vex crashed into the land bounty behind him. Zane couldn't see his eyes. He didn't know if Vex could see through the smog, but he could see his gaze boring holes into his skull. A clawed hand grabbed a twisted chunk of metal and threw it with the intent to crush Kai and Lloyd. The nindroid was closer. Vex was grinning. Zane saw Kai move to curl over the younger brother's body. He heard Nia cry his name. No! A shockwave pounded the earth. Cole summoned a stone first that punched this burning scrap away from his brothers. Jay's hand rose in a cracking arch of electricity that made Vex's leg spasm and tore another gritty scream from his throat. Ashes sat heavy on Zane's tongue. Devilish tongues of crimson twisted between cool light of the shaded sun and lone trees that still stood. Vex crawled away and towards the mountain, the skittering sound growing faint and drowned by the crackling pines. Cole, Jay, and Nia rushed to Kai and Lloyd's side as Zane stood at the center of the clearing. Cool wind pulsed from the nindroid, pale blue waves of light rippling and extinguishing the fire. I had to sneeze. Extinguishing the fire in a blanket of new frost. He hoped that the young deer would be okay. Lloyd's blonde hair and pale cheeks were smeared, his hands bunched up in Kai's uniform. "What is that thing?" he asked Zane. "He is Vex. He is my unfinished business." "He?" Jay said in disbelief. "That isn't a he. You're a he. That is not a he." "That bitch could have had the decency to leave the land bounty alone," Nia spat. "Poor Pix, she spent so long on that." "Whatever it is, it needs to go down," Cole mused. "But it sounded like he was talking to you, wasn't it?" "Oh, yes it was, Cole, yes." Zane closed his eyes. "He is a monster, yes, but he is also a tragedy. It is not a story that needs explaining at this moment." The Master of Ice noted with some surprise that his clothes, despite the penchant for white being easily ruined, were the only things that didn't bear any sooty marks from battle. "There are tunnels under the mountains, and they're rich in ore. He must have made a base nearby," he concluded. "The ultramech. That must have been where he found the material." "Wait, that thing possessed the ultramech?" Jay asked. "Don't tell me we'll be fighting fire ghosts now," Nia growled, squeezing Lloyd's shoulder when she saw their younger brother flinch. "We do not. I promise you that." Zane turned to the trail of broken trunks and upturned ground. His expression was still worried, but there was a sereneness that didn't look completely familiar on his face. Older wasn't the right word. He looked more like Sensei Garmadon when he was alive. Serene and ancient, with a timeless gaze that could read your soul as easily as one might comment on the weather. It wasn't disturbing, but it was something they all noticed. "Are you really okay?" Lloyd asked. "Like, really okay?" "I am troubled, but I know that this will only end one way," Zane said with pure finality. His gaze was distant, staring off at a point none of the other ninja could see. Chapter 34. Always. The ninja kept at a steady pace, following the path that cut through Vex's mad dash. Their feet crunched burned leaves as the smell of oil and fire permeated the air. Already, Zane could see the entrance to the cave. Vex's cave. He could remember seeing it in his dreams. Seeing it in person only solidified his resolve. "No doubt he's rigged the area with traps," he noted. "Stay close and stay together." Kai nodded, then did a sudden double take. "Hey, isn't that my line?" Zane didn't answer, but threw a grin over his shoulder as they began their descent. The light from the nindroid's eyes, Cole's lava arms, and ball of energy Lloyd summoned was enough to illuminate the walls that were as tall as the castle walls. The floor dipped down into a steep slope, and a surface that wasn't made to be walked on. The darkness only continued. "I got this one, Snowflake." Cole stepped in front of the group. Rubbing his hands together, he formed his fingers into the ground and formed a neat set of stairs that led down the passage. "Wait!" He blinked hard, then held out his staff to stop Jay from taking the first step. "There's something here." As the rest of them glanced up, Zane severed the buried wire that ran across the ground and up the cavern walls. Overhead, he could just make up the packs of explosives woven between the stalactites. "How do you keep doing that?" Jay asked. "Back in the forest and finding exactly where we'd be, it's just like you know." "I do, more or less," he said, shrugging. "It's my seer abilities. They've grown to include more immediate premonitins? Whatever. But there's always a margin for chance." You mean you don't need to sleep anymore? Lucky, Lloyd sighed. There was so much to unpack in that one sentence. Zane wasn't sure if he should have laughed or cried. I do still need sleep. It's never not been a necessity. I suppose it's a maintenance I must work on. Zane managed to stop them from walking onto another trap, a pit filled with jagged stones covered by a tarp, and created a bridge for them to pass over. The place was too silent for their mutual liking, especially knowing who could be waiting for them at the end of the tunnel. Zane could sense Kai glaring in the direction of any sound that echoed down the walls. How did Vex even get his hands on the Ultra Mech? Cole whispered. To put it simply, he stole it, Zane said. I do not know how he was able to keep it hidden for so long, but these mountains are deep and some are unstable, so it is ill-advised to scout the area. The memory of rescuing Thorwa from the volcano created starbursts of frost under his feet. Kai jumped audibly at the sight and glared at his staff again. How do we know you two aren't just leading us into a trap? He questioned. No way you got all of this power by just chilling in the cold. I don't blame you for being hostile, but I would prefer if you had a less aggressive form of expressing concern, Zane said. Regaining all of my lost abilities was not simply a matter of physical training. I had much time to think about my past and my trauma. I'm not certain, but I feel that there lies the connection between our powers and our ability to use them. Jay gave a slightly confused laugh. You're kind of starting to sound like Woo, bud. Apologies, I didn't mean to be cryptic. Zane thought for a moment, then settled on a metaphor. Imagine a pipe that has become clogged. Water will still pass through, but over time, less water will flow. So, it must be cleaned. Okay, Nia said, still sounding unsure. Is the water meant to be our elemental powers? Didn't we already unlock our true potentials? That is true. However, a pipe will not remain clear. He paused, then recalled how their teacher first explained it to the ninja. We once said that our potential is limited by internal obstacles that hold us back. But we do not just face one challenge in life. Through our adventures, we have grown to become so much closer. But to say it has been taxing would be an understatement. Zane could see Kai and Lloyd stuck inside the fire temple, Cole getting turned into a ghost, Lloyd possessed, and the recent Oni invasion. He could hardly recall the days where they were free to live without the weight of Ninjago on their shoulders. The ninja could feel the imprint his words left in the air. I understand this may all seem confusing, but I promise to do my best to teach you what I've learned once we're safe. We can focus on this later. Lloyd nodded. Let's just take Vex down. Another 10 minutes passed by with nothing but the sound of footsteps and distant scratching. Zane kept their pace deliberately slow in case of more traps, but thankfully only had to disarm one as they walked. Eventually, Cole spoke up again. Anyone else starting to get warm? He asked, tugging at the collar of his uniform. Jay snorted. This coming from the guy in a tank top? Actually, I feel it too. Kai pressed his palm against the rocks and flinched back, glancing up to the ceiling with a worried expression. Hey Zane, how deep are we exactly? This whole mountain is giving me deja vu. The nindroid cringed to himself. I apologized. I should have mentioned it sooner. But at least one of these mountains is a dormant volcano. There may be pockets of lava closer to the surface. Great! Lloyd shrugged. Next you'll tell us there's a tomb full of ancient snakes that want to release the great snowman down here. The great snowman. Oh my gosh. The great... Oh, I love that. The great snowman down here. Man, love him. Why would anyone build a base this deep down, though? Nia asked. An abundance of ores and a steady supply of heat energy, if I had to guess. He hoped that their theories would be proved incorrect, but only a few feet down, the nindroid had started to shed their outermost layer of clothing. Zane tried to counter the effect by releasing an aura of snow around them as they walked. It worked for most parts. Zane couldn't feel the growing temperature as much and continued to glance over his shoulder to check on his friends. There was a thin crown of snow dusting Cole's head, but he and the others were still sweating hard. At some point, Jay got the idea to tie extra cloth to the soles of their shoes to keep their feet from burning. Nia did her best to keep everyone hydrated, but even her water started to evaporate as they went deeper. Around the next curve, they could all see an eerie orange light coming down the cave. Zane looked down, and the tunnel seemed to open up to a massive room made of burning stone. The air around around the entrance was distorted like hot summer pavement. Finally, Kai grinned, pushing back his sweaty hair. Let's kick his ass. No, the cave is too hot, Zane stated. Vex must have planned this. If anyone other than me goes in, I estimate you have maybe 5 abilities before you pass out from heat stroke, Kai. Heat stroke. Kai, maybe 10. When the nindroid stepped closer to the opening, the edges of his foot and under his feet hissed as steam curled upwards. Blinking, Zane saw an image of ramshackle bridges, a crude force, piles of oversized metal tools, and Vex. He was hanging over the roof of the cave like a spider. The moment anyone stepped inside, he would blast them with flames and char them to dust. He's already waiting for me, ready to burn anyone who goes in. I'm the only one who can withstand the fire, Zane tried to explain. Lloyd's grip only grew tighter. We're not leaving you. We're gonna fight him together. The nindroid could hear the tight squeeze in the blonde's throat. Do not throw yourself to the wolves and call it bravery. This is not your fight. I know I'm ready. Do you trust me to return as you have returned to me? I still can't let you go in there by yourself. Oh, something finally clicked in Zane's mind. A nearly forgotten fact. Kai didn't have his element, nor its protection. Still stolen by a sphere, he supposed. And he was still ready to follow Zane. He gave him a small smile and shook his head. Even before you mastered your element, you were always jumping into fires. Zane sighed. I promise you don't need to protect me. This won't be like the Overlord. I'll still be here. Everyone did their best to try and hide their flinch, but it showed. Lloyd squeezed his hand for one last time, then finally let his fingers go limp and fall through. Cole, Jay, and Nia gave him shaky hugs. He was happy to reciprocate. Zane found himself hesitating by the entrance, the hot air blowing through his robes. I don't want to do this alone, but for my sake, be safe. All of you. Anxiety chewed at his mind. He breathed in, closed his eyes, and relaxed. He heard his friends jump back as his black ice armor grew out and over his robes. Zane turned to them to give them one last nod and threw himself into the cape. The tips of his robes were signed with the blast of his fire. His friends screamed in alarm. Zane spun in midair, aimed his staff at Amber Eyes, and threw back a column of freezing air. Vex screeched and skittered to the opposite wall as Zane landed on a narrow ledge beside a steadily dripping font of lava. Looking down, he could see more pockets of orange that trickled down into a bubbling pit. You! Vex crawled across the walls, spider-like limbs puncturing the stone. You did this. Wait. Hang on, I'm trying to remember. When the volcano went off and he saved Sorla, was Vex still under there or something? I'm confused. I'm confused by, the time skip, but, whatever. Why am I the one responsible for your actions? Zane narrowed his eyes. I did not do any of this. Vex reached for a twisted stalagmite and threw it like a lance. The nindroid jumped off of the ledge and summoned new platforms against the stone, as Vex roared and hurled stones. As Zane dodged through his attacks, he swept his spear twice through the air and blasted out waves of icy energy. Through the chaos, he saw Vex raise his cannon arm. Zane planted his feet and shot off with a burst of sunflakes as fire scorched the wall. He tucked into a roll and landed on one of the crisscrossing platforms. Vex dropped and the entire thing shook under the weight. He stood to his full height, his clawed hand twitching. Do you think I asked to be hated? To be different? Zane looked on without malice. I know why you were banished. The myth about forms. That is why they feared you. Exactly, Vex roared. I had no one to turn to. Then you came and you actually gave me hope. I thought you would understand, but you're nothing but a useless coward who can't see what a waste they are. That's what you are. Oh, Vex, shut up. Literally, shut up. The legs of the mech reared back, slamming into the platform and breaking whatever held it in place. Zane charged Vex, dodged under a piercing strike with Spinjitzu, froze one of his legs, and shattered it with a swift kick. He ran to the edge, leapt and caught another platform, pulling himself up as Vex gouged his claws into the stone. The metal fell into the pooling magma with a splash, sending flecks of magma up between them. The two traded blasts of fire and ice as Zane froze the mech's joints and Vex blew apart stone. The nindroid jumped between the quickly declining platforms, while Vex scuttled across the cavern walls. Oh my gosh. Zane found himself on a higher level than him, riding shards of ice that cut through cord and made Vex scream in anger. Reaching into the lava pit, he drew up a lob of burning liquid and hurled it upwards. The nindroid instinctively raised his shield, but he was blinded to Vex leaping in the air. He saw the charging blast before he heard the sharp hiss through the air and raised his arms in the last moment. Zane collided in the wall, the impact ringing through his ears. He felt himself falling, then something caught his hand. He jerked his head up and saw Cole, skin shined with sweat, with Pi and Jay holding him by the shoulders. He clenched his fingers and helped pull himself up. Zane opened his mouth to thank them, then felt his instincts scream and whipped around. Vex hung from the entrance, and now, point blank, he could see what remained of the formling. Oh, shucks. His body was fused to the cockpit of the ultramech, arms embedded in the side and connected to the machine in a mess of knotted scar tissue and thick cords. Most of his hair had been scorched off, leaning in flamed, bald patches. Almost all of his skin was black with soot, and his eyes were wide and bloodshot. Zane saw him grin with sooty teeth as he raised his cannon. The nindroid dug his heels into the ground and summoned all of his power to counter the blast. His eyes stung as water, ash, and steam filled the tight space. Zane pressed his lip tight. He struggled against the urge to look behind him, just once, to check if everyone was safe. Under his hand, he felt the wood of his staff starting to bend backwards under the force of the fire. After a moment after the thought, Zane saw the wood splinter and evaporate between the torrent of fire and ice. He found himself staggering, leaning into the blast with open arms, as if forcing a boulder uphill. When they finally felt the flames die out, the nindroid collapsed to one knee. The front of his armor had taken most of the impact from the first blast and was thrown into a wall, leaving it cracked and his robes ripped and ruined. Vex cackled. And they call you a god. You're nothing but a sniveling worm, hiding behind a family destined to die before you. Oh, shucks. There's something... Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. There's a strange pressure behind his eyes, and for a moment he panicked at the thought of a vision overtaking him. He heard someone gasp behind him and felt a tingling sensation flood his arms. There was something coiling in his chest. A deep, vast well full of power and memory. Zane could see his family's expression out of the corner of his eyes. Panicked, fearful, angry, and determined not to leave. Zane staggered to his feet. I know who I am. Stepping forward, a distant part of him realized he wasn't standing on anything. The air turned arctic, the closest pockets of magma rapidly cooling. Zane thrust out his hands and Vex went flying back, a solid beam of blue light pressing against his chest. There was a miniature snowstorm forming inside the cave, all centered around him. Zane could see his hands in front of him. He's so cool! Literally. White with glowing blue veins of light. Zane could see his hands in front of him, white with glowing blue veins of light, cracking through his skin. He floated towards Vex, who was scratching madly as the ice grew and froze over his body, screaming something Zane couldn't understand. He saw Vex reach out a clawed hand that froze just by his feet. Finally, he lowered his hands and looked over the effigy left of the man. Great spikes of ice clung to the cave. The magma cool below completely cooled over. The only light left radiated out from his chest, coating everything in a soft blue glow. Zane hovered back to his waiting family, who could only stare with open mouths as he floated back down to the ground. It's still you there, right? Lloyd carefully asked. Zane closed his eyes for a long moment. The light receded, sinking back into his skin and fading from his chest. All the ice peeled off, leaving his torn clothes, ash-streaked face, and a calm smile. It's me. He opened his arms as the Flood threw himself in for a hug. Lloyd was shaking hard and breathing harder. You're not gone. You're still okay. You're okay. I'm still here. I promise. He soothed, running his hands down Lloyd's back. I didn't know you could do that, Cole whispered. Neither did I, Zane wondered, but we can question the semantics of her powers later. Let's go. There are more people I would like you to meet. Not all of them are like Terminator, I hope, Jay said meekly. His smile turned to a smirk. Unfortunately, they're more like the rest of you. Aww. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. and forever. The last chapter was called Always, so it's always and forever. Oh. How did you do that? Wait, how did you meet him? You've basically been adopted. What was that about being a god? My granddad is not going to like that. Zane was fully prepared to answer the landslide of questions the ninja asked him as they trekked back out the tunnel. The tension before was completely erased and replaced with what he could only describe as exquisite confusion from the other ninja. He estimated he's made his way through about an eighth of them all before they made their way back outside. They quickly layered up, though Cole insisted that Lloyd keep his own gi. Eventually, Kai tried to offer his. Then they both offered them to the Earth Ninja. Zane watched them bicker for a few more moments before he pulled off his own, slightly torn and ashy, robes, and threw them over Cole's head. Jay snorted. Man, you really have changed since we last saw you. I hope it isn't too shocking. Zane rolled his eyes, then paused. I didn't mean for that to be sarcasm. The differences aren't off-putting, are they? No, they're not, dude. Don't worry. He nervously stuttered. It's just... Well, remember when we first met? I spent at least a week trying to explain knock-knock jokes to you. The ninjoid couldn't help it. He held back a smirk. Why would I ask who's there if you're standing right in front of me? Okay, now I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, and I will scream. Jay screamed. Pretty much everyone laughed at Jay's expense, Zane included. I'll do my best to be less confusing, but I suppose this is my own brand of humor. Honestly, Jay's got competition now. Nia elbowed her boyfriend. Never thought I'd see the day. Lloyd groaned dramatically. Please don't tell me Zane's gonna set off a love triangle again. I will hurt you, she deadpanned. I like to think we've matured at least a bit, Zane snorted. Anyway, there's a small village nearby, down the river if I'm not mistaken. We can ask for transport back to the capital. There's so much I want to show you. Their walk was filled with more banter, and the ninjoid couldn't stop smiling. He brushed shoulders with Cole and dared to ruffle Kai's hair. At one point, Lloyd tried to sneak in a snowball, but Zane saw it coming in a momentary vision and dodged it so it hit the fire ninja. From there, Kai grabbed his own ammunition, and Lloyd hid behind Cole. Nia and Jay teamed up with the green ninja when Kai's snowball went wide and hit his sister in the back of the head. Both sides scrambled to gather ammo and tried to convince Zane to join them. The ninjoid only smirked, summoned 2 fistfuls of snow, and rained snowy torment on all of them. It was ridiculous. Cole summoned a stone wall, and both Lloyd and Jay tried their best to sneak attack Zane by climbing the trees. The Master of Ice countered by dumping a snowdrift over their heads. Everyone was shouting and laughing, squeaking like chickens when they got nailed on the face. His shirt was filled with snow, and everyone's hair was matted with frosty clumps. He still won, everyone including that it would be their worst battle to go up against the Master of Ice with a century of training under his belt. Thankfully, they didn't stray too far from the river, and soon began to hear the sounds of people up ahead. The village was built on stilts on the riverbank, with more houses being built within the forest, along with a handful of floating houses attached to the barges and short docks. They could see a small steam paddler floating comfortably in the water, with her captain chipping ice off of the hull and roof. A bridge was suspended across both halves of the town, with couples and children looking over the edge and feeding fish. Lanterns glowed in the windowsills where people beat out rugs in the crisp air. I remember this part. One of them must have noticed Zane approaching, because once the ninjoid made it to the town proper, he was greeted by a small percussion who instantly bowed to his presence. Long may the Emperor reign, the leading man called out, dressed in a long gray robe with a beaded blue belt. It is an honor to be graced with your presence. How may we serve? Kai glanced suspiciously to the people whose heads were practically scraping the ground. Are they talking to you? He asked Zane. Yes. The ninjoid held back a good-natured sigh before addressing the crowd. Please, rise. I've come to bring my family to the capital, and they could use a change of clothes. Do you have any to spare? And somewhere to rest for the night? The man's eyes went wide. Of course, we are so incredibly humbled to be the first to welcome you to His Majesty's kingdom. Come. I make sure that you sleep at our finest residence while we tend to your needs. Are you sure they're talking about us? The fire ninja whispered again. Getting the red carpet usually just means there's a trap. Did your seer power show you any spiked pits? I promise they're safe, Kai. If a bit zealous, Zane admitted. As they walked through the streets, vendors stopped haggling through. Thankfully, not everyone seemed to grovel. Lloyd couldn't help but glance up and see people opening their windows, their faces a mixture of shock and awe, but no malice he could easily read. It left the blonde feeling slightly on edge. They're just so traumatized for real. The man led them to a lodge that faced the river, 2 stories tall, made of stripped logs with a smoking chimney and a collection of bird feeders hanging off the roof. Zane paused when he saw one of the sparrows land and gave it a small wave. "Oh, I just remembered something. Could you bring me a roll of paper and something to write with? I need to send a message to the palace." "Of course, my emperor. Please, make yourself at home. I will send for new clothes immediately." A fresh wave of warm air greeted the ninja. The cabin was cozy, with soft lights hanging overhead and a plush couch with knitted throw pillows. A bookshelf was tucked against the back wall. One shelf full of smooth river stones and shelf fragments. A kitchen was connected to make the main area, and a woman was busy setting up a tray of pastries and assorted snacks. A kettle whistling over a stove. Before she began to make tea, Zane stood and caught her attention. If you do not mind, I would like to make it myself." "But, of course, my emperor." She bowed and silently left the cabin for the ninja. Cole raised an eyebrow. "Okay, is anyone gonna bring up the fact that these people are calling you emperor?" Yes," Zane said slowly. "You weren't hearing things. In the time you were gone, I managed to, well, become ruler of the entire realm." Another stunned silence filled the air. The nindroid entertained the idea of counting these. "You're not joking, are you?" Jay finally spoke. "I'm not. It technically isn't the whole realm, just the inhabited areas. There's an entire part that's too desolate to live in. Technically, I should just be a king, but somewhere along the line they just started calling me that, and it stuck." He explained. "But an entire kingdom," Kai repeated. "Believe me, I wouldn't have chosen myself at the time." Zane laughed. Lloyd set his cup down and pressed his lip into a thin line. "What are they going to do when you're gone? Can you even leave?" Hearing the question aloud doubled the weight in his gut. Zane's mind flashed with the faces of Akita and Kataru. "Thankfully, I've planned for that outcome. The transition of power may not be perfect, but I've done what I can." Glancing outside the window, Zane caught another glance at the darkening skies. Snacks were passed around as the man came back carrying a dark ivory box, silver inkwell, and a long red plume for a quill. 2 others came in bearing new clothes for them each to use. The others helped themselves and found separate places to chance out of their now dripping uniforms. Zane busied himself writing a brief letter to the palace, trying to hide his smile at the surprise he had planned out for the others. He had made it mostly through the letter before he really thought about how to talk to Akita and Kataru. It didn't feel right to bring up such an impersonal matter, so he resolved to tell them once he returned. Once he was finished, he wrapped the letter in a thin sheet of paper, tied it off, and summoned Falcon. Immediately, the others were gawking. "No way! That's so cool! But how come we could never do that?" Jay exclaimed. "Well, when I summoned him the first time, I was feeling rather lonely, but theoretically, since he was my element made physical, I could change him to look like anything within reason." Zane poured another cup of tea, but hesitated to drink it. He felt the couch sink beside him and saw Kai, now dressed in a loose red shirt and pants with little sun patterns around the collar. "Hey, you alright?" "Not exactly. I'm a bit worried about bringing up leaving to some people I've grown close to." Zane sighed. "They've already lost so much. Even after all this time, I'm worried for how they'll take it." "Oh yeah? What are they like?" "They're both twins, a boy and a girl, Kotaro and Akita. I sense that you two would have an interesting dynamic." "Is she as fussy as this?" He grinned. "I heard that!" Nia shouted, coming down the stairs in a teal blue nightgown. "Approximately, she shares many traits you both already have. Kotaro is more soft-spoken. If I had to put it into perspective, he would be a mix of me and Cole, along with his appetite." "Hmm?" The Earth Ninja looked up from his mouth full of rice crackers and steamed buns. An idea began to form, fueled by the cozy light and cavernous cabin. "I think I have a way to explain everything. Bring everyone here. I'll make some more tea." Soon Lloyd and Jay were snuggled up with quilts dragged down from their bedrooms. Everyone had a hot cup, and Cole raided the kitchens for more snacks. Zane waited for everyone to stop bickering over their seats on the couch and rubbed his hands together. This begins when I was struck with Asvir's staff. The first thing I remember is falling. He closed his eyes and opened his palms. A fine silver mist swirled up into the air and formed the silhouette of a mountain range and a distant village. Zane conducted the display to expand as he narrated, showing them the ice fissures, meeting Sora and Vex, his breakdown and his resolve to go after the man who was frozen under a mountain. The nindroid watched happily as he remade every detail from his memory into a bright cloud of snowflakes and light. Lloyd was the first to doze off. Kai was quick to follow, letting his head lolled back against the arms of the couch. Nia pushed her brother's legs back and closed her eyes. Cole soon fell asleep with one knee pulled to his chest, and Jay snoring on the floor with a quilt. Zane let the images fade silently, took his own quilt, and fell asleep on the floor with them. Morning came with a mix of groggy whining and complaining about sore necks. A trio of villagers knocked and offered to cook, and all the ninja mutually decided their couch was far too cozy to leave, leaving them eating breakfast on the floor while struggling not to say anything. Zane asked the villagers for some more proper winter clothes and proper transportation, something they were eager to provide, though this time the nindroid insisted they take payment for their time. Seamstresses returned with armfuls of cloaks, thick tunics and boots, all in a dozen bright colors. There were 2 rooms allocated for the boys and Nia to change in. Zane was also given the master bedroom and what looked like a mountain of fabrics to choose from all to himself. Once they finally came out, everyone was wearing a layered robe that matched their uniform colors, along with a leather harness for their weapons. Jay chose to add a blue knitted toque, whatever, blah blah blah, and a fluffy orange pop-pop. Lloyd found a scarf with gold, gray, and green knit that he happily wrapped around his face. Kai took the longest, choosing between different cloaks, and Zane could hear him argue with Cole through the walls from downstairs. "It's literally the same shade of red, dude. That isn't the point. Do you want Zane to be stuck here for another 100 years? The android rolled his eyes, contently sipping his tea. He had the luxury of not needing so many layers, and settled on a simple white cotton shirt and pants. Soon the ninja filled out the house, just as steam began to curl around the hole. There were near rows of seats tucked under a canopy that shaded them from the harsh sun. With the captain in the back steering from an elevated bridge, Zane took one of the front seats and watched as the bridge ahead was being cleared and both halves raised with a pulley system to let them pass. "Why do I have a feeling you're responsible for a lot of this stuff?" Nia mentioned. "Not all of it. I provided some simple schematics for a steam engine, but all of this isn't my work, except for the snowmobiles. But those were a finicky case." "Dude, you've got snowmobiles?" Jay blinked. "You've got to let me drive one. Just once, please. I'm sure the palace will at least have at least one to spare." Their ride was peaceful, leaving them more time to relax and watch the trees go by. Though Zane didn't miss how Lloyd kept standing up to pace the length of the deck, looking to the banks and the forest edge for something that might jump out. "No." "Sorry," he muttered. "Still kind of jumpy, I guess." It's nothing to apologize for. Would you like to talk about it later?" The boy did a subtle double take. He fiddled with his robes, tugging at the leather belt and the beads. "Really?" "Yes. Only if you're comfortable with talking, and only with what you're comfortable talking about." Lloyd gave a small smile. "I'll consider it." Soon the forest began to thin out, giving way to wide open plains and the distant shapes of a city in the mid-morning mist. Farmhouses soon came into view, with short docks and compact tractors working on the fields. People stopped to wave, then dropped their tools when they saw Zane. Once they came to the end of the river, a cautious crowd had gathered. Now they were close enough to see the massive sprawl of buildings, filled with people, sound, and smells. Lloyd noticed Zane fist his shirt as they docked, and the slight chill that brushed the air. "I sent for an escort. They should be here," he explained. "Akita, Kataru, and Hidova will be here." More people began to gather, tightening the circle at the end of the dock. Lloyd gave him a worried glance when he saw the nindroid's breath fog the air. "Zane? There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of people here, aren't there?" He ducked his head just slightly, and cracked a small smile. 100 years and I still don't enjoy crowds. The green ninja's head shot up when he heard a voice cut through the chatter. Zane's eyes brightened and he finally hopped off the ship, still keeping a healthy distance from the port. "Zane? Zane!" Akita nearly shoved someone to the ground as she ran up to greet him. She threw her arms around her and squeezed, her sharpened nails careful not to dig into wires. Adova helped Kotaro step through the crowd, her brother hugging the two together. "You're okay," she breathed. "I'm here, and I've brought the rest of my family." He gestured to the rest of the ninja. Introductions were made, and soon Akita ordered the extra guards to keep the curious mass away. Kotaro led them and happily answered all of their questions, pointing out noteworthy buildings and giving fun facts about monuments. Kai quickly formed a kinship which calmed Zane. He wasn't sure if they'd kill each other or die for one another within the first minute. Jay carefully asked about Kotaro's prosthetic leg, the latter of which was content giving an explanation on the mechanics. Through the scenic route, they'd passed through a billowing blacksmith's forge, a street of unique houses with an entrance dug into the ground, a tree coated with frost and an aura of frost, and the massive tent of the hearth. "Okay, you got me," Nia confessed. "This is really cool." "So am I. What's your point?" Zane asked. "Shut up," she barked, shoving his shoulder. "I'm so gonna flip off your humor switch after this." The nindroid rolled his eyes and grinned. Now that the gates of the palace were in front of them, they were elegant and massive, polished wood, shining silver twisted to form a pair of wings and inset jewels that glowed in the sunlight. Behind the walls, there was a chorus of drum beats followed by the clank of massive gears as the doors split. "Long life to the Emperor and the Elemental Masters," Wingast announced from the top step to the palace. Drummers in silk robes beat in harmony as Zane guided them towards the palace. In their minds, each of them were trying to find a place of comparison to this. Not even the palace of the royal family of Ninjago matched the excitement of entering this place. The throne room was filled with light and color. Cole sniffed the air, then sighed dreamily. "I don't know what that is, but it smells amazing." "This is all yours, Zane?" Lloyd stared up to the rafters of glowing wood. "It has been, but I've only been a steward to the throne, even if it is only in spirit." He shrugged. Wingast rolled his eyes as he led them to the palace. Into the palace. "You are always too modest. Come, you've all been designated rooms and new outfits for the feast tonight." "Feast?" Cole said, excitement bubbling into his voice. "How fast are these Oh, right." Jay closed his mouth. "You probably knew and told him ahead of time. Vision and stuff. Man, that's gotta be useful for finding keys." "You don't know what I'd give for a simple dream about kissing pillows," Zane said. "Okay, that's it. I'm with Nia now," he sighed. "And I thought you were sassy before." Cole blew out a breath, adding that to the list of reasons not to piss you off. Oh, I love them. Wingast led them to a hall with doors labeled with silver scrolling for each of the ninjas' elements. The rooms themselves almost put Chen's Island suites to shame, filled with meaningful decorations, tapestries of their best memories, and a fine silk outfit laid out on a plush bed. It was still early, and the feast was meant for the night, so Zane gave them each a small map of the palace, some coin to spend in town, and a solemn promise not to blow up any buildings. The nindroid decided to stay in the palace, trying to ignore the weight in his chest. "Akita, Kotaro, would you be willing to talk to me? There's something important I need to tell you," he asked. "Sure." Akita turned to her girlfriend and gave her a quick kiss. "We're something cute tonight, Dove." Adova was a bright red as she left, and Kotaro cooed at his sister's smitten expression. Zane did his best to smile. He led them to his room, careful to close the door as the twin sat on his bed. "I'm glad your family's found you," Kotaro commented. "Is this about them?" "It is," the nindroid said, turned slowly. He pulled a seat and tried his best not to look overly somber. "You know I'm not from this world. I've never hidden the fact. All I've ever wanted was to go home, but I don't think I can return here again." "Why is that? Can't you just take some berries from the traveler's tree and use them when you get back to your realm?" Kotaro asked. Zane shook his head. "I can't. I've learned that a day in my home realm seems to translate to at least a century here." Akita's shoulders dropped. Her claws were cutting holes into the silk sheets. "I'm sorry," he whispered, voice shaking. The nindroid prepared himself for her reaction, already bracing himself when she latched onto his robes. "Why?" she sobbed. "Why do we have to say goodbye to you, too? Why can't you stay for longer? Why?" "Akita, it was inevitable." Kotaro set a hand on her shoulder. There were tears in his eyes, too. Then why can't we go with you? She snapped. I don't want to leave Wingast for the same reason I want Zane to stay. He cast a hopeful glance at him. But is there really no other way? Perhaps there's an artifact or some relic in your realm that could send you back here? I don't think so. Oh. Katara joined the hug, squeezing Zane's arm. The nindroid embraced them both, watching frost peel off of his cheeks and spin into the still air. I'll never forget you two. I promise. Okay. Akita sniffled. Do you want to go into the courtyard? I promised Jay I'd let him use a snowmobile. I'll ask for hot chocolate. Okay. Both nodded, and Zane brushed off the ice from his face. He found a servant and soon... Oh, that's so sad! It's not just gonna... Is it gonna just move on? Oh, it's just moving on from that. Okay, fine then. Fine then. Just move on from that heartbreaking... fine. He found a servant, and soon the trio were sitting on the steps of the palace. Zane wasn't really surprised when he found that Jay and Nia had discovered the shed where the snowmobiles were housed and were trying to persuade the guards into letting them in. Please, please, we're not going to take them apart. Can I get a better look at least? Jay begged. Protocol states that no strangers are allowed access without verification. Do you have any papers? He said curtly. It's all right, Seth. They're with me, Zane said. We will be taking a few for a short ride near the forests. I do not foresee any immediate threats in the area. The man's stern expression eased and he stepped aside. Of course, my emperor. The sheds were once a stable that had been repurposed for the new vehicles. The place smelled of oil and armor, with mechanics wearing leather harnesses filled with tools, checking the treads and steering for the new machines. I should give you a basic description on how these work, Zane offered, gesturing to a snowmobile painted white with snowflake decals. Here are the dials that measure the steam pressure, coal intake, and water levels. Make sure they don't get above the red line, or else the engines will shut down automatically. It uses steam? Asked Nia. Why not electricity? The house and castle had wiring, at least. Zane pursed his lips. There are several factors. I found that it is easier to acclimate the people to new technologies slowly. I prefer not to risk any mass exploitation by any group of individuals. It also makes fueling easier, since both coal and wood can be used in case of emergencies. Sweet! Jay stuck his nose near the tracks. So are we all going to take one and go for a ride? Akita spoke up with a grin. I don't need one to keep up. Zane thought for a moment, then shrugged. I would not advise a race, but it would be fun. So it's going to be me, Nia, you, and Akita? Jay said. Don't count me out, Kataro added. The nindroid soon had another snowmobile ready, and after a short walk, found themselves at the edge of the city, with a man-made ramps and obstacles built up of snow. Kataro unclipped his human prosthetic, and Akita helped him into a leg that was in proportion to his bare form. How exactly are you gonna be racing us? Jay asked Zane. Jay asked Zane, pushing down a pair of snow goggles he and Nia were given. I've developed my ways. While no one was watching, Zane summoned a pair of sharp blades under the ice under the soles of his feet. Shards of blades of ice under the soles of his feet. They all spent a few minutes haggling out the rules and limits. Jay pointed out that since Zane could just fly through the entire thing, he needed to have both feet on the ground. All four lined up on a start drawn into the snow. The end all the way at the other end of the snowbanks. Akita shifted into her wolf form and grinned to the rest of them with pearly fangs. Ready? Zane saw them all nod. Go! He threw his hand forwards, freezing part of the snow, and skated off with a laugh. Akita and Kataro bounded forward with a rev of both snowmobiles in the back. Akita bounded over obstacles, tails fanned out and obscuring the people at the back. Come on, our powers are totally useless here, Nia called. Coming up was a wide bowl cut across the ground. Zane summoned a bridge over. Akita left across while Kataro, Jay, and Nia managed to stop in time to go around. The trio were now firmly in last, with Zane doing his best to dodge Akita, trying to knock him off. No way we're gonna catch up! Jay yelled. The duo weaved through several barricades, weaving zigzag pattern to the snow. Got any ideas? Nia asked. Kotaro answered with a grunt. Both ninja glanced at one another, then shrugged and fell behind him. They could see a set of complex ramps and adjacent markers coming up next. Something Zane and Akita were crossing with ease. Nia watched as Akita lowered his head and gathered speed, charging blindly into the first lamp. A burst of white filled the air, coating their goggles in slush that was hastily wiped off. There was a roar of triumph and another burst of snow, and another burst as Kotaro crashed through the second obstacle. Soon they were trailing behind Akita, who made the mistake of glancing back and caught a face full of snow. Nia saw her run blindly off the track, pausing to shake out her fur. They could see the last spanner in the distance. From there, it was a clear dash. Zane was a meter ahead. Glancing over his shoulder, he gave the trio a challenging glare. Come on, Nia grit her teeth, her fingers digging into the handles. No way am I going to lose this. The nindroid saw her machine sputter to a halt, minutes before it became real. He crossed the finish line as her shouts of frustration rang across the plains. Damn it! I was so close, too! She yelled. I bet I could make this thing 10 times as fast. I bet I could make this thing 10 times as fast. Hey, come on, it was just a game, Jay urged. You did fine. It was fun, wasn't it? Nia rolled her eyes. I can be better than just fine. What matters most is that you're safe. Winning something like this is not a reflection of your worth, Zane said. This was not a test of your worth. Akita left to switch her brother's leg, and Jay was left to console Nia. Zane looked up and was surprised to see it was close to evening. I hope it isn't super broken, at least, Nia muttered. Don't worry, they're designed to withstand being burned out. It should be safe to drive back. Returning to the palace, it was once again in a frenzy. Cole, Lloyd, and Kai greeted them at the gates, the former holding a basket full of souvenirs, snacks, a pair of ivory knitting needles, and several balls of yarn. Kai confessed with a small cough that he wanted to rekindle his old hobby. Not really a hobby, I guess, but it was useful to learn as a kid, he explained. At least I know these won't break if I throw them. Zane and the others were escorted from the throne room to the massive dining hall, which was already filling with invited nobles, leaders of independent towns, and famous merchants, all of which bowed as the nindroid entered. They were given seats at the head of the table, and a ceramic teacup was handed to Zane. He raised it to the air, and the quiet murmuring ceased. Today is a special day. I have made it no secret I am not from your realm. My friends have come, and soon I will return to my true home. I understand if you are confused, but there is nothing to fear. I thank you all for your service and your loyalty, for tonight is not meant for grief. Let us celebrate the good fortune we have, and what is to come. A polite applause followed, and soon food was being brought to the table. As he sat down, Zane took a moment to pause and steadied a small shake in his hands from addressing so many people. Zane! Oh, I love him. Even with muted taste buds, it was delicious. Pots of soup were carried in with 2 servants. Fresh fish was served as sashimi. Thick stews filled with beef and sweet peppers and soft potatoes. Buns filled the red bean paste, and sticky rice served with brown sugar. Zane was almost ready to admit that the cooks were getting better than him. He was glad that they took his last-minute recommendations. The smiles on his friend's face when they brought out a 4-filling pie was the best thing he'd seen all night. I almost don't want to leave, Cole sighed, digging into a slice of pie filled with apple and blackberry. You're really living the life here. He laughed into his cup. True, but there are still people I wish to see when I return. Mr. Borg, Pixel, and Dareth, too. Perhaps we could have another party at his bar. With what? Takeout, pizza, and Capri Suns? Kai laughed. Oh, come on. You all know Lloyd isn't old enough to drink. Zane playfully scolded. Oh, come on. I'm at least 17, Lloyd complained. Wait, how old even are you, Zane? Jay asked. The nindroid thought for a moment, then his eye twitched. Zane made a sound between a laugh and a sigh. Never ask me that again, please. I don't want to consider interdimensional aging, let alone if it's carried over from my last body. Their joking continued well after the feast was over. They all decided to excuse themselves early and left for Zane's room. We can return in the morning, but before that... No, I know it. No. You don't even know, but I know. I know what part this is. No. I'm gonna cry. We can return in the morning, but before that, there's someone else I would like you to meet. Got it, Frosty. Cole yawned, falling back into the pillows and soft comforter. And he's out, Kai laughed. It's too far to walk to my room anyway. Zane already knew it was coming, and he was more than happy not to protest. Cramming half a dozen people onto one bed was also about as hard as bunking with two children who could turn into animals while they slept. He wouldn't trade this feeling for anything. Surprisingly, his sleep was dreamless, and Zane awoke to sunlight tickling his face and Cole still snoring. Everyone eventually woke, but no one wanted to leave, so the nindroid had another feast brought for them all for breakfast. Once everyone had a chance to change in the connected bathroom, they all sat in a circle and munched on buns, fresh fruit, fresh juice, and coffee. So before we head out, who are you going to meet? Lloyd asked. She was my mentor ever since I came to this realm. Her name is Sorla. I'm amazed she's lived this long. She must be nearing her 2nd century. Unfortunately, age hasn't been so kind to her or her mind. How did she live? Never mind, Cole said. She sounds wonderful. She is. Zane stacked the dishes near the door for the maids and led them to a quiet room near the end of the hall. It's me. Do you remember Zane? He said. None of the others heard a voice, but the nindroid must have, and slowly pushed the door open. He blinked when he saw Akita, Kataru, Wingast, and Mira already inside. Zane gestured for them to come closer, and soon they would see the figure lying in bed. Her skin was withered bark, deep and rich, with lines of wisdom etched into her face. Her hair was a wispy white, lying behind her like a veil. Zorla's eyes were so squinted, they appeared almost closed. She turned to face Zane as he sat by her side. Is that my son? I'm here. She reached out and patted her hand laid across the bed. You're always so cold, but that's how I know it's you. Yes. I would like you to meet the rest of my family. He introduced them each quietly as the others watched with quiet respect. I'm glad you could meet them before I had to go. Is it today? Zorla asked. So soon. Too soon. But I think I'll be going soon, too. Zane sniffled and brushed his cheek. I'll see you again, too, someday. Maybe you'll meet my father. I think you would like him. She gave a wheezy breath. Promise to come home when you're done with your work, son. It gets dark out there past night. The nindroid squeezed her hand. Zane leaned over to press a kiss to her wrinkled forehead. I promise I'll come home. Thank you for loving me. I'll always love you too, my dear son. Zane wasn't afraid to cry and rubbed the frost off of his cheeks. I'm ready. Wait, Akita stepped up, something held in her hand. I want you to take this with you. I will never forget you, but sometimes memory isn't enough. She uncupped her hand and held out a bracelet made of 4 weaves of hair. Black, brown, silver, and white. Akita quietly tied it around her wrist, and Zane traced the fibers with a fingertip. To remember us, even if we're not your old family, she said. Zane opened his arms, wrapping them around her neck and holding her against his chest. There is no such thing as an old family. I have enough love for you all, and I promise to always remember you. Cole opened his bag and handed a small fruit to each of the ninja. When he handed Zane his, the nindroid hesitated as the slightest amount. He slowly reached for the fruit and took one last glance at everyone in the room. Goodbye, and thank you. The fruit was sweet, sweeter than anything Zane could remember. It tasted like fresh baked sugar cookies, tea, and music made around a bonfire. That's the end. That's all. Oh. Sorla. Bro, I'm almost crying. Oh. Oh. That was such a good, genuinely, such a good fanfic. Yeah, it was super good. Yeah, it was good. It was fantastic. I enjoyed reading that a lot. Just, it's good. That was fantastic. That ending. It's like the fruit was sweet. It's, oh, I feel so, it was fantastic. That was fantastic, fanfic. I appreciate it. I've been recording for, I don't even know how long. I don't know how long this is. It's been spread out for, like, months or something. Hang on. Wait, I can actually check that. Search, fanfic. Let me see. Yeah, it's like 2 deaths. No, 2 deaths. What am I talking about? I'm just reading a thing. Yeah. It's, about a month. Yeah, about a month that this has been spread across. I just remember, I'm looking at the thing and I was like, hey, maybe I should be... Hey, I made a joke that I was going to be recording a 10-hour fanfic reading. I actually think that it might be like 10 hours. I have no clue. I won't know until I, like, put all the recordings together and then export it and all that, and I'm not going to have a fun time exporting this. That was such a good fanfic. I wonder how Pixel would react to Zane coming back and being like, hey, funny story, it's actually been so long, you know? Well, thank you for listening. That was certainly an adventure. I enjoyed it very much so. I know that I mentioned doing like a Minecraft tour. I did end up like starting a world to start building, but then I couldn't decide what I wanted to build. So unfortunately, there is no Minecraft tour that I mentioned. If I even mentioned, I'm pretty sure I mentioned doing a Minecraft tour of a recreation of some of the places here, just because I found it so beautiful. But yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that. Yeah. So that's it. Man. Thanks for reading, so. Wow. I don't know what to say. How are you supposed to finish I'm gonna be walking around the kitchen island for like, I don't know, like 10 minutes just thinking. And just being like, wow. Alright. Bye.